Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here. Well, it's me and Dell for a little while here. And then Lance will stroll in. Apparently, Lance forgot to set his alarm this morning. Forgot to set the alarm. He texted us. He should have been here by now, though. He
maybe
texted
he
us
had to
about
stop.
22.
Maybe he had to stop and get a coffee.
No, you don't stop. If you don't set your alarm, you don't stop to get a coffee.
I don't know what he talked about checking out. Like he talked yesterday about if I was making $10 million a year, you think I would try? And he mentioned he mentioned that, hey, like 5 years in, I was far more dedicated. So let's see how dedicated he is. Does he get here without his coffee?
No. Listen, once the Hall of Fame thing hit, he was done as far as trying. That was over.
And there, there's a bit of a debate. Like at least he thinks there is, because I had car trouble last a month ago or so, and the show got on the air somehow, some way, somewhat. I mean, so we can test who's more important at the start of the show.
Well, there's no question it's smoother. It's smoother when you're here than what now. We got on the air. We had the music. We'll have soundbite. We'll have everything that we need to run a show if Lance isn't here. But, Lance's versatility, I mean, I don't know that you could host a show like Lance could.
I mean, I can't do it like he does, but I do host the show. You're right.
Oh,
I can't do it like he does. He's very unique. But yes, I can't host the show. Yes.
Okay. All right. So that, okay. I forgot that you hosted a show.
Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate that. 10 to 12, everybody. So now it might be different today, but if you guys are listening and you tried to get in yesterday and these guys wouldn't take your calls, just realize from 10 to 12, you don't have those issues. You want to talk on the radio, you can come in and get in from 10 to 12.
Call?
That's not true.
Shortest wait time in the business.
Ask the people who called in and who didn't get on the air how short it was.
No, it's the shortest wait time in the business. I mean, it's ridiculous how good it is.
I know listening habits change and maybe you're not available to be on the phone from 10 to 12, but just remember, if you've called in here several times and can't get on and they make you wait 40 minutes because they're doing their nonsense that they normally do, come to 10 to 12.
Yeah. No, people are busy from 10 to 12.
I know. I'm just saying. Yeah. But some people, if you happen to be able and available, 10 to 12.
Don't want that. They don't want that in their life. They need to be on before 10 o'clock.
I would hope so, but you don't take their calls.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. As soon as they call in today, they're going right up.
I'm glad I prompted you.
Okay? As soon as they go up, that's on you. You don't tell us that
you are in the room. You're in the room.
I know,
look at the
but
screen.
It's way over here.
Stop
I can't even see it.
No, the thing is, if they do call in today, then I'm in control. Because without Lance, I just won't tell you.
Yeah. You need to tell. Yeah, see what a bad person you are? You won't put them on before 10, but you'll put them on after.
No, well, in this case, to continue my narrative with you unable to see the board, I'll just say, no calls, John. Sorry.
Bad person. John, I always call him Hyman. Is it Hyman?
Heyman, I think is his name.
Is it Heyman?
I know you think that's great because it's a little funny, but I think his name is Heyman.
It's not about funny.
I don't think his name.
I don't know how to pronounce his name.
It's Heyman. H-E. Hey, man.
Hey. Oh, hey, man.
Yeah, Heyman.
All right. Oh, it's all good, man. It's John Heyman.
Yeah.
John Heyman says that the Astros have made an offer to Alex Bregman.
A formal one.
A formal offer. And it's got to start with Matt Chapman's 151.
This is what I hate about baseball because normally in basketball, already, like this is a max player. He's going to get this amount of money. We all kind of know what he's going to get. Baseball, for beyond the fact that it takes forever, like in basketball and football, immediately guys are being tampered with in even legal tampering period. So we know deals are getting done. It is when are the World Series in? Early November. We haven't had one major deal. And someone could have signed with anyone.
Right, absolutely. No, it actually has been really, really quiet. It's not a great free agent year. It's not great.
A giant name.
I think that there are people that are waiting, and they're seeing what's out there, what are the numbers going to be. It's gone down a lot over the years. Owners aren't nearly as stupid. That said, Shohei Ohtani got $700 million last year, and we'll see what. I think everything with Juan Soto then a lot of dominoes are going to fall after Juan Soto because people want to hold on to your money, right? I guess you want to be able to see whether or not you're going to be able to afford him after after the well, it's more or less a luxury tax, competitive balance tax. I think people are just waiting, maneuvering. I don't think the Red Sox are getting Soto. You know what? The Red Sox could get. Did you see that they would move Devers to first for Alex Bregman? A lot of people are talking about Bregman at second base with the Yankees. There was talk about Devers at third and Bregman at second with the Red Sox. But they're talking about maybe moving Devers. Devers is a good third baseman, but Bregman is Gold Glove now this year. He's special at third as well. So that'll be interesting to see whether or not. I think Boston's a perfect place for Bregman.
What
I
do you
hate to
mean?
say it.
Oh, you mean
Well, first
just
of all,
from an unbiased opinion?
yeah.
It's,
First of all, he's white. Okay.
they have a lot of non-white players on the Red Sox.
Yeah, but Boston loves white players.
Yeah. Boris really screwed the Astros over when he let it be known that he'd be willing to move positions. Just opened up more teams and more options for him, which is what an agent's supposed to do. But it got more uncomfortable for the Astros and Astros fans when that knowledge was put out there that, he'd be willing to move.
Yeah.
He would love to play second base if you give him all the money.
We've seen Bregman in that park. He's come up with huge hits, even against Chris Sale. He hit the home run and grabbing the rail and screaming and all of that stuff. He's got some confidence in that park. He likes the backdrop. That's kind of a big deal, liking the backdrop of a park.
I don't need him in a Red Sox uniform.
I don't need him in a Red Sox uniform.
I'm comfortable with places that either are in the NL, besides the Dodgers, or places where they won't be an issue for the Astros. And the Red Sox haven't been good the last couple of years, but I don't. Bregman in a Red Sox uniform, George in a Blue Jays uniform doesn't bother anyone.
No, but listen, Bregman, if he's not in an Astros uniform, is going to be in a Yankee uniform or a Red Sox uniform or a Met uniform.
The Mets, fine, go to the Mets.
Fine. The Mets would be fine. The Mets would be fine, but he is going to be in a place that's going to be able to pay him and is going to pay him. I wonder, what do you think that number is that the Astros offered, that the official offer
Well,
was?
it ain't the Machado thing that got floated out there this week.
And you know what? It's so funny. We were doing those videos when we were doing with Brandon. We were doing those videos and Josh. And when Machado signed that deal, I did that video and I was like, okay, that's the number. That's the number Alex Bregman is going to want when he becomes a free agent. Just know that is a crazy and a stupid number, and that's what Bregman is going to want. And he's not Machado, I don't think. Machado hasn't really lived up to that deal, but they're a good baseball team, and they've got all kinds of stupid contracts over there. They're that's a decent organization. But he ain't getting Machado money. No way he's getting Manny Machado number. I think the Chapman number, the 151 over 6 years. Look, the Astros have paid 151 over 5 years to Jose Altuve, so 151 is not out of the realm of possibility. That I think that the offer for Carlos was 160. I believe that was the offer. Or was it 5,160? I think it was 5,160. And 32 a year. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's not the Bregman offer. Now, is 5 years enough for Alex Bregman? Because he ain't going to get another contract after that. He's not going to get another big contract anyway after that.
Will the Astros go to 6?
That's a question. That's a good question. They go to?
Could they?
They don't.
I know. So that's why the number is important, or the years is important. Would they say, "Hey, we'll pay you from age 30 to 36, and we want that to be your last contract if you want to get out of the game at 36, and we'll give you the projection." At one point, maybe 3 weeks ago, I saw there's a story about he would like 26 a year over the span of like 6 years. That doesn't feel like what Bregman would settle for this early in the process.
No. Hell no. That's not going to happen. There is zero chance with Boris that he'll sign that deal. No, he's going to ask at least Chapman money, especially now with this Gold Glove. Chapman has been a better third baseman throughout, but I would prefer Bregman's bat. and I'll take Bregman in third base playing for me any day of the week. But Chapman has been really, really good at third base. 151, I think is the number. He ain't getting Machado. It's more like Chapman number, and there's no way that Scott Boras takes 26 a year. I just don't see it.
Well, the Chapman number is 25.1, so it would still be more.
Yeah, but I don't.
If he's asking for you said Chapman money. Chapman,
but probably if it's going to be 151, it's going to be 5 years, not 6.
Yeah, I think he is going to shoot for at least 30, at least initially. So I don't think any deal where he's around Chapman that close this early in the process is getting done. Like Boras clients have to wait because he asked for money that teams don't want to give. And that's why some of these guys have to wait. Could Bregman be a guy we're talking about into November, December, January, closer to even February because the teams aren't meeting his demands?
I think again, I think the Soto domino's got to fall first, and then I think everything falls into line. But I think Bregman's going to be I think Bregman is going to be one of the top 3 or 4 guys that sign.
Well, I'm not questioning what he will get, but as far as how long it'll take, because they're willing to let things play out because their number may be their number. Who's willing to meet the number, which we don't know exactly what it is right now.
Once you fall out of the Soto deal, your fan base is, once Soto signs somewhere else, your fan base is going to get itchy, and you're going to have to make a splash. So I kind of feel like Bregman will be up there relatively soon. I don't think he's a February guy. It did take Chapman a while to sign, though. It did take Chapman a while. So it'll be interesting to see. I think Bregman's in a different category, though. Bregman has postseason heroics. Bregman is a guy that the Yankee fans will love because he's not Judge. Stanton came through this year, but Stanton hasn't come back through in the past. They want a guy that's clutch in the postseason, and Bregman fits that bill.
No, I'm surprised you're allowing this Bregman stuff to let Lance off the hook. So I looked at the text string, and he texted us at 6:43.
Yeah.
How long would it? I don't know where he lives exactly, but he's not that far away. But how long would it take if he was like in an immediate rush? Because he was obviously awake enough and alert enough to text. So how long between? Let's say 6:43, he was up and about. How long should it take him to get here?
He should have been here before the show started.
He's that close.
He went for coffee.
I told you this was a possibility.
Probably a Danish.
And you didn't.
Probably had a Danish.
You didn't think it was possible unless he's.
I would think. Listen, when that happens to me, when that happens to you, what do?
Yeah.
And you jump up
and you do
run
everything
out
you
the
can
door
to get as quick.
Yeah,
get to work as quickly
you
as
don't
possible.
Even have your shoes on.
Yeah, you do whatever. You throw on the first thing you can find. Maybe you slept in something that's allowable, and you do that. Whatever it takes.
Yeah. Swipe your teeth and let's go.
Yeah. Him luxuriating, I think.
No, he's having coffee. I think he might even be sitting there, maybe reading his phone or eating a Danish. Do they have Danishes anywhere?
Maybe. I don't know.
At
Starbucks, do they still have Danishes?
Yeah.
Do you think he locked himself in his own home like he did that one time? That's why he can't get here?
He might have he might not have brought his key card.
Well, he hasn't texted me to come down and get him. He just texted me. No. I don't know if I don't think this is true because now he's just playing into things. I had to use the bathroom, take a shower, and shave, and I'm in the car right now. Do you think he stopped to shave? He said I have to do a video with Sam right after the show.
What in the? So the video with Sam was more important than getting to the show.
How about you bring your shaving stuff with you?
How about you go home right after the show and shave and then come back?
Even if he doesn't want to do that, you could just bring that stuff with you. You don't have to stop. You don't have to shower. They can't smell you through the screen.
No.
And you're not even in the building, so he doesn't have to worry about you being bothered by his smell.
He'd be alone in there. You just have to sit in that chair where he was and smell that. The remnants.
We've got disinfectant spray. I would just use that. But I had to shower and shave.
Yeah.
Shower and shave
and ship.
And a video. It's not going. You're not going on television. It's just social media.
You could go home after and
either
shave.
way.
to get to your
an
show.
option. Go home and shave after, or bring your stuff with you. Either one would have worked out. And instead, he just decided, nah, I'm just gonna hang out, get what I need to do, get that done, and then come into work.
I'm a Hall of Fame broadcaster. How about you? Give me some grace. Allow me to be me, since I've given my all for this city.
Well, you
for
Joel
27
Embiid?
years.
He thinks he's Embiid. Embiid said that.
He's given his all for this city for 27 years. He's so stupid. Our boss texted, Lance, please don't spend a segment explaining why you're late. Okay.
we already know.
It's too late. Too late, Todd. Guess what happens as soon as he walks in? What the bleep, Lance?
I think my alarm, and then he'll get into something that had nothing to do with being late. That's how it's going to go.
No, the history of alarm clocks or something. Yeah, that's what. Or some assistant coach somewhere was late one day.
Ridiculous.
Time to talk right now about Matt Hogue. How about this for a little Christmas present, you guys? No, I mean, it's a big one, but you want your kids. They love to play pickleball. Your kids love to play basketball. Your kids love to play tennis. Your kids love swimming. How about giving them the gift of a pool or a court, whatever court it is that they want? How about that for your Christmas? Start it now. Design it with Hogue Landscape Services. Mom wants an outdoor kitchen so that the family can all be together. They want a pool. Mom wants a pool, or she wants, it would be great right now with this weather, is a fire pit, right? A pit. Or a dad, you want an outdoor lounge? Hey, that's a nice gift this holiday season, right? So get together with the family and let's say this. Let's do this holiday. Let's put in that pickleball court. Let's put in that basketball court. Let's put in that pool. Let's put in that fire pit. That's what Christmas can be. How about that? So if you're looking for a great way to, make the holidays better, it is Hogue Landscape Services. When you see what they do, I mean, sure, they'll come and cut your yard. They do all that. They do all of that. But what they do, that is super, super, it's ridiculous. It's better than anywhere else you'll see, is they design a backyard for you. What is it that you're looking for? They've got it. Hogue LS, HOGUELS.com, HogueLS.com.
Hey guys, how we doing? Last night I had a great night with Maestro de Bell. It got me really relaxed and able to sleep at night. It was so wonderful watching a football game in the snow, snuggled up with a Maestro Bell. It was a Cristalino, and we just sipped it last night. Took a bottle of Maestro Bell, took one ice cube, pour, turn on the TV, watch a snow game, watch Myles Garrett dominate, and we enjoyed ourselves. All with Maestro Bell. It's the finest tequila you're going to find out in the market. One of the best. It really is. It's well-renowned. It's world-renowned. And in Mexico, it is a huge tequila that everyone knows about. It's made in Tequila, Mexico. It's getting bigger and bigger in the States. They came over and they said, you know what? Let's go plant our flag in the States as well. And they are growing in popularity every single day. You have a bottle, go buy a bottle and start to sip on Maestro Bell, and you're going to find out what all the fuss is about. Wherever fine liquors are sold, a premium bottle of Maestro Bell is sold at a reasonable price, and you need it on your alcohol shelf in your liquor cabinet. It's Maestro Bell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So that was a recorded spot, Del, that you just played for of Lance. It sounded almost like, I mean, he was talking about the snow game, which was last night.
Well, he decided to do that at home too before he got into work. Instead of coming in the work, he got up, got his coffee, recorded that, and then decided and still
get my coffee. This is from my house.
Uh-huh.
This is a yellow cup. They don't have yellow plastic cups.
So he stopped to make coffee.
I didn't make coffee. It's an iced coffee. It's in the refrigerator.
So he stopped to go to the refrigerator instead of rushing
I
into
literally
work.
got in as fast as I could. You're making Todd mad right now.
After he shaved and then he
took a shower.
He showered.
Todd, yesterday I was dirty and I was filthy.
Did you shave your whole body, or what was? I mean, is that what you did?
I'm not getting an ablation again.
Yeah, you shaved your whole body.
I'm not getting an ablation where I have to shave everything.
Well,
for some reason.
It took a long time for you to shave that face, okay?
Well, I got a
he showered as well.
I got a long, big face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And then how long does it take for the hot water? Even with, I have a tankless water heater, but as you know, when the pipes are cold, you just have to wait for the pipes to get warm enough to get in. I'm not ice plunging.
You should have. You should have if you had a commitment to the show. If you were if you want to be a Hall of Fame.
Maybe I just trust in Dell's ability to carry the show.
He doesn't care is what the issue is.
No, I trust that Dell was going to get the job done. I always do. I always have.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like when you guys talk about me. It always sounds like you trust that I can get the job done.
Behind the scenes, I do.
Yeah.
I mean, not with sound and getting guests lined up. Not with that stuff.
Yeah, total faith. But we're glad that you're here, I guess.
Yeah,
thanks for stopping by.
And after 27 years of radio, I'm glad that I don't get any of the graces that someone who was a steel worker would get.
What?
But
why would you get that type of grace?
Wait, we show up on time for the show. Radio doesn't start when you get here. It starts at 7.
And I was somehow on the first segment too.
No, you
dummies.
Weren't. You were. Oh,
really?
Break. No.
Then I was discussed.
Yeah, we discussed you because of your willingness to take your time.
Todd loves this.
No, Todd.
Nice job, Dale.
Nice job.
We should be talking about Myles Garrett versus T.J. Watt.
Well, we spent the first segment talking about the Astros and Bregman.
Well, why do you waste your time with Bregman talk? Why are we talking about the Yankees? I thought we're talking Astros.
They made a formal offer.
Who
the
did?
Astros did.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
What do you mean it doesn't count?
They did this with
they didn't even make it an offer to Carlos.
Yes, they did.
Not really?
No, they made a formal offer to Carlos. By the way, they made a formal offer to Carlos the same way.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
You have to
close.
in order to get your little draft pick.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah, and this one's not going to be close either.
No, all they had to do was offer the $21 million.
Well, for the sake of the public, the general public, you have to make an offer that looks.
Well, yeah, we'll see
reasonable.
what that offer is. Maybe it's embarrassing. I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that they made a formal offer, and it's what our team does. Yeah, our team goes after its own players.
And how much is that offer, John?
I would imagine it's at the 151 mark. Yep. Maybe 160.
Okay.
Maybe 160.
Yeah,
they offered Carlos 160.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that they would value Alex more than Carlos.
So they're offering the same.
First of all, you don't have his replacement in the house.
No, you don't.
No. What you did with Carlos.
Well, you did, but you didn't know for sure. He hadn't played Major League Baseball.
Know for sure, but the way that he was playing in the Dominican, the defense that he had displayed, and listen, they made the right call. Carlos was making 50 times what Pena was making, and Pena was the World Series MVP.
Well, you made the right call regardless of what Pena did. You couldn't have Carlos for that price. And the fact is, you can have Bregman, but they fundamentally don't want to. And once again, there's a big difference. Once Scott Boras puts a number out there, Jim Crane is off the hook, in my opinion, because I don't want Jim Crane to do a horrific deal. I don't. I do want him to try and secure players when they hit the market at some point. He's never done it. Maybe never will unless you take a short-term contract. He just fundamentally doesn't believe in it, but and that's fine. And it's been a long run, and he's been incredible. And this will be the best, probably when I die, this will be the best run of sports that I've ever seen Houston have. Yeah. No doubt about it. But it doesn't change the fact that we're headed south. I mean, that's unless Shea Whitcomb, which is possible, unless Shea Whitcomb becomes a very good player. And I'm trying to pull up right now his minor league numbers because, I got news for you. Shea Whitcomb's minor league numbers are nothing to sneeze at.
No,
he's been a good, you talk about having somebody ready with Jeremy Pena, but if you look at Shea Whitcomb's numbers, Shea Whitcomb's been a good minor league player for the Astros. He did come up. We got a little taste of him, and he had some moments. He most notably had 3 errors and
4 errors.
4 errors total in the game, and 3 in an inning.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't ideal to be.
No. But he had played better before that.
He had played better before that. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, there is a chance that this is the next guy up. Is he going to be Alex Bregman? No, he's not going to be Alex Bregman off the jump. That's not going to happen. But is he going to be a replacement? There is a chance that he could be a replacement. There is somebody in the minor leagues that has a history that shows that maybe they could be, that next guy up. So I don't know. Alex is gone. It's just disappointing, but I don't want to make too big a deal about it. It's disappointing he'll be gone, but it's really for, not even nostalgic purposes. It's just, I'm just kind of sad that this iteration of the Astros is like officially coming to the end. All you got left really is, all you got left from 17 is really just one guy, Jose Altuve. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only guy you have left.
17 is a long time ago now.
Yeah, 17 is long from the very beginning. Now, and 19 counts to me.
Yeah, but 22 is what counts too.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, not the long run.
You're running out of those guys.
Yeah, but 19 and 22 are the same. You had Kyle Tucker, you had Jordan. There really was no difference between 19 and 22. Yeah. So the bullpen was a little different. And you had Christian Javier. There were some different pitchers. The batting order was the same. You had the same hitters for the most part. So that's not, it's just sad to see these guys go. But I don't know, there's something. I'd almost rather the Astros not even make an offer. Maybe I bet it's a competitive offer. I bet it's a competitive offer that they believe is a legit offer. It won't be anywhere near the market, but it will be one that they feel like, hey, we could pay this and we think this is fair and is not a crazy overpay. That's what it's going to look like.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not going to be crazy. No, it's not going to be crazy, but we'll see. And I don't think that Boras takes it. Boras is going to he's going to hang. He's not doing this. He's going to wait for the Yankees. He's going to wait for Soto. And then once Soto falls, then the Giants are going to get in line. Even the Mariners might even get in line for Bregman. The Red Sox, the Yankees, I don't know, the Dodgers. If he goes to the Dodgers, I'm done. Yeah. I'm done.
Just to remind, by the way, just to remind people, Bregman's home run numbers look like this. Not Bregman, but Whitcomb. 23 home runs in 2021. He had, and that's in, by the way, 396 at-bats. He had 19 home runs in 2022 with 461 at-bats in Double-A. Then with two teams in 2023, he had 35 home runs and 538 at-bats and 102 RBIs. Last year, he had 25 homers and 91 RBIs and 413 at-bats. Now, the OPS is a little lower than I would expect with those home runs, I'm telling you, at 807 career. So it's a little less than I expect. And the career batting average is not great. It's not great. He was in 2022 and 2023, he hit for 219 and 240, in the Double-A and Triple-A. I mean, it's not in Double-A twice.
What's his strikeout rate?
I mean, it's high.
Yeah.
134, 165, 178. I mean, it's Kyle. What's his name from the Phillies? I mean, he's got numbers. Schwarber. Yeah, he's got Schwarber like strikeout numbers.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's substantial.
That's
but the walks are low. But the walks are low. If you're interested in that, I mean, his strikeout to walk. Okay, you ask 4.5 to 1. Oh, here's one that we're a good 8 to 1.
Ooh.
These are strikeouts on the 8 side. Here's one that's a little bit higher than 8 to 1. And then last year we got it a little under control at about 4 to 1, about 3.5 to 1. So it's not ideal. I mean, at least he hits with power. So we'll see. And at least he's not great with the glove.
That's not. You know what? I don't know that anybody's going to be excited about that. It's when they brought him up, and he was, he came up with a couple of hits that were nice for the Astros last year. But the 4 error game is what's sticking in everybody's mind, and that's what's going to replace our Gold Glove third baseman.
14 errors in 2023. Wow. But in 2021, he only had 10. Yeah, it's not ideal. Now that I'm looking into some.
All right, we're breaking. 713-780-3776 is the number. You notice how, Del, we were on time when Lance wasn't here? Then what happened?
It's the give and take of having Lance.
You're way off time. I was able to text in and take you off time.
Dead on the clock. That's right. But right now, hey, listen, I want to shout out to Jim Fiume. You're going to be hearing from about Jim. And listen, I would love for you if you need windows, if you're building a home, if you need to replace those windows. I mean, if you go up to that window, it's shaky. That window, it's warmer by that window because of the sun. If it's not safe, if it's loud outside, if it's loud inside because when you're near that window, or when you're away from that window and you can hear through that window, not a good thing. Not safe. Not secure, not something that's adding value to your home. You know what does? The Gulf Coast window. It adds value to your home. Aluminum, vinyl windows, hurricane windows, wood-clad windows, new home construction windows, doors that are fabulous as well. You got all of that as well. Fiberglass, wood-clad, storm doors, sliding patio doors, French doors. You want that beautiful front door to your home. That's the first thing that people see. You get that at Gulf Coast Windows. 713-849-5454. Been doing it for over 30 years, 36 years, and he's the best in the business. 713-849-5454 at GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. 713-780-3776. Hey, all next week, we got a big week. It's the how about? I'm excited about A&M and Texas. I'm excited. They're renewing their tradition, and we got extensive coverage all Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. We got Steve McKinney coming on. Have you gotten a hold of Vince yet, or
No, because remember I told you I'm gone Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, so you can still get him on the show.
I'm trying. I'm waiting for John.
You can do something for the show other than be selfish.
I'm waiting for John Daspit to reach back out. I'm trying to see if John can help him get. I want to get Vince on. I could probably get Selvin Young on. He's been part of that. Yeah, Selvin played. I'm trying to remember the time frame, but yeah, Selvin would have played in that game.
Yeah, that's
for
easy.
Sure.
Yeah. You can connect to our coverage on ESPN Houston YouTube channel, social media. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Chanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Gig 'em and hook 'em.
You know who lives in town we should go after is Chance Mock. You know Chance Mock, remember the Longhorn quarterback Chance Mock?
I remember what you said about him.
Well, I didn't say anything. Mac Brown on a mobile said he had a club foot.
Yeah,
that's why he wasn't able to get away from pressure. Mac Brown on a mobile said that. I didn't say that.
That is true. Mac Brown on a mobile did say that.
Yeah, he says all kinds of things.
So you're not here. What days next week?
Tuesday, Wednesday. I only sent a text to you guys, put it into the system.
Did you tell
Joe George? I did.
I don't think you
did.
Joe respond. Well, it's on Joe George because Joe approved it.
Did you actually go through HR&P?
I went through. Yes, I went through the actual system. I'm like you. I know how to log into the system. Do you?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't do that last time. Yeah.
Did you log in the system?
Yeah.
You actually know your username and password.
Yes, I know how to do it. I know how to get a request.
You can't run a microwave. You don't know.
I only asked because we have a grid and a schedule for who's going to be here and who isn't, and he did not make note of it. That's the only reason I asked.
Well, all I can tell you is he and I had a conversation. He's the one who approved it all.
I don't know.
Yeah, he went through all that. I've got to do something with. It's a family thing I have to do. So, yep. But Monday I am here to talk about the victorious and glorious Houston Texans.
What about Hannah throwing shots?
Hannah's
we own Houston now. The Titans are done here. So
yeah, I know. I mean,
what?
We already know
what?
that. Well, that's not. What is she actually saying?
She's saying she's coming out. That's what I like. I like my owner coming out and saying, "We own this town." Biaz.
Well, yeah,
Dalton Schultz, best team in Texas. Okay, Titans beat it.
I know it feels like you're literally beating up small puppies because these teams are worthless. And they like Dallas is such a shell of themselves. Beating them almost did nothing for me. It usually would do great things for me. And beating Dallas, I was like, what a sad, pathetic group of people Dallas is. What a sad, pathetic group of football players. And then Micah Parsons goes on after this destruction and says they actually are, what was his words? A badass football team, or what did he say?
Damn good
football team. I know the record doesn't say it, but we're actually a damn good football team. Okay, I can't take – you are not serious people on this side. And then the Titans, they got Will Levis.
Serious people.
They've got Will Levis at quarterback. They don't even have Derrick Henry anymore. Like, of course the Texans run the town and are the town. It's like as soon as you beat them in Tennessee, that was the get back to me, where Tennessee tried to put that Houston Oilers label wine in your suite. I don't even know if that was made public, but that's what happened is they put this Houston Oilers wine in the suite, and it was meant to apparently Amy Adams Strunk has been a real thorn in the side, or tried to be a real thorn in the side of Cal and Hannah. And so especially Hannah takes great pride in every win over the Titans. I mean, they are not big fans of that organization and that owner. So it doesn't surprise me she took a shot, but it's like, they've been vanquished. That's a corpse already of an organization. They're done. Yeah, they're done now. They're on the rebuild now. And with AJ Highsmith over there, great things are probably possible. But he's got a lot of work over there. Young AJ, Alonzo Highsmith's son, who came over from the Buffalo Bills. He's got a lot of work on his hands over there. Because you know what? First, you got to fade that quarterback. You got to figure out your new quarterback or fade that quarterback while he keeps learning. And then you got to rebuild a roster. I'm like, we run Houston.
He's got work.
We run Houston. You want to really have something? You want to really create some conversation? Tell me you own Houston over the Astros and the Rockets. Then let's have a conversation. Do they own? Are they? But do you believe now, John? Now that they won last week against Cowboys, do you believe now?
I've been believing.
So you believe now?
I believe now. I believe
because you already said they're going to go 9-4, which you're probably right.
Yeah.
And then you said everyone will be cool with it. But do you believe now?
I believe now.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I believe. Listen, I think that they're going. Well, Nico back is a big deal. Nico, listen. Did you see this? Receiving yards per route run leaders. Number 1 in the league, Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Second, A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Jawan Jennings.
He had a long touchdown snatched off his docket, too, because of Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, I mean, Laramie Tunsil.
I mean, that was a short – it wasn't exactly a long route, but it was a long touchdown, and it would have put him over 75.5 yards for the game.
No, but the more I think about that play, the more kind of – I mean, it's the first play of the game. You know what is coming up, and you F it up. You knew that was coming. You knew that.
I know.
It's just so.
It's the play call. Like, how do you get in that position,
Laramie?
Do you
screw up the first play by
I'm telling you, man, he just doesn't care that much what's going on. He's a good player, but that kind of stuff is super frustrating. You're right. I hadn't even really thought of it that way. This is a scripted play. You know exactly what's coming. Just don't get caught down the field. I mean, unless it was just some kind of read. Unless it was some kind of, but that's just very, very frustrating. You get penalized for that on that. And you know what, officials, just sit on there's just certain things like a touchdown on the first play. You shouldn't be allowed to call that. You know what? There's just certain penalties I don't want you to call. Let's just let it go.
Yeah. I mean, especially that one. How he was like a yard past.
Yeah, I mean, we got to call the rules. Sometimes just say, you know what? This is pretty cool.
Yeah,
this is pretty cool. Let's take this touchdown. This is pretty cool. The road team just went in a huge interstate matchup. Let's go ahead and let this stand. And sometimes you should say that with false starts. Just like, you know what? Big deal. It's a false start. I'm not calling this. Or like, Juice Scruggs. I mean, technically it's a hold down here inside the 10-yard line. But how many times are we going to call this on Juice? Let's let him have one.
I'll tell you what, I do love that this weekend, while the Titans are here, the Cougs are wearing the blue. I love that.
You think that was intentional? I think it's just coincidental. It is pretty good though, yeah. Because she'll come to the. I think the owner will be at the game. Do the owners travel to all games? No, not the Cougs game.
Everybody will be at the Cougs game.
But do the owners travel? I guess the owners do travel to every single game, don't they?
Yeah.
I guess every owner travels, or unless they're really old.
Well,
you think most owners travel?
Yeah, most owners travel.
Robert Kraft goes to when New England goes and plays.
Yeah.
Who's kind of us? Tennessee. Robert Kraft goes to that when it was
maybe not.
Robert Kraft goes. He'd go to Jacksonville. It's Florida.
It depends.
What old guy in the Northeast doesn't go to Florida?
It depends on how rich you are too. I mean, the really, really rich guys go.
I was trying to think. Most cities are pretty cool, or you have. Well, okay. I bet he doesn't go to a Seattle game. Too far.
No, I'm not going all the way there.
I'm not going all the way to Seattle.
Yeah, all right. I got nothing. For who? For what?
Yeah.
What do I got? What business do I have there?
For what? Why am I going to go to Seattle? It's all rainy. Antifa could hit me with something. I'm not going.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
That's probably what he thinks. Or I could get in that demilitarized zone that they've got down there, and then they'd have to tell him, that's been gone for about 3 years, sir. You just never know where it pops up.
Yeah. Now, I would go because I would like to have a 5-hour flight with nothing but Coors Lights, okay? See, and when you own your own plane, you're on your PJ, like Robert Kraft is, he can load that some gun up with Coors Lights. What? I mean, talk about – now, that's a life.
Don't let John ever own an NFL team.
No.
First thing that's going to happen, patch on the jersey, Coors Light.
Oh, yeah, Coors Light. Coors Light patches. Everybody should have them. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. And they should have the blue on it. You know why? because that means it's cold. Last night's game in the snow should have had the blue patches on because then you know it's cold. You know it's cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I don't mind a nice 5-hour flight. You know why? Because I got Coors Lights. What about you? Are you climbing on? Are you keeping Texas chill? Are you keeping your area chill? I do my part. I need you to do yours. All right? Let's drink. Let's make sure that we got a 6 or 12 pack in the fridge whenever the boys come over and you want to have a nice, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Let's toast it. Here's to keeping Texas chill. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Hey, I want to put you on game right now. Taquerias Arandas. You've seen them all over Houston. Most of you have probably been in. If you haven't, get your wedo ass in there and go have yourself some delicious, authentic Mexican food. And not just that. And I'm just talking to the wedos out there, not everyone else who's full of sabor. I'm talking about people who need to experience Taquerias Arandas. The food is great. But more importantly, now they're turning their bars into sports bars. They are really going all out with bar menus that are waiting for you. Great food. They're going to have multiple TVs. They'll put the games on that you want. For example, go in there on a Saturday morning, have breakfast, and go watch your Premier League team. Go watch your Everton do business like they always do, which means lose late in matches. Go watch your favorite teams there. Then stick around for college football. Great to go watch college football. Go watch Indiana and Ohio State there. Have margaritas, have beers. They're going to have drink specials at different happy hours. They've got great bar food, but they've got great standard menu of street tacos and Mexican favorites, that authentic Mexican favorites that you're going to love. Have the food, have the fun, and bring your friends. And let's get out to Arandas Sports Bar, located right inside your local Taquerias Arandas. If you haven't had it for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, go. And if you've never been to their new sports bar concepts inside their buildings, you've got to go check it out, watch your games, and have a new spot to post up and see all the best action with your friends and great food with Taquerias Arandas.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You got some thoughts on anything that went down? You're more than welcome to get in here. Did you see at the end of the game last night, Greg Newsome and George Pickens were going at it?
Yeah, I couldn't see what happened. I saw something was going on. They never showed a replay of what set it off.
So on the Hail Mary, Pickens ran Newsome Newsome pulled Pickens all the way through the end zone and into the stand.
Is that legal?
I don't think that was legal.
They'll never call that. Like, that could have been called. I mean, that If that's
you
not a
don't
Hail
know
Mary,
whose
you call
fault
it
it
defensive
is.
hold. Well, no, but the way he had his hands around him, that's defensive holding any way you cut it. Or once the ball's in the air, that's a pass interference. I mean, technically, it's a pass interference. You can't have your arms around the player, but they're not going to call that.
Right. I watched the wide view of it, and it looks almost like he was pushing Newsome into the end.
Wouldn't shock me. I think George Pickens is not. How do I say this? I'm not sure he's a guy you want to. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know that I want him on my team. I think I'm good with Nico Collins and Tank and Xavier Hutchinson. Really good talent. I'm not sure that he is that guy. I talked to some people over it. Well, never mind. It wouldn't surprise me if Pickens was the instigator. Let's just say that.
So Pickens, after the game, he had some thoughts. Listen, I saw a story yesterday that said, you know what? I know the Steelers are 8-2. I don't think they make the playoffs. This guy was, and I was like, he goes, well, wait till you see. Now watch this down the stretch here. They're really good defensively. They're not great offensively.
They're not,
and this whole thing is gonna catch up with them. Well, it kind of caught. Well, according to George Pickens, this was the only reason they lost last night was because of the weather. Here's Pickens.
What do you guys try to take away from this loss? What's the message, in the locker room?
Just keep grinding. Like I said, conditions played a huge part in today's game. I don't really think the Cleveland Browns are a great team at all. I think the conditions kind of saved them today.
I mean, they converted fourth down like 5 times on you.
I know.
And had no conversions on third down. I think they literally were 0 for 10 on third down. Everything they got done was on fourth down. They were clutch. Jameis had clutch. So Jerry Jeudy and Jordan Akins came up with clutch catches. David Njoku had a great game. Like they outwilled the Pittsburgh Steelers.
One catch.
Who's that?
Him as my tight end.
Njoku?
He had one catch.
He just had one catch?
One catch.
How come it seemed like he was all over the place making plays?
I don't know. No.
Really? He had one catch?
One catch, 9 yards.
Isn't he 85?
He is 85. He had a 2-point conversion, but he had one catch for 9 yards.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's a 2-point conversion.
He had 3.9 fantasy.
I mean, it was, if you didn't see it, it started, the first half was just normal, cold, just ineffective offenses, just standard AFC North football between the Steelers and Browns. But in the second half, the snowstorm kicked off, and man, it was like a completely different game. I don't know how people were able to see it. And Kevin Stefanski kept calling pass plays. I'm like, Stefanski, dude, you got 2 plays to get 4 yards.
Yeah.
Run the football. What are you doing?
And you got Nick Chubb.
And they were both rotating quarterbacks in at different times with DTR on the Cleveland side and Justin Fields on the Steelers side, because they would, at different times, they wanted to have the running quarterbacks in. I probably would have made greater use of that.
Yeah.
I think I would have probably used it even more, but the Steelers, that one could come back to haunt them, because if you get that one, you're in good shape, and you lost it late.
Yeah, and I don't know that we all believe in the Steelers. They just keep winning, and maybe that's why we think that Tomlin should be a Coach of the Year candidate, because they're just not that good, and here they are. They just keep winning and winning and winning. It's what Mike Tomlin does. He just keeps winning. To Greg Newsome countered back from George Pickens, tweeted out, fake tough guy. And you know what? George Pickens is kind of that guy. He's a lot of talk. Man, I'll tell you,
he's a Steeler receiver.
This era of wide receiver and their diva and their craziness, it's just, we are so lucky to have Nico.
Oh,
we are so lucky.
We've had our 3 best wide receivers. I don't know. He was eclectic and eccentric, DeAndre Hopkins, but I don't remember him being a big problem for the team. Now, he and Bill O'Brien got into it at the end, and I think there were some issues behind the scenes. But for the most part, DeAndre Hopkins, that dude just came to play, and he was tremendously productive, wasn't hurt all the time. Andre Johnson, always healthy. Nico Collins, he had this injury, but Nico's just a grinder, gets it done. You're right. We have not had a guy in 22 years where you, as a Texan fan, you have to say, God, this guy's such a pain in the ass. Who have you had at the wide receiver position? I don't
Oh,
think. Have you had one at the wide receiver position?
No. Brandon Cooks turned into a little bit of a.
He was a Jack Attack.
Yeah.
You know, he was one of Jack Easterby's guys. So he did tweet some cryptic stuff, I guess, but
we had the classiest of classy with Andre.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been really quiet.
Look at the Steelers. The Steelers, known as the home of hardcore football, this, that, and the other. Now, behind the scenes, Santonio Holmes and I've talked about this before. And Hines Ward, my dad. I talked to the wide receiver coach. They were a handful for the wide receiver coach because they both thought they should have been getting more catches and more than the other guys. So they were a little bit of an issue, but they won a Super Bowl. It was fine. But after that, they had a 5-year run with Antonio Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, who was a TikTok wide receiver. You had Chase Claypool, who they drafted, who was influenced by Juju Smith-Schuster and became a TikTok wide receiver who wouldn't block. And in college, he was a great blocker. In pros, he stopped blocking. You have George Pickens, who's a pain. Like, they can't find Deontay Johnson, that was a pain in the ass that they had to get rid of. They can't find wide receivers to not be pains, to not be pitas. Pains in the ass, a pita. They can't find guys to I mean, it's unbelievable. The Steelers organization is known as this rugged blue-collar organization, and yet their wide receivers it turns into a diva factory over there. It's wild. I don't know how it happens. And look, this is pretty mild stuff. Him just saying the elements, him just being kind of a poor loser against a rival team. That's not that big a deal. But he's had his other issues too. And I know there's been rumors that the Steelers would like to, get him out of there at different times. So it's
Tomlin's got to be so tired of it. Got to be so tired.
I mean, because every time he looks, and Mike Tomlin's not a he's the anti-diva guy. You got to go to work, man. I love Mike T. He just goes to work. Did you see, I love the idea of snow. I love the romanticized idea of snow where it's Christmas time and you're out there with your whatever, your what's that wine called? The hot wine. What is the red
sake?
wine? No. There's something. It's not port, but there's a name for it. And I actually had it in Chicago and it's good. And it's, but real snow is like that. Snow getting all over Mike Tomlin's beard, referees with snow that's 2 inches high on the brim of their hat. That made me not want to be around snow. And you've lived in snow. You've known how it's so treacherous. My mom said, you have no idea when you have to shovel it out, when you have it break branches on trees and it lands on power lines and your power's out for, 9 days in Buffalo. She said, wait until you get a load of snow.
So my buddy sent me a video yesterday from Green Bay. It was snowing sideways. It was all the cars were covered. It was starting to go. I mean, it's just the worst. And it's freezing out there. You do not want. You know what? I made the best decision of my life when I said I'm out of here. I ain't coming back.
Everyone who does it, they all say the same. If you're from cold weather, you never want to go back. It's incredible. Everyone I'd much rather be in 99 or 104. Like, what? Are y'all stupid? Man, cold weather must do things to you people because y'all will never go back.
No. Gulf Coast Chevy, you'll go back there?
I will. Chris, we see you from the Woodlands. He wants to talk Astros. We'll get to the phone lines when we come back. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Talked to Craig DeSurf just the other day, and he just said, look, I mean, we got some really great offers, but for the vehicle that we want to get for you for this, for your lease, because my lease is coming up, we want to make sure that we get the best offers possible and the best specials possible that they call them programs, the different programs, and they come out each month. So I'm basically waiting a month to get that. And so I said, that's fine, man. Let's wait until we get it done. And that's the way they do things. They're honest with you. They tell you, look, we can get you a good deal right here, but we think we might be able to get you an even better deal if you wait a month. No problem. If you wait 2 months, wouldn't you like a dealership that looks out for you? And that's on top of some of the vehicles and some of the offers that they already have, because sometimes you get great deals and the time is right, but it's also an opportunity for you to get the most in dealer cash back, to take advantage of the red tag sales where you get additional money off. You get opportunities where you have a chance to get APR rates that are unbeatable. And right now, 0% APR on select popular Chevy models with the red tag special as well. This is a great opportunity to take advantage. You got 1.9% financing for 60 months right now on the Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, and you get $3,750 total cash allowance on top of that, and an extra $1,000 if you're a member at Costco. These are incredible savings. So if you're looking for the Chevy Silverado, now is the time. Get it before the end of the month. Take advantage of it with great people in Angleton, with unbelievable customer service, and with a selection that is here to stay. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
Welcome back here. I want to talk about the game coming up on Saturday. Oh, we talked about the Titans will be here. Maybe they'll want to go out and see some blue uniforms. Okay? Maybe they'll want to see H-Town wearing blue because that's what the Cougs are going to do on Saturday night. So if you're looking for a great time, this is the last home game of the season. Coach Willie Fritz is going to be joining us at the top of the hour. We got a couple of tickets to give away. This is going to be tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. Tickets start at just $15. Come early, be loud. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Houston Blue Rally Towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. And, of course, the team's going to be wearing blue. The final home game celebrating the seniors. It's senior day at the game and Houston Blue game. Show your Cougar pride. Support the team. Get your blue on. Tickets start at $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. All right, we're back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As I mentioned, Coach Willie Fritz going to be here. And I've been mentioning that you got to get your Damaris turkey. Let's go. Great place to watch games. The bar at on 18th Street and 610, right there at the 610 18th Street exit. It's a great place to watch your games, but it's also a great place to get your Cajun fried turkey on. It is the best turkey you'll ever have. Go to Damaris, DEMERIS.com, and order yours now.
Really good.
They
Co-sign
run
that.
out.
Co-sign
They're
that.
delicious. Yep.
And it comes with a shot of Ouzo.
Well, that's if you're at the house with
Yeah.
the family. But no, this is not that.
The Greeks put it on me. I will never forget I never forget going home. My wife's like, "What is wrong with you?" And I just said, "I just didn't know how the Greeks did it. I didn't know what Ouzo was. I didn't know I was going to have licorice, shots of licorice." It was a rough one. Let's get Chris in here. He wants to talk Astros. Chris in the Woodlands. Astros are a conversation because the Astros officially made an official offer to Alex Bregman. It's a mere formality because somebody else is going to go way, way over the top. And we don't know the numbers. So to be fair, we don't know the numbers, but we're still going to talk about it. The numbers will probably come out over the weekend. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, John, I'm not telling you to sit this question out, but I don't want to jeopardize your relationship with Jimmy Crane. So I'll direct this question to Lance Harden. Lance, when you think about Jim Crane, can you speak to the root of the issue and why he doesn't make better offers than he does? I don't know his net worth, so I don't want to speak to the tax brackets and all that stuff, but it just feels like you've made this consistent point. We go all the way back to Springer, and before that, he never makes realistic offers. And I just didn't know if the root of the issue is it just the fact that he can't get over that he's a rich businessman and the business aspect of the checks and balances, or just what's the root issue? And I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks for calling. First of all, did you hear him call me Lance Harden?
Yeah,
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
What a rude thing to say to a person who's in the Hall of Fame, by the way.
I would have called you Lance Embiid because he has issues showing up on
I
time,
heard
too.
you say Lance Embiid. You did say that. What do you mean you would have said that?
Oh,
you
I
said
did?
that. Yeah, you mentioned it out loud with your mouth.
I thought that was an inside voice in my head thing.
No, you said it. I heard it. I was turning left by that. I know exactly where I was when you said it. It's one of those moments. I was turning left by that school over here by the radio station. So he called me Lance Harden because I missed the segment. Big deal anyway. I don't think you know what I think it is? I just think it's a matter of Jim Crane. You really want to know the truth? It's a compliment. Jim Crane says this is the actual valuation we have on this player, and we're not going to pay a market valuation. We're not paying retail for somebody that we have had at wholesale. And I think it's just that. I don't think it's a slam to Jim Crane. I don't think it's because he's greedy. I don't think it's any of those things. I really honestly think, it's frustrating, but I think that at the root of it all, if you're honest about it and if you're being fair, I think they have valuations that they say this player is worth 5 years at $30 million. And they're probably right for the Astros if in a perfect world, if you don't factor in the market. But the market, the Astros operate different than the market. And the Astros say, if you fall within the Astro valuation and you're okay with it, you're going to get our money. If you don't, then we'll let the market have you. And you're going to the streets, and the streets can have you. So I think it's just that, John. I don't think it's anything salacious. I don't think it's anything negative to Jim Crane. I think he doesn't want
to do with how much money
he's not going to panic or do business. But I do think now he is conscious about any type of, luxury tax. I don't think there's no owners that love paying that. And Jim Crane is not paying a luxury tax.
All right. So
wait,
okay,
so
I know
is Alex Bregman for the streets? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Let the streets have you.
Let the streets have him. If he doesn't want to be an Astro, then he's
Bregman's for the streets.
Then then the streets now have him. And how's it worked out for all these other guys?
I mean, Carlos Correa's for the streets, and
you see how that works out.
Yeah. So that's the point right there. How does it work out? And I know you wanted me to sit this one out because I don't want to listen. I think there's nobody that's been better in a better baseball team, a better organization than the Houston Astros over the last decade. Period. Since Jim Crane was
the Dodgers.
The Astros have been better.
The Dodgers have the same amount of World Series.
But that bubble series doesn't count a full World Series.
They got 2020,
and they've won the division 11 out of 12 seasons.
Yeah, they're not. Have they been to the NLCS?
Who? They've won it 11 out of 12. That's pretty good.
Have they been to the
NLCS they don't have as many NLCSs.
No, they don't. Okay, they go. The Astros go further in the playoffs. They do.
It didn't happen this year, did it?
They just do. They just do, and have done it for the last decade. I said not last year.
I said
last decade.
Fine, okay, they're pretty similar, but go ahead.
The Astros have been the best organization in baseball. Period. So that's their business plan. When you look at the let's go over Shohei Ohtani work out. Is that big $700 million contract? Has that worked out?
Yes.
Jacob deGrom, has that worked out?
No.
Mike Trout?
No.
Steven Strasburg?
No. Some of these are hard nose. Any pitcher is a hard nose.
But is the Mike Trout thing or an Angels just they're terrible?
Well, he's been hurt a lot.
Okay,
he's been hurt a lot. Yeah,
he's been hurt a lot.
I think the Rendon thing I would point to more than the Trout thing.
Yeah, Rendon.
Well, I'm getting the Rendon. Don't worry. Lindor. No. Altuve.
Yes. But Altuve wasn't an 8-year deal.
No, but it's big money. Altuve's making $30 a year.
Yeah, but how much is total value of the contract?
Scherzer.
Not AV. Scherzer, no, actually.
No, absolutely not. Judge.
Not the new Scherzer. Yeah. Judge, yes.
Garrett Cole.
I'll say yes. I'll be fair and say yes.
Nolan Arenado.
No.
Carlos Correa.
No.
Justin Verlander.
Well, Carlos Correa, it was short, but once again, John, that's a short-term contract.
Carlos Correa? No, he's got a long-term contract.
How many years was it?
He's got options. No, he's got a no trade, and it's 8 years or 9 years.
Is it that long?
Yes, and
Hold
he's
on,
got
man.
the options of getting out of them, and they don't.
He's got every option.
Yeah, it's player options.
It was a
It's
6 year. It was a 6 year, $200 million deal. 33. I guess that's I guess that's 200. If you say 200 million, see, Altuve wasn't even 200 million a year.
151.
Yeah, so that's not. I don't even include him in the ones that you're talking about.
Well, but this is his third time that they've given him a contract, and he's going to go until he's 36.
But none of them turn into boat.
Old.
Yeah, none of them turn into boat anchors, John. And that's the point. Is
No,
a lot of
exactly.
these you're talking about
Anthony
are boat anchor
Rendon.
contracts.
Anthony Rendon.
Of course not.
Patrick Corbin.
No, actually, no. I thought it was
Corey Seager.
Yeah, Seager's fine.
No, he's been a good.
Yeah.
Giancarlo Stanton.
That's a tough one. I mean, I feel like it's
lately,
a no, but
it was a bust.
It was a bust for a while, but I feel like you just got to say that's the business cost in New York.
For the most part, and two of them are Astros contracts that have worked out. Two of them are Astros contracts. They made the right decisions on a couple of guys, even though they weren't like the 14-year deals, like the Tatis 14-year deal or the Harper 14-year deal. They're not. These are the highest paid players in the game. The Astros are one of the best teams. They make good decisions. They make really good decisions. And so to talk about Jim Crane in any other way than saying, we should be happy. We're not stuck with a Rendon contract or a Strasburg contract or a DeGrom contract.
Arenado is a yes, probably. Now that I look at it, it's probably a yes. I mean, it's better than
But they haven't won anything.
No, but I can't really. That's what I was working off of. But you can't, like, do you judge that on a contract? A player, if a player does what he's supposed to do, is it on him if your team doesn't win?
No, right. Yeah, it's not on him. No, Arenado's been fine. He's been good. He's a great defensive third baseman, and he's a good, really good hitter. Yes, Arenado's been fine. That's fine. But for the most part, those contracts, and we're not settled with one of them. Not one bad contract.
No.
Which is unusual for a team that's at the top of the league every year. I mean, look at those. Look at the teams and the horrible contracts that have been signed.
Well, I tell you,
the years.
It's almost impossible to do what the Astros have done, which is have the amount of players willing to take. And we're talking about good players. Altuve, Bregman at one point, although it wasn't a long extension, but Altuve and then and Jordan, and even Christian Javier, who he got paid early, and this is, it could turn into a disaster. Lance McCullers, not great, but it's by baseball standards, it's not crazy. Yeah, the Astros have been. I would say it's almost unheard of to have players like of the caliber of MVP caliber, like Altuve, and just two players, Altuve and Jordan, just to have two guys agree to what would be below market deals. Because Altuve, I'm not saying Altuve's poor with the money he's getting, but if you had put Altuve on the market, forget about it. Altuve would have got much more annual average because he's so clutch. He's, everything about Altuve. You've been pretty lucky to have a couple of players who've been willing to take lesser money. And it is crazy. And it's a conversation that I don't know that a lot of people have had about players, about Latin American players and the Cuban players, Venezuelan players, some Puerto Rican players, some will take early money, and it's very beneficial to the team. And some of these guys also, as you know, with Fernando Tatis, have been involved with that group that basically gives players money in advance in the minor leagues. They basically give you a loan, and they say, okay, now we get X percentage of your contract for the rest of your life. And Tatis got stuck with that, and he'll make a ton of money in his lifetime, but he's stuck with that.
Oh, well, Tatis signed a bad deal. His average salary is.
But it is a little different because you do have some Latin American players doing it. Japanese players are different. When they come in, they're getting big money right up front. You have, the players from America, standard American players. Once you get in with Scott Boras, like, it's pretty much, I don't care where you're from. Scott Boras ain't letting you take one of those deals, typically.
No.
How long is Altuve? Is Altuve a Boras guy?
I
feel like everybody is with the Astros now.
No, I don't think think Altuve is. No, I don't.
Have they gotten a sweetheart deal with the Boris guy before?
He might be.
I don't think when
forget.
Alex Bregman signed his first little extension, I'm not sure that Boris was with him back then.
I forget who. Yeah, Scott Boras is. It's his agent. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got the extension. He got the extension with Boras.
And it was good, and that was actually good money. It was
Yep.
fair. It was a pretty fair deal. He could have gotten longer on the market, but it was a pretty fair deal. But Jose Altuve is one of those guys that he's not trying to max the market.
Jose Altuve told him, "Get it done with the Astros."
He's a good person. Jose Altuve is a good person.
It's over 30 a year.
Yeah.
And it goes into Jose Altuve will be, 36, 37 when it's done. So that's a perfect contract.
When it's done, are we going to keep playing?
Well, when the money drops, he'll be 38.
Well, when this contract is done.
Yeah.
He's under contract until 2029. At age 37, he'll be making 32 and a half. At age 38, he'll be making 12 and a half. And at age 39, he'll be making 10.
Yeah, perfect. Now, that's a good deal.
That's
a good deal.
Career hits for Jose Altuve right now are at 2,232. We are going to be looking at a potential decision about signing a player who is of lesser quality because he's older for the idea of getting to 3,000.
All right, we'll get into that on the other side. But right now, we got to talk about Game Day Men's Health. Right now, I'm talking about how about this? There's a new one open. I'm telling you, in spring, we got a new one opened up, and they're going to be popping up all over the place. If you say, well, there's not one near me right now, don't worry. There will be one near you. Go get your lab tested absolutely free. Shifa has opened up hers. Her team has opened up yesterday, as a matter of fact. So if you're in the Spring Woodlands area, you got one right there. I think there's another one up there in the Woodlands as well. But they're opening up all over. It won't take any time at all for there to be 15, 20, 25 throughout the area. The program that they're on, what they're doing is different than everybody else. They've got labs in every Game Day Men's Health. They are evaluating you absolutely free. The other guys are charging up to $150 this month. There's Men's Tea has got a deal, $25 to find out if you can pay them more money. Are you kidding me? Game Day Men's Health says no. We'll give it to you absolutely free. We want to see what your numbers are, and let's get started on the treatment. Testosterone, peptides, ED solution, and a permanent ED solution. It is, and everything else. You want to be more fit. You want to be bigger. You want to be stronger. Whatever it is that you're looking for, Game Day Men's Health has a plan for you. Get to one location and let's go. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey guys, let's talk about Zadok Jewelers. Chance for you to enjoy yourself in a shopping experience. It's usually very hectic and stressful around Christmas time, really holiday season. Once we hit, and it starts earlier and earlier, but man, once you get past Thanksgiving, it's that mad dash, that mad rush. And you want to go into a jewelry store, you want to be able to enjoy yourself. It's spacious, it's beautiful, it's classy. Zadok Jewelers, run by the Zadok family. And this has been decades of and it goes actually really, really deep if you go through the family history like I was able to. But it's run by phenomenal people who have a great appreciation for customer service. And that's why they have so many people who are return customers, so many people who are full-time customers who stop in for any needs, whether it's watch repair, whether it's getting a brand new bracelet or earrings or that special gift for that special someone. You need to make it Zadok Jewelers. Go to the website and take a look at all the top names, all the top designers. They carry them all, and they even have an in-house staff of designers that can make incredible pieces that are inspired by whatever your mind can come up with. Take family heirlooms, melt them down, turn them into something modern and brand new. It's truly an amazing place to venture into. 28,000 square feet of excellence and some of the best pieces that you will see from a jewelry standpoint that you can imagine. Buy, sell, and trade luxury watches, all at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're already up against it for the next break. Thanks, Lance. So let's move on. Paul Feinbaum. Paul Feinbaum had this to say. He apparently has not been very impressed by the Hoosiers this season.
Oh, he hates everybody that's not in the SEC.
That's
Paul's
true.
his shtick is starting to piss me off a little bit.
Well, he's right though. I honestly,
I know it's what Josh. It's what Josh says too. Josh Pate.
Here's absolutely. I mean, and this is not.
So are you not impressed with John?
Just SEC.
It's not okay. Well, are you impressed? Is it about? Because Josh got into this yesterday. Is it about who you're playing? It's 100% about who you're playing. It's not about how you've played, because you beat the brakes off some teams. So they put a team in front of you and you knock the absolute stuffing out of them, and then you don't get credit for it because they're not as good as you want them to be. It's the same argument every SEC team has made since the beginning of time.
Right.
When they argue against other people.
Well, and here it is again. And now that we got a 12-team playoff, it's going to trickle down to the fourth and fifth best teams in the SEC versus the second and third best teams in every other conference. I fully expect them to get throttled on Saturday, Feinbaum said. The question you are going to hear all week is, if they lose badly, do they deserve to be in the playoff over a two-loss team? The answer is pretty obvious. They don't have any business being in there over a Georgia or Alabama or Ole Miss or a Tennessee. But that doesn't mean this stupid committee won't find room for them. I first of all,
are they one of the 12 best, John?
Can
you make an argument that a one-loss team is one of the 12 best? You absolutely can.
You absolutely can. Is it? Well, no, not. But it's
so
not
their whole season comes down to one game.
Hold on. It's not one of the 12 best. It's one of the 8 best because there's 4 automatics. Okay, and do they deserve it more? Will they deserve it more than Tennessee?
I don't believe in
or
automatics.
Georgia or Alabama or Ole Miss.
This is my problem. I don't believe in automatics. I believe in top 12.
Well,
we got to get to a meritocracy.
You cannot believe all you want, but there are automatics.
I don't know that it doesn't change.
Actually, there are 5 automatics because you got the group of 5 as well.
Do you want it to change?
You're actually talking about the top 7.
Do you want it to change?
7 wild card spots.
Because the SEC and the Big 12, the Big 10 can just take their ball and leave this whole thing. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So you want to keep giving spots to teams that they feel like don't deserve it. If you have a team from the Big 12 win, and I don't know what Big 12 team would win. I guess BYU, because Colorado has a viable case if they win.
Listen,
BYU,
if they're so freaking greedy that they can't give one spot to a Big 12 team, they can't give one spot to an ACC team, they can't give one spot to a group of 5 teams.
John, we're
then
here.
Go. Then you know what? Then
we're
leave.
here because of
if
greed.
you just want an SEC championship that decides, and you feel like that decides the national, and that's what they do. They feel that the SEC champion basically is the national champion. Then just go take your ball and go home.
They're going to.
But if you know what, if you can't play well with others and actually let all of those other conferences that are only getting one team in, then you know what? Screw you.
Why
Then
would
leave.
why would it stop? We're in this position. We're in this situation because of greed. The entire reason we're even having these discussions, and we have teams from the West Coast flying out, thousands and thousands of miles for their road opponent on a regular basis, is greed. The only reason, Texas and not Texas A&M necessarily, but Texas with the Big 12 network, that was greed.
Okay, I know.
The Longhorn network.
We understand
so that's
all
not
that.
changing.
Well, that's not. Well, but then go. Then go.
And that's what's going to.
SEC. Then go.
You're right. And
Big
that's
10,
not.
Big 10. You want to go?
Don't threaten them because they're going to do that.
Well, go ahead. Go.
They're going to. And you know what? It'll be left.
You can't even.
You don't speak for the Big 12 because they're crapping their pants financially. Because guess what? If those two conferences go, everyone else is in a lot of trouble financially.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So you just telling them, go. I guarantee you that's not what the people in those conferences are saying. They're like, hey, you don't speak for us, John.
Well, no, hell no. I know that. And, or the group of 5 because they're not going to have a shot. Or the ACC because they're not going to have a shot. They, you know what? If it's Big 10 and SEC want to just have their little conference tournaments,
right.
and then and that's what decides the national championship, then beat it. Beat it. We don't need you around here. Because how selfish and greedy are they that they can't give anyone else? I know they're the best. You know what? You're going to get 4 teams in. You're going to get 4 teams into this thing. Shut up.
Why don't you
That's
cap
enough.
it? Then why don't you cap it and say the most a team
I'm not going
conference
to
can
cap
have?
it if more teams deserve it. If 8 SEC teams deserve the spot, then 8 SEC teams deserve the spot.
No,
but you know what? If I don't believe, first of all, I think he's wrong. I think that they're not going to get boat raced by Ohio State. They're not. I think they're going to play tough, and I think Ohio State might be in for it on Saturday. If you want to know.
Okay,
the truth.
so your definition: if they lose by 10 to Ohio State, that's inside the number. What is the definition for Paul Feinbaum? Is it total score? Is it yards? Is it total yards versus yards allowed? Like, what's the definition? Because this is what I don't like. And look, the SEC to me is always the best football conference. I'm sorry. I respected how much talent there is. I think there should be as many good SEC teams getting in as possible. What I don't love, though, and Dell kind of referenced this yesterday with Kirby Smart, what I don't love is the SEC is given every advantage possible forever. They make the most money. The SEC acts like they're the queens and we're the sorry people. That's what they act like on a regular basis. And for Paul Feinbaum, who's been one of the de facto mouths of the SEC, is an absolute quote unquote surrogate, as they say. It just rubs me the wrong way that he's getting into other people's business. You've got Paul. The SEC's already got theirs. They've got their fiefdom. They've got their kingdom. They are going to get more attention, more money, and more consideration than anybody else ever. Why are you in Illinois? Why are you now in the Indiana business? And you said it right, John, because they expanded to 12. Guess what? If they expanded to 20, he'd be over there caping for Vanderbilt. Like, why the hell are we even considering Indiana over Vanderbilt, who has wins over 10, who have wins over, Alabama? They almost beat this team. They beat this team. I mean, it'd be the same thing with Paul Feinbaum. All he's going to do is just put a cape on for the SEC. Dude, y'all get everything. Shut up and let this Big Ten game be this Big Ten game. You stay in your SEC lane, Paul Feinbaum.
If you ask Paul Feinbaum whether he was a proponent of college football, he'd probably say yes. But then we listened to him. Indiana's one of the best stories in the country. And you're going to use your platform to tear down Indiana of all teams.
And he's preheating.
Yeah.
And he's preheating the argument right now against Indiana.
This isn't
He's not an SEC. He's not a college football
I said if you
proponent.
asked him,
he's
he
an
would.
SEC
I'm not saying what the reality is. I'm saying what he would say if you asked him. He would say, I love the game. I proponent the game. But really, Indiana is a great story. This isn't a big boy. This isn't Ohio State. This isn't Michigan, who hasn't played anyone who's having a great year. This is Indiana. And if you think you love the sport and that's what you're pushing, this isn't the way to go about it.
if Michigan had this easy schedule that Indiana had, he'd have no problem.
He
with it.
wouldn't, and that would be the time to actually go after a big boy. Go, Michigan really hasn't done enough because they're Michigan, and they could take the heat. But Indiana, this could be their year.
One of
their
12.
1 year.
Why are you sweating this?
This could be Indiana's 1 year. Leave it alone.
I don't care if Tennessee gets in. I really
don't either, actually.
Tennessee, they could have been so much better than they actually are. Tennessee their offense has been uninspiring for much of the year. They have a good defense, but I don't care. I don't care because if Tennessee if they beat Georgia last week, which they had their opportunities for, I mean, look at how close they got. I don't give them the benefit because the benefit of the doubt that you get is across the board on everything. The hard schedule is an argument, but you're right. At the very core of it, you ask him if he's a college football proponent, you'd say yes. And John, you're right too. The reality is he's not. He's an SEC honk. That's it. That's why I don't like him speaking on Big Ten business. You need to speak on SEC business, and you don't need to speak on Big Ten business.
How much was he in Michigan and Harbaugh's ass before? Oh, then he won the national championship.
Thank you. This kid, that's right. He preheats his arguments so that if something goes wrong, he's already wants it out there. Get the temperature up. So as soon as Indiana loses, let's get rid of those bums and let's get Tennessee in here. Rocky Top. Because he's afraid of how dangerous his people are in the SEC. Well, he's like, I don't need these people coming after and breaking this.
No, that's right. No, Paul, you're always right.
Hey, Paul, that's a good idea, Paul.
Paul.
You heard his show? We have. And Paul, I'm calling about, let's go to Tennessee Ted. What's up, Ted? Paul, I'm just so fired up and so mad. I can't believe Indiana with Larry Bird and them. They got a team in here. Bird and them don't deserve what we get in night. They don't deserve what we get. We have so much harder. We got to play Kirby and them. Then we got to play Nick and them. Like, well, he's gone. It's Kalen DeBoer now. I don't care who it is.
You are pathetic.
Daddy.
You owe us all an apology, and I want it.
That's what they're going to be saying on his show if Indiana gets in.
Oh, no, absolutely.
They're insane in the SEC.
No, they're idiots.
And, John, you've got family in
there.
Oh,
my God, you should see the family thread I have about LSU now. Speaking of which, Michigan took their after he posted, Michigan offered me $10.5 million, but I'm going to LSU. 2 days later, he's going to Michigan. 2 days later.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, did you see who's coaching Michigan? Connor Stallions, a Michigan man, started coaching him in the playoffs.
Kid.
He's coaching a kid, yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's coaching a kid, and all of a sudden, he's a Michigan man. We know, boy, from watching that documentary, he is all in for Michigan. And all of a sudden, this kid, like Connor Stallions is still putting in work for Michigan.
And he's still making Michigan great again.
Strong.
How about this?
That guy's strong. And now Michigan's getting ready to steal an offensive lineman, like a 5-star from Alabama. And they're getting ready to lift a bunch of players. You know who it is? It's basically the Barstool. It's two things. There's another guy who's worth $232 billion. So he's a big part of it. But Dave Portnoy, I think, is throwing $10 million in there.
Yep. Well, you got it. What does Daspit do? Could Daspit sue him?
No, Daspit's been involved in the NIL space himself. He's been helpful to local teams like the Cougs. He's helped out Longhorns. This is where he went to school. University of Texas, 2 undergraduate degrees. University of Houston Law School degree. John Daspit is for the people and from the streets. He hangs out with the streets. He knows he's in there in the muck and in the mud trying to help people who are being taken advantage of by the insurance companies. And it's a sad thing that happens when people who need their job security most, who need to, who don't have the money and sometimes don't even have the insurance to weather these terrible accidents that happen at the workplace. And that's why John Daspit fights for those people. He's going to passionately pursue justice for the injured. But it's not just, it's anybody who's injured, whether it's on the roadway, at the workplace, out offshore. There's been stuff on trains. There's been property loss. And go to the website at daspitlaw.com. You can see all the areas that they can help you in. But John Daspit is going to fight for you. He's going to get you the settlement that pays off all the medical bills. He's going to make sure you get to all your medical appointments that you need to, even if you don't have the insurance, because you need to make sure that you're okay if someone else is at fault here. I mean, my gosh. And the time you're going to miss from work, don't worry about it. John Daspit's got you covered on that front and your pain and suffering. He's going to make sure that it is worth something for you, because you're going to have to live with it sometimes on a permanent basis. So John Daspit wants to make sure that you are properly compensated for that. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, passionately pursuing justice for the injured, and he'll keep doing it for you at 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Quick one here. We're way behind. Ever since Lance got here late, we're way behind. I just heard that stay up to date on Paul's dating life. Did you hear that promo?
No.
You listen to Paul and Joe George, and apparently they have updates on Paul's dating life. Well, I don't think it was a dream. I don't know. I think I had a dream where Paul he did a Bachelor deal on the radio. How about that? What about that? Paul does a Bachelor a bachelor show on the radio where women call in and they get to date Paul, and then they talk about the date the next day on the radio show.
Would you have a problem with that?
No, I think that would be would be good radio.
Do you remember when our old bosses at 610 tried to come in and change everything, and then they said, "Oh, we're going to Guy Talk Radio." Like, we're already doing our a good radio show, and you guys are like, they couldn't get out of their own way. And then they did that show called The Stool. They like, let's do something where somebody sits on a stool and girls ask them questions, and we'll call it The Stool. Great idea.
Yeah.
It was a massive failure.
Well, but we're trying to get
this
Paul
is organic. Yeah, this
the
is
love
organic.
of his life.
Yeah, I met my wife.
We're not going to get him on ABC.
I met my wife at she was a listener. I met my wife, and I've been married for over
wife
2
at
decades.
the TV station.
Absolutely. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I asked Sam if she would want to do it. That was a hard no from her. She's like, absolutely not. I would never, ever,
date Paul?
Ever. No. Do it like a dating thing.
Oh.
And she's like, absolutely not.
Well,
I noticed that she won't be our little puppet, that we can't just activate her in ways that she wants. She seems
she would like to date Paul.
She seems to have a high self-esteem.
You don't know?
No, she doesn't want to date Paul.
You don't know.
I mean,
Abigail?
he does have a mustache.
He does have a mustache.
It's not a cowboy, though.
Nah, not a cowboy.
No,
and I told her yesterday, I said, Sam, do you know what happened on Beat the Warehouse Life guy? A guy called in, and he was an actual cowboy. She goes, oh, my God. She knew where it was going. And I said, and I asked if he had a mustache, which are...
He's got a beard.
And he said, full beard. She goes, he's probably 50. I said, well, he could die.
No, he's a young guy.
Oh, he is? I said, well, you never know. He
didn't sound 50. I'll just say that.
I said, he could die early. You just never know. She goes, I don't want
She wants to be a black widow?
I don't want my spouse to die early. What's wrong with you? I said, oh, that's right. She goes,
you kept the ranch.
She's like, I'm not going out with a 50-year-old. I said,
well, he's not 50. First of all, he's not that old. And secondly, you'd get the ranch if he dies.
How do you know? That's where I was going with it.
Right.
I'm going with it. Like, that's how we're thinking. We're thinking as pragmatists. And she's thinking about love. I want to love somebody and have them live. Oh, what a silly romantic notion that is.
That's
spouse
terrible.
Who lives. I was working off that old Anna Nicole model.
I want to go on the record and say I want my spouse to live.
Yeah, we're guys, of course.
Right.
Are there times, and Wendy, and you don't, like, there's no reason that, Wendy might as well keep you around. You're harmless. I got life insurance policy on me. I have some value dead.
Yeah. I don't have any value to Wendy.
Yeah. I have some value dead. I don't think I haven't thought about that.
Yeah, I don't have
Hey,
any
let's go
value.
hiking by this canyon. I don't know, Nick. This seems dangerous. You walk by the canyon side. Huh? I'm kind of, I fall down sometimes.
You do that to be chivalrous, so she's not in danger. That's what you do. Like when guys walk on the side closest to the road.
Here's the great thing.
Side.
I could fall off, and she wouldn't even have to push.
No.
Yeah.
She's
just taking her shot. She's not going to do anything.
You might fall off from the other side.
Put me in position.
Yeah, just to see what happens.
That's true, John. That's true. Just put me in position to injure myself.
Yeah, but you know what? In a court of law, they would say, you know him. You set that up.
But can it be proved?
Yeah, well.
As long as she didn't text anything or as long as she didn't search how to make your husband fall off a cliff.
All the judge has to do is call this radio show. And, Lance, if he's near, he'll fall down.
Oh, that's why I put things out there like that. I put this to protect myself. I put things out here in the public. So if Lance fell off a cliff, man, we're going to have to look into this. Because remember, he talked about that.
Right,
that's what I call life insurance policy. That's my life insurance policy. Make sure I live.
All right, why don't you talk a little? We got Willie Fritz coming up top of the hour.
Fritz Magic.
So we got a couple of breaks to get in. Let's get Allstate and siding and windows in.
Allstate windows and siding. You cold right now, could be leaky windows. Did you know if you have leaky windows, this is how all that dust gets in your home? This is why your home gets unusually cold or unusually humid whenever you have weather outside, because it's not sealed properly. And a leaky window, God forbid you get 2 leaky windows, forget about it. Your house is going to be a mess. Make sure you get windows that are double pane, double strength. Number one, it adds safety. These windows are made in the state of Texas. They're not made in China. They're not made with lesser materials. They're made with the right materials to withstand the treacherous weather that we get here. You know how excessive our weather can be. Well, the Texas-built windows account for that. And you can even get windows that are hurricane strength, that are going to be strong enough to withstand big hurricanes down near the coast. And of course, you can get windows that are strong enough to extend to protect you against the wind that you're going to face just on a normal basis in terms of the normal windows that they install, because they're really great. They're not going to allow leakage. They make your home look better. They add safety, security, and they lessen the amount of noise that are outside your home. And it just makes your home more energy efficient. Make sure that you get windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. Have them come out there and give you, a quote, but then tell them, oh yeah, I'm an ESPN 97.5 listener, and you get an even bigger discount. It's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com. That's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com.
HRP is what we're talking about now. Do it right. Do it right. Don't do your own payroll, okay? But maybe you're already with an admin company. Maybe you're with one of the big ones, big national ones. Are you getting the personalized service that you would get from a local company? I know we get personalized service here. And we've gone to their place, and they have the best crawfish boil ever, okay? If that's something that moves you, if you're Cajun, that'll move you. But you get to know the guys. You get to like the guys. It's not like you're just a number in a national company. Some of these companies are so big, admin companies, and they're just throwing stuff at you that will make them money as well. Not at HRP. HRP doesn't do benefits packages, okay? They give you options for the benefits, the insurance and the 401ks and all of that stuff. They give you the options for that, so you pick the best one for your company. HRP does your payroll. HRP does your HR, and they do your taxes. And you know what? And you get to know them, and you get that personalized service right here. You can call anytime. And I've called there before about a question about logging on, like Lance said, onto the website. So you're somebody that maybe isn't satisfied completely with your admin company. Go with ours. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, another quick segment here. Did you see Dion, after LSU lost its quarterback, Dion picked up I think the top quarterback, one of the top quarterbacks in the country anyway. And did you hear Travis Hunter? Travis Hunter thinks he can play. Travis Hunter has played over 500 offensive and defensive snaps.
It's a lot of snaps.
That's over 1,000 snaps.
Mm-hmm.
Well over 1,000 snaps.
Usually, only get to when I look at snap counts for every player I write up, and it's usually on the high side would be like 800 in a season.
Yeah,
that's on the high side. He's over 1,000.
Well over 1,000, and he's got a couple of games left. He plays almost every play. He thinks that he can do that in the NFL.
He's not. He can't think anything else because he hasn't played in the NFL.
Right.
He'll find out. Champ Bailey didn't do it. Dion tried it. He can take some snaps, but this cannot be a full-time thing. His body won't hold it. This dude's not a physical specimen. He's a skinny mini. He's not a physical specimen. You're not that guy. You can play you can play from a playing standpoint, from a talent standpoint, but you can't hold up physically that long in NFL. Travis, you're going to get hit by grown-ass men. You're going to be getting rocked by grown-ass men. You're going to have to tackle running backs that look like, an occasional Derrick Henry or Joe Mixon. He ain't built for this, for the two-way streets. Nobody is. And that dude's crazy talented, but it ain't about talent. It's about durability. You can't hold up.
Well, there is a fullback linebacker for the Chargers that's playing, but not even close to the number of snaps.
Who is that?
I forget.
Oh, I bet it's the guy who played at Coastal Carolina years ago, who played both sides. Let me look it up. I bet it's that guy. He played at Coastal Carolina. I'll bet you it's that guy, because he's somebody who played both sides of it.
Yeah, but he's not even close to the number of snaps. He gets.
Scott Matlock is a fullback too. He was only a defensive tackle in college.
Yeah,
that's got to be who you're talking about, because I saw him with a D tackle rep the other day, or DN rep, I should say. Yeah, he's a DN. Wow, I didn't know he was getting reps at both positions.
Yeah. Yep. So I mean, it's happening, but he's a lot bigger body than Travis Hunter.
He's not 178 or whatever.
No.
Now, Travis, I think, is in the low 180s, but and it's not a comment on his talent. It's just a comment on durability. You're asking your body to do so much, man. You're playing more games. You're playing more physically on both sides of the ball. It's just not like, you don't want to do that. You're going to shorten your own career. And I love that he wants to play both sides, but I think the big question is going to be, is he going to be a wide receiver or corner? Where does he have more value? Where is he at his best? Is he better as a receiver or corner? I'm already hearing people talk about, frankly, the corner value is pretty strong. But you look at contracts for wide receivers, Dion may tell him he has to be a wide receiver. You have to do what Dion says. You are not allowed. Dion's already said you're his son. The team doesn't get to tell Travis what Travis is doing. This is a Dion decision.
No, Dion is not making his decisions at
Are
the
you
NFL.
sure? Are you sure?
Well,
you're sure that Dion's going to say, listen, what's best for you is to play, this position, and then he tells any team that drafts him this is what he's doing. You don't think that could be a conversation?
Oh, it absolutely is.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I wasn't like, that's not a joke. It sounds like a joke. Dion will decide where he's going to play, and then you will go along with it, or you don't draft this guy. I wish that was a joke, but it's not really even a joke. And now that you're thinking about it, you realize, that probably is going to happen.
No, it is true. This is what you'll play, and that's all there is to it.
When we come back, we'll get some calls. Can we? Oh, no, Willie Fritz Magic is coming up.
Coming up in a couple
later
minutes.
on. I don't even know if we can play it. Did you guys happen to see the interaction with Jason Kelsey and the lunatic asking for the autograph? That guy was the biggest a-hole I've ever seen. Jason Kelsey, I don't know another human that would have handled that like Jason Kelsey. That's incredible. I don't know how. I don't know. I wouldn't have handled it like that.
We'll talk. We'll do that. We got 5-star coming up too, so we got a couple of interviews, but we'll have a segment to do that after that. But right now, we got Chastain Ford. I'm talking about a dealership that I really, really love. I really, really love what they do. I am a big fan of the Chastangs. I'm a big fan of what they're doing right now. We're coming towards the end of the year. They've got to get those Broncos off the lot. They got to get the Broncos sports off the lot. They got to get the F-150s off the lot. We're coming up on 2025. 2025s are coming in, and they need to make deals. This is a great time for you to pick up deals. You want to trade in your Jeep? You get $2,000 off on the Bronco. You want to trade in your Ram? You get $2,000 off of your F-150. You are getting benefits. And on top of that, you've got interest rates that are incredibly low, okay, on these new vehicles. You've got rebates on a lot of these things it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous right now. End of the year, great time to get to Chastang Ford. They're open tomorrow. So you got all day to go get on over there, shop, look at all of the cars. We went and shopped and did it was fantastic. Shopped a lot, looked at all of their inventory, picked up a used vehicle. That's what we went with JT, and it was the perfect vehicle for him. I don't know what you're in the market for, but I'll tell you this. There's one place to go. No add-ons, no markups. You'll love doing business at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, Chastang Ford.
Hey guys, getting rodeo ready is going to be a big deal, and that's why Republic Boot Company, we tell you guys about Republic Boot Company every year at about this time. You can walk in and experience Texas handmade heritage with the smell of leather, the sounds of Texas country music. You've got a complimentary ice cold beer or a bourbon. That's all right there. Who's ever had that shopping experience? And when we're talking about shopping, you can get right there off the shelf. You can get these 1836 boots that they have that can be custom fit to your particular foot. They have cowboy hats that they can custom fit to your head so it fits perfectly. This is all about custom fitting. It's all about comfort, but it's all about authentic, real Texas cowboy stuff. And John, as you know from being in there, it's almost impossible to do it justice unless you go to the website, for example, and go to republicbootcompany.com and watch the video that's playing and look at the entire interior, and you'll see exactly what we're talking about, that it's 100% true.
And you want to schedule an event there, coming up on the holiday season. You can do something special for your clients, schedule an event with live music, food, buy them some custom boots. That's a really, really, really good thing for your clients. It's all happening at 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights, just off 11th and Studewood, republicbootcompany.com. Tell them that you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, bringing in the head coach of the Houston Cougars, Willie Fritz, joining us once again here on the show to talk about the big game tomorrow. Coach, welcome back. Welcome back to the show. Tough trip to Arizona. You got to put that one behind you. Now you got Baylor coming up tomorrow night. Senior Day, Coach, it's a little different now, and especially since you're a first-year coach here, but Senior Day, there aren't a lot of seniors that are around for 4 or 5 years anymore, are there?
Oh, there's some. We got a few guys that've been here for quite some time, but you're right. It's one of the differences nowadays, and back in the old days where all the seniors were there either 4 or 5 years. You didn't have very many guys transferring and moving, and we got some guys that were originally junior college guys or maybe started in another university, but we've also got some guys that have been here for a long period of time. But really good group of young men. And, it's always difficult when a new coach comes in, a guy that you didn't sign up for, and they've all just been very, very easy to work with. And, I'm just so happy that I've gotten to know these guys over this last year.
Yeah. Willie Fritz with us here on ESPN 97. You mentioned junior college kids. Diego Pavia sued the NCAA to get more eligibility because he spent his first 2 years at the junior college level. He feels like he should be able to play 4 full years at the NCAA level. It didn't succeed. Would you like? I mean, a junior college guy, coach, should he have more opportunity to play more, or do you think the system is right the way it is?
Well, I'm an old JUCO guy. I was the head coach at Blaine Junior College for 4 years, and I was a D coordinator at a place called Coffeyville Community College for 4 years.
Kansas.
So that was never in the equation. No one ever talked about, how to get these years back. Now, I know prep school, sometimes, kids are able to, have that kind of in between their high school to college, but I don't know. I don't, but there's other people who make these rules up, and we'll see if it has any teeth to it. But I know we've gone along quite a few years with that, not having a problem doing it this way.
Yeah, I don't like it because what's happening. You talk to coaches, and they'll tell you this. I mean, the additional COVID year. So you were able to get an additional COVID year. Everyone who was in college by COVID, I had a lot of guys that I've written up draft-wise that had 6 years in college. Of course, you'll have guys who are taking advantage of the redshirt years and things like that. And it's really hurting the amount of scholarships that are given to high schoolers. You have, you're right. I mean, the older and older players, the more and more players are allowed to stay beyond the 4 years unnecessarily, the fewer the scholarships are for the 18-year-olds who are coming out of high school. So I know that's been an unnecessary or an unexpected problem with the transfer portal, is it's hurt high school recruiting and scholarships for players there as well, Coach.
Yeah, I heard a number from somebody, 29% of those high school kids were signed last year. I don't know if that's right or not, but no, I don't think that was ever the intent. And we've got, I think, 21 commitments right now. I think we got the most in the Big 12. And back 5 years ago, that would have been normal. Everybody would have been somewhere between 18 and 25 high school kids that you'd sign. So we're going to go ahead and keep that same formula. I think, bring guys in, develop them. At some point in time, you reward them based on the guys that develop and play the most for you. But I think that's a mistake. If something we need to fix, we need to make sure that the high school kids are number one recruit for all the universities at all levels, not just Division I, but D2 and D3 and every place. And so yeah, that's what we're going to do here in Houston.
Willie Fritz with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you think of the way that the Big 12 is shaken out this year, Coach? What's between Arizona State, Colorado, and BYU? As to and I think all three of those are pretty much surprises. Well, for the media, certainly they didn't have any of those teams getting up there. Well, what do you think the way that the Big 12 is shaken out this year?
Well, it's very, very competitive. The big difference between the conference I was in last year and this conference, everybody's pretty good. You don't bring your A game, you're going to get beat. We certainly didn't do that last week. Well coached. The lines, I think, are a lot different too. The O line and the D line in this conference. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to get into Power 4 football is the competition, and there certainly is a ton of competition in the Big 12. It's a really good league from top to bottom, and I think it's only going to get better too.
What did you think of? What did you see on Baylor on tape?
They've really come around the last 4 weeks, playing great on offense. A lot of good, skilled kids, big offensive line, quarterback, great decision maker, and they're going to run it too. You always worry about a guy who's very accurate throwing the ball, and knows how to go through his progressions, but he can also tuck it and take off and run, and true dual threat quarterback, and then defensively very athletic. They've done a good job recruiting over there for the last 4 or 5 years. However long Coach Lane has been there, and another area that they probably don't get the credit for is the kicking game. They had a great kickoff guy, did a good job, extra point field goal, great punt and kick returner, and fantastic punter. So they've really come around these last 4 weeks, and like I say every week, we got to play well. We got to, last week we didn't play well, and the whole game, in some phases, and then in others, maybe a quarter or two. We got to play good if we want to have the outcome that we've had in some games this season.
We've had this conversation about your team, Coach, about the improvement that was showed from maybe the first 3 weeks, and I think sometimes that's lost. That we had when I was doing my Joe Moore Award stuff, a coach ended up mentioning to our group, "Hey, you need to look at Baylor. No one's gotten better offensive line play from like the first 4 weeks to the next 4 weeks. Tremendous improvement." I think sometimes we lose sight of the fact that these are young players who are still developing, and good coaching can unlock a lot of better play as the season will roll along for a lot of these teams.
And it also happens when you're bringing kids in and that are portal guys.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get them to mesh and understand how you're doing things schematically, and you may be doing drills different than the last college they were at. So I think you're seeing beginning of the year maybe some teams that people thought were going to be pretty good. It took a little while for them to develop and mesh, and I think that's going to be something that's going to continue to keep going forward. The teams are going to develop throughout the course of the year because they got a lot of new players.
Willie Fritz with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, wearing the blue uniforms this week, the kids love, they care about uniforms. Is there any more excitement about that? I say that because you got a new facility coming in. Kids really, that's important. Uniforms are important to kids. All these different stuff. Maybe you're a little uptick because you're wearing something different this week.
I think it's important to the kids, but I think it's important to the people. I was at my radio show last night, and everybody was very, very excited about that. The new unis, and I know my wife has helped fund a couple of the stores around here, I guess, with getting the blue apparel for anybody who's coming to the ball game. So I think Houston's going to do pretty good off their apparel sales. I think everybody in the city of Houston is excited about it.
Absolutely. No, it's cool, isn't it? I mean, I know, Oregon started all this stuff with all of this, but you know what? You got to keep up with the Joneses. And how is the new facility? How's that helping you when you're talking to kids?
Oh, it's awesome. We have kids come in every home game, and we take them on a tour. I purposely had not gone through it for about 4 or 5 months, and on our bye week a couple of weeks ago, I took our staff through it, and it's going to be unbelievable. 160,000 square feet. And I had to put a pen and paper to it to figure out what that is. That's a little over 2.5 times football field of square footage in this facility. So everything is going to be about football. It's where we're going to eat, lift. We've got a washing room where they get all the stuff off their equipment. You kind of walk through an area where we'll get your body temperature back to where it needs to be. And, really nice locker room and meeting rooms and offices, and our academic center will be there. So it's going to be spectacular. We'll have, facilities will be on par with any school in the Big 12. So we're very, very excited about moving in there in July.
That's fun. That's going to be fun. That's Willie Fritz. Well, last home game of the year, Coach. We will talk to you again next week as you wrap it up. But you still got a chance, right? I mean, do you talk to them at all about getting to a bowl game?
No, I just talk about winning this game. That's what we need to worry about. We need to play well. We need to play well in all 3 phases. We've got to keep. We want to be around in the fourth quarter, and when we've done that, we've had some success, and we need to play well tomorrow. And a part of that's his preparation here these last 28, 29 hours.
That's it. Go get it, Coach. We appreciate
Thank
you.
you, guys.
And we will talk to you again.
Thanks, Coach.
Go Cougs. Go Cougs.
Go Cougs.
We'll talk to you again next week. That's Coach Willie Fritz every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hudell, we got some tickets to give away, huh? We got a pair of tickets to give away. I'll tell you what. Let's give away a pair of tickets to the game. 713 Go Cougs or uhcougers.com. We're going to give away towels to the first 20,000 fans. Get blue towels. You wear your blue and get on over there and support this team as its last home game of the season against Baylor. So let's do that with caller number 5 at 9:15. 9:15 exactly. Caller number 5 is going to get 2 tickets to the game to go see them Cougs. 713 Go Cougs or uhcougers.com. That's a little quick assist to the University of Houston.
Quick Assist happens to be a ticket sales company that are right here based in Houston. The owners are based in Houston. One of the owners is the guy who worked in Major League Baseball for years and understands the ticketing system has been fundamentally broken in many regards. And Quick Assist says, look, we've got a way to really help you. What we want to do is help the consumer. We want to give the consumer a chance to really be in control of the ticket sales without having to do anything. It's kind of a weird paradox where you get to sit it out and do very little and yet have more control than you've ever had, because you are now listing your tickets through Quick Assist. You get your you download Quick Assist, Quick ASYST. You download it, you upload your tickets that you have for your college football, basketball, pro basketball, NHL, baseball game. You're going to upload it, and then from there, they're going to list it on like all the ticket sites, all the major ticket sites. So you're listed across the entire spectrum of ticket sites. Millions of eyes are going to be available for your tickets, so you have a better chance of selling, and you sell at a better price because they have dynamic pricing, which will adjust ticket prices according to what the market's doing. So if the market is high on the supply side, low on the demand side, they're going to drop it, and they're going to get your tickets sold. If it's low on the supply side and high on the demand side, your ticket price is going to go up. You're going to make the most money you can on your tickets. So take control by letting Quick Assist do the work for you. It's Quick Assist. Download the app Quick Assist, ASYST, your ticket to anywhere.
All right, time to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. Time to talk about Robin and what they're doing over there. She was in with me on Monday, and we recorded some spots, and they're doing not only, I mean, it's incredible they are doing concrete now. So you got a patio, you got patio furniture, and you want to get that powder coated. Well, they can put in your patio. Okay, not only fix your furniture, but they can put in the patio as well. You're looking for the best way, my friends. All you need to do is get to Houston Powder Coaters. They're going to save that furniture. And oh, by the way, if you know your swimming pool, you're not in your pool now, right? Oh, you are in. Here's the deal: is you, my friends, are. This is a great time for you to send it to them. It could take a couple of months to get that stuff back, especially if you're a big company, HOA. Here's the deal: you're looking for the best way to get that patio furniture or that pool furniture looking great. Choose the Powder Coaters right now. 281-676-3888, 281-676-3888. They do everything. I mean, it's incredible the work that they do. They've done the bridges in Woodlands. They've done the tables at NRG Stadium, the Ferris wheel downtown. I mean, their work is all over the place. They're the best. You'll love them. They'll pick up and delivery absolutely free. So if you're looking for the best way to get that new metal, that furniture looking new again, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. It's 5-star at 9:30 now? Oh, he's now. 5 stars now, yeah. 5 stars here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, giving us winners.
Hey, by the way, I got to find out now. This is 5-star. Let's bring you in. Last week you were on the radio. You were 2-1 with the picks. It's like you've been 66% all year, basically. You're either I think you had 1, 1, and 2, maybe 2, 2 on the twos, but we've had multiple undefeated.
Only the first week.
Yeah.
Only the first week.
Only the first week. And we've had a ton of 2-1 since then. So let me ask you this. Do you get paid the same amount of American dollars when you had last week, when you told us to play Toronto plus 9.5 in the Grey Cup? And people say, Grey Cup, who cares? Plus 9.5. They won by 17 as a 9.5 point dog. You put us on, and we didn't know anything about the Grey Cup. And you said, hey, listen, Toronto's plus 9.5. Their quarterback had been injured, but this other one, or this guy came back after injury or whatever you had. All I remember is thinking, man, that's really good. This sounds like a W. Do you get paid the same amount of American dollars for playing the Grey Cup?
Yes,
okay.
It is.
So why would anyone complain? So here's my question. If my man tells you to go play this soccer match or a tennis match, just play. All the money is the same. You get paid the same. You don't have to play the most high-profile games where the line's always hammered out 5-star. That's what I love about guys like you who do this for a living. You're just trying to find soft lines and good spots no matter what the sport is.
Yeah, it's about finding the gems, man. There's plenty numbers out there you got to seek and find. It's the same thing like you buying stocks. You want to find the one at the best price, at the lowest price, with the most possible return. And that one was a really good one for the group and for the listeners with us giving out the 9.5. And then personally, I took the plus 400 too, because as I had told you, Winnipeg was kind of known for doing this, getting to the finals and losing it like the Buffalo of the Canadian Football League. But, man, if I give out a game, I've done a lot of research on it. It's a reason why.
5-star in Vegas with us this morning here, giving you winners once again. All right. Does it all come crashing down for Army this week?
Yes, they're finished. It's time for a reality check. They got their quarterback back who hurt us that time we gave out Army first half because they had some real, funny stuff going with him having an injury. I think he had a foot infection because a trainer had did something wrong, and they kind of kept it out the media, and no one knew until about 20 minutes before kickoff, maybe 30 minutes before kickoff, that he wasn't playing. So we got caught in a trap on this. He is back, but that doesn't make a difference because Notre Dame is playing really good. They're the 6th ranked total defense in the country. Also, they're 4th in yards allowed per play. Also, top 3 in every major passing defensive stat. And that's important because Army actually leads the nation in yards per game on passes because, as you know, with them running the ball so much, they get a lot of big plays when they do decide to pass because you have to hunker down and play that option. But the thing about Marcus Freeman, he does a really good job game planning for the option. They've already seen him once this year. They dominated Navy. And Georgia Tech is de facto option. They do run some option packages. They also had a really easy time stopping that offense. I think that Notre Dame is really hitting a new level. They've covered 6 straight games. After that debacle that they had against Northern Illinois, man, they've been really focused. And it seems like they're trying to blow everyone out. And I think that this is another situation where they have to use this as a statement. So we're going with Notre Dame first half -8 and game -14.
I will say this. They actually allowed a touchdown in the last 15 seconds of the game last week that was a non-cover for a lot of people because the number was higher. And Notre Dame basically blew them out the whole game. And Virginia got some just stupid, dumb fourth quarter touchdowns. Notre Dame had chances to kick field goals, score touchdowns, to literally put a stake in the heart. But your point is a good point. When you look at how Notre Dame, when you handicap how they've played, they've only gotten better. And offensively, they're putting major points on people. Like they're really, and then defensively, like Notre Dame is very quietly becoming a dangerous playoff team. If you really look at how they're playing.
Definitely. Yeah, Riley Leonard is stepping it up. I already knew he could play, but he was more of a runner than passer. He's starting to hit some chunk plays in the pass game. It's helping him a lot, and he's always dangerous with his feet. Really good running game also over there last for Notre Dame. They're 6th in the country in yards per average on rushes.
All right. So Notre Dame, it's a big spread, 14, but it is against Army. We'll see if Army plays well. Then they might have an argument to get into the playoff. Notre Dame definitely does. Then we'll go to the pros. A couple of pro games this week, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna go with Old Faithful. We're gonna go with Lambeau Field with Green Bay at home against the 49ers. I don't like anything going on at San Francisco since the beginning of the year. It's some stuff going on in the locker room. I don't know what it is, but it's starting to show on the field. Preseason on my show, The Waging World, I told everyone that I thought the 49ers probably wouldn't make the playoffs this year. A lot of people thought I was crazy, and I also took them to go under their win total. It's just too much, man. Too many years of McCaffrey, carrying the load. Brock Purdy's overrated. I've never thought he was a top 10 quarterback. You watch film like Lance and I do, you know there's a lot of throws on the field that he cannot make. And that's what hurts him. And also now he's dealing with a right shoulder injury. So he's not the guy that makes that offense go with McCaffrey kind of, he's back, but is he back? So I don't trust Brock Purdy in these conditions. He's already dealing with injuries, and he already doesn't have a strong arm. Also, as I said, just a bad season for the 49ers. Trent Williams came in late. He's banged up. Ayuk is out for the year. Before the season, he didn't even want to come back. I feel like Lynch should have traded him because, it's kind of like a relationship. When a girl's gone, she's gone. So I think they should have let him go. He was already talking about other teams that he wanted to go to, and it kind of set up a bad season for them. I think it continues now. Green Bay's in a position where they have to win this game if they're going to stay in the playoffs because they're in one of the toughest, probably the toughest division in the whole NFL, with Detroit on top of the league with the best record, and then right behind them, Minnesota. So the Packers could not give away any games. One thing that we have going in our favor in this one is that the Packers have won 7 of their past 8 home games against the 49ers. They're 22-11 in Green Bay all time against the 49ers. And also, remember last year, they had the 49ers beat in the playoffs. And what happened? They gave away the game in the fourth quarter, so I think they'll be really motivated. Give me Green Bay -3.
Green Bay -3, Notre Dame -14, and now Monday Night Football, the Har Bowl.
Yes. Yeah, man, this is another revenge factor. If we know it or not, Jim and John are competitive guys. I think Jim's the better coach, but John got the better of Jim when it mattered the most, and that was in the Super Bowl. I don't think Jim has let that go. The Chargers are quietly one of those teams, kind of like how we talk about Notre Dame. They're good defensively. They're solid. They're beating people in front of them, and nobody's paying attention to them because you know how the Chargers are. They've always been a team that pretty much has a little small fan base that follows them and not really a national brand. But I like their defense. Their defense still is allowing the least points in the whole NFL. And what people don't realize about this game, people think about Baltimore and they think automatically, Baltimore defense and Lamar. Not this year, it's just Lamar. And their defensive backfield struggles against the pass inside that stadium in L.A., which is a really quick turf. I think that Herbert is able to do some damage against that backfield. And I think that late, the Chargers are able to actually pull this one out money line. I think the Ravens are a little overrated. The offense, don't get me wrong, was unbelievable. We know that Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson are really good, but they're not as good as a team as people think they are. Zach Orr is still learning how to be the defensive coordinator over there. So I like the Chargers with the points on this one at home on a standalone on Monday night. A lot of money is going to be on Baltimore. So give me San Diego Chargers +3 at home.
You know, it is interesting because the home field we know is not a great home field for the Chargers. It hasn't been with any fan base that's come in. Lamar Jackson spawns a lot of fans who are Lamar fans and by proxy Ravens fans who live across the country. So the home field is not typically as good. However, you know, the Chargers know who they are. That's one thing you can say about Jim Harbaugh. Man, when he was at Michigan and now when he's with the Chargers, he says, this is who we're going to beat. This is our philosophy. This is our identity. And there's no denying it. Like, there's no getting around. When you play them, they play a certain way. They play true to that, and they never trick it off because they typically, if you're going to beat them, you're a better team than them, but you're probably going to get a pretty good effort every time out.
Yeah, always. And if you remember earlier, how I kind of based this game is on, if you remember when the Chargers and the Steelers played early in the year, it was a real slugfest. And it showed me that physically on the line, they can play with anyone. I think that Harbaugh takes a lot of that stuff that he's been seeing Mike Tomlin do against Lamar this weekend. You know, slow him down enough. Lamar had a horrible game against the Steelers, so I'm sure that he played completely better on Monday night, standalone game. But even with that said, I just like the Chargers in that spot, man. I know that on a Monday night game like that, the whole world, as you said, are Lamar fans, so it's going to be a lot of tickets on them. I'm going to be contrary.
That's 5-Star in Vegas, at 5-Star in Vegas. You can follow him on Twitter, see if he can't. He gives out winners there. What about the podcast? How's that going?
Everything's going great on that, man. You guys, I'm on YouTube. It's the Wagering World. You can just Google the Wagering World, man. It'll come up anywhere. We're on all types of different outlets, man, but we do the broadcast on as far as in the show and the visual on YouTube. That's every Wednesday and Friday, man, and I really appreciate you guys for helping me get everything started with that.
That's great. That is great. All right, so there it is. Find that as well. So that's 5-Star in Vegas every week right here, giving you winners on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks, 5-Star. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week.
Okay, talk to you guys next week.
All right, there's 5-Star in Vegas right here every week on ESPN.
He's been really good this year.
Yeah,
I got a guy who I know who's like 5-Star, because 5-Star had a rough one last year. You know, it happens. You have good years, you have bad years. And he had a rough one with us last year. He had a great one with us the first year. Then he had a rough one last year. And he's having another great one this year. And I told that dude, this guy's like, he was using, like, he was going over, it's a thing where this group goes over like 10 games a week. And you have to make point spread picks. And then you have to put your confidence on, 1 through 10. And I told him, I was talking to this group and I said, hey, like, this is a 5-Star game right here. And I remember it was, I think, Cal going to Miami. And there was a few of them. I said, hey guys, 5-Star's going to lose and 5-Star's not going to win it. And this guy's like, finally he started figuring out, what is 5-Star like this week? Yeah, exactly. If that game is on your sheet, one of those games is on your sheet, you probably should. The numbers tell you to go with what 5-Star's opinion is on that game. If one of the games that he picks happens to be on your little confidence pool sheet, go ahead and play it because he's having that kind of year.
Yep, absolutely. All right, I got to talk right now about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you go and sell your car. All right, there's GMTV. That's Give Me the Vin. GMTVCC.com now as well. Classic and collector's cars. So if you have one of those, man, oh man, find out what it's worth. John Clay Wolf pays ridiculous amounts of money. And by the way, John Clay Wolf also will probably keep that as opposed to sell it at auction. It depends. But here's the deal. You're looking for the best way to get rid of that whatever car it is. It doesn't have to be a classic or a collector item. It could be just a regular vehicle. A regular vehicle like I got for Frank. I sold him from Frankie's. Frankie's vehicle wasn't regular. It was beat up. And John Clay Wolf gave me the top dollar for it. He gave me top dollar, and John Clay Wolf will give you top dollar. It's what he does every single day. You can hear his show tomorrow right here on ESPN. He does it over the radio. You could call him on the radio, and get a quote for what your vehicle is worth. Or you can just go to the website. Very easy. Takes about 15 minutes to find out what your vehicle is worth. GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the only place to sell your vehicle. GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our last segment of the week. Del, have we missed anything?
He's putting his headphones on.
Bregman, we talked about early. We haven't talked much about Texans.
We really haven't. Good news is Kamar Laster is maybe I'm
back.
taking this game for granted too much, but Kamar Laster's back. That's good. Folofo Tukasi did not. Let's see, who were the guys who didn't practice yesterday? Was Will Anderson out again?
No, Will Anderson had limited practice participation.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Limited is good. Limited's not bad. No practice participation is bad. And it's a death knell if they don't practice today. Folu is out. Blake Fisher was out. When I say out, they didn't practice yesterday.
Concussion.
And then there was a third guy who didn't participate yesterday either. Blake Fisher, Folu Fatukasi, and
Danico Autry.
And Danico Autry. That was the other one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Folu and Danico, it's not ideal to lose those guys.
No.
But you do have some depth up front, though.
Yep. You get Will Anderson back. Yeah, you're playing well up, and the defensive front is playing really well. But you've also got issues with their defensive front. That's the thing that scares me most about this game is the Titans front against the Texans offensive line. And it's specifically Jeffrey Simmons, and how you're gonna keep him out of CJ's face.
Can we have a weekly segment
the key to this game
that's called What Scares John before games, where you go over what's scaring you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have Michael Carroll create and then you tell us what scares you. You legitimately should be scared of Jeffrey Simmons. That's a legitimate fear factor player. And you got to remember, this is a great thing that Kamari Lassiter's back, because you're going to need him against Will Levis, because Levis is going to throw the ball any old place, and you need to have your guys there to catch it and then run it back for touchdowns. So it's important to be healthy with Will Levis throwing the ball to you, because at any point you could be his receiver. So you need to have your starters out there to catch those interceptions.
You absolutely need to have them out there to catch your interceptions. You need Kamari Lassiter. No, you're better with Kamari Lassiter, that's for sure. Yeah. Did you see, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was 33rd Team or who named them the best duo.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, of any cornerback combination.
I like it.
Yeah. All right, Dell, do you have the Jason Kelce video?
The 3-minute 25?
We can't play it all. He'd have to cut it. He'd have to bleep out so much.
You can pick it up somewhere.
Where do you want me to pick it up?
Pick it
where
up
they don't cuss.
Oh, okay.
Did you watch the whole thing yet?
No, I didn't have time to watch the whole thing.
I have watched the whole thing. So here's to set it up, and then Dell will just play the whole thing as a tyrant and just bleep it out, just dump button the whole thing.
That's a good idea.
So Jason Kelce was on Jimmy Kimmel's show, and there's always autograph seekers. So they go out of a building and you go get into your car service if you're a guest. And so apparently there's these autograph seekers who are there who get autographs from stars all the time, because they know when. And a lot of times these autograph people are sometimes not awesome people. They just get your autograph and then they get it put on something and then they just use it to make money off your name. They make money on your name, image, and likeness, basically. So the autograph hounds, I don't know, John. I think that a lot of them are pretty low class. If it's one thing to get it on cool stuff, but if your whole thing is just you want to get somebody's autograph because you're just trying to make money on it, I don't really have any care for you. Like, you don't really count to me. You're just trying to benefit from somebody else's name. Like, take a picture with them and all. If you really like somebody, be cool. If it's a financial play, then people don't have any. You don't need them coming over and signing your stuff. Well, Jason Kelce apparently said no. And where the video picks up is this guy starts yell. Jason Kelce's like, I'm not signing. I want to go out to the car and get out of here. And this guy starts screaming at Kelce, starts cussing at him, starts calling him all these names. And Jason Kelce, to his credit, he's being cool with everyone in this whole party is being cool with everything. They're not yelling back at him. And Dave Portnoy and some other people got really mad at Kelce for what he did here. And I will tell you what he did. He ended up, after being berated, he's like, and everybody in his party said, well, it was him and some other guy said, hey, he's just not signing. He's not being an a-hole. He's not being a jerk. He just wants to get going. He's just not going to sign today, which is his right to do. And they kept going. This guy kept MFing him. And I mean, it was really bad stuff. Did you hear all of it, John?
I did not.
It is nasty, nasty, nasty stuff. And Kelce gets out of his car. He goes, good, let's go. Let's get it on. I'll put my glass down. Like, he thought Jason Kelce was coming to fight. Jason came over to this fence and said, hey, I'm just coming over here. Listen, I just didn't want to I'm not trying to get into it with you. I'm not trying to be a jerk or an a-hole. I'm just not signing today. I just got done with that. I'm tired. I want to get back. And, basically this guy who had yelled at, finally Jason says, listen, and the guy's yelling. He goes, can I just sign? I just want to sign. I'm coming over here. I just want to sign it now. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, he handled it with so much grace, and it really makes these guys look even worse.
Well, after the last one, I think Jason Kelce said, I'm not going to lose my cool. I'm not going to say anything that I'm going to regret.
You know what? I didn't even think about that fact. Yeah. He didn't want to lose his cool twice in a row, but I felt bad for him. And of course, Portnoy and other people were like, I lost so much respect. He looks like such a pea here. He just, he should have got in the car and he should have yelled at that. Like, Jason wanted to intentionally do the opposite, I think, to make the other guy look bad. And John, it was a what would Jason do moment. He took the J. He took the J and said, instead of this J, I'm going to put my name J in it. Jason, what would Jason do? And in that moment, he was very Christ-like. He went over and said, I forgive you, son. Let me
He
sign
was
that
very-
autograph
good
that you're
for
getting
him.
ready to flip for
No,
$50.
but he learned from the last time. He had to apologize. He said some things that he regretted and blah, blah, blah. So he kept his cool in this situation.
People treat him any kind of
See?
way, man. It's kind of crazy. You don't talk to offensive linemen like that, even though he is losing weight before our eyes. He is really out of the club.
Well, he's got
Yeah.
a late night show to get ready for.
Yeah.
That was
by the way,
announced.
he's picked up. Yeah, ESPN picked up. He's going to have a show like a Letterman type show at 1 a.m. on ESPN. I think midnight our time. And I don't know. We'll see. Man, the push for the Kelseys to be superheroes in America is really on. It really is on.
It's how would you how are you going to keep playing if you're Travis Kelce? You won Super Bowls. You got Taylor Swift. Like Travis Kelce has no, and he's getting ready to get millions. He's going to make more money as a podcaster than he will for his entire NFL career. I mean, you think this man's playing football next year? Are y'all crazy? He is not playing football next year.
He's about done. He's about done. He don't need that. He don't need that in his life.
For
anymore.
what? For who?
And one thing we missed this week was UConn basketball. That he took over as the all-time winner in women's college basketball.
Oh, Gino?
Yeah, Gino Auriemma.
Yeah.
I
was shocked that he wasn't already there. I was shocked to find out he wasn't already the number. That Gino's been coaching for an eternity.
Yeah, no, the Stanford coach did it just last year, right?
Was that
Or
what it
the year
was
before?
last year?
Was it last year or the year before? The Stanford coach took over as the all-time winningest women's coach.
I wouldn't have.
And then
it.
Gino,
Was it Caitlin Clark? Because if Caitlin's not the all-time winningest coach, and I don't know,
She doesn't coach, so how could she be that?
Well, then I wouldn't know. If it wasn't Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't know what happened.
Well, Caitlin Clark has decided not to play in Unrivaled. That news broke. I think you're talking about Tyra.
Oh, is that the 3-on-3?
Yeah, Vanderveer. She retired after last season.
Yeah,
for Stanford.
Yeah. So wait a minute. Caitlin said she was going to play.
They showed it on ESPN on.com that she's not going to play.
Wow. That is a blow to that league. Holy crap. They're going to hate her now again. All those women that are going to be playing in this 3-on-3, they're going to hate Caitlin Clark.
Why? Don't suck her from the teat. If you don't want her playing and you think she's all this and that, then don't worry about it when she doesn't play.
No, they wanted her
They
want
want to see
she
you.
was going to get accepted by the cool kids, but now she's not going to get accepted by the cool kids.
Because she's not putting bread in their pocket? Come on.
Yeah. He passed Tara Vanderveer, who passed Pat Summitt just a year or 2 years ago. Whatever.
Pat Summitt, the great Pat Summitt, was on our radio show one time.
Yep. And
Do you remember
scared.
that?
I was
know.
scared,
It was
too.
a scary moment.
It was a scary moment.
Caitlin's on tour. She ain't got time for that. She's going to things. She's going to be part of a new ownership group in the WNS or the NSWL. Is that what it's called?
You don't have time for your teammates.
How about a rookie?
NWSL.
Hold on. A rookie WNBA player is going to be a part owner of a
Fevers
women's
Clark
soccer
joined
team.
Cincinnati's NWSL expansion bid. Yes.
But she just does not have that kind of money.
She's got a name. That's what they're
She's
looking
got
for.
a name. That's what it is, yeah.
Well, she got some NIL money now.
Yeah, she has some, but not like ownership money, not like real money.
Well, it's
and she played the sport in high school, right? So she's a soccer player as well. So yeah.
No, but it's smart to get her her name on stuff.
Absolutely. Well, Mahomes owns the team in Kansas City, right?
That's real bread right there, baby.
Yeah, that is.
Well, his wife does, I think.
No, his wife. That's why.
Yeah.
His wife does.
Yeah, his wife owns that.
Well, 50-50.
Well, yeah, no, she owns it, Lance. She deserves it.
I know.
And not
I'm
just
saying.
and by the way, it's not Patrick Mahomes' wife. We have to refer to her by her actual name.
It's Brittany Mahomes.
Brittany Mahomes.
Hey, John.
Oh, she's Patrick Mahomes.
Haven't you learned the lesson, John?
Haven't you learned a lesson when Channel 13 said J.J. Watt's wife?
And he took issue with it.
And he tried to tell you how to keep his name out of
his wife?
She has
a
name.
different wife?
She's an
JJ
Olympian.
put all of y'all on blast.
She's
it was
an Olympian,
hilarious.
a great
JJ
athlete.
said, "Shut up, Granado."
Wife?
He told you.
He said, "Shut up, John Granado."
Don't refer to her as my wife, like my property.
She's her own
got
person.
a name, and she's accomplished her own things as well.
Yeah.
Well, Patrick, it's Patrick Mahomes'
Brittany
wife.
Mahomes, best friend of Taylor Swift.
They might have. Although I have
Brittany
not seen them
Mahomes
hanging out in the booth together. Like
Brittany Mahomes is a Trumpster.
Yeah, that's
so I'm not
that's
sure.
the joke. But yeah, they're still hanging out a little, but not.
I didn't
as
see
much.
her in the booth. In the suite, she was next to her own mom. She wasn't. I didn't see them dancing and swaying together. Now,
well, apparently, Patrick and the Chiefs made a trip to Buffalo. Obviously, they went to Buffalo and they hung a Kermit the Frog with Patrick Mahomes' fake wig on the frog in effigy, and Taylor Swift wasn't thrilled. Apparently, that was a report. She couldn't believe that was going on. They just had a small Kermit the Frog doll, and we know what he sounds like. And they put a Mahomes jersey on it and hung it from a tree. And she was like, "What?" So she's still at least a little tight with the Mahomeses.
Yeah. All right. That's that segment right there. And we got News of the Weird coming your way to finish up the week strong right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, we got a little
underdog fantasy. I'm going to be making a little post. You're going to see a video. My girl Sam's going to help me put a video out today on Twitter, and it's because I want everyone to play. I'm just giving winners like constantly with Underdog Fantasy. When people ask me, I'm going higher or lower. This is what you do. You go to Underdog Fantasy. First of all, you download the app. Really easy to use app. I've been with them for I think 4 years now, and they've made the interface better and better and better. There's more incentives for you to make money, profit boosters. You see these all the time, in-game profit boosts. The other day I had a profit boost of 75%. It was a special promo they had. They surprise you like that all the time. You have picks where you have discounted statistics, where you're going to go higher on discounted statistic, makes it easier to win. And then you even have games, or you have plays every once in a while, a player who has like a 0.5, and you have to go just higher in 0.5, which is a free winner. So you have all these things going on. They've made it easier to win now than ever before. They've got a flex option, which basically grants you insurance. If you hit 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5, it's a chance for you to still make money. And all you have to do is go look at your players, go look at the stats, and go find a stat that you like in a Rocket game or the Charlotte Hornets or the Texans or whoever it is. Go higher or lower on the player stats. And if you win real money, and you can win good money. Up to 1,000 times your original play is available through Underdog Fantasy. And when you use promo code Lance to sign up and make your first deposit, you could get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. But you must use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older also, and present to stay where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You know how the football season, I mean, we're late in the season now, right? And my bookie is still doubling your money on your initial deposit. It's amazing. It is amazing what they're doing. I mean, you don't, and listen, you don't have to be a big gambler. You don't have to know all kinds of stuff. It's really easy to navigate. If you're somebody that has been, maybe I'm a little bit scared, don't put in that much money. You know what? Put in some and see how you do. Don't kill yourself. Don't make the family go broke. You know what? It's just a fun way to play, win, and get paid. It's just a fun way to watch the games, have a little something on it. It just means more. It's like in my book, he's like the SEC. It means more. It just means more when you got a little something on it. So if you're looking for a great way to play, win, and get paid, you're looking for a great way to double your initial deposit, you got it. At mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Anything, anytime, anywhere. Live in-game betting, casino gambling, gambling on stuff that's not even sports related. It's incredible. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. First-class passenger on Delta was told, you're entitled to a seat, but not a tray table. So are you somebody that should have a tray table if you're in first class, Lance?
I would think that comes with it.
I think so, too.
Who told people this?
Delta. Their
premium. Doesn't every seat on a plane get?
Well, it was temporarily out of service, and the guy was like, hey, and they were like, tough toenails, okay? You're not getting a tray table today, sir. Okay. Well,
that's not the hill to die on.
No, that is not. A car dealer Christopher Schwartz pocketed a customer's $15,000 refund and then sent them pictures of poo. You see, this is what I'm talking about with car dealers. Okay.
That's terrible.
Yeah. He sent them a picture, a splattered toilet with poo all over it.
Ooh.
Okay. That's what he sent them after he pocketed it, apparently. Yeah.
Don't say that again.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my God.
That is gross. That's really
visuals.
Yeah, it was really, really gross. Right. So this is why you got to be careful in your car dealer and who you select.
Yeah, we all speak for car dealerships, and that is not part of the deal when you go to those.
I don't speak for you guys, car dealers, but I assume that you're correct. That I know all I can speak for is Craig DeSurface never sent a picture like that, and I assume your guys also.
The guys over at Monument, no, that is not something that they do.
A married father of two disappeared on August 12th. Well, it turns out this Wisconsin kayaker faked his own death and ended up in Uzbekistan.
Ooh.
If you're trying to get away from your family, do you have to go as far as Uzbekistan?
Well, I mean, how did he get found?
I don't know, but
did he post something on his Insta?
I don't know. But you know what? Throw your phone away. Throw everything away if you want to end up. Oh, no. He's doing a video.
I guess he just assumed that he wouldn't be found in Uzbekistan.
Yes, in Uzbekistan.
Don't tell me he got caught because he posted himself somewhere.
He posted himself
somewhere.
What
a dumbass. How you faked your own death. How you can't stay off social media.
No.
You just I just got to let people know this life I'm living.
I mean, depending on how old he is, probably his entire adult life has been spent on social media. So can't get away from it. Can get away from your family, but not social media.
Speaking of getting away from everybody, an 80-year-old sole resident. He's the only person that lives on Canaros Island. He was gifted a donkey as a companion. I don't know if I'd give him a donkey.
Why not? If you're no. If you're by yourself on an island and
you're going to need a living thing to.
Yeah, no, why not? I think that's a good gift. That's not news of the weird. That's news of the nice.
Well, Del, is this somewhere where you would like to live?
Depends on what it looks like. Like if it's a nice place, I can still have Wi-Fi. Sure.
Wi-Fi?
I don't know.
A satellite dish?
Yeah, of course. I need some. I'm not just going to go there and sit in solitude, but if you give me some of the creature comforts of my regular life and I can get away from people, of course. Give me the donkey. I'll name him Donkey. and we'll have a great time.
Hell, that's enough, donkey.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I would name him Donkey, so I can do that bit over and over again.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
No,
how about
That'll Do Pig from Babe. It's not That'll Do Donkey. It's That'll Do Pig. That's from Babe.
Oh,
That'll do, donkey.
That'll do, donkey. Well, what did Eddie Murphy say to the donkey? Oh no, he was the donkey.
Eddie Murphy was the donkey. I don't know
no,
what
he
Mike
was
Myers
the donkey.
said. Mike Myers.
Well, what did Mike Myers say to the donkey?
I don't know. I don't
I
remember.
Is that the beginning of a joke?
I think he might have said that too.
I can always look it up while you're doing your next story.
I haven't
Well,
seen
we're
one
done.
of Shrek's forever.
We're done, so we can get to Dell's show on time right here and start the weekend right. I hope you enjoyed it.
There is a That'll Do Donkey thing from Shrek.
Yes,
there's That'll Do. They must have copied.
Yeah, they just
Babe.
took it from Babe.
Okay.
Yeah, That'll Do
Yeah,
Donkey.
that's
yeah,
called appropriating.
That'll
I'm
do donkey.
not gonna acknowledge that.
He just stole it. All right, we're done. Lance, you got to talk a little Vanderford. We will talk to you all again on Monday about this big Texans-Titans game. That'll be Monday morning right here. Dell and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Vanderford Air, get your air conditioning game up. If your air conditioner is not working the way it should, and some of you are saying, air conditioner, Lance, is cold. Come on. You don't think your air conditioner is going to be on at any point the rest of this month or tomorrow? I mean, or next month. You know it's going to be there. And now's the perfect time for you to get your AC looked at. In fact, now's the perfect time for you to get your AC completely exchanged. Get a brand new energy efficient unit. It's going to lower your bills. But more importantly, these different AC units that they're putting in right now, they take out all the lines. So you get brand new lines, brand new, everything's clean. Everything's clean with with the different vents, and then you get a new unit that is going to be specifically selected for the size of your home and what type of home. You have a ranch style home, you have 2-story home. Vanderford takes all this into account. They do full heat checks in every or temperature checks called heat loads in every individual room. They're going to get you right. They can finance your purchase and they will make it work for you so that you finally have an air conditioner that is cooling you the way that you should be cooled and that's more energy efficient. It's Vanderford Air, a name you can trust. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
Welcome into the show. And going into last night, I didn't think Browns Steelers had a lot of juice. Like, for the first quarter and a half, it felt exactly like the game I expected. Low scoring, not a lot of offense. One team who is awful, and the other team is good, at least with a great record, who has some flaws. But then the snow happened, and I don't want to be a sheep because normally I like to play contrarian. Well, not even play it. It's just kind of my personality. I didn't want to be the person who agrees with everyone, at least most people on Twitter, and like, you know what? I love a snow game. But when it's two teams that I don't care that much about and the weather doesn't affect how my team's going to perform, give me snow. We all remember, at least if you played Madden, snow games were fun. You throw on the weather, you hope for heavy snow, and you go at it. I like what happened yesterday. I know there are some people who believe every stadium should have a dome or a retractable roof. I say to those people, what do you have against fun? Like, I get it if your team is involved and your team is being limited by the weather, and now the odds are evened. If you have a better team, the weather has brought the other team closer to your team. I get not wanting bad weather to be in play, but if you don't root for the Steelers or the Browns, why do you care how bad the weather is? Go out there and watch Jameis Winston, squinting his eyes to see if he can throw a football. That's the same Jameis I remember at Florida State. If you remember Jameis from Florida State, every time he looked to the sideline, it looked like he couldn't see. And yeah, he had vision issues, and he was always squinting.
But he got LASIK.
But the difference now is the snow
blindness.
The snow and the wind was in his eyes when he was going a certain direction. Like, that's the Jameis I remember. I won't say the good old days because he did some things. But yeah, the Jameis, the Heisman Trophy winner, the national champion. That's the Jameis that we saw yesterday as far as the squinting. And he played big down late as the Browns took a lead late. Nick Chubb's touchdown run, they eventually go on to win the game. And I like the snow because it brought this quote from George Pickens. George Pickens is my favorite NFL player for guys who I don't care if they're successful or not. Just as far as the energy that George Pickens brings to a game, he couldn't be anything but messy last night. He had the final confrontation with Greg Newsome on the Hail Mary, where they both were more concerned with winning the physical battle as opposed to getting to the football. The final play of the game was an incomplete Hail Mary as the Browns held on, and George Pickens wound up almost in the stands, nearly got into a fight. And we have some sound from him where he talks about the game itself. And I like this energy because you just lost, and I'm sure you can't stand the Browns, and you lost to what was a 2-8 football team. So you're not going to just leave without getting your piece. And here's George Pickens after the game discussing the game itself.
What do you guys try to take away from this loss? What's the message, in the locker room?
Just keep grinding. Like I said, conditions played a huge part in today's game. I don't really think the Cleveland Browns are a good team at all. I think the conditions kind of saved them today.
He did go on to blame the refs as well. He said the away refs helped the Browns win. I appreciate the pettiness. And he's right. The Browns aren't a good football team, but typically once a team beats you, minutes after the game, you don't come out and say how not good they are. That's just not how it works. But I appreciate George Pickens not being like everyone else. The Browns suck. The Browns are bad, and acknowledging they're bad after they beat you isn't the way football likes to do things, or any team sports like to do things. But he ain't wrong. And the Browns are salty on their side too. I didn't remember this, but last season when I believe Myles Garrett won Defensive Player of the Year, his numbers weren't as good. At least counting numbers weren't as good as TJ Watt. Then TJ Watt pretty much wrote, I think, on Twitter, typical when Myles Garrett won. And Myles Garrett, remember, so much so that in their first matchup after the game, by the way, a game where Myles Garrett dominated, he had 3 sacks in that first half. He was unblockable. It was just a terror in that game. He remembered TJ Watt. He remembered what he wrote. And here's Myles Garrett after the game talking about the difference between the two.
I mean, we spoke of the coin toss, but that's about it. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for all the guys over there, and the edge rushers in the league. But I'm number one. And that's from edge defender 1, edge 1 to defensive player of the year. I'm the guy. So that runs through me. There's no other person being defended as I am or schemed or planned against like I am. So this goes to show, you can throw that out the window. I'm gonna find a way.
Myles Garrett, last night after the game. I ain't looking at Browns games on a week-to-week basis. Why would I punish myself with that? But if he believes that and that's true, I appreciate letting TJ Watt know, because JJ jumped on too. Obviously, the brothers thought that TJ should have won that award. Myles Garrett was like, nah, that belongs to me, and it still runs through me. Myles Garrett, after the 3 sacks last night, now has 10. TJ Watt has 7.5 on the year. And in a game, as I said, that didn't have much as far as juice, at least in my eyes, going in, it provided all the juice I needed for a Thursday night. There was no Rockets on. They'll be back in action tonight against the Blazers. Obviously, the Texans-Titans is on Sunday. We did have a great college football game as far as the ending, but thank you, NFL. I mean, I don't thank you guys enough. I don't thank the NFL enough for what they provide for me, mostly because, for the most part, their product isn't great. It just, I got to be honest, there's a lot of bad football being played. But last night, good football, bad football, whatever you want to call it. Give me that. Give me weather. Who's on? Oh, next Thursday's Thanksgiving. We got 3 of them. We're gonna have the Cowboys. Unfortunately, they won't open the roof if it's bad weather.
To be fair, that's for safety reasons.
Now it's for safety reasons. Yes, they had to close it for the Monday night game because of safety issues, and then bolt a loose, piece of metal to the rest of the stadium to keep it from falling after that initial piece fell. We've got Lions, and then the night game, I believe, is
Dolphins.
So we might get bad weather there. I looked at the weather. It'll be cold. Well,
in Miami? Yeah.
No, it's in Green Bay.
Oh.
It'll be cold, but snow isn't in the forecast. But you'll just see guys seeing their own breath when they breathe. So that looks like the best we can get as far as bad weather on a Thursday night. I just need Thursday nights from now on, because they're typically not great matchups.
Yeah.
Make sure they're in northern cities.
Entertain me a little.
Outside, or just find a way to entertain me. Some goofy things happening to get me through the 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to dance around watching Fitzpatrick and Whitworth. Give me something entertaining on the field. And we got that last night.
Yeah. If you're not going to deliver a good game, give me a
weather
game.
Event.
A decent game that has visible snow for the entire second half.
And there wasn't enough wind to, there was some going one way, but it wasn't enough to completely derail trying to play offense. But the weather was something where it was an element that had to be worked around, and the Browns did a good enough job doing it. And Jameis Winston, who was at his best before and after the game, nice win by Jameis. He was excited to play. He talked about that before, being able to play for the Cleveland Browns, and he said, you're not a Brown until you beat the Steelers. Now he's a Brown. What a thing to put on your resume. Now I'm a Brown. Like, you know what?
Yeah.
Take it. I don't ever want to be a Brown.
Heisman, number 1 overall pick.
National champion.
A
Brown. I'm officially a Brown because I beat the Steelers. Not exactly an accomplishment I would want to mark down on the resume, but he said, hey, he's proud to be there, happy to be there, and they get the win. And it muddies up the Steelers' chances. I mean, if we're talking about percentages, their percentages have dropped like about 30% or so. As far, probably a little less, maybe around 20% or so to win the division after losing that game. They still lead the division. For now, they have a tiebreaker against the Ravens. They will play the Ravens one more time. The Ravens have the Chargers on Monday night, so I can't imagine the Ravens being 7-5. That isn't something I would have considered, but it's a real possibility. They do have to go to LA against the Chargers team that is surprising people. So that's kind of the breakdown of what happened last night. We have news regarding Alex Bregman as far as the Astros are concerned. They did make an offer, a formal one, but because it's baseball, we don't know what it is, and we probably won't find out until there's an autopsy done, whether he's here or someplace else. We won't find out what that number is until everything's all said and done. I need better leaks. Where's the we talked about this before. There's no Shams. There's no, formerly Woj. There's none of that. There's no Schefter. There's no Rappaport. I need a number. I need to know who to blame if this doesn't go the way we want. Is Jim Crane too cheap, or is Alex Bregman asking for too much? The rumors of a potential ask for a Manny Machado type deal are out there, but I don't know what the actual costs will be. So I can't call him a money grubbing athlete quite yet, and I can't call Jim Crane a too cheap owner who won't spend on his team quite yet. I need an official number. We will see if that comes out. We will get to some Texan stuff, particularly Matt Burke. He spoke yesterday. He talked about Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter had a big second half for that Texans team against that bad Cowboys offensive line. So we'll hear from him on that and how that came about. We'll also find out, since it's Titans week and there's not a lot to talk about with the Titans other than please block Jeffrey Simmons. Apparently, one of their ex-coaches is a chaos agent. I'll tell that story. He doesn't like the ownership as much as most of us here don't. We will get to that as well. We do, I believe, still have tickets for the Cougs versus Baylor. So we'll have a pair of tickets if you want to go see the Cougs versus Baylor. And of course, you want to get in, you can 713-780-3776. And it's Friday. So we're going to hear from Michael Carroll. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch as we get closer and closer to Thanksgiving. So I don't know if Michael will join us next week because we will be out on Friday. So maybe he'll kind of set you up about what you should be watching for the next couple weekends as well. So we're just getting started here. Sean and I will do some college football stuff as well. And we will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Something just popped up that I want to ask you about, Sean. See if you agree with this. It's about Jalen Green. This comes from Danny Chow of The Ringer. He says if Jalen Green wants to fully maximize what he can be, he needs to change the way he plays. Look, we make the jokes about the shooting and the tour dates he puts up, but I had not seen this before, and it kind of strikes a chord of being true. So he says this: part of the growing process will be stripping away the notions of his game that no longer serve him. Green finds himself tracing a lineage of volume scorers in the vein of Jamal Crawford and Zach LaVine, but he doesn't possess the handling wizardry of Crawford or the elite deep range consistency of LaVine. But he does have some of the most explosive downhill driving ability in the league. Best harness in an offense that can get him the ball against an already tilted defense. The sooner Green realizes his destiny as a play finisher rather than an initiator, the sooner he can actualize his considerable gifts on a Rockets team full of untapped potential. The thought of Jalen Green not being an initiator, but attacking defenses after they've already shifted seems right to me. He's not an exceptional shooter. He is a guy who can get his own shot, but those shots don't tend to go in as much as you'd like, although he's not actually a great off-the-catch shooter either right now. But as a slasher and attacker, attacking guys on closeouts, it's pretty dynamic. Most of his highlights right now, and most of his success, it feels like, is attacking the basket off those type of situations. I don't think what Danny Chow is saying is incorrect. Now, will Jalen Green be a person who says, you know what, I should play off the ball more? I'm someone who should be waiting for the defense to shift before I attack, a secondary initiator. I don't know. Because the best in the league, the guys who get most of the acclaim are those on-ball guys. And, of course, he's going to believe right now that's what he can be. So after hearing what Danny Chow wrote and watching Jalen Green over the better part of 3+ years now, what do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that night to night, the best source of offense is Alperen Şengün and playing off of him, especially in the Rockets lineup. So if you're gonna give the ball to your best player more, that means other guys are gonna play off the ball. I will say, and a guy who's as good of a passer as Alperen Şengün, you get Jalen Green cutting, you can really make some noise there. One thing is, though, will he be able to attack closeouts catching the ball when no one closes out on him because he's not a good shooter?
Yeah, when will that officially be something that teams do? like going under screens is one thing, but treating him like a non-threat until he proves otherwise. Like, he's going to take those shots. So it looks bad if you don't close out hard and he knocks down an open jumper. But is Jalen Green shooting so poorly that he needs to prove that he can knock down shots off the catch?
Yeah, that's a little bit of like a lot of where you are in the NBA right now is like actually just shooting it, just so you're telling the defense that you are a threat. There is value to that, where you don't want to like Ben Simmons yourself, where now you're just not guarded out there. So that there's some level of that of like you just need to be guarded. That's why Min Thompson will shoot him. It's just
you have to.
Sometimes you're so open that in the NBA you just have to shoot.
You have to make people believe you're willing to take and eventually make those shots.
And Jalen Green is like way over that.
Yeah, he's definitely willing to take them.
Yeah, he's like 5 shots per game before having to worry about that. But yeah, I mean, I don't see how you can see the fall off. Not even the fall off, really, of Jalen Green. Just he hasn't been able to sustain what he did the first month of the season, or not even month, in October.
Yeah, the first 2 games against the Spurs,
2 weeks of the season. So, I mean, he's shooting 26% from 3 in the month of November. That's 11 games. He was shooting 40 in the 5 games in October. So, yeah, this is more kind of in line with or not really in line. It's a little bit worse. It's regression, but his overall numbers are basically what he's been as of late. So I think we're kind of just back to our pre-March evaluation. Although he is better at the other stuff, that is something where he's not complete zero out
No.
there when the shot isn't falling like he was for a lot of last year.
Yeah, he has been able to contribute in other ways. I mean, at some point, you just have to get in line with what the guys on defense are doing. You can't be the one guy that gets picked on. You have to. It's just a culture thing at this point where everybody's digging in. Alprin's been a better defender, and of course, we know about the Terra Twins. Everyone wants to get after it. You can't. You will stand out if you don't try to get after it on defense with this Rockets team, and they'll be back in action tonight against those Portland Trailblazers. So I don't think we are in for a dramatic shift in the way he plays right now. I think just a young player isn't going to be someone who accepts that the way he's played his entire life is going to need to change to be a better player. But there's some truth into what's been written, and we will see. We will see if Jalen Green exceeds being someone who's more of a secondary option and a guy who isn't an initiator. And that'll come to when he becomes more efficient with the ball in his hand. So just something to take a look at over the course of the year as the Rockets. I wouldn't even call it a problem as far as Jalen Green is concerned, but they don't have many issues right now outside of maybe half court execution. That's why right now they are a game out in the West. Speaking of basketball last night in the Western Conference, shout out to AD missing a couple free throws late that could have given the Lakers a 4-point lead, 2-possession lead late, and then Franz Wagner comes down and knocks down a three on ball, step back three, knocks it down, and then AD misses a jumper that could have won the game. So not exactly a great final 30 seconds or so for Anthony Davis. It was a good game last night. If you had enough of sports, you're like, I'm going to bed. That one wasn't bad last night after the NFL game was off. So it's unfortunate to say, but the Lakers are pretty good. Pretty good.
They're good. They're good. I don't think they're really good. I don't think they're. I still want to see a little bit more before we throw contender at them. Just like I don't know, they're closing with Austin Reeves, Dalton Connect.
It doesn't make you think that team can get a lot of stops.
Yeah.
I know they have AD and obviously elder LeBron, and when he wants to try, he can get after it a little bit defensively. But even there used to be a point where he would take like possessions off, and that's why he was bad. Now he's just not capable, even when he does try. But yeah, they have some guys that will get attacked in closing lineups.
Just like they went offense for defense a little bit for the last Franz shot, and the matchup that they wanted on Franz Wagner from the entire team, they could pick anyone. They picked Cam Reddish.
Yeah.
That's where you're like, oh, this is still a little bit of the last couple of years Lakers here, where there's only so many buttons you can push,
and there's a drop off.
Yeah,
as far as
the roster just isn't good.
Yeah, it's not.
They have 3 good players.
Yeah, they don't have like
2.5 really,
and they don't have a lot of guys where you can say that guy doesn't suck. Like you have obviously a Hall of Famer, you have another potential Hall of Famer in AD, you have a rookie you're depending on Austin Reeves, but the rest is like. And D'Lo, whatever. The shot's not going down. It's not. He's not a plus.
You get to Hachimura really fast.
Yeah. So they're 1.5 games back after the loss. Not that it matters so much, but the Rockets now 3rd in the Western Conference behind the Thunder and the Warriors. So yeah, if we're comparing teams in the West right now, as far as 1 through 8 or so, the Lakers. If we just use those top 4, the Lakers, as far as depth of roster. Falling behind the rest of those guys. I would think, although you look at the Warriors and player for player, like, I'm not sure about that guy. What do they get to, like 4? Maybe 5?
Oh, of like, this is the guy?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you have this top end in Steph, but you look at Draymond, great defender, Kuminga, Wiggins, Pods.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd put Pods and Wiggins.
Yeah, so they're probably, and Kevon Looney definitely serves a purpose, and Gary Payton.
Oh, Buddy Hield.
Buddy
Hield.
And DeAnthony Melton just got hurt, so
yeah.
They are deeper than the Lakers. And as I said, I think the Lakers fall. If we want to use the top 4 of the West right now as the contenders, put that in quotes.
Yeah,
the Lakers are the worst roster.
They're the pretender.
Yes, and of course the Wolves just dropped the game to Toronto. So who knew trading for Julius Randle wouldn't be a good idea?
PU, that's 10-seed business.
Yeah, why are we talking about them?
We don't deal with that.
Yeah, the Wolves
Yeah.
losing to the
Get out
Toronto
of the
Raptors.
play-in, then maybe we'll play.
I told you. I think I even talked about it yesterday. Toronto won't win a lot of games, but they're scrappy.
They're
Well,
feisty.
They won. They got one over the Wolves, who they had a great Rudy Gobert moment in the game where Julius Randle staring at him and he wouldn't throw him the basketball in the post, and Rudy's like, "I got a small on me, throw me the ball." Julius Randle wouldn't throw it to him, and then Rudy like casually strolled out of the paint and got a 3-second call, and Anthony was like, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing?" And then later in the game, after the game was pretty much in hand, Julius Randle did throw him the ball, and Rudy just dropped it. He just bobbled it. So, all right, I'll give you the ball now with like 5 seconds ago. So,
You know what? Let's give them time to figure this out.
it's only 15 games.
Yeah. Hey, the Heatles started like 8-10 or something. So.
8 and 9, I believe.
Yeah.
And
So,
the
hey.
ninth, I think the ninth game was the shoulder chuck. I think
My
that
favorite
was
game.
Yeah, the one you like to reference as.
Every time a coach does something wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like to think back to why can't some guy just shoulder chuck that coach like LeBron did to Spo?
Just do that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm in Thompson. Want more minutes?
And look what happened. He does that little shoulder bump and the Heat take off.
Yeah.
4
exactly.
years of finals
And-
after that bump.
So Chris Finch, watch your shoulder.
Who's the most likely guy to
Julius
do it to
Randle.
him? Yeah, probably.
Randall Edwards 1-2.
If we're talking about matching LeBron's, it would have to be Edwards.
Yes.
Edwards actually
Thematically,
it was LeBron's first year, and Wade was the centerpiece and had been with the team. So Edwards fits the Wade category. So it'd have to be Randall. I wish DiVincenzo would do it.
Nikhil Alexander-Walker.
Yeah.
Probably not Ingles.
No, Joe Ingles doesn't get off the floor. Doesn't get off the bench. How much time is he sitting in a chair?
Nasrid is a sleeper for this one.
Possibly. So that's kind of there wasn't a lot going on in the NBA just because they don't like to fight football. They don't have a lot of games on, but those were a couple last night. The Wolves, surprisingly not so great this year. And as Sean said, give them some time. They did make a big trade right before the season started. They have not gelled quite well. We'll see what they do. I think the Rockets may be playing them coming up here. Part of the Rockets step up in competition here. The Blazers are another scrappy team, but they do have 2 against them, and those should be wins. And I think they do have the Wolves coming up here in a little bit. Yeah.
In the cup.
Yeah, in the NBA Cup on Tuesday. It's a big game. The Wolves, who already are behind the Rockets as far as that concerned after their loss to the Blazers. So let's not give a game back.
No, take care of business tonight in the cup. And keep it moving.
Yeah. Jeff, I see you. You want to talk CJ Stroud? We'll get to you when we come back. Also, anyone else want to get in 713-780-3776. But first, let's talk about Prize Picks.
Yeah, Prize Picks. We're just talking about it's Cup night. It's best night to get in on a little NBA Moors, because if you think a team is going to win, or if you like a certain matchup for a player, well, it's a cup night. They're going to keep going to it. They have to do it for point differential reasons, so they're not going to pull their starters late, or if they are, it's going to be very late when they pull their starters. So, hey, maybe you like some Alperen Şengün more than 35.5 points, rebounds, assists. Maybe you think that we're haters of Jalen Green, even though we were pretty fair about it, and you like more than 19.5 points for Jalen Green. And what Prize Picks is doing right now, they're doing this something very nice for the holiday season. They're offering a special player projection for Tyreek Hill on his for the Dolphins and Packers Thanksgiving Day game. So next Thursday, his normal 69.5 receiving yard projection slashed to just half a yard. So if you think that Tyreek Hill can get 1 yard on Thanksgiving against a Packers team that just lost Zaire Alexander, or appears to have lost Zaire Alexander. So if you like that, you can get in, and you just need one more correct pick, and you can make some money on Prize Picks. Download Prize Picks today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Jeff here. He wants to talk about C.J. Stroud. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, I just had a question for you. I noticed, at least in my mind, I've been saying for a couple of weeks, texting you guys, why wouldn't CJ, if he's under such pressure, which I understand is the line, just take a couple steps back farther? And it seems like, I mean, it might be the opponent, maybe it was just me, but it seemed like he did a lot better, whether he's under center or under shotgun, just taking a couple extra steps back where he can see the field better. And he seemed like he played a lot better doing that. I don't know if you guys picked up on that, if it's just my opinion, but I mean, you can go back as far as you want. Obviously the shorter players go back with the farther probably you can see over the line. But in CJ's case, with the line being so bad, it seems like if he steps back a couple extra feet, he does a lot better. Did you guys notice that at all, or is that just me? I'll hang up and listen. And great show, guys.
Appreciate it, Jeff. I didn't notice that. I would tell you they tell quarterbacks, unless, as you mentioned, guys are a little shorter, they need to get away from the line. So it's part of their game, that you're changing the angle for the pass rusher and you're hurting your offensive line. That's why guys generally step up as opposed to fade back when they feel pressure, unless it's up the middle. The offensive line expects you to be at a certain point. So not all sacks are created equal. Some sacks are on the quarterback because they give the pass rusher an angle to them that the offensive line isn't expecting, particularly your tackles. But I didn't notice that against the Cowboys, so it'd be something I'd have to look at and see whether he did whether he did play further away from the line than normal. The offensive line as a whole played better against the Cowboys. They did not allow for their quarterback to be bothered as much as he had been up to that point this year. I mean, it has something to do with the change. There's no Kenyon Green anymore. They made the switch to move Patterson in and make him a center and switch Scruggs, who was a center, to guard. So they did switch some things up, and they were better against the Lions. They didn't run block well. That changed on Monday against the Cowboys. So hopefully they found their answer. And I don't know. I didn't notice the CJ playing further away from the line. It would be interesting to see if that was the case. I don't think the offensive line would appreciate it though. Not your tackles.
Yeah, they normally don't like it because then the rush can just take a different angle around them.
You get beat by speed more and around you, and they try to push you back past the quarterback. And if you're playing further away, it doesn't help. So, but hey, whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes for them to operate better than they have, we'll take it. And they get a challenge in Simmons on Sunday. One of the better interior pass rushers, just one of the better talents overall in the defensive line. And
Watch it. Myles Garrett's going to get mad at you.
I didn't say the best talent. I said one of the better talents. Careful. I didn't say he should win Defensive Player of the Year. I just said he's one of the better talent. I think Myles Garrett can acknowledge that other players are good, just not better than him. Okay. Right?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't want to.
I don't want to say what Myles Garrett can and cannot accept.
Okay, that's fine. Let's not project what I think he should accept. Mm-hmm. I don't want to upset.
He's a grown man. He can do whatever he wants.
That's right. I don't want to upset the Aggie when we're getting closer and closer to Aggies versus Longhorns.
Yeah. Oh, we're trying to book him for
for
next week.
We're not. We're not. I don't expect that to happen. But it's good that you mentioned that because on November 30th, the rivalry is renewed. A&M faces off against Texas at Kyle Field. You can stay tuned to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for extensive coverage of this historic game presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. You'll hear interviews with guests from both sides and spirited conversations from all our hosts. Also connect to our coverage on ESPN Houston YouTube channel and social media. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey, not from the Texas Rangers, the actual Texas Rangers, like Walker. Those Texas Rangers.
Wow.
I don't think Chuck Norris is involved, but I'm just trying to give you some context.
Yes.
Not the Ron Washington Texas Rangers. And Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Kick 'em and hook 'em. Thank you to Rebecca Creek Whiskey. That coverage will begin in earnest on Monday because it's a big week. But let's get through the games this Saturday first. Let's not look ahead, Rebecca Creek.
Yeah.
We've got games.
Got to lock in.
Yeah, we got games against Auburn and Kentucky, right?
Respectively, yes.
Yes, we got to lock in. So these games on Saturday, hopefully they go the way they should. And then we have a game where I guess win and you're in as far as the SEC title game is concerned.
Why don't we get interviews from both sides of the Texas-Kentucky rivalry? Why don't we do that?
Because no one can remember any time that they've ever played before. I'm not saying they have never.
They have played before.
But
A long time ago. But did you see this? Did you hear about this? This
probably
fun fact
not.
about Kentucky football?
Let me hear it.
The farthest west that Kentucky football has ever played is Austin, Texas.
Yeah, not a lot of, hey, you want to come out and play UCLA? I don't think, not a lot.
Arizona bowl game?
Not a lot of that.
They have bowl games in Arizona.
Yeah, but for SEC teams? I don't think so.
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah.
Maybe not a Fiesta Bowl or
Yeah, they've never
what
been.
was the other one? There's like a lower end one that played at the
where the Diamondbacks play. Yeah, I forgot what it's called. Wasn't Invesco, was it? I don't know what it's called, but I know what you're talking about. They've never been that. That's generally been a Big 12.
Yeah.
Pac-12 game for the most
normally
part?
it's a Big 12, Pac-12.
Yeah, so they're not sending Kentucky out to the West unless they happen to make a Rose Bowl, which has never happened. So
yeah, but it
is kind of a thing where Kentucky could never be welcomed in by one of the West Coast schools for a game. Do a home and home,
or just schedule a home and home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've never been able.
Played a home and home with UCLA twice.
Yes, but LSU is a brand that Kentucky isn't. Like Kentucky's played UCLA in basketball on the West Coast, but as far as their football team, I guess no one's looking for that for either school.
Play Washington State. I don't know.
Washington State's not looking for that. Kentucky doesn't want to go up to the Palouse.
No one wants to go up to the Palouse.
Tough. Oh, speaking of that, it's the Pac-12 championship game this weekend.
Yeah.
And you say, how could that be? Well, it's still a conference and only 2 teams playing it, and they have not played yet. So here it is. It won't. They should really have a logo. I don't think they will. It'll just be a home game for, who is it? Oregon State, maybe. But they should put the logo in the middle and call it the Pac-12 title game. In fact, just put it in Vegas like you used to. Just put the game in Vegas.
Yeah, you still have a contract.
Yeah, you still have a contract. Put the game in Vegas. Why not? Just to be, hey, I know you guys think this is funny. We kind of think it's funny, but let's do it. Yeah, the problem is who's going to show up to the game.
Yeah. Next year that they have a home and home. They play twice next season.
Why?
Because scheduling. Like
they needed to get the games.
Well, yeah, it's hard to schedule non-conference games in November.
True.
And so
that's very true.
So I think they play once in October, once in November.
That has happened with ACC schools where North Carolina and Wake Forest played a non-conference game.
Yeah.
But they didn't have a conference game to play. I don't think I've ever seen the NFL model for a college football season.
I like it. It's like a home leg and a road leg. And
yeah, who wins on the aggregate?
That's how they should do it. They should do an aggregate.
Yeah. For some reason, Oregon State gets run out of the building in their first game, and they have a turnaround the second.
Yeah. They're starting down 20-0.
Yeah, you got to put up. Yeah, you got to keep trying. Even if you're up 2 scores late, you got to score that last touchdown to win the series.
A road touchdown too.
Road touchdowns matter more.
Important road touchdown.
Of course, they always matter more. But that's an interesting thing. Sean bringing some factoids to the show. I did not know they're going to play twice.
I'm just full of random facts that no one asked about how far Kentucky has played and the Pac-12 next season.
You're this show's Tim Kirkjian for college football, though. We appreciate you.
No
quite a bit.
No problem. Big shoes. Well, not that big of shoes.
He's a relatively diminutive man. What you need to do is develop an impression. You won't be here next Monday, but when you're back after the Thanksgiving break.
Oregon State and Washington State.
Exactly.
They're so good.
This is what I'm talking about. If you're going to be our show's Tim Kirkjian, you need to develop the impression. Why
Kentucky has never played farther west than I-35.
It's funnier if you do it that way. It's much. The facts are fine, but now it's funny.
He almost got Muppetish there.
It's what we all do when we try to do the Kirkjian impression. Just how it is. All right. Not that we'll ever get back on track on this show, but we'll get to break here. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Can Tim Kirkjian speak for Monument Chevrolet? No, he can't. He won't. But I will, because Monument Chevrolet is family-owned, and they've been in business for 50 years. And what does that mean? They've been serving the community a long time and getting them great cars and getting them great deals. And that's very important to them. No hidden fees, no upcharges. So the price is always going to be the price. You're not going to work through a deal and then they go, oh, we forgot to mention this. That doesn't happen there. They're not pushy. They're friendly, and they want to get you in and out as quickly as possible. That means they know driving a new car is great, getting one is great, but the process, that can be a little painful. So they want to make it as easy for you as possible. So you can check out all they have to offer on monumentchevrolet.com and then head on out there, 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. You can check out their new cars like the Silverados or the Colorados, or maybe some of their pre-owned vehicles. And if you're a business owner, they have the 6th largest fleet in the country. So add to your fleet, or maybe you're just starting a business and you need just one vehicle that can take care of you there too. And remember this, their monthly deal is this. Monument Chevrolet, you go there, you get 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 cab 1500 crew cab rally sport truck with a 5.3 liter engine. And if you're looking for an electric vehicle, they have those too. You can choose an all-new electric vehicle with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Head on out there, check out the friendly staff, including Jonathan, who is their salesperson of the week. Remember, Chevy, together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We've got a special guest joining us. He probably should call in next week too to be our Texas representative as we get really in depth into Texas A&M. We can hear about his thoughts on the rivalry, his greatest moments, how much does he love Justin Tucker for what he did to end the rivalry, but now it's back. But I don't know if this is the direction he wants to go in this week. Raheel Ramzanali joins the show, host of Comicast. No, I was going to make a joke and call it CityCast, and then I went Comicast, but it's CityCast. Were you telling the truth when you said that someone saw you out and about and yelled City Cats?
Yes, absolutely, 100% true. I was at my daughter's volleyball tournament, and I'm walking to my car to go get something, and all of a sudden, some guy just yells at me, and he goes, "Hey, City Cats!"
Damn it, John.
At that moment, that's when I wanted to call the Texas Radio Hall of Fame and leak stories about John and Land, so they are thrown out of the Hall of Fame.
It wouldn't take much. I mean, we've got them. I mean, just I don't know if you could get someone to mine the group chat for information. It'd be over for them pretty quickly.
It would be the problem with leaking stuff about John and Lance is that we would also get in trouble because
that's not we. Don't we anything. Hey,
no,
don't snitch on me. Don't we?
You're part of it.
No, I'm always a voice of reason in that thing. Going, hey guys, should we be talking about this right now? But everyone shouts me down.
Sure.
No, I'm a hostage, not an accomplice.
You can leave that group chat anytime you want, but we'll add you back in.
Yeah, so there's no point. All right. So beyond the fact that you have people calling the name of your podcast the wrong thing when you're in public just hanging out with your family, what else did you want to talk about?
Okay, I have two things, and you tell me what you want me to talk about first.
Oh, okay.
I watched Gladiator 2 last night. I got caught into the hype, and I have a spoiler-free review. I don't want to step on Michael Carroll's toes, but I just have a spoiler-free review. And then the second one, the best sports topics to bring up at Thanksgiving that will guarantee a good argument/fight.
I think you've worked on the second one more, so let's go with the first. No, go ahead. Go ahead with your second topic. Best topics
I only
at
have
Thanksgiving.
A few. I wanted to workshop this with you.
Yeah.
That's what this show is for. It's to workshop my ideas.
Your thing. You want because you've got family coming in, right? You're going to be around your family, so you need to know what's going to work and what won't work. But you have to realize, I don't know how many. Your family's not like us. I mean, my job is to talk about sports. It wasn't the Kendrick reference, Shauna. You made a head nod. It wasn't the Kendrick reference, but we work. I'm in a bubble of sports. That's what I have to know. So I don't know if you can be as deep divey into your sports topics, but go ahead.
So one, I think the easiest one is you can always go back to this one. LeBron, MJ, right?
Oh.
Like just to get things going, just to warm things up, right?
Sure.
Like that's a good one, right? You go LeBron, MJ, then I'll step in, and of course I'll be like, well, what about Kobe? Let's look at Kobe's accolades and what he did.
Can't forget about the Mamba.
Players. Yeah, you can't. Mamba mentality. You can't forget about that. So that's an easy one to lather things up. And Sean, please, you can also workshop with us for our Houston friends and family. Maybe we do an Astrodome conversation next. What should we do with the Astrodome? It's basically what summer radio topics are best for conversation starting.
So have you considered best Houston athletes of all time?
Oh,
Mount Rushmore.
I like that.
Mount Rushmore of Houston athletes. I was trying to give him some separation so it could sound like he was being unique as opposed to doing the Mount Rushmore thing. But sure, the top 4 Houston athletes of all time, or you can do your sports figure in the wild story. Tell a story about when you met someone out and about. You can do that as well.
Yeah, but that one get like heated? I want heated.
Oh, you want over the mashed potatoes? You want a heated discussion?
Yeah, I kind of wanted like that episode of The Bear where the big fight breaks out.
Okay.
I want to just ruin Thanksgiving.
Okay, so you want to ruin your Thanksgiving. You think sports topics in your family can ruin Thanksgiving?
No, probably not mine. But, for the average listener,
Okay.
a white male, 35 to 54, who is, a diehard sports fan, probably for them.
And you don't want to use politics as your easy on-ramp into ruining Thanksgiving.
Hey, if you want to bring politics into sports, then you can definitely do that. But
should Christian Pulisic have danced like Trump? You could do that because that happened.
Oh, yeah. Man, where would you draft Barron Trump if you were an NBA team?
He's tall, he's gangly, but what's his dribble package like? I'm not sure.
Is he a stretch five?
Can he get up? Can he get his own shot? Can he be a rim protector? These are all things I need to know before I would draft him.
Man, I'm shocked he's not playing basketball, by the way.
I'm not.
I've seen the athleticism in that family doesn't seem too high. I'm not surprised.
That's true. That is true.
And rich people think like basketball and stuff is like for the poors.
Yeah, they don't need basketball to change their lives.
Yeah. Well, Barron's not playing basketball. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Sean, do you have any?
Well, Pete Rose just died. Going back to more old reliables. So Pete Rose,
should he be in the hall?
Whatever.
Posthumously. Yeah.
What do you think, Uncle Gary? By the way, pass the green bean casserole.
Well,
and then throw a fork at him.
I would say
if you're at the Rums and Ollie.
I would tell Uncle Gary keep that green bean casserole away from me. Is what I would tell him. Where are the yams, Uncle Gary? And the mac and cheese. Pass that.
I like that one. So yeah, I mean, I just wanted to bring that. Do you want my Gladiator 2 review real quickly?
I thought it was one or the other. Now okay, fine. Let's get to the other one.
It's a fake choice.
Yeah,
I'm just moving on. I just want to keep the show moving.
Thanks. I appreciate your interest in.
I got you.
Keeping the flow smooth.
What's our number? 713-439-1560.
Our number 713-439. No, now you're gonna get me to say something that's not right anymore. That's the old number. What did you want to say about Gladiator 2?
Have you seen it yet?
No, I probably will see it this week. Next week, during the matinee or something. When I get off of work.
Okay. I have a feeling it's going to be a really bad opening week for it.
Okay.
I went last night. Right, I told you I got caught up in the hype. I like Gladiator. It's a good movie. It's every guy likes it, right? It's a guy movie.
Sure.
Honor, respect, ethics,
revenge,
all that fighting, blood, all that. Yeah, sex, violence, all the good stuff, right?
Was there sex?
This one, I got caught up in the hype, and I went in, and I was like, oh man, it's gonna be sold out for sure. It's gonna be packed. There were 4 people there.
4 people.
It's gonna be a terrible box office. The opening weekend box office is gonna be bad.
That's disappointing. I mean, it doesn't affect me one way or the other, but I'm not locked in enough or hyped enough to go watch it opening weekend. But I did want to see it. Denzel has been on a rampage during the gauntlet, the junket. He has been saying a lot of things you don't expect Denzel Washington. You don't ever like to put on, he's old, so he can say whatever he wants thing. But Denzel's at that point where he's an older guy. He just says what he wants, and so his junket has been pretty cool. It's disappointing that the movie at least isn't living up to at least the hype I thought it had.
Yeah. I'll give you the only thing I will say about the movie is that you can absolutely wait to watch it at home and still get the same cinematic experience.
That's not good.
What I mean by that is that the CGI is not that good.
For the sharks and the rhino?
Yeah. It's not good. If you have a good sound system at home, you'll be fine. Just wait.
Oh.
It's not a game-changing. Gladiator 1 was game-changing. It looked awesome. It was a beautiful movie. The shots were really nice. The CGI for the time was great. I just feel like a Game of Thrones episode has better CGI than Gladiator 2.
Those are expensive episodes, but that's still rough. That's rough. So, performance-wise, who do you think was the best in the movie? Was it Paul Mescal? Was it Pedro?
Pascal.
Oh, Pedro was? Okay.
It was Pedro Pascal. The main character, the other guy, Mescal.
Yeah, Paul
right?
Mescal.
Paul Mescal. He kind of changed up his accent in the third act of the movie. That was kind of strange.
It's not great.
Yeah, but all of a sudden he became Roman in like 2 days. It was a strange thing. And then Denzel did like a Heath Ledger nod at one point. It was all over, man. It was all over. But I think people still like it. It's a fun movie, right? Again, it's a fun movie, but I think you can wait.
All right. We got one review. I'm not sure Michael Carroll has seen it yet. He may be seeing it this weekend. We'll find out. So we'll see if they're dueling reviews or he feels the same way you do. Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast. He uses this show, as you heard, to workshop some things. We got breaking news?
We do have breaking news.
Got breaking news.
What's the
and
news?
I'm glad Raheel's on for this.
Okay.
Kendrick Lamar has just dropped an album.
Oh!
At 11 o'clock. He dropped it 4 minutes ago.
4 minutes ago. Raheel?
For some reason.
Do you have your weekend plans changing now that Kendrick Lamar has his album out?
Whoa. Yeah, bye. Well, I need to go listen to this new album.
Okay. Thank you, Raheel.
Sorry, Del. So he just dropped a random album right now?
At 11 a.m.
Yes, at 11 o'clock.
On a Friday.
4 minutes ago.
Oh, wow. I mean, they are truly not like us, Del. They are truly not like us.
No, we're not like you.
Bye, Deli Bear.
Don't call me that.
Bye, Sean.
Raheel
Hook 'em
Ramzanali.
horn, Sean.
Yes,
Kentucky, Texas, the true rivalry in the SEC.
Got to take care of business.
Yeah. Don't get ahead of yourself.
This one means more.
Just because the Aggies
No,
are
I'm not. No, I mean this is a real rivalry game.
What's your
this game actually matters?
It does matter.
Kentucky, yeah.
What's your greatest memory from Texas, Kentucky? I think that says it all.
Julius Randle and Miles Turner going at it?
Sure. That's it. That's Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. He'll talk about way more important things there than he does here, I think. Yeah, he talks about what's going on in the city. That's more important. All right. Thanks to Raheel for that. Kentucky, Texas, A&M, Auburn. A lot of football to get to. We'll get to that when we come back. We will also hear from Matt Burke, your defensive coordinator, de facto. I mean, doesn't call the plays or anything, but he's out there helping out, and he has some thoughts on his interaction with Danielle Hunter this past Monday. Danielle Hunter, let me go to work, is what he told Matt Burke, and Danielle Hunter certainly did in that second half. So we'll get to that when we come back. I thought Sean was going to play the sounder for Daniel Jones being cut, but he has certain standards, and Daniel Jones being cut doesn't meet the standards of being breaking news. But that has happened. He asked for his release, and the Giants have granted it to him. So the hottest potential backup quarterback on the market is out there in Daniel Jones. If I'm Daniel Jones, I'm probably taking the rest of the year off. Reevaluate some things as far as where I can play. But if a team needed a backup quarterback or, hell, a spot starter, depending on the injury late in the year, if you were in a playoff chase, I ain't saying he's going to help you win. But, I mean, we just saw the Cowboys run out Cooper Rush. There are worse quarterbacks who will have to fill in the rest of the way than Daniel Jones. Whether that will appeal to him, who knows? We're still waiting for Ryan Tannehill to make a decision. He's like, yeah, I'm only going someplace where I can start with the chance to win. Now we're going into what, week 12 now? And he's still waiting for a spot, the perfect spot for Ryan Tannehill. Good luck with that, Ryan. People are looking for you.
I know. I like this whole same thing with Daniel Jones. Like, oh yeah, the guy who got demoted is now released. Oh my god.
Well, if he wanted to be a backup someplace, I mean, I would take him over a lot of guys. But as far as
system, Dale.
Okay.
Or they have Davis Mills who knows the system.
Not here. I didn't say here.
Well, do you think he's better than Davis Mills?
No.
Then what are we talking?
I'm not talking about here. I don't think he's better than Davis Mills when Davis Mills has been in the system for a couple of years. If Daniel Jones sat like Davis Mills has sat over the last couple of years, I think he'd be better.
Okay.
But if you want to, like, Brock Purdy's banged up. I think if he went to San Francisco, it'd be better than the guy they have as a backup.
I forgot who their backup was. I knew it at some point, but I forgot.
Yeah, so it's that. Not that he's going to come in and change the fortunes, but for a game or two, just a better chance to win. But I don't know if if he's looking for that. He may just want to hang out.
I would want to hang out.
Well, I mean, we can't speak to your motivation compared to a guy who's reached the level of the NFL.
Oh yeah, you're right.
They're different things.
Daniel Jones, man.
It's
different.
Brandon Allen, their backup.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I thought it was Kyle Allen.
I don't know where Kyle Allen is, but no, Brandon still has a job. I don't know what Kyle's doing right now. Let's get to this. Matt Burke yesterday spoke to the media. He was asked about, well, not necessarily asked, but he talked about Danielle Hunter and his performance, that big performance in the second half, and it came about because Danielle Hunter made a request. Here's Matt Burke on that request.
I did not. Yeah, he's a good player. He's a pretty unique rusher. Like I feel like we've talked about it. He is very cerebral and intentional with how he approaches rushing and practicing it and his moves and setting things up. And so I think this is sort of like starting to show. And I do feel like he'll always say to me, like, man, let me cook. And I think the more he kind of grows into the game, and, early in that game, we were probably like kind of probably chopping it up too much, doing a little too much gaming and trying to get things going, especially, the ball was coming out quick. And we kind of second half pulled back and kind of just try to isolate him and let him get some of those ops to kind of do what he does. So, there's definitely not things that we normally teach, but when you have a special player, you let him go do special things.
So, Coach, a little bit ago, you said Danielle Hunter said what?
Let him cook.
What did he ask you to do?
Let him cook now.
What?
Let him cook.
What are you saying?
I said let him cook.
Let him cook. I didn't know people use that in real life. Like that, the guy watching the video game, cool. I didn't know people had that as part of their actual vernacular, like using it. Let me get after it. I would expect that. Let me be me. Let me do me. But Danielle Hunter actually said, "Let me cook." It worked.
Let me at him, like
something. I got this guy. I got him. Stop running the games. Let me go one-on-one.
Coach, let me cook.
Yeah, but let me cook. Do you think that happened? Do you think Danielle Hunter actually said, "Let me cook"?
No. I imagine it was more like, "Let me F him up" or something, right?
Yeah, this guy can't block me. Something like that.
And Matt Burke sanitized it for years.
Have you ever said "Let me cook" in a real way? No.
No. What are you talking? Not even in like a kitchen aspect either.
Well, that's important. Is that time of the year? So you're not a fixing guy. You're not going to be part of the cooking.
I'm not going to
this
be
week.
waving people off saying, let me cook.
True. If someone wanted to take over responsibilities,
Hey.
here, take over. I don't care.
All right.
It's not. I'm not going to be on a viral video yelling at someone because they made the mac and cheese wrong.
Nope.
If you want to do it, you can do it.
I'll watch the Lions and Bears.
Yeah. I mean, I love some yams, but if you want to make them, you can make them.
Hey,
I'll probably make them for
do you.
myself.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going anywhere this Thanksgiving. It'll be, but if the yams aren't great, I'm going to be upset. So I always make myself some anyway. That's my thing. Yams and mac and cheese. If that ain't great, Thanksgiving's ruined.
Wow.
Yeah, the protein is fine. I mean, I've talked about turkey before. I could take or leave turkey, just like Notre Dame. But mac and cheese, yams, don't mess them up. A couple years ago, in Florida, we had like someone bring over mac and cheese and some type of sweet potato souffle. I was like, souffle? Man, if you don't get out of here with that, what are we doing?
I don't think the word souffle should be anywhere around.
No.
I don't think the Pilgrims had souffle.
They may not have had yams either, so I'm not going to hold that against that person.
Yeah.
But the souffle, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Sweet potato casserole can beat it too.
Really?
Give me the straight yams.
Wow.
Yeah, cut them up.
You your Tibbs rotation.
That's right.
You're not letting the bench in.
The yams get 43 minutes a night. That's what they do.
Okay.
Hey, Jalen Brunson. That's what I think about yams.
Yeah.
I don't care. Hey, we could be playing Detroit on a Wednesday, but the souffle's not coming in off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter.
And then what's it called? The turkey is like the OG Ananobi. Like, hey, I just need you to do the dirty work. All right.
Yeah. In fact, I just need you to sop up.
Yeah.
I'm just using you to shovel more yams into my mouth. That's
get some
all.
rebounds.
Yeah. I don't
get the ball back to Brunson. Let's keep it pushing.
Yeah. I mean, you're there just so protein exists. But this week is about carbs and cheese. Yeah, sure. I have some turkey. Thanksgiving.
You're not a big green bean casserole.
No.
Sweet potato casserole.
No. I don't want casserole. Oh, I don't like casseroles.
Okay. Deviled eggs?
No.
I only asked that because I knew you.
What kind of
no
effing question is that, Sean? Deviled eggs. What do we do? Look, I know people like them. It's just not for me.
I'll have a couple. I think it's because I only have them like
that. Well, that is
year.
Part of my.
So I'll have a couple.
That is part of my thing. Like, if I had the energy for it, I would make because I don't want to dice up sweet potatoes week by week. So that's why I don't make them all the time. But if I had the energy for it, I would eat sweet potato or yams all the time. Deviled eggs, if it's only for holidays, then it's overrated. Mm-hmm. If you're not going, hey, man, it's Wednesday, I want some deviled eggs. If you're not doing that, beat it. It's not good. It's not that good.
It isn't that good.
Yeah, that's my standard. If you wouldn't do it, if you wouldn't make it on a Wednesday in February, then you can't talk about how great it is. You can say you like them, but it can't be that great. Mm-hmm. Like, pizza isn't segmented into a 1 time a year, 2 time a year thing. There's a reason for that. Food rant over. We'll get Michael Carroll in here at 11:30. We'll ask him about movies, not necessarily food.
I might ask him about deviled eggs.
See what he says.
Maybe off the air.
You think he's a deviled eggs guy? Do you know a lot of deviled eggs people who are like in on deviled eggs and love them?
No.
Or are they always, they happen to be there, so
yeah. I was gonna say I don't know if we have stands out there. I don't know if
deviled eggs muse.
I don't know if that's a. I don't know if they're arguing about the usage rate of
deviled eggs.
Well,
it's pretty low considering when
it is low.
The only time we ever see them is on holidays. It's pretty low.
Could they be a breakout candidate?
But how efficient are deviled eggs?
Yeah, a couple more reps.
Yeah, deviled eggs stop taking mid-range jumpers.
Yeah, Jalen Warren goes down. Now all of a sudden, deviled eggs #1 spot.
How does deviled eggs handle pressure on third downs? Are they one of the best in the league?
I don't know. They're pretty fragile.
Deviled eggs check down merchants. All right, we'll get to some college football stuff when we get back. I also want to talk about a chaos agent, apparently, for the Titans. Not this current Titans team, because there's not much about them that matters. We will get to see Will Levis play quarterback, so that should be exciting in a way. But there was a Titans coach who, when he was getting fired, decided to make some news. that wasn't news and see who would buy it. So we'll get to that. We'll get to some college football stuff, and then we'll get to Michael Carroll as well. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Gone are the days of getting sketchy buffering video from a local gym or restaurant as a kid is committing to a school. Now that news is getting broken on Pat McAfee. Adam Schefter's involved. We'll get to that here in a little bit. Some college football stuff and more recruiting wise, as a couple quarterbacks came off the board. We mentioned one of them yesterday, but another one came off the board. LSU lost their big time quarterback recruit to Michigan. The kid who plays in the state of Michigan for high school ball is now going to go to Michigan. Number one overall recruit by some recruiting services. But first, we'll get to Pena here. Pena, what's up?
Yo, what up, Dale? Hey, man, Jameis Winston, after his football career, he has to either be a deacon or a preacher or something, man. Or he got to be something. They got to give some pretty good speeches. But yeah, the Big 12 got the big game going on around 2:00, 2:30. How do you like Jake Retzlaff, whatever his name is, 208.5 yards over under, and Cam Scatterbo 85.5 rushing yards over under on that. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
I'll take over on Cam Scatterbo. I think they're going to lean on him. He's talking about Arizona State BYU, one of the two big games in the Big 12. I say two. I mean, that's the biggest one. That game is pretty much win and you're in as far as the Big 12 title picture. The other one, I mean, it involves Colorado, and they play Kansas. Kansas isn't good, but Kansas has proven to be scrappy. They've played much better after their awful start. We think back to them dropping games they should win. That's kind of changed for them. So that one is in Lawrence. Well, not in Lawrence. It's at Kansas City where the Chiefs play. So it'll be there. But Jake Retzlaff, I don't think you should say what you said. Something about ass, I forgot.
Rat's ass.
Rat's ass. I don't think that is a name his family would appreciate. I would say that's all about game script. If Arizona State jumps out early, I could see him going over that number pretty easily. I'm gonna stay away on that one. But I do think Scatterbo gets over that. What do you say, 80 something? I do think he gets over that one. But the Retzlaff one, I got no real feel on that one at all. And Jameis probably at some point needs to get a public speaking engagement. I don't need him actually in a church. I just need him going on tour.
Oh,
It's better to put him in different environments because what he said,
motivational speaker.
yeah, something like that. Because the church stuff, I'm sure people will film it and it'll go viral. But I need Jameis to be out on the circuit. I need that.
Imagine being in high school, being like, "Wait, we have assembly today? Oh, what's it for? Some motivational speaker. Used to be a football player.
Oh,
and you walk
okay.
in, and it's Jameis Winston.
The same Jameis Winston who at one point, speaking in front of like elementary school kids, was talking about how girls have their place and they just don't act like boys, whatever he was saying years ago. What's that noise?
Maybe preaching is better than
No,
high school.
no, yeah, maybe better than being out of school, but let him go to a.
I also forgot some of the other history.
Yeah, I'm not.
Jameis
Well, how long will it take for that to be something people
sanitize?
Yeah, look beyond and go, hey, we'd love to have you. Maybe it's already happened. I mean, it happened with Mike Tyson. So
last time I was in a courtyard, I stood up on one of the tables
and said, "Yeah, no, Jameis, that guy you suspended for a game. Remember you went out there and dressed out in full uniform. That's where Russell Wilson got the thought from. And then you went out there and Jimbo's like, why are you warming up? Get out of here. You're not playing. I told everyone you're suspended. You're suspended. James was like, oh, I didn't know that was real. I thought you were fooling.
Wow, we're really gonna play. We're really gonna start.
You're
Sean McGuire.
Yeah, you're really gonna start. Yeah, and they wound up winning the game. Jameis, back before he did eat the W and all that stuff, and everyone's like, "Hey, Jameis, look how great he is! He's getting suspended, and then warming up in full uniform." I still remember the clip of Jimbo going, "What are you doing? Get out of here! We're not playing you." Yeah, but take the Scatterbo thing, Pena, and don't come at me if you're wrong. If I'm wrong, I don't proclaim to be a guy who knows things. Sean does because he does Prize Picks, but I don't.
Yeah. Big 13 yards receiving for Najee Harris for me.
See, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What we were going to get to? Oh yeah, what I wanted to get to before that. Thank you, Pena, for calling in. Was this? Let's give this away because he mentioned college football. He mentioned the Big 12. Well, there's a Big 12 game in town tomorrow.
The next biggest game.
Sure. If you love great uniforms, it's a great game. The Cougs are playing the Baylor Bears tomorrow at TDECU at 6 p.m. It's the final home game of the year for them. And you got a chance to watch Willie Fritz's club try to get another win. And you can see those great uniforms as well. So call her 4-713-780-3776. Wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs versus the Baylor Bears in their Houston Blue game. Those uniforms have made a lot of news. mainly because of the NFL team in town and how they tried to stop it from happening. But the Cougs have said, no, we don't care if you try to sue us. We're going to fight this. They fought the NFL. They fought the Strunks. And now they get to wear those uniforms. You get to buy that gear. It is senior day for the Houston Blue game. So call her for 713-780-3776 wins those tickets. And if you don't win them from us, tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear blue, and pack that stadium for the final home game. And if you get there and you're one of the first 20,000 fans, you get a Houston Blue Rally towel compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. So there that is for you. Tickets to the Cougs versus the Baylor Bears. Support your Cougs in their final home game of the season. Okay, while we get that done, some recruiting news, and not so much so because it affects anyone here, unless you're a big LSU fan. I guess it does affect you. You lost the top recruit in the country, who happens to be a quarterback. He's going to Michigan. And this news broke on, multiple places, but it did catch my eye that Adam Schefter broke the news on ESPN. I'm not sure he's the first person to report it, but he did. He was on live, and he broke the news that Bryce Underwood, the former LSU commit, is going to Michigan. Now, Bryce Underwood is playing at a high school that has a new coach, a coach that came on in early November. That new coach is Connor Stallions, the Connor Stallions who helped Michigan win their national title by all that cheating he was doing. He happens to show up at that school. Now, the kid had said for months that he was committed to LSU, 100%, all the things kids say right before they decommit. So I'm not going to put it all on Connor Stallions, but it is interesting that he happens to wind up there. And the school he pretty much had his name turned into mud for gets the recruit. Always be closing, right? So Michigan, who's had a down year coming off their national title season, gets maybe a quarterback who can turn everything around pretty quickly. They're still a talented football team. They just have questions at quarterback. And if Bryce Underwood can play well early, all of a sudden Sharon Moore's tenure gets right back on track after a disappointing season this season. So that happened. And also, Sean mentioned it yesterday, that Colorado got a giant recruit quarterback as well. And he actually broke his news directly on Pat McAfee. I remember the days, man, where I would follow a thread on a site to try to figure out if this kid's going to commit or not. There's a couple people watching some shaky stream on Instagram, or someone streaming it on Twitter or Periscope. Remember that? Periscope? People stream commits on Periscope.
Periscope.
Yeah. And you would wait and someone go, well, this is taking forever because the principal's talking. His family's talking.
The high school
teachers are talking. Everyone's talking. Can we just get to the commit? They said 11:30. It's now 12 o'clock. I want to know. Hat game. Flip. Hat game.
Yeah.
He picked us or he didn't pick us. And then
unzip the shirt.
Yeah. Then the rest of your afternoon is ruined depending on how deeply committed you are to recruiting. That used to be experience. Now these guys are showing up on television.
He doesn't want to be great. He wants to.
Yeah.
He just took the bag from Hugh Freeze.
You
doesn't
always
want to get developed by, I don't know,
whoever it might be.
Yeah.
Al Golden developing anyone. And of course, he has one of the best defenses in the country at Notre Dame, and Miami can't stop anyone. But bygones. But you always turn. We only want guys who want to be here. I only want Canes who. I only want players who actually want to be Canes. So if he wants to go, so what? That's the lament of a loser. When you drop the I only want a guy who really wants to be a Horn. Well, I'd take the 5-star even if he's not that committal, as long as he signs. That's all.
Especially today. It's like,
it's gonna.
Chances are this guy's gonna transfer you away.
Yeah, and if you lose him in the first round, he might come back to you anyway.
It's either he's gonna be awesome for 3 years, or he's gonna be disappointing and end up at Nevada.
And you're on to the next. Yeah, you're on to the next. So the game, as far as commitments have changed, the way guys commit and why they commit has changed from getting paid to just show up on unofficial visits to getting obviously paid for official visits to getting paid to commit. That's why a lot of guys will stretch it out. I'm going to stretch this out for as long as I can because this school will pay me to show up for a visit just to see the campus. I respect it.
Yeah. Thank you, LSU, for paying Bryce Underwood to show up to the Alabama game.
Yeah. And now he's thanking Michigan for paying him to commit. And some of it is like that. They'll just pay people to commit just to try to build hype for the class, even if the kid isn't really that into the school, just to start to try to build momentum for other kids to try to get in. They'll throw a couple of dollars at a kid to commit. So
It's a wild game.
it's a wild, wild game. And Michigan, at least for now, has won the biggest prize in Bryce Underwood, now a Michigan Wolverine. And Michigan's got to hold everyone off until like early December. Actually, it's coming up. Signing day is
2
earlier
weeks. Yeah.
than
Or
it
3
usually
weeks,
is. It's maybe even the first Wednesday.
I think it's the Wednesday after the
championship game.
Championship game.
Yeah, so signing day is a little earlier. So Michigan doesn't have a lot of time to have to hold off anyone making a charge, but so they get their guy.
Steve Sarkisian, come on.
Don't you have like Raja Bell's kid? Is that
Yes.
the 2026
Roger
class?
Bell's kid.
Is that the 26 class or the 25 class?
26.
Who's
There's
your
another guy?
Who's your 25 guy?
Some short guy.
Oh, he's not the son of some famous person. What the hell are you guys doing? You're skipping a couple years between
I guess
Arch and Rogers' kid.
They're looking at Phil Rivers' kid.
Of course.
Nepo quarterback you.
Exactly. Exactly.
They have Chris Sims call these recruits and talk about his experience.
Yeah,
on campus.
how well it went, how everyone loved him. All right, we'll get to Michael Carroll when we come back. But first, Sean wants to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, and today is a very good day to get in on Prize Picks as it's a Flex Friday. That's right. You have a free $20 flex lineup, courtesy of Prize Picks. That way, if you win your flex lineup, you make some money. If you lose, they just put the $20 back in your account, and it's a flex lineup, so you can even get one of the entries wrong, and you could still win that flex lineup money. So really, there's no excuse not to. Like I said, you got NBA Cup action going on. You got college football this weekend. You can put it, if you really like this Cam Scatabo thing that Paney was talking about, then guess what? You can put in your lineup risk-free today on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. But come on, you gotta do the $20 flex lineup. But that is promo code MAPES for $50 instantly when you play your first $5. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Michael Carroll is here, and this is brought to you by Super Happy Incredible Toys. They're in the Heights, 221 East 11th Street, and I went out there a couple weeks ago. You can check them out. They've got a lot of vintage toys. You know, some of the things you call us nerds about. The action figures and toys are out there as well. They have a vintage Street Fighter 2 game that I would want to play when I go out there. You can check them out. Super Happy Incredible Toys. Thank you for being a part of the station.
They have really cool stuff.
Yeah, they do.
They really do.
And then December 1st, they got something with St. Arnold Brewery. It's a thing I've been talking about this week as well. So a lot of cool things out there. They're about the community. Go check them out. Super Happy Incredible Toys on Instagram. That's the at Super Happy Incredible Toys. Okay, Michael Carroll joins us, host of Comicast with Jong Lee. We had a review of Gladiator 2, and the question was, had you seen it?
No, I have not seen it yet. So I think, Sean's thumbs down
to the movie, or thumbs down to him.
Shout out to Commodus.
Commodus
No,
gives you
to our Gladiator over here that hasn't seen it.
Oh, okay.
So apparently I guess I'm getting replaced. Is that how it's going to happen? Is this out the beginning of it?
Maybe Raheel just takes your spot.
I don't know.
I mean, I get it.
He called in. I didn't prompt him to call in, which is how it usually goes. He called in.
That makes sense.
And he did reference he didn't want to step on your toes about this, but he did see it. He completely stepped on your toes. He's on your corner now. He's taking your.
I love Raheel.
Yes.
And
review.
I appreciate the review. I was like, I wanted to jump in and be like, you know what? I'm just going to remove that from my list now. So, I appreciate Raheel's thoughts though on the film.
And if you want to hear what happened on Comicast this week, you can. It was,
and Raheel's not on Comicast.
No,
I heard that part too.
There's some confusion.
There was some confusion.
He is the host of CityCast.
Yeah, City Cats. He's the host of that one.
See, that's vengeance from Michael.
That's
Carroll.
not vengeance. That's his podcast. Yeah, he's talking about cats or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Not bitter at all. But if you want to listen to Michael Carroll and what he does, he doesn't talk about cats unless he loved that movie. I don't know. But the new Star Wars trilogy he talks about, it's in the hands of someone new, Simon Kinberg. And you pretty much ask, is it a good choice or not? So without giving away it completely, what do you think about who's running Star Wars now?
It's a interesting choice. And on first look, you're like, ugh, because that's the guy who wrote the Fantastic Four 2015 movie. He wrote the screenplay and I forget what he wrote on Dark Phoenix, but I believe he wrote Dark Phoenix. He wrote, he did write Days of Future Past, or at least did the screenplay for that. So like there is some good, but his movie track record, not the best. So there is concerns there, but he wrote and I want to say co-produced Star Wars Rebels, which is one of the better Star Wars shows out there currently. I shouldn't say currently, it's done now, but it's available to stream. He wrote a lot of that show. I think it was like 75 episodes he wrote on that show, and he understands the universe very well. Like that was a very good Star Wars show that probably is a bit underrated, if I'm being honest, because a lot of people look at it and think, oh, it's a kid's show, and there's a lot more. At first it feels like that to me too, but as you get more into it, there's darker themes and bigger human elements there. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that is involved with it, but we have our reservations, I should say.
Okay, if you want to hear the entirety of Comcast, listen to it in podcast form, because this week it's being preempted by the likes of Aggie basketball. So,
yes.
I mean, at least next week. Excuse me, next week. If you want to listen to it, it won't be on next week. The holidays, things change. So if you want to hear Comcast,
also I'm not here, so
that too. That doesn't help if you're not around.
I mean, I could see about Brian doing it, but I don't trust him.
Well, rightfully so. Who here does?
I don't. Sean, do you trust him? Maybe. I don't know.
With anything, not just hosting Comicast.
Oh, with anything?
Yeah.
No. Comicast is actually on the higher end of things I trust.
Not a lot of trust for
we don't
BMAC.
trust
No,
Yeah.
we don't. Young Metro told us.
Young Metro?
We're not going to do anything else about it.
No, we're not going to. I'm not going to finish what Young Metro says to do if you don't trust someone. But yes, Brian McDonald, the producer for the Killer Bees, they're out not off air this upcoming afternoon, but they are out and about. Michael, where are they this week?
They're at Twin Peaks off 59 and Kirby. So if you want to go out there, presented by Dos Equis.
Along with Gallant and George
yes.
as well. Okay, so you know what was on Comicast, where you can listen to it. What should you be watching or not watching this weekend?
Well, I was going to say for probably a lot of our audience, go watch Gladiator 2, but according to Raheel,
He
you
says
can
it's a
wait
fun
on
movie.
it. It's a fun movie.
But you can take it or leave it as far as in the theater.
I think it's universal that it's not as good as the first one.
Okay.
I don't think there's any question about that. I think it's just a solid movie, fun action, whatever. I've heard the things where it's like, yeah, Pedro Pascal and Denzel steal the show a lot of this movie, whereas Paul Mescal, like he does good. Like I haven't really seen him in a ton of stuff, so and apparently he develops a different accent by the end of the movie.
According
I don't
to
know.
our previous reviewer, sure.
So for folks that maybe want to go, because the main movie that's coming out this weekend that most movies are trying to move away from, Wicked Part 1 is coming out. That's going to win the box office this weekend. If you like the adaptation, it's getting rave reviews from both critics and audiences alike. So, I mean, that's going to be the big draw this weekend for folks. So I assume a lot of our audience, though, is going to go Gladiator 2. And then, of course, next week for folks, if they want to take the family to the theater, Moana 2 is coming out. So.
And I saw, not that this live action version is coming out soon, but I saw that.
Oh, you saw
the Rock.
Yeah.
In some some stills from a distance with a murky lens, I guess, showing him in his full on getup, because he was the voice in the animated one.
Yeah,
right?
he's the voice of Maui, I believe,
and he's playing that character in the live action version. The Rock needs a bounce back. Red One, not great. People don't like it. People are questioning whether The Rock should even be getting top billing anymore in movies. He's better in an ensemble. When's the last time The Rock was the headliner and the movie was good, or ever?
It's been a while, honestly, but he's cornered with the way he's gone about things. He's cornered himself in this is the character I'm going to play in basically every movie.
Sure.
Like I've talked about it on Comic Cast or wherever. Like he's not going to do a movie where he's a lawyer. He's going to be a lawyer that's a former special forces or something like that. You know what I mean? Like there's the range is very limited with how he's gone about.
And you compare it to Dave Bautista, who gets like these movies with these auteurs and these people who are making art as more than making movies.
He's positioned himself in a different way.
Now he'll still do that spy movie with a kid with a bad haired
job,
but for Amazon, because the check's still cash.
Yeah, he still does stuff like that, but you see him doing different things compared to The Rock is going to get top billing, and he's not going to lose on screen. Or if he does, there's a reason why he lost on screen. Yeah. Like there's a lot of things with him that it's like you're basically playing the same dude in the movie.
In the latest Blade Runner, Dave Bautista let Ryan Gosling kick his ass.
Yeah.
In that movie. So, but he's I guess you would say an actor, and The Rock is being a movie star more than anything else. So, The Rock, the voice of one of the characters in Moana, that's certainly for the kids. There's those, you mentioned Gladiator 2 and now Moana. Is there anything else people should see in the theaters, or we move into?
Not really. There's some
screen?
limited things, but I mean, those are going to be the three big ones. And of course, Moana 2 comes out next Wednesday. So for folks who want to check those out in theaters, you can. Streaming wise, though, it's a little bit busier. Of course, we got the ongoing stuff like we talked about Silo, talked about Dune Prophecy last week. Those shows are out there. I need to watch it. I haven't watched it as of yet. But there's a couple of new shows this weekend. A Man on the Inside, probably one of the top shows of this weekend with Ted Danson. It's a comedy series on Netflix, sitting at 94%. That's pretty good. Not bad.
Really good.
You remember the movie Cruel Intentions?
I do. And I watched the first episode after the game last night.
Of the new show.
Of the new show on Prime, yes.
Well, let me ask you, did you enjoy first episode of Cruel Intentions 2024?
I'm a sucker for someone. If I like them in something else, I will give the show a chance. And I've given the show one episode, and I'm a completist, so I will probably finish this.
Wow. Okay.
But I don't really care that much about what's going on, because at points I'm just comparing them to Ryan Philippe and Sarah Michelle Gellar from the original movie.
Yeah.
And it pales in comparison. They are doing they are saying things that you could get away with saying in the 90s. But it's set now, so they're saying like stuff where, hey, those words don't fly anymore, but they're still saying them. It's fine. It's nothing special. Will it get a season 2? I don't know who they're speaking to. Probably not. I don't think it may not even need a season 2. It might just be a limited thing.
Probably shouldn't have even happened. Honestly,
Too late now.
If I'm being honest,
hey, I don't ever want to say someone shouldn't get new work. So if the actors are getting work, I'm cool with that. But to your point, I'm not sure anyone was looking for it. I don't know how many people. I don't know if their target audience are people who remember the first one, because I'm sure they're speaking to a younger group who probably don't even know the first one exists. But for the people who are watching it somewhat out of nostalgia, it's a pale comparison.
I don't wish them to not have work. I just wish them to have different work.
Different work. So
I just
have
wish
you
them-
seen any of this?
No, because it's like 22%. It's so bad.
I didn't know the ranking or the rating for it, but it's not great.
I've seen a lot of the reviews.
The movie, the show itself.
It's real bad. It's like this is like the second or third time we've tried to adapt the original movie. So, hello.
That's Melissa.
Shout out to Melissa of Power 105. This is like our third attempt to adapt this movie.
Really? I know they did a Cruel Intentions 2, a movie.
There was that.
Did they do another series?
And there was another like film or like a continuation where Sarah Michelle Gellar was in it.
I didn't know that.
There was something else that it didn't work. Like it's we've tried to recreate the very first one and you just can't at this point. It feels more. Every clip I've seen of this show is like, I'm not watching this. This looks bad. It looks bad. I can't.
I started it. It's not good, but
you're a completist. I get
like I
it.
said. So I'm not saying I'll finish it over the course of the next 3 weeks. It might take forever.
Are all episodes out?
Yes, they're all out on Amazon.
Good. I will avoid that. Thank you for letting me know.
If they were coming out one at a time, it would be harder.
Yeah. There's also, I've never watched this show, but Outlander season 7 part 2 on Stars is coming out
Feels
this
like
weekend.
that show's been on for 15 years.
2014.
Well, it's a decade.
Yeah.
Almost 15.
It's a show that I've always heard about, but that's out this weekend, getting good reviews for the second part of season 7. Based on a true story, a Kaylee Kikuo, I don't know how to say her name.
Kaylee Cuoco?
That one. Season 2 of her show based on a true story, which is kind of in the vein of Only Murders in the Building.
Sure.
Comedy series. It's on Peacock this weekend. Season 2 premieres this weekend on Peacock. It's 83%. It's a solid one. The one I'm honestly most curious about, the two I would say are 2 films: The Piano Lesson, which is a film on Netflix sitting at 90%, and Blitz, a Steve McQueen directed
on Apple TV.
On Apple TV
With
Plus.
Saoirse Ronan.
The Piano Lesson is a movie that I just learned about, but it's directed by Malcolm Washington, Denzel's son. Denzel produces it, and John David Washington stars in it. It's an adaptation of a book. The trailer, for folks, just go watch the trailer, and that had me sold on it personally.
So how many Washingtons we're going to have to deal with for the next 20 years? Because we were just talking about Nepo quarterbacks that Texas like to recruit.
This
we got
Nepo
Malcolm
movie is
we got,
what you're...
we got Malcolm and John David.
I don't know if there's anybody else, but that's the 2 top billings.
Okay.
I did not know Malcolm was in the game.
And who produced this?
Denzel.
Denzel got it on screen.
Denzel.
Oh, so he paid for his kids to have a job. Okay. All right.
Well,
I don't know if he paid for it, but he used his pull to make sure his kids got a job.
It was co-written and directed by his son Malcolm, and then of course John David stars in it.
Who's an actor that probably at this point doesn't need his dad's help to get a role. And it certainly helps that his brother's directing.
No, it doesn't.
In this instance,
Eli Manning didn't need his dad to help him in the NFL.
Well, he did need to help him keep away from the Chargers.
I was going to say, didn't he?
He did, but he used it.
Yeah,
he used it.
It's true.
He would have been the number 1 pick no matter what.
That's true. So, shout out to the Washingtons for doing what they do, and the Wayans brothers are back too. They've got a series.
I'm okay with that kind of nepotism.
You're fine with it.
I'm okay with the Wayans.
Why?
Because it's the Wayans.
Because of the Wayans.
Okay, so the Washingtons, you need them to work harder.
I just don't know I don't know much about this Malcolm fella.
Oh, yeah. I don't know where you came.
This is the first time.
Where'd you come from, Malcolm?
Yeah, this is the first time. John David, cool.
You know,
Cool. In Tenet.
I've got accustomed to you and understand you're in movies now.
I'm one of the people that think they understand Tenet. All right.
Yeah. Exactly, Malcolm. You're gonna have to prove it to me.
Malcolm,
So we'll see how the piano lesson goes.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. There's also a family movie, Spellbound, if you want to have your kids watch that. That's out this weekend on Netflix. And of course, Arcane wraps up this weekend. It's season 2,
And
the final season.
The end of Arcane, the final part. Is it 3 episodes again?
I believe so. I could be wrong about that.
We haven't talked a lot about it, but I love the first 2 parts. We'll see how part 3 goes.
We'll see.
Yeah, so
it's very good.
Yeah,
very good show.
It is a great show.
Go watch that if anything.
And stay
from
away,
all these,
and stay away from. He hasn't seen Cruel Intentions.
I refuse.
He's just going by reviews. I have seen it and will finish it at some point. You can stay away from that too.
I think most of my don't watch picks are pretty solid based off either trailers or whatever.
Yeah, and then you're going off of that, and then once it actually out in the world, your thoughts are confirmed that hey, there's no reason to watch.
Yeah. The only one was the Rebel Moon stuff, and then at that, it was just it was bad.
Yeah, I watched the first one and thought to myself, why am I here? Then you were like, don't watch the second one. I'm like,
Don't
I
watch
haven't.
the second one.
I haven't watched it.
Good job. Good job.
But there's a lot of time over Christmas break.
No, don't do it. There's other stuff. I promise. There's other stuff.
I don't know.
Do you
man.
listen to the segment? There's other stuff, man.
I'm here and I listen to it, but at some point you want to punish yourself and just watch it, see what happens. See if Michael's right. I don't know.
I don't know.
Can he be right
guy.
about everything? I don't know.
No.
All right, we're done for the week. Sean's done until not this upcoming Monday, the next Monday after. He's taking the rest of the week off. So we'll be joined. Michael and Sean are out. We'll be joined by different producers throughout next week for the first 3 days because I'm out Thursday, Friday, like most of you are. You aren't working those days. So I want to thank Michael for joining us one more time.
Thank you.
And thank Sean, obviously. Thanks to Sean. We'll see him in 10 days, however many days it is or so. We're done. So what does that mean, Sean, if we're done?
We did it!
We did do it. Gallant and George are up next. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George on a Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, November 22nd in the year of our Lord 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. We got Sean Mapes back at Mission Control, and I'm not going to lie. Since we are out here at Twin Peaks, the odds of me getting sidetracked and distracted by scenic views, I would say, are high. Bear with me. I have the ADD, Joe George.
80%? I mean, I see the sunglasses. Figured they're out for a reason. Normally, they're out so people don't stare at us while you do shows and make it awkward.
It's still so people don't stare at me, Joe. I'm not looking and being a creepy man with a mustache with these sunglasses on. I would never, ever.
Ever.
What was I talking about?
Ever. You're just saying ever.
No, well, hey.
Never, ever expect the Texans to lose.
Got it. Okay. Again, there's going to be some distractions along the way. You should come out and join us. Joe, I know you haven't had the easiest day.
Yeah, bad day. Bad day.
I'm here to lift your spirits. I'm here. Mr. Positivity, Paul Gallant, who got a lobotomy from a man underneath an overpass on 59 at Chimney Rock.
What was his name? Frank?
I forget.
Clarence?
Lobotomy. I think it was Clarence. I forget. Francis. Whatever. It was something like that. But I'm in a positive mood today. And you know what? The Houston Texans can shut all of us up on Sunday. It's not going to be that hard. They're playing against a team in the Tennessee Titans that stinks. So, I mean, we're all hoping for a blowout. But if you've listened to what anyone in the Texans have been saying this week, there actually is something that the Titans do very well that I feel like is going to challenge this team, which has had a very difficult time protecting C.J. Stroud. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the strength of the Tennessee Titans.
With Tennessee, their defense, it stands out starting up front with Simmons and Sweat, like two big players that are hard to move. They make it difficult, very difficult to run the ball against them because they do such a great job of controlling the line of scrimmage, and they're two guys who are really hard to displace just because of their size and their power. So that is the focal point for us is how do we handle their defensive line because that is their strength right now.
They got some big old Bigglebees in the middle of that defensive line. I forgot they got Devondre Sweat. And, of course, Jeffrey Simmons is one of the best defensive linemen that you've probably never heard of in the NFL.
Yeah, Devondre Sweat, I remember watching him week 1 against the Bears and, immediate, impact right away. He's a big, big dude. I remember, he might have really fell in the draft a little bit because of his weight, but he plays well with it. And then Jeffrey Simmons is a monster. And that's your interior. That's your weakness. This isn't Myles Garrett and TJ Watt.
They're going up against Jared Patterson, who has done better subbing in for Kenyon Green, who's out. Juice Scruggs moves over to left guard. But this is also a man who I believe at one point last year was ragdoll tossed into another offensive player. He's a late round draft pick. He's not the biggest guy in the world. And, of course, Juice Scruggs has had issues all season long, and I think he's a little bit better at left guard, but there's still some issues. He's not the only one talking about the strengths of the Tennessee Titans. Here is C.J. Stroud. Again, it's the same thing.
Very talented. They have a really good defense. They've put it on film. They're almost top 10 in every category that we go over, on days like today. They're number one in third down. And they have a lot of playmakers. Jeffrey Simmons is a great player. Snead, he's been out, but he's a great player as well. They've brought in Jerome Baker, who I think is a good backer. It's going to be a challenge for us.
They got a good defense. And I know we all want to blowouts. As he mentioned, L'Jarius Sneed's going to be out. The corner that they got from Kansas City this offseason, very good player. But if they go out there on Sunday, Joe, and if they put a hurting offensively, especially now that Nico Collins is back, this is actually a game that I have talked myself into feeling better about if the Texans take care of business in it. I didn't feel like they took care of business to the degree that they could have against the Cowboys on Monday. I know the final score says they did. If you watch the game, you know that they didn't. I do think Sunday is an opportunity.
You know what? I do agree with you because last week, people were talking about one sack and how much better the offensive line looked against the Cowboys, but we all knew it was kind of fraudulent, right? Like they said on the broadcast, Micah Parsons had 10 pressures. We don't know what a pressure is still technically, but he had 10 of them. So that was clearly still a little bit of an issue for the Texans last week. I know, Pro Football Focus put out stats about Jared Patterson. He gave up 0 pressures himself this last week. Very good start. It's a good starting place. Still kind of feels like the minor leagues a little bit compared to what Tennessee has. So that's what the most telling lesson the Texans can teach us this weekend is actually how much they've improved on the offensive line, because that's the Titans' strength. And I know they're talking about how good the defense is, but you know what, Paul? People say those things. This is still a team that, and I'm sure some of these were defensive touchdowns because Mason Rudolph is trash, but the Tennessee Titans gave up, math is hard, 86 points in 2 weeks, back-to-back weeks to the Buffalo Bills and Detroit Lions. So defense good, yes. Gave up 34 to the Bills, 52 to the Detroit Lions. So while their defensive line can get pressure on the quarterback, the Lions obviously have a much better offensive line, as does Buffalo, than the Houston Texans. I still expect this team to score some points this weekend. L'Jarius Sneed out, not playing. Their biggest free agency acquisition.
I think what we need to see is the Texans on the first play of the game just bomb it to Nico Collins. Or throw a screen to Nico Collins. Hell, just get Nico Collins more involved. He only played half the snaps for the Texans on Sunday. And if they do that, I do think that there's a very good chance that they actually cover in this game. But, again, they can't have something stupid happen on the first play of the game. Because I do not want Sunday at NRG to turn into NRG Nom. Okay? I do not want it to become the Battle of the Somme. I do not want this to become the quagmire that it theoretically could be if this team does not get off to a good start, because I do think that CJ tends to start to try and do too much and not operate within the offense when things, as a game goes on, aren't exactly going according to plan. Either because he's feeling pressure that's not there, or he gets a little bit inaccurate and a little jumpy. That's been the theme this year, and that's one of the things he can theoretically fix.
Yeah, 100%, especially if Joe Mixon, if it's closer to the Lions game where that interior off, because that's probably where the biggest thing we got to watch out for in this game with the defensive line is just how it affects Joe Mixon and the run game. It's not just protecting CJ Stroud, but if Joe Mixon is, the first 2 plays, Bobby Slowick 101, handoff, they go for a total of 1 yard. Well, then, what does CJ do on that first, third, and long?
Yeah.
You can't start slow. In the first half and in the second half. That's, to me, is, what I'm looking for the most in this game is meaningful second half points, not from your defense, not in garbage time when this game is over. Meaningful points in the second half. Your first drive or your second drive in the second half. Start fast. Put the pedal to the metal and just beat the crap out of a team that you should easily cover the spread. They suck for the most part.
The Texans in the past have put some of their biggest whoopings on the Titans. I mean, I go back to the first real, whoa, what was that game of Deshaun Watson's career? That was a blowout victory of the Titans in 2017, 57-14. They beat them, when was this? This was in 2014, 45-21. I think that Ryan Fitzpatrick had 6 touchdown passes
awesome.
in that game. They've kicked this team's ass. They've won the last 3. They should be able to do that on Sunday. We'll see what happens. Do you want to hear from Bobby Slowick, Joe, or are you in too bad of a mood?
Oh, let's get worse. Let's get more angry here.
No. Listen,
No.
if you don't want to hear Bobby Slowick,
look, we're here at Twin Peaks thanks to Dos Equis. So let's
ooh, nice. You're paying the bills.
Let's hear some Bobby Slowick, and then I can get a ice cold, fully dressed Dos Equis and get less angry.
Okay, I like that. Here's Bobby Slowick. Not talking about the Titans defense. Landry Locker set this man up. Sean, sorry, I'm throwing a curveball at you here, but I just want to make sure that we can get Joe to be happy for all 3 hours. I know it's often a chore for you guys to keep me happy, but I'm trying to repay the favor. Here is Bobby Slowick being asked about a wardrobe change that he made Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys.
You knew this was going to come. How did it feel calling a game without a ball cap on? Is that superstitious?
I should have known.
You might have
I should have
to
known. It's just one of those. Had change. Just had train. Try something different type of deal. I don't know. I mean, literally, I was there. I was like, I'm just going to do something a little different. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it's not like I put a lot of thought into this. I mean, I was in the locker room and getting ready to head out for the game, and I'm just going no hat, and we'll see. I can't believe anybody noticed. My wife didn't even notice, so I didn't think it was a big deal.
So
Really?
he's still going. Bobby Slowick did not wear a hat for
Didn't
Monday
wear a
Night
hat.
Football, Joe.
Change his plans.
He changed the vibe.
Hey, change the vibes.
Yes.
Sometimes that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen it work before. Alex Bregman, the greatest vibe changer of all time. Remember when he shaved his mustache in the middle of a game?
Remember when Kyle Tucker changed his cleats in the middle of a game?
He actually did that twice this year.
Remember when Kyle Tucker's done that multiple times in multiple different ways?
Yeah.
Remember when Framber Valdez got rid of his braids?
And then they came back.
Remember when the Astros changed the uniforms that they wear on Framber starts several times because of how superstitious he was?
Yeah.
And they wear those crappy spring training uniforms
Yeah.
instead to make Framber happy instead of wearing the cool Tequila Sunrise jerseys. That's what you do to shift the vibes. And guess what? Joe, the Texans are averaging 34 points a game. Yes, 7 came on defense. 34 points a game since Bobby Slowick took off the hat.
Yeah, you can't go back to the hat.
Can't go back.
I mean, if he wears a hat this weekend and they don't score on offense and they struggle, that's Bobby's fault. Look, if you're going to be stitious, you got to be a lot of stitious, not a little stitious.
I'm glad they took care of the important things, which is changing wardrobe up to shake themselves out of a bad streak.
Do you have anything like that, Paul?
Well, yeah.
Like any superstitions?
I have a pair of Tom Brady boxers.
You wear them every Sunday?
I'm wearing them right now.
Now, so you wear them when you need a good show, or just?
No, I wanted. I'm wearing a little Oilers shirt right now. And
Oh, okay.
I want a little extra H-Town blue in my life.
Okay.
So the H-Town blue is on my good little pieces. You know.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. My Irish cursed pieces. They're very carefully caressed here in these boxers. I hope everyone's being made appetized here to come out and hang out. That's the Twin Peaks. Yeah, man. I'm feeling good.
Good.
Joe's feeling better.
Feeling better.
Okay.
No hats. My God, I'm like Baldine, so I'm gonna keep the hat on.
Have you ever worn a fedora? Like if you're in a
Never
dress
worn a
setting,
fedora.
would you go fedora for a dress setting, or would you just go straight?
No, I just go straight.
And you haven't done Chrome Dome yet?
No, maybe after today. And maybe after today I'll go Chrome Dome.
Okay.
In Rebellion.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
We'll see.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. B-Max out here with us. Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. 713-780-3776 to call, to text if you want to jump in. Thursday Night Football last night kicked so much ass. And you're wrong if you think otherwise. I'll fight you. Just like at Texas commenter challenged me to a fight. Not sure I'm going to fight him. I will fight you, though. Stay put.
Athletic, oathletic.com, Athletic on Instagram. It's 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. They offer over 100 classes per week. Start off in the morning, they pick back up in the afternoon. So whatever your work schedule is, you can find a way to take a class even on the weekends. From weightlifting training to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, all different kinds of classes that you can take there. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Get to the gym now. Meet with a personal trainer. Help figure out what those goals are. How much weight you want to lose, how much weight you want to lose, but muscle mass you want to keep on, all that stuff. You can do it. Athletic. It's the gym for me. Should be the gym for you. Don't wait till 2025. Check them out. Athletic.com.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 and Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
A text, how can you be upset at Twin Peaks? Coldest beers and pretty mountaintops. What's he talking about with the last part?
It is chilly in here.
What does that mean, Joe?
It's the mountains.
It is chilly in here? What? How would you know that?
I can feel my arms.
Oh, okay. Got it. Just checking.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah.
Just wondering if you were talking about my Twin Peaks getting a little pointy or something like
Yeah,
that.
you're okay right now.
Or perhaps some of the other... God, I'm the worst. Hey, you know what wasn't the worst? Thursday Night Football last night. I don't care how much Al Michaels bitched and moaned about that. That game ruled. That game was sick. I mean, from the beginning, you see the snow coming down. Browns took down the Steelers 24-19. Helps out the Houston Texans a little bit. Throws things out of whack in the AFC a little bit. Let's just start off with this, Joe. We are both Yankees. We came down here. We've been living down here a long time. And while I'm not sure that either of us would go back up to be in the snow for more than a week at a time,
Yeah.
I do think that snow football is amazing to watch on television. And honestly, I enjoy watching it in person as a fan.
I think it's great. I don't know why there's this pushback to the idea of there being snow at games.
I saw my guy Landry doing it last night again. It's his worst take. He consistently believes in the idea that all football should be played indoors. Nope. This is a man's sport. This is a man's sport, and those little soft poon teams that play in domes should get their asses rocked when they go outside.
100%. It should be hard for the Texans, this year. Like, that's what's so great about the college football playoff this year is Alabama right now is going to Indiana in December to play Notre Dame.
Theoretically.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's going to happen?
Well, maybe.
You seem like you're manifesting that into existence.
I mean, I don't really want Alabama. Actually, maybe I do want Alabama this year.
This might be the one time
I know,
it works.
or it's going to break my heart even more.
I mean, theoretically, the northern teams might finally get a home field advantage against the southern teams.
Right now, Ole Miss going to the Midwest. Like, it's great. It's the one part of the college football playoff I never thought of. Like, it's the way football should be played. You play football outdoors.
You play it in all the elements. On the other side of things, I brought this up, and I thought it was kind of funny that the Texans did not have a roof that was completely closed the first couple of weeks of the year. Didn't really affect things. Things were pretty cool inside still. Their air conditioning works, Jim Crane. But they should play in the outdoors, too, the teams in the South. I like the idea of you have to fight through 100 degrees outside. You got an oxygen tank on the sideline, mist machines and all that stuff to keep you going. The thing I love the most about football are the elements. I hate that the games are starting to be played indoors. I kind of like the violence. I'm not here to watch a quarterback off. I'm here to watch men beat the hell out of each other.
Especially because it's like a little treat. Like you don't get them very often. I hate the idea that Cleveland and Chicago are going to be moving to dome stadiums here soon. It's stupid. Like it's like, first of all, you lose one of your only advantages. Like if you're the Cleveland Browns, you only won last night because of the snow. Like it's why you won the game. And in a game like last night was even more fun because you see the highlights from the beginning of the game where it's perfectly fine on the field versus the end of the game and it's totally different. It's great. It should never change. Football should be played outdoors.
It's where it belongs. It's what separates that sport from all the other ones more than anything. We also had so much Jameis Winston last night, whether it was that touchdown run where he awkwardly throws himself up like a helicopter and scores on 4th down, or just so many moments where he just opens his mouth and all sorts of things come out. Here is Jameis Winston's pregame speech.
That we've had the opportunity to show what we are about. Now make sure we keep our priorities straight because it only matters about us. Not the lights, not the cameras, not the action. It's about the action. It's about our individual action and going out there and playing our best football tonight in front of everybody. That's a powerful testimony, all right? Let's go get it. Family on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go.
I love the character of Jameis Winston. I don't know if I like the person still, but the character that he's kind of turned himself into is great.
I think the person is growing
Yep.
Obviously, what he did in that Uber was terrible. I don't really mind the crab leg story. I think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's a nothing burger to me.
He's standing up on the table and yelling bleeper right in the bleep. Hey.
Wouldn't recommend.
Don't do that. The shooting the paintball guns at Florida State at folks. I wouldn't do that either.
Forgot about that one.
But listen, if you remove the Uber incident, which is hard to do for some, I totally understand it. I find him very amusing in a clownish kind of way. Here's more Jameis right before kickoff. Here he is with Kaylee Hartung on the Thursday Night Football broadcast. I don't know why Jameis Winston's the only quarterback in the NFL that does pregame interviews, but here's more Jameis. I don't know what he's thinking, but I love hearing his brain try and work.
You have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio, at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
He's so funny.
He's so weird. He's such a strange person.
Not even done. He's obsessed with snow. This might be the first time he saw it, honestly.
That was one of my thoughts. Like maybe he's never seen snow.
It's
before.
got to be on the table. This is one of the first times he's
Yeah,
ever seen snow.
real snow, not not Houston snow, like real snow.
Or the occasional Florida dusting that you might get in Tallahassee. I don't know if that ever happens, but here's Jameis Winston after the game, a win over the Pittsburgh Steelers in an awesome Thursday night football game, talking about the snow.
This is really an NFL film moment. The snow starts pouring down. It starts getting I felt like my feet started getting heavy because I'm squishing through the snow. And man, it was so good and it was so great to end up in that.
The squishing part sucks.
It's the worst.
When I was at Syracuse, every Saturday I would play pickup football games with the club rugby team. So we play out in the snow. We play like full tackle, and generally, I would say a good third of the year you're playing in about, let's say, like 5 inches of snow that was just left on the ground that had been like iced in.
Oh.
And
the best.
Well, it's fun at first, but as the game goes on, your feet are literally like little mini frozen lakes. And when you're done playing, that is the absolute worst part, was like walking back to your dorm with all that. And in a football game, I know they got extra cleats on the sidelines. I'm sure at halftime they switch into some warm ones, but that is a dynamic that is absolutely miserable, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies. Not even that Texans commenter.
Yeah, it's not it's definitely the worst part of the snow, I would say. It's like, and just when your feet get soaking wet, like having to like take those socks off and your feet are just frozen solid. Also feels like they're always the last thing to like warm up when you're getting back from the snow. So but it's fun though. Last night was fun. It was a good one for the Browns. It means nothing. It's good for the Texans, like you said, but we need things like that. We need nights like that, and we're going to see it this weekend.
Also, we're not even done with the Thursday night football fun. George Pickens, Steelers wide receiver, is a crazy person.
Yeah.
He is crazy. I don't think it's in the good way. I suppose he's more on the reservation than Antonio Brown. I saw an interview that Antonio Brown did today. That man definitely has CTE. George Pickens is just something else. And this is a guy who is not afraid to get in a scrap in a Donnybrook in the middle of the play. Imagine, though, in a play that actually makes Tyreek Stevenson look a little bit better, George Pickens, last play of the game between the Browns and Steelers last night, in the middle of a Hail Mary, just gets into an actual squab with Browns cornerback Greg Newsome to the point where they both go out the back of the end zone while the play is in progress and continue fighting each other after the game was done.
Yeah, strange. Like when people started highlighting that after the game, because obviously in the moment you don't see it,
Right.
but it's just weird. Like,
Is it strange? Is it weird? I feel like it's so on brand.
It's 100% on brand.
They
Like,
got to put
it
this
is-
guy in the AEW instead of the Costco guys like they
Boom.
did last night.
I cannot believe that's.
I'm
really
so
happening.
happy that they're in the AEW now. I love the Costco.
I mean, look,
guys.
it's like that's very wrestling to have like guys who are famous coming to wrestling, and I guess he actually has wrestling experience. But like of all the people, the Costco guys, like, my gosh,
boom.
I don't know. Are we done with them yet? How
No,
much longer?
I'll never be done with them. I hope that guy's in a nursing home and that like the Rizzler and Big Justice.
Yeah.
I hope they're in their like 50s and they're balding and
Yeah,
like,
they're just booming.
their life has kind of gone by, but they'll
Yeah.
always have the boom.
Who
They can
ru-
always go back to.
Whose 15 minutes of fame runs out first? Hawk Tua or Costco guys?
Hawk Tua. I think Hawk Tua is already on the ropes.
I think so too.
I think the Costco guys they keep delivering
And
content.
these music videos are bangers.
Haley Welch, the Hawk Tua girl, does not know how to create content. And George Pickens does not know how to control his emotions.
No.
Here is George Pickens after the game being asked about what just went down.
What do you guys try to take away from this loss? What's the message, in the locker room?
Just keep grinding. Like I said, conditions played a huge part in today's game. I don't really think the Cleveland Browns are a good team at all. I think the conditions kind of saved them today.
I don't think they're a good team at all. And we would all agree.
Yes.
But they beat you, and the last play of the game, I hope someone asked him about this. I hope someone saw it, unless they were afraid that George Pickens would fight them right there on the spot in the locker room. But I hope someone asked him about the squab that he got into in the middle of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot with him because the talent's there for sure. But at some point, like, Mike Tomlin's going to be done with this thing. He got done with Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown, like
Mike Wallace.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of crazy.
Yeah, he kind of like
Steelers.
moves on. Like the Steelers just kind of attract crazy. It seems we've all got friends like that in our lives who like attract crazy, and that's what the Steelers are to the
Plaxico
NFL.
Burress. I mean,
yeah.
I had
He just shot himself.
although I think he might have been gone by the time that Tomlin took over. The interesting thing with Tomlin, I heard this brought up. I forget which podcast I heard it on, but I think it's an interesting theory. Do you think that it's possible that Mike Tomlin likes to have a crazy guy around to raise the level of difficulty up a little bit?
I like that.
I mean, he just has the one crazy guy
Yeah.
in the locker room. And look, there's a lot of people out there that I feel like thought the Texans should do the same thing. They don't really have that. They've never had that guy. They felt like a guy like that would take them to the next level. I mean, it never really took the Steelers to the next level for what it's worth. But I don't know, just some food for thought.
Yeah,
there.
I mean that was it was a major talking point for some people when Joe Mixon got signed. Was that it was not the Texans' way to bring in someone with a history. So, by the way, did you see the news about the Browns though?
No, what happened?
They took one of their primetime games away. From
Oh
us.
yes, and they did it sneakily.
Yes.
I actually did see that. They flexed it out. I think week 16.
Yeah,
right?
the Bengals won. Yeah,
Yeah. They should have done that.
Thankfully.
But that was a fun game last night, and you're wrong if you think otherwise. You're just wrong.
Very wrong.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. You want to weigh in on the Texans and Titans? You can. 713-780-3776. I think they can actually shut us up temporarily, but it really is all about what they do on the offensive line against that really good Titans front. You can also talk about the big games that a couple of teams have this weekend. They're probably saying it loud at least that they're big games, but hopefully so that game next weekend is as crazy as possible. Texas and Texas A&M are going to take care of business as well if you want to weigh in on those two. Up next, we play How Far is Too Far with Joe, who has had a long day.
Long day.
And it's not even halfway over.
It's 12:33.
There's a lot to go. You'll hear what he's been through. In addition to some other stuff, he's Joe and Paul. We are live at Twin Peaks on Kirby, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 and Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
We do have a caller as we are here out at Twin Peaks on Kirby. Our good friend Vera. It's been a while. 713-780-3776. He wants to talk about the Texans. Big game against the Titans on Sunday. Vera, what's up, dog?
Hey, guys. I appreciate you letting me call in. So the obvious question is what our offensive line, specifically the interior offensive line, does against Jeffrey Simmons and the Titans defensive line. I am also, of course, curious to see how many snaps both Will Anderson and Nico Collins, because they kind of held Nico Collins back. I would still say I'm still kind of concerned about really not having a running back getting any rushing snaps behind Joe Mixon. I mean, I think Damian Pierce had like one, and then he kind of just fumbled around, and I think he had that drop fumble at the kickoff, and I think that's pretty much that kind of sealed his fate for that day. But I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on what else outside of the obvious question, which is our interior offensive line versus their defensive line. What else are you sort of expecting to see this game, this week and next week? I'll hang up and listen, guys.
Interesting questions. Let's start off with the first one. I mean, the offensive line versus Jeffrey Simmons, Joe, we both agree.
Yeah.
That's the big challenge. Devondre Sweat there, too. It's your weakness against their strength. If you look good on Sunday, you protect C.J. Stroud, I feel better about the team going forward.
100%. Just it gives you a confidence boost as you start to play some real football teams that are much more complete.
For sure. Second up, interesting points about Will Anderson, who was limited at practice yesterday, Derek Stingley as well, but it does seem like Anderson's going to be back on Sunday. I would 100% have him on a snap count for this game, especially since they had the same snap count for Will Anderson. And also, earlier this year when they tried to bring Christian Harris back from injury, he re-aggravated it, and we haven't seen him yet. I mean, I honestly, we still don't know when we're going to see Christian Harris for the first time this year. So with Nico Collins, you ramp him up. You got to give him more than he had last week. I expect them to give more. I understand, hey, there's concerns about the hamstring, it taking time bomb. But, hey, I mean, I feel like they've taken all the precautions necessary, and this offense is at its best when he's out there. And you look, I mean, Steelers lost last night. It does help you out a little bit in terms of your chase for potentially getting the 1 seed. I mean, it's not – you have a tiebreaker over Buffalo. Again, Kansas City is going to need to help you out. Buffalo is going to need to help you out. You're going to need some help here. But there's 7 weeks left, you know? I mean – we saw what the difference that 7 weeks could make for the Jacksonville Jaguars last year, because I think the Jaguars were 8-3. I think it was after week 11.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I mean, geez, they have been god-awful ever since then.
Yeah, I think Nico was at 47% last week, I think it was, in terms of snap count. I mean, in a perfect world, he plays a majority of the game, if not the entire game, but the Texans end up being up by like 20 points going into the fourth quarter, and then you can drop his snap count severely after that and just get him out of the game. But yeah, like 50% of the snaps on defense for Will Anderson is probably what we should expect. Probably closer to the mid-60s with Nico. It just feels like they're going to be extra precautious, which makes sense because, like, it's the Titans. You got a lot more important games down the road, you know, including just playoff games. So I get it, but he'll be out there more.
Let's get to the last part of Vera's question, though, because I think that's honestly the most interesting thing here. I have no idea what the hell's happening at running back. I really don't. I mean, to the point where I'm looking up right now, like, what's the latest with Dameon Pierce? I feel like we haven't seen him in a very long time. Yesterday's injury report, I don't see Dameon Pierce on it.
I don't think he ran the ball. I think he ran it once. He had the fumble on the kick return.
Right.
But he's really not. He's just not part of it. I think
he's had over the last, basically, let's just go month. He's had 4 carries.
Yeah.
2 against the Packers, 1 against the Colts, and then he had his first game back against the Cowboys, and he only had 1 carry. I do think about the workload for Mixon because he has gotten a lot of work, and I think you're at a point now where some of the other guys are going to have to step up there and get in there. But the problem is that I don't know how good this team is at blocking for the run. And again, the Titans front 7, and specifically their defensive line, are going to make it tough probably for anyone not named Joe Mixon to do anything on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 15 carries on the season, so he's clearly not a focal point of their offense, even using him as a secondary back. I thought we were going to see more when they made the decision to trade Cam Akers back to the Vikings when that happened earlier this season. I feel like it's almost even like forgetting that it happened, but he was on this team at one point. Like maybe that wasn't the best decision, but it's not like he was giving you much either. Like they don't have a second running back. We talked about this going into the season. They didn't address the secondary running back position.
I mean, I think they did. I think Pierce is good enough. I
mean, he isn't, even when he's out there, he's not touching the ball. 15 carries in 5 games.
That I can't understand.
Yeah.
Like he is talented. I don't know. I mean, scheme fit, maybe not, but the guy is talented enough. So that is interesting. Agunbowale is good as a receiver and a pass blocker, not really as much as a running back. I mean, he's made some good plays this year, but to Vera's point, I do think that is something they should monitor because, yeah, you're watching Nico Collins. It's understandable, but Mixon has been the reason that you've had success this year on offense.
Yeah, especially when when your passing game has struggled the way it has, it's giving even more carries to Dameon Pierce. I mean, that Lions game, like I said, I think I've said this a couple times now, but 34 carries, 20 yards. Or no, 34 yards on 20 carries. And that was like in the third quarter. So even a game like that where in theory you should be going back and forth offensively, because you're not, it's just so much pressure has been put on him. And we've talked about this, he's also doing everything himself.
Yeah.
Like it's not like anything's coming easy for
No,
Joe Mixon.
he's I mean, and you saw against the Cowboys, yeah, he had a good game, and they credited the offensive line after the game because I think they're trying to gas him up a little bit, but he was making a lot of that happen on his own. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We are live at Twin Peaks, so yeah, you will catch glimpses of scenic views. Zaki Zach is asking, Paul, can you please move the camera so we can see some of those scenic views?
Perverts.
I mean, listen, guys, just come out, okay? It's Friday. It's a beautiful day. They have a patio. It's really nice. Come and join us, okay?
I almost considered setting up on the patio. I wasn't sure if we should
Honestly,
go out
I kind of wish we did, but then again, at the same time, I kind of glad we didn't. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, there's cars driving by.
There's a lot. Yeah, exactly. Also, we were talking a little bit earlier about crazy Houston Texans. Someone asks, Brian Cushing could have been that past crazy Texans guy. Yeah, he did headbutt a guy without his helmet on.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was like crazy on the George Pickens level of like, I might hurt my team at any moment, and it's just a matter of when.
Yeah, I don't think
Cushing never did that. Cushing was just a maniac.
Yeah, it was like heat of the moment deserved usually when he would get a little crazier in games from what I remember. So the Texans, they don't have that guy. Don't need him really.
By the way, comment from Chewy on the on the Twitch. Joe needs to stop being petty. We want to see the scenic views, and not all of us are pervs.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Joe. Not all of us are pervs. Alan Beach says he is a perv. I do agree. I'm a perv. We're all no. Like, me and Alan, like we're open about it.
Everyone is.
We're open about it.
Everyone's a little bit.
All right, let's play a little game that we like to call "How Far Is Too Far." Let's go. So Joe is going to set a number for us, or a.
Oh no, we're telling a story today.
We're telling a story.
Yeah.
Joe's not in a great mood. Joe, tell us why.
You're going to dictate my life today.
I'm going to dictate your life.
Well, one thing already happened. One might happen.
Okay.
So my car, driving home yesterday from work, check engine light comes on, power steering, whatever, all that stuff turns off. There goes the AC. Car won't go over 35 miles an hour.
Oh, God. Okay. I thought just the check engine light went on.
No. The engine light's on. So we're waiting to find out how bad it is. Waiting for
that doesn't sound good. Okay,
nope.
The way you told it at first, I was like,
no.
it's just a check engine light.
No. It's probably worse. Waiting for a phone call to see how much this bill's going to run me. Because for some reason I bought my car from a dealership an hour away from me. That was a smart decision. But simple solution, right? Car is broken. Get a rental car. Okay. So I go to Hertz this morning. I will name them by name because I'm unhappy. I walk in. First of all, there's no one there.
Oh, no.
There's 3 people in line, just waiting. My wife's starting to get annoyed.
Is this an episode of Tires?
She's got to get to work. She's got to pick up the paychecks for her job. We're waiting. Finally, they come in. This dude asking a gajillion questions, doesn't need to answer. So we're waiting in line. We finally get through. I say, my name's Joseph George. I'd like to get my car. I'm going to need it for today, hopefully. She looks at me, and she goes, I don't got a car for her. No car.
Oh.
So I was gonna let it go. So I went. I was trying to decide how.
This is like a Seinfeld episode.
To see how Karen-y I was gonna get.
Oh no.
I said, "Is there anything you can do for me? Can you find me a Hertz somewhere else? Can you find me something else?" Don't have time. Said, "Lady, we're the only people in the store."
Oh, don't have time. You gotta give a better answer than that.
She starts to snap at me a little bit. So then, this is where I got in trouble for the first time today.
Oh no. What
I
did you
called
do?
the bleeping B. Do your bleeping job as I walked out. Did I go too far? Did I go too far?
As someone who has temper issues, yes, you did.
Yeah.
But I understand that you said that.
Yes.
The problem.
I wasn't going to give the attitude until she gave it to me.
Listen, I got mad at Adobe Illustrator and Adobe Photoshop last night. So, I mean, for what it's worth, like, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I have terrible rage over small things issues. I understand your thought process there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, she knows your name.
Well, whatever. So I won't go to Hertz anymore.
Yeah,
oh,
but
well.
no, but this is the good name of Joe George.
Yeah, well, Hertz ran OJ
You should have.
ads.
You should have said that you're somebody else. You know.
Yeah.
Like
well,
if you're gonna say that, like you're a celebrity now.
I guess so.
No, that's not. I guess so. You are.
Yeah.
You're just like me, a Z-list celebrity, but you are still relevant enough.
Yeah.
Where I mean, this theoretically comes around. And
Well, I
goes
just told
around.
the story. It's okay. So I go too far, B-Mac?
No.
I think the problem is that you didn't stand on business. You said it while walking out.
I know. That's
like it was very like it was acting tough, but at the same time very, very passive. Like walking away from it. Now, I will say I can't fully criticize you for it because I've done the exact same thing. Like, you know what? I had it. I'm going to drop the big bomb on the way out.
Yeah.
But if you're going to drop the big bomb, you
got
might need to stand on business.
Yeah. All right. So that's part one. Part two. Then we get into a conundrum.
No, there's more.
Does it get
where-
worse?
Yeah.
Oh. Sweet.
So then we get into the conundrum of, well, I guess I'm driving my wife to Kingwood for work, and then back here, and then maybe having to go back to get her after the show today. So that's been lovely.
In the other car.
In her car,
Okay.
yes. So I drove her car. here.
Think about this: the silver linings. At least there is another car.
Well,
because the lack of rental cars, as brought up
Yeah.
by Ryan Lost in Texas, it is an issue. It's been an
Yes.
issue for a
I
while.
had the same problem about a month ago.
I had it last summer when with my car.
Yeah. Well, then I get
lost
my
it.
wife's car, and I'm realizing that there's a problem. Simple fix. Needs an alignment. Can easily tell. We're shaking a little bit. We're not worried. But, like, we just need an alignment. I was just really mad. And I was just like, is this another thing you want me to take care of?
Oh, you snapped at the wife?
Yeah.
Oh.
You took out your hurt anger on Dana.
Yes, so I'm apologizing formally. She didn't talk to me for the next hour. So I'm in the doghouse.
I'm so glad I'm not married.
Yeah.
The answer, Joe, is you went too far.
Yeah.
That's
you know
an
what?
easy one.
Yeah.
I disagree, B-Mac, because have you seen the hit movie starring Michael Douglas, Falling Down?
Not in a long time.
Okay. Well, it could have been worse. Could have been worse, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could have been. You could have gotten mad about not getting your.
So have you made up?
Breakfast McMuffin?
No, she hasn't talked to me still. So that's why I'm trying to decide if I'm shaving my head
Oh.
when I get home out of spite. Because she won't let me do it.
So you think that's going to make the situation
What
better?
are you doing?
How old are you, Joe?
What are you doing?
I'm not going to do it. I'm not
That
gonna
is
do
the
it.
equivalent of after you don't get your breakfast McMuffin at
Yeah.
10:31.
Yeah.
That is the equivalent.
Mhm.
You are pulling out
Yeah.
a Uzi and
Yeah.
shooting
No,
it up.
I'm not going to do it.
Well, don't do that.
I'm not going
You gotta apologize. Did you?
Oh.
Did you apologize?
I did. I
Okay.
did. Yeah. Thankfully, she left her phone in the car, so I had to go back in and apologize.
A thoughtful.
Well, when she walked out and didn't say
gesture.
goodbye, I was like, "Yikes!"
Ooh.
I'm
Yeah,
in
that's always a
big
good sign
trouble.
that you messed
You
up.
gotta.
Big trouble.
Here's what you do. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Again, I'm not married. I'll probably never be married. But thoughtful gesture. You definitely have to pick her up. Like that's not even a debate.
Yeah.
But
Oh, that's for sure.
have
yeah.
something. I would say have something in the car
Yeah,
that
flowers.
she likes. Not just flowers, because there's a long drive back.
That's true. That's
So-
true. That's
Well,
So
not only
honestly,
that, but flowers seems like, oh, that's the first thing you thought
know.
of. That's like what everyone
Yeah,
does. It's got to be
that's
more
true.
personal.
That's true.
and a to-go drink for the long drive back.
There is some of those places. I still
Margarita to-go place.
I don't understand the legality of that still. Or
Well,
like,
as long as you're not driving.
Yeah, I still think
Well,
it's
you
weird.
just can't open it.
Oh, is that the rule?
Well, it's open container. Like you can buy
Yeah,
it,
I know,
like
yeah.
like you would at a grocery store.
just
and
seems so
transport it. You just can't open and drink
It just seems so obvious that people are going to open it and drink it.
The Twitch is providing the worst advice. Ryan Lawson, Texas says you should show up to pick her up with no clothes.
Yeah, what is that? How I
Alan
Met Your
Beans is
Mother?
suggesting he goes to the strip club. No.
No.
These are this.
That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Never been to one of those, so also like not gonna make it first time for that one.
Twitch is toxic, but they're being funny today.
No, they're funny. Let's see. Bleed Blue says, "I'll fix your car if you do a remote for my front lawn." Deal.
Oh, we've had some people asking us to do remotes where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll go where the money goes.
You pay us, we'll be there.
Yeah, like as long as you got a power source and a little bit of green, like front yard, sure, why not?
Okay.
I've seen remotes done in weirder places, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, like some of the yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. I can remember some very very topical. So
Yeah, so
I don't think
so. Part one, no. Part two, yes.
Yes, part two for sure. Yes.
Yeah, I knew the answer was part two, but you're an open book on the show, and I felt like it was Joe's story time for
No,
once.
that's good. It was good
Yeah, I know.
stories.
I had to
I
tell-
hope it was
yeah.
therapeutic.
Oh yeah, I feel better now. I still need a beer.
You
I
can
think.
Well, your wife needs to feel better. It's not really about
Yeah,
you feeling
it's
better.
a good point, B-Mac.
That's a good
Good
point.
point.
That's a good point. Well, I think we'll find out tomorrow when she talks to me again.
Hey, she doesn't talk to you. Call of Duty's out.
Oh, how far is too far for her not to talk to me? On the other side.
How long before you get worried?
Yeah.
It's. I will imagine that after a long day at work, should be a little bit more open to it. But
Yeah.
again, you gotta come with honey.
Yeah.
No more vinegar.
Yes, that's true.
You're gonna have to.
Yes.
I think you're gonna have to take the whole weekend off from bitching and moaning.
Oh yeah, and extra chores.
Oh, yeah.
Anything that's on the honey-do list, got to get done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. VBW says when you pick her up, get out and make her drive. That's bad advice. That's bad. That's bad advice.
Ask her what her deal is.
When she comes towards the car, toss her the keys and just yell, "You drive."
Ask her what her
Do that.
deal is.
Yeah. Tell your wife. I don't know why you're so upset about this. Bad idea.
Bad idea.
Twitcher's not trying to get divorced. Try to avoid that. But yeah.
There you
That's-
go, guys.
That's how my day went.
Well,
so far.
listen, it's not done yet.
Yeah, waiting for the phone call. See how much it runs me. But
Yeah, I hope for the best. How old's the car?
2020.
Still under warranty?
I think so.
It should be if it's
Yeah,
2020.
yeah.
Usually there's 6 years or a certain amount of miles.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
you drive a lot, so
Yeah, I think the mileage is
It's
over.
like
That's
50,
the problem.
60,000.
Oh,
You should
we're-
still
Yeah.
be okay.
Oh, we're
well,
way
you might,
past
you
that.
might, yeah, you might have a problem.
I remember when I drove back from Seattle, my transmission on my car literally crapped out as soon as I arrived, and I was just under the limit of 60,000, so they replaced it.
Yeah.
Which was very convenient because Nissans don't exactly have the best transmission. Anyway, I don't know much about cars. He's Joe.
Yep.
I'm Paul. Joe, we're here at Twin Peaks. Let's have ourselves a wonderful time. Coming up next on this fine radio program of ours, live at the Twin Peaks on Kirby. Come out and join us. I hate that some people are putting this negative energy out in the air, but is there a chance that the Texans blow this game on Sunday against the Titans? Is there a chance that Texas blows it against Kentucky tomorrow? Is there a chance that Texas A&M, which had that unfortunate moment at the press conference, we're focused on Auburn, that they blow it against Auburn on Saturday? Let's discuss. Stay put. sort of big weekend of football from this perspective. If any of the three big teams in Texas lose, sorry, Cowboys, you're not one of them anymore. It's going to be very embarrassing. First off, you've got the two games tomorrow. You've got Texas playing Kentucky, who stinks this year.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Texas A&M playing Auburn tomorrow night. Auburn also stinks this year, as a texter texts in. We stink. War damn Eagle. And, of course, the Texans play the Titans on Sunday. Any of these three teams losing will be quite the punch in the nads.
Oh, Mike. And, I mean, A&M, they obviously they have to beat Texas to make the college football playoff, but to not even have a chance because you lose this weekend would be heartbreaking.
It would suck.
Because I would imagine Texas still has a slight chance, even if they were to lose this weekend, because they could follow that up with a top 12-ish win. And then right now, what we've seen so far from the College Football Playoff Committee is that when Georgia and Miami lost, they both automatically moved back 8 spots. So that, in theory, puts Texas at 11, which would have them out of the College Football Playoff because of the non-Power 5 teams and stuff like that. But still a chance to make it. And so it's not totally over if you're Texas, but that would be a heartbreaker.
If either of these teams lose before their game the weekend after this one, I think it'll be sky is falling kind of disaster. All the vibes will be taken out at least until the immediate couple of hours right before the game. Texas is a 20.5-point favorite per mybookie.ag against Kentucky. And the line for Texas A&M, they're only 2.5-point favorites against Auburn. So at the very least, they are making it seem a little bit easier for you.
Yeah.
From that side of things. Texans, meanwhile, 7.5-point favorites against the Titans. Is anyone willing to do the parlay? The Texas 3-step?
Oh, I like that. What else do we got? We got
just these three.
Just these three?
Texas A&M by 2.5, Texas by 20.5, Texans by 7.5. The Texas cover.
I mean, I'd love to, but UT, man, they ain't covering. They're winning, but they're not covering some of these games. So I feel like that would be the one that would hurt it. To cover the spread, I would bet on. I'd feel more comfortable with A&M and the Texans. UT makes me a little nervous at 20.5, but you know what? I'm in.
Okay.
We can do that.
Okay. Let's think about it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. And Joe, once you're done driving up to
LaBerge.
Well, you gotta go up to Kingwood to pick up your wife because you're gonna make her happy.
Yes.
You just stepped out of line a little bit, just a little bit.
Just a little.
Cool, good fellas.
Just a little bit.
Then you drive down to League City.
Yeah.
And then you drive to LaBerge and you can do the same thing as me.
Yeah.
Then I can do it on a website.
I just have to get across the border.
Oh, well, that would also be far. All of these.
Yeah, I know.
It's
funny. It's funny on the way to Lake Charles.
you got a lot of driving to make this.
Yeah, there's not on the way to Lake Charles. There's not really I feel like you don't really see the "Welcome to Louisiana" sign. Mm-hmm. You see it on the way back.
Yeah.
But it took me a while to figure out when I actually left Texas and got into Louisiana.
Sean and I have websites that we can use, and Joe's is going to have to do some more driving.
Yeah, I'll just use one of yours websites for this one.
There is a chance the Texans are maybe overlooking things. I missed this quote earlier in the week. I'll be honest, every single time I hear Titus Howard speak, I get a little annoyed because he was nowhere to be found after stripping the ball out of C.J. Stroud's hands in that Sunday night game against the Lions. He said he would speak later in the week because he was too pissed off. He didn't. But here is Titus Howard talking about some narrative that did not exist going into the Monday night Texans-Cowboys game.
Yeah, that was crazy. Ain't no little bro. I don't know what bro thought, but we ain't no little bros, and we showed that today. So
apparently, people were saying the Texans are the Cowboys' little bros. No one said that. Who's saying that?
See, okay, this is when you see one person talk, and it leads to this giant generalization.
Who? Dallas Cowboys fan? Booger Balls 2069 on X?
There was the one linebacker, I think it was, that we never heard of.
Demarion Overshown, yeah.
That said, we run
You know
Texas.
What? You're right.
But it's one player. It's one player. Hell, we found out last night. I can't remember if I put this in the rundown or not even. That two of the Cowboys' best players after the game went and shot music videos.
Nice.
After. Apparently, Trevon Diggs and CeeDee Lamb went and shot a music video after they got done losing the Texans
Like
on
the
Monday Night
same
Football.
night?
Yes. They left the game and went and shot a music video.
Wait,
apparently.
that's so late. They're shooting it at like 1 a.m.?
Great question.
Midnight?
But Shannon Sharp was just roasting them for doing that.
Oh, my God. See, yes. Oh, God, that sucks.
That's
You
so
can't
Cowboys.
You can't even be excited about a 34-10 win.
Yeah.
Which that Titus Howard, like, oh, yeah, pump my tires now. We ain't no one's little brother. Well, you were the Lions' little brother. You were your own little brother on Sunday night where you stripped the ball out of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, so I think that's taking like one comment from a Cowboys player and maybe what he's hearing a little bit on the radio because he clearly listens. So I wonder like if he's hearing some of that and getting it, but I was like, who cares?
Yeah, I'm with you there. And also, too, there's a little more bleep talk between the Texans and Titans going on this week. We read this quote yesterday. Here's Hannah McNair at a fire station in all firefighter equipment. She is a tiny woman. I can't believe they found firefighter equipment that fit her without like basically making her look like a toddler. But here she is in firefighter gear talking a little trash about the Tennessee Titans.
Well, it's all of our AFC teams. We have a good rivalry. We play them twice a year. So our players, they know each other. The coaches know each other really well. And, it's a challenge to play someone twice a year because of that. So you'll see that on Sunday. These guys know each other, and it'll be a battle. It's always a battle.
It's a fun rivalry. I mean, well, we've taken over Houston. We've taken our fans back, so they're just the Titans now.
They're just the Titans now. They've taken our city back. Is that 100% true? Because there's still weird holdouts here. I don't understand them. Like, maybe if you're the biggest Vince Young fan, I could understand how you'd be a Titans fan still.
Yeah.
But he left. And also, they ran him off. Like, the Titans kind of, many Texas fans will argue this. I don't know that I agree with him because I think Vince Young had his own doing in playing his way out of the league and maybe not working as hard as he needed to. But people still like the Titans here. A team that left them. A team that doesn't even have cool uniforms anymore. A team that has never been good, with no history, constantly blew it when they were here in Houston, blew it as the Tennessee Titans. They've been the one seed 3 times. They've been one and done each time. They lose a Super Bowl by 1 yard. Help me out here. What is it?
Yeah, I don't understand. I definitely think it's at the point now where like they've kind of been mostly run out. I guess we just don't interact with them. Like they're not, like Cowboys fans who are listening and calling in and stuff like that. That's the only thing I would nitpick with what Hannah said. Is like you haven't really taken Houston all the way yet because there's still a ton of Cowboys fans here. There's still a ton of people that like, I mean, hell, like half our producer staff, like part-time producer staff, are Cowboys fans.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, so you can't say you fully took back Houston when the team in Dallas still has a strong foothold.
I mean,
but
it's a weird city.
They've taken it back from the Titans for sure.
It's a weird NFL city because the team left and there was a period of time where there was no team here and some people just never really came back to the NFL. And now there's this team here and they've had some years where they've been at best frisky, but they've never been serious,
Yeah.
Ultimately. And I mean, the big thing that I feel bad for, and I see some people pushing back, like, hey, like the players only care about the owners that they played for. Well, Bud's dead, Bud is dead. He's gone forever. If I'm one of those ex-Oilers players, wouldn't you want to have one moment where you're honored at midfield? And the thing is so strange where that's almost not allowed. And, I've met Robert Brazil a couple of times. Great guy. Dan Pastorini, I've talked to him 10 times. We had him on my TV show with John back in the day all the time. I feel bad that those guys don't get to have a moment where they're out in front of a Houston crowd and honored. And more than anyone, Earl Campbell. I mean, the guy can't even walk because he was playing for, those owners, sure, but this city too. And no one appreciates Earl Campbell more than the state of Texas. And this guy's never going to get his true, I guess, tip of the hat from this city. And maybe something has happened and I'm not. But I would, if I were here and the Texans still have the Oilers history, forget the uniforms, I would honor that guy every single year. I would honor all of these guys.
Yeah, and
every single year.
They're clearly trying to bridge some of those gaps, I would say, because Bruce Matthews did the pump up video, like the release video for the New Jerseys.
Right.
He was at the last game versus the Lions when they put him on the screen. He got a big ovation and like a big cheer.
He's the only guy that has ever said it belongs to Houston. Everyone else, I'm sure they got paid a little bit, have said the Tennessee owns them. Alan Beats is bringing up Warren Moon loyal to the Adams. Yeah, I'm sure he's getting paid, but it's weird because he played here and there were people that have fond memories of him here and he can't get honored here. I think that's effed up. And like Houston, the city, certainly could have fought harder to keep the history. The Seattle Sonics did that, or Seattle did that with the Supersonics. The one good thing that government has ever done up in Seattle. You could have done it here. Everyone looks a little bit bad in the end. Bud Adams more than anybody, but I feel bad. I feel like the players got completely effed over.
100%.
That played here, and they deserve to get honored here instead of being flown up to Nashville in front of people that like
don't know who they
are, unless they're like an NFL savant.
So see, it's a little different now. Like I guess as I was growing up, because at least and obviously rest in peace, but Steve McNair, Eddie George, I think those guys actually played for the Titans, did something for that franchise. Because even as a fan, I couldn't imagine caring about Warren Moon if I lived in Tennessee. Who cares? I have a hard enough time caring about people that played for the teams I rooted for that were there before I was born. Let alone played in a different city.
Well, that's a huge problem, though.
Yeah, I know, but
Joe George, we just heard it here first. Joe George, not a fan of Walter Payton.
I didn't say that.
Here, right there. You may as well have said it.
But it's just
Joe George, Walter Payton bust 713-780-3776.
who's the there's only one great player in Titans only history. Chris Johnson.
Yeah, because McNair was here for a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Eddie George was here for a little bit of time.
Everyone else, it's
Chris Johnson, God,
they have nothing to stand on.
Derrick Henry, but he's...
Oh, yeah, Derrick Henry now. Yeah.
But still,
it's
now
Henry,
he's gone.
Yeah. So it's two great running backs, but that's all you got.
There's got to be someone else. Is that really it?
That only play for the Titans?
Honestly, I think you're right. I can't... Jeffrey Simmons is actually, probably top 10.
Yeah. Michael Huff?
I mean, A.J. Brown before he left for the Eagles.
Yeah, see,
But that was such a short period.
It depends on how long they have to have played for you to consider them. But A.J. Brown's a great player.
Javon Curse, that's a good
Javon
one.
Curse
But
is a
to
great
go back
player,
to it, this is my question for the Titans fans that live here. Why? I don't get it.
Yeah, why?
I really don't get it. And you're going to see enough, maybe less so than a couple of years ago when the Titans were, I think, 13-2. Maybe they were 12-2, and they came to NRG and they smoked. Actually, I think it was a closer game than you would have thought, but there were tons of Titans fans out there, and they were all swinging their thing around and stuff. And I was like, okay, you're good. You're going to go one and done in the playoffs. By the way, they did. What a surprise! With the 1 seed. Oh wow. But I don't get it. I want to know why. And I don't think anyone can really explain it.
No.
You sided with Bud Adams, who was too poor to build his own stadium.
Yeah.
And I mean, the city, to their credit, they said no. I actually respect the city willing to say F you to a football team.
Yeah, I think they never thought they would actually leave. But I mean,
the Titans didn't think they would leave. They didn't have a plan.
Yeah.
Basically, the city of Houston, go back in time, city of Houston said no. So they didn't have anywhere to play. They had something in the works, but they weren't going to be able to start playing. And they didn't have their own stadium until 1999. They played in Memphis in 97, and they played in Vanderbilt Stadium in 1998. It's crazy.
I know the fact that they had to play in two different stadiums.
They had no plan. They moved. They stuck with the nickname because they wanted to keep it. And everyone in the city of everyone in the whole state of Tennessee was like, "Why are you still the Oilers? This doesn't make any sense. The uniforms are cool, but they didn't think the uniforms were cool there. They were like, go look it up. There's articles about this. People were like, why are we still the Oilers? Huh? And so they came up with the least creative nickname ever. The Titans?
Yeah, what is the Titans?
Did they watch Remember the Titans, the movie? Like, I don't even know. They might. I think that came out in 2000. I forget.
I think it's all like right around the same time period, though.
Like, it's not even, if we're going to go into mythology, we're not even talking about like
Yeah.
the top level of gods. We're not talking about the top 12, We're talking about like the frauds, Like, we're talking about the mid-majors of Greek mythology.
Yeah, it's look, man, it's a weird thing. I don't get it. I remember when I first moved to Houston, especially when I started working at the flagship, and then I realized that McClain would like do weekly interviews on Tennessee radio still, and I'm like, why? And then people had to explain to me like how, like, even though he doesn't really cover them, his voice still mattered for some reason for a team he didn't cover. Like, the whole Titan fan base, I think, is strange. I don't get it. I don't get why anyone living in Houston would root for that team. It's not like they, besides the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, it's not like they do like events here and recognize them also. Like, it's not like the Addams family comes to town and does like Oilers night at a bar and then brings all the legends out. Like, they're just
yeah, they don't even do that.
It's strange. Like, I don't understand it all.
I think I get the sour feelings towards that Amy has towards the city. I totally get them. But I also think that the Titans are a bunch of pussies for not wearing the Oilers stuff on Sunday.
Well,
like,
we lost.
Wear them here.
But you lost.
Here's the thing. I bet if the Titans ever have a good enough team and they come back here again, they'll do it. They'll do it again.
I wonder if the NFL won't let them wear them here, but they should.
They should.
Because you need like an actual rivalry, that kicks it.
Here's the other thing, Joe. This game is a nothing burger, okay? Yeah. Like, if the Texans lose, it's a disaster. If they win, most people are going to be like, whatever. I do think there are some things that can be gleaned in this game if they actually play well against a team that has a really good defensive line. If they protect C.J. Stroud, there are things to be gleaned from this. But from a big picture thing, the only reason that game last year had any buzz in Nashville was because a Texas team with Case Keenum under center was going up against a team wearing the uniforms, and it seemed like a big FU. The NFL should not be shying away from something that makes people talk about a game that, let's be honest, is not really a big deal in the grand scheme of things in the United States. It's not, or in the NFL.
I even wonder, like, if they're allowed to. Maybe I saw Landry tweet about this. I don't want to take his words out of context. Like, there's a key question, like, if they can even, they're allowed to wear the H-Town blue jerseys against the Titans. Like, it's all, because that's the thing, like, there's also a very clear level of pettiness.
Oh, yeah, and I kind of like it. Like, you heard it from Hannah there, and, of course, you're getting it from the Addams family. But
I think they need a little more still, though.
More pettiness?
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
I need Cal to give some of the pettiness.
But Cal has become such a politician in this. Like, it's almost like he plays good cop, and Hannah plays bad cop whenever they talk about these other teams. And I kind of like it. It's a fun gag, The traveling pair of billionaires.
Yeah, at wherever random event they're at when they do it. Mm-hmm. That's also what I love about it. They're always at these most random events. Like, is it their firefighter event?
Well, listen, they support the firefighters.
But they're just randomly at these events when they are available, and then they talk trash.
I just think it's really funny that she was talking trash in a firefighter outfit.
Yeah.
That probably was the smallest one they could find, and even then it was probably still too big.
Tony says both teams should wear the Oilers gear when they play.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
That actually would be funny.
One team wears blue, one team wears white.
Well, there's the old Oilers uniforms where there was one point where they had the light blue helmets, and then there were the 80s era, because those were the AFL era that you've seen the Titans wear before. And then you have the more recent era, Love You Blue and Beyond, where the helmet was white.
Yeah.
That would be pretty funny.
We'll never see it, though.
No, we won't. It's a shame.
The game should have last year just been for the uniforms.
I agree.
Like, play a game for...
It would be funny every year if that's what they played for.
Oh, like, it goes back and forth?
Right. Like, look, people would buy the uniforms.
Oh, it's like a trophy in college football.
All the revenue is shared by the NFL. So,
yeah.
I mean, like, that's the one thing that the Titans have. Why not? I mean, more people are going to buy it if it's here. And of course, the Cougs are wearing some Oilers stuff this weekend, too. So what would be most on brand and most likely to happen of those three things? The Texans lose to the Titans, A&M loses to Auburn, or, Joe, another one that you threw in there, not Texas versus Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Day and Ohio State losing to Indiana.
Because he keeps losing these top 5 matchups. I didn't even think about Texas losing. Like, that's kind of what I think of the game when I put that on there. Like, they might not cover, but I'm assuming they're going to win. I think it's A&M. That even, like, it's the Elko era. Things feel a little different. Like, I just feel like that's the more on-brand thing to potentially happen this weekend, would be the A&M loss. You don't agree? You think it's Texans?
I think it's really easy to say Texas A&M here. I feel like the spread being 2.5. To me, I feel like A&M knows that, given the way that they played against South Carolina, that they can blow games like this.
Mhm.
I think honestly, if they had 1 loss or 0 losses, they'd be in more danger this weekend.
Okay, that makes sense.
I do think there's a chance the Titans win this one. I do.
Really?
Oh yeah, there's always a chance. It's the NFL, Joe. I mean, we just saw the Browns beat the Steelers last
yeah, I
night.
mean, we've seen Will Levis have like moments. Like, you think
Will
back
Levis
to, like,
does have occasional moments.
Yeah,
right?
we're like, it wouldn't shock me if him and, assuming Calvin Ridley's healthy, I don't even know at this point in the season, but connects on a 60-yard pass to somebody. And we've seen Levis do that. He did that in his first game. Didn't he throw like 2 big bombs?
Yeah. Oh, his first game. Yeah, Jeremy Branham had a pass ten. He had 4 touchdowns. They were all like bombs too. From the 281, I like how y'all talk mess about the Titans and all this, but y'all are the same people who worship Deshaun Watson until he decided to do what he did. Well, I will say this. First off, Daddy right here was the first one to tell you that Watson was never going to be as good as Mahomes. 2, Daddy roots for the gods of football, the New England Patriots, and I can talk trash about anybody for at least 3 more years. I get 3 more years.
I guess I'm just like really confused on how these things are correlated.
This guy's just he's upset. He can't explain why he's a Titans fan, but he's upset.
Yeah.
He's upset. It is okay. It is okay.
Yeah, because Deshaun Watson still is better than any quarterback the Titans have had since Steve McNair.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, sorry, we didn't know he was a pervert.
You should always expect your quarterback to be a pervert. Like, is that the lesson? I guess the lesson is, like, don't assume guys' character off the field.
Yeah.
But it was funny with Watson. I mean, he, by all accounts, was fantastic. He's doing a lot of things in the community.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
think
blah.
back to Harvey, like, as a rookie, taking his paychecks, giving it to the kitchen staff.
And then all of a sudden, I remember I got once this stuff all came out, like, I had been told a couple of things by a couple of people. I was like, I could definitely tell the man just does not care. He shoots his shot with everybody. Because, like, there was a friend of mine who he slid in the DMs of, which is his thing. I don't know if he asked her for a massage.
Mm-hmm.
Another one of a girl I took out on a date told me that, like, she was in the elevator with him, and he basically pulled a "Do you know who I am?" in the elevator, and she got the ick from it.
Yeah, she should.
Honestly, like, I'm kind of glad. I don't think the date would have happened if she didn't get the ick from it. But he's like, "Oh, the starting quarterback of the Houston Texans." It's like, all right. And again, she told me that story, but it does seem on brand. But just
it does.
Who he was.
Yeah, we got duped a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how these things are connected, but we got duped.
We did. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 10-minute drills up next. I will say, first off, Thursday Night Football last night was amazing. We have to play audio. I say I'm a Patriots fan and like I'm above everybody. The Patriots did something so effing embarrassing yesterday, and it involves one of our beloved Cougs. I can't, like, the disrespect that the New England Patriots just showed to the Houston Cougars, mind-boggling. You'll hear it next. Do have some good news for the Texans. Will Anderson will play on Sunday. He confirmed that with local media today. So they will have one of their best pass rushers. Did you know this, that now with the performance that he had Monday night, 2 more sacks, Danielle Hunter is tied, Joe, with Will Anderson for 7.5 sacks this year.
All right. I mean, that's what you want. You're going to invest as much in your defensive line. You got a guy who had 16.5 sacks last year, and Anderson had what? He had 8, 7?
He did, yes.
Something like that. So you want them to get close to that number again this year, and they've been kind of as advertised, I would say. Mm-hmm. So that's huge.
Sean, I'm going to put you on the spot here, but Tim Settle, Texas defensive tackle, is one of the funnier players on the team. I feel like he generally gives the best quotes, and he was asked about Danielle Hunter. Settle, by the way, has 5 sacks this year. I really liked his description of Danielle Hunter, who I cannot stop talking about the massive biceps of.
Yeah, like, wow, that
I
was
shake my head
nasty.
every play. And then I'm playing next to this dude that looks like a mannequin and plays like he runs track. But, he sets everything up for everybody. And, it's kind of a thing where, he kind of just goes and you just, go off of him. He's going to lead you to the ball. He's going to lead you to the play. He sets a lot of stuff off. If it's not Will, it's him. Guys worry about him. You can kind of feel that throughout the game. The more he stresses offenses, the more the offense loosens up, and it allows us to eat.
Plays like a mannequin, looks like he runs track.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, that's the biggest man I've ever seen run track. I've never seen a guy who runs track with biceps that big. Like, I don't believe him. I feel like he looks like somebody who could be in World's Strongest Man competition.
Yeah, maybe like in high school he ran track.
Also, he's bigger than the mannequins.
A lot. Yeah, what mannequins? Well, then again, Tim Settle probably shops at different stores than you and I do.
I don't think that, what does that mean?
Like big and large stores, those still exist?
I think so. I don't know.
So maybe he's at the mannequins.
The
They are
bigger
huge.
mannequins.
Yeah,
there?
they're huge. They're ripped.
Maybe it could be that. I don't know if they're going to be more ripped, but we'll see. I don't know. Thursday night football. It's a game that's played on Thursday night, and sometimes Al Michaels doesn't like it, even if there's snow and Jameis Winston doing Jameis Winston things. And you also, on top of all of that, you have George Pickens getting in a fight with somebody in the middle of a Hail Mary. It's the new theme song for Thursday night football.
And Jameis Winston, very funny.
Jameis Winston was very funny.
It was a fun game, man. I love snow games. And there were some great plays. I mean, we didn't even mention the Jameis Winston, the back of the shoulder throw that Njoku went up and got on the 2-point conversion was great. The fact that the battery pack from his microphone's hanging off his helmet is very only Jameis Winston that happens to.
He has the most awkward helicopter touchdown ever. Browns won 24-19 in a game where George Pickens said that the Browns still stink. Well, you lost that game. After the game, we didn't even get to this when we talked about the game earlier. Myles Garrett decided, I'm going to cut a wrestling promo and talk about how I am the best defensive player in the NFL after a 3-sack performance, and TJ Watt ain't bleep.
I mean, we spoke of the coin toss, but that's about it. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for all the guys over there, and the edge rushers in the league. But I'm number one, and that's from edge defender 1, edge 1 to defensive player of the year. I'm the guy. So that runs through me. There's no other person being defended as I am or schemed or planned against like I am. So this goes to show, you can throw that out the window. I'm gonna find a way.
Is he the greatest Aggie ever? Is it Von Miller? Is it Mike Evans? Is there somebody else that I'm missing who's a little bit further back in time? I think Darrell Green was one.
I'd say Myles Garrett above Von Miller for sure at this point, just because I think his ceiling was much higher as a player. And Von Miller was great, but Myles Garrett's just a monster.
I mean, Von Miller kind of almost single-handedly won a Super Bowl for the Broncos, though.
That's true. That's true. Mike Evans, he's got now 7 games it is, or whatever, to get his 11th straight 1,000-yard receiving season. And that's a pretty incredible feat if he's able to achieve that coming back from injury this weekend or starting this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I think I sneaky like Mike Evans as number one. I'm probably wrong, but the production is just so consistent and so good every single year.
I'll say Garrett. Von Miller's great, but I think Garrett just is more imposing.
Yeah.
I felt like Evans, great receiver, no doubt about it. I always felt like Evans could play with his size a little bit more than he did, but it's like a nitpick. By the way, clean up an eye on me. Darryl Green went to Texas A&M Kingsville. My bad.
Where's that?
Kingsville, I think.
Where's Kingsville? That's the question. I know it's in Kingsville.
He's an H-Town guy. He's like probably the fastest dude of the last generation of football, like the 90s and before. Anyway.
Devon Achane next.
Ryan Tannehill, Johnny Manziel. I mean, Myles Garrett got away with beating somebody on the head with a helmet.
That's true.
And honestly, I feel like it was merited because no one wanted to watch Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, attempted murder.
No one's ever leaked the audio of what happened, and I know some people take Mason Rudolph's defense here. I don't. I bet Mason Rudolph said something. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have done that for no reason at all.
I don't think you react in that violent of a way unless you feel it's very necessary.
No snitches there. And I mean, yeah, you say something stupid.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, this isn't
all of a sudden there's certain versions of getting your ass beat for saying something we don't believe it anymore.
Yeah, this isn't some, getting mad at a person at a, car rental place.
Continuing around the National Football League, Daniel Jones, who gave a very long press conference yesterday because it was announced he was not going to start games for them the rest of the year, has been released. The Giants are calling it a mutual parting of ways. L. Duncan from ESPN, who I got to say, rather cocky, certainly wants to enter the take space, but is technically a SportsCenter anchor, decided to do this drive-by on Daniel Jones for his press conference yesterday.
Normally reserved taking the L for Fridays, but Giants quarterback Daniel Jones just did something so inexplicable that we made an exception. After being benched this week, Jones took to the podium to say goodbye to the franchise and fans, but with 7 games left in the season.
All right, wrote something down just to make sure I say it the right way.
I'm sorry. You have to write this down? Then you go to Duke?
The opportunity to play for the New York Giants was truly a dream come true, and I'm extremely grateful to the Mara and Tisch families for the chance to play here. The Giants are truly a first-class organization, and I have nothing but genuine respect and appreciation for the people who have built it and who helped carry on that tradition. Thank you to all my teammates, coaches, and staff that have done so much for me these past 6 years. Of course, this season has been disappointing for all. I'm excited for the next opportunity. I know that there's a lot of good football in front of me, and I'm excited about that. To all the fans, I have deep respect and appreciation for your passion and love for the Giants. The fans are a huge part of what makes playing for the Giants so special. Thank you.
You guys think he had this saved in his notes since 2020? In all seriousness, DJ, I could have saved you 90 seconds. A rewrite. Sorry you paid me $108 million for one playoff win, and I look forward to reviving my career as Brock Purdy's backup. The end.
Not a bad landing spot.
Just before he got released, which the goodbye when we saw it happening yesterday as we were in the studio, I was like, this is strange. They don't typically say goodbye, and then they released him today because he requested it. Honestly, I think I'll go the opposite. We would give the Jets a lot of hard time, but this is the same franchise that ruined an incredibly long streak of started games, but for Eli Manning for 1 week. They benched him and then they put him back in. It's not his fault. He made the playoffs with Brian Dable and then got a contract. They knew they shouldn't have given it to him when he fell down the field when he had the 70-yard rushing touchdown, and it looked like a sniper shot him. Careful, L. That's what I would say. I look forward to
the way she did that. Sorry for my language. Was bitchy.
Yeah, 100%.
You're kicking down now. Of course, I understand why he gave the press conference. He just got released.
Yeah.
So maybe they knew that this was going to happen all along. There is an element of, I think, black media who really doesn't like Daniel Jones. And by the way, I get it. Because there have been a lot of black quarterbacks over the course of the NFL's history who did not get as much time to play as others and maybe got run after. But this isn't on Daniel Jones. This is on the Giants who thought Daniel Jones was good. So if you're going to make fun of someone, make fun of the Giants today. Not make fun of the guy who did what all of us in the world would do if presented with the opportunity. We're going to say, oh, no, I'm not good enough for that. And she's dump it on the speech. I mean, I don't know. I'd probably write something out too. Oh, you went to Duke. You can't do anything better than that.
Yeah.
All of it felt weirdly personal. And there does feel
Yeah, I don't
like
know
an element
why.
of that with Daniel Jones specifically. And look, I do get it. 6 years is an insane amount of time to let this guy continue to play in the NFL. No quarterback that bad will probably ever get that much rope to literally hang himself with on the field as Daniel Jones gets. It's never going to happen again. And you can do all the whataboutisms that you want. But I don't know. Like, a lot of the same people coming after Daniel Jones are the same people who are acting like Justin Fields doesn't suck.
Yep.
And again, like,
100%
sorry to bring
the player I was thinking of.
Sorry to bring race into it, but this is a part of why people are jumping on Daniel Jones. I don't think it should be about that as much as it should be about the Giants, as Joe said, have been an effing clown car for years.
Yep, and they got 2 Super Bowls out of it for a quarterback that people are trying to put into the Hall of Fame who finished exactly 500.
Exactly.
Like, give me a break. No, I do think Justin Fields, Daniel Jones was talking about a lot this offseason about how Fields is going to have to fight for a job in Pittsburgh. Daniel Jones is not. I mean, but, like, once again, not Daniel Jones' fault. He never should have been the quarterback in New York. Ever. Look what they did. Before they cut him, they made him QB4. Like, they're dumb. They're going to fire their coach, who's probably going to get a head coaching job in the same offseason. Would love for Brian Dable to be the head coach of the Bears. Cool. Sign me up. You got Daniel Jones bum ass to the playoffs.
That's not happening, though, Joe.
Fine with me.
It's not. They're not. I think they're going to stick with Dayball, but they're a poorly run organization. And I was talking with my friends earlier, like some of whom are Giants fans. I was like, you guys should have had to eat this. I think it's obviously there's an injury provision so that you could get out of this contract, but I think it's really lame to bench a guy who gives you the best chance to win because you don't want to pay him.
Denver did it last year.
Don't sign him to the contract. Give him the franchise tag if you're not committed to him long term. And that's what they should have done to begin with. Like, it was them giving him the long term contract because he had one good year with Dayball was crazy. Like, everything we had seen to the point screamed that was not going to continue. Anyway, this is so much Giants talk. Anyway, let's shift. Let's talk about my embarrassing franchise.
What's wrong with your franchise? It's not your fault that the people who run this stupid-ass Hall of Fame are idiots.
No, I don't care. Bob Kraft doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. No owner deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, but there's other owners in, so he deserves to be in.
I agree with that. I would not be surprised if his background, and I'm not just talking about the massage stuff. I'm wondering if there's a little bit of an anti-something agenda going on behind the scenes, but that's neither here nor there. The New England Patriots got their 12th choice at offensive coordinator. His name is Alex Van Pelt.
Mm-hmm.
This guy has just disrespected the University of Houston. I don't know how many people are aware of Marcus Jones, friend of Tank Dell, Houston Cougar, very good player who did a lot of different things for the Cougars. 3rd-round draft pick of the Patriots, a guy who led the NFL in punt return yards in 2022, but also is a pretty good gadget player. In fact, he scored a touchdown on offense for the New England Patriots. He scored a touchdown week 13 against the Bills in 2022 on a 48-yard catch and run. So offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt, who's not good and is being bailed out by the Drake May presence on his team, probably will continue as offensive coordinator next year, had no idea that Marcus Jones had played on a Patriots offense lacking any weapons until Jones sent him a text. Here is Alex Van Pelt acknowledging this.
Because he called and asked. That's seriously, he did. I got a text from Marcus Jones, and I'm going back in my mind like, Marcus would just come and talk to me in the building, I would think. So I was Googling Marcus Jones's, and there was a guy that came through Green Bay for a cup of coffee. I'm like, why would he be texting me? And then one of our coaches came and said, Marcus is trying to get a hold of you. So watched 19 plays of his that he's done here as an offensive player. He obviously brings a lot of juice, tremendous ball carrier, speed, his ability to see the field. So, try to find some plays just to get our guys in the best position to make plays, and felt like he would give us a little spark there. We'll see how it goes moving forward.
I don't want to hear him anymore. Sean, cut him off.
How is that?
I don't know. Joe, like, this organization, again, I've got 4 years that I can continue to crow about the past before I become a Cowboys fan. They got their 12th choice at offensive coordinator, and the guy didn't even know on a team that does not have any weapons at receiver that a guy who played for our Cougs, is actually capable of doing things on offense.
Yeah.
Until the guy texted him, how?
And
the Patriots are bragging about this. They put an article up on Patriots.com saying, like, look at this cute story. Marcus Jones texted Alex Van Pelt that he can play on offense. And naturally, everyone in Boston who's a skeptical, cynical a-hole, we're all like, are you serious? You're bragging about this? You just found out?
Dude.
The guy scored a touchdown on primetime TV.
I mean, and he is one of the most electric players we've had over the last decade in college. Like, every time he touched the ball, even if he hadn't played offense before, watch him on punt return and kick return in college or in the NFL. I'm like, oh, this is probably a good idea. We should probably run screen passes to him to see what he can do in the open field. My gosh, this is where I know there's 32 teams, but sometimes I wonder why we have 32 of them, just because the amount of morons who are coaching the sport. Like, that's why when these people get all pissy with the media, trying to act like they know more than us, I'm like, okay. You got an offensive coordinator who literally didn't know one of his players played offense.
Unbelievable.
Like, they act like they're so all high and mighty, and it's like, okay, go for it, dude. Like, good luck.
Yep.
But you know what? At least they didn't hire the worst offensive coordinator this last offseason. So
was that Shane
that was
Waldron?
my team.
Yeah. Yeah, our favorite teams are not in great shape. So let's talk about everybody's favorite team in Houston. Sean, I'm going to throw a curveball at you. I think it's time to continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach, Florida. We are 82 days away, and live from Twin Peaks on Kirby, I am demanding that bone. Pay no mind to the trombone in the background. The trombone-only version of How About Them Stros by Paul Wall. Look it up online. Yeah. I wonder if anyone's left any comments on that guy's video. And he's like, what's going on? He might start asking for royalties, though. I kind of want.
Yeah, he might charge us for this.
Yeah. John Heyman says the Astros have extended an offer to Alex Bregman. Ooh. What that offer is? 6-year range, supposedly. But they have made an offer.
Well, that's more than we found out about George Springer. We never heard about an offer being made because there probably wasn't one, officially at least. So, sounds like a step in the right direction. I would like him to get it done before the holidays. I don't need a bunch of sad kids in Houston getting Christmas presents from their parents that don't know what they're doing. And they open Alex Bregman jerseys only to realize he's no longer on the team. Should avoid that, Alex. Take care of the kids. Think of the kids, Alex.
Well, would you bring your kids to Detroit? Because in that post by John Heyman in the New York Post, the Tigers are also in the mix.
I'm not surprised by that. I mean, there were the reports last year. Like, people have been connecting Bregman and Verlander both to Detroit. This is a team that we saw, obviously, is on the cusp of trying to build something and still a mostly trash division. All those teams made the playoffs essentially because of the White Sox. But Detroit's on their way up. They have a Cy Young winner now in Skubal. They have money to spend. And we know they spend recklessly. Javier Baez. So it wouldn't shock me if AJ Hinch is pulling the strings there and saying, go get Alex, go get Verlander. Let's get some veteran presence here and let's make a run.
We've also got, Joe, a rumor that the Astros, I guess, are possibly in the Juan Soto sweepstakes.
I guess, I don't know if I would quantify this as a rumor, but The Athletic put out a story, Jim Bowden, and he power ranked 1 through 10 the teams that would be most likely to sign Juan Soto. And he put the Astros on the list.
Where are they?
9th.
Okay.
But they're in the top third of the league then.
There's a lot of flexibility that would give you.
Yes.
Signing Juan Soto would allow you to trade Kyle Tucker.
Yes.
You've probably seen bye to Alex Bregman.
Do you think they even take a meeting? Do you think they even try to meet with Juan Soto, though? I was just thinking about the like they didn't meet with Ohtani.
You don't want it to get leaked.
I think you do want it to get leaked. Well, I guess
I don't know. I feel like given the Bregman negotiations, and given Kyle Tucker, you got to be careful with this. And I bring that up because of if you've watched that Netflix documentary about the Red Sox and Yankees back in 2003, 2004.
Sure.
Like Nomar Garciaparra was being shopped around. He found out about it. Then he had actually been traded, but then the trade got canceled, and he was not the same guy the next year.
Yeah.
So I think those are two things you want to keep in mind. If they pay Juan Soto and don't pay Kyle Tucker, that might piss Kyle Tucker off. And if they pay or try to pay Juan Soto and they're not trying to pay Alex Bregman, that might piss Bregman off.
Especially when it's the same agent. Like that's why I think you can't even
Yeah,
meet.
exactly.
You can't even meet. Like,
good point.
Because if you're, let's say you go into a meeting with Scott Boras and you say, I know this is really below market value, but we'll give Juan Soto $400 million. And then Scott goes, okay, Juan, you're done for the day. And then Scott Boras walks back in the room and goes, no, let's talk about Alex Bregman. And they go, we got $150 million for him max.
Right, yeah.
Like that's not going to work out very well. So it's like, I feel like the Astros like can't even be considered as part of it. I was surprised to see them even just listed. Now, in a perfect world, trading Kyle Tucker for a third baseman and a starting pitcher under club control because you've signed Juan Soto would be an incredible move.
But you gotta be able to pull this off, like you're Heisenberg killing 12 people in a jail at once.
Yeah,
you know.
Because like now, I think the Nomar one is a good comp. I guess it was like a collective bargaining agreement issue with Alex Rodriguez was the reason why they couldn't make that deal. But it was a great idea. I mean, they traded Manny, Nomar, got A-Rod, a bunch of other pieces. It was a great move. It just blew up in their face. Honestly, I'd love to see the Astros try it. Try to get Soto. Go for it.
This is something you'd 100% do in a video game.
Yes.
Couple other baseball tidbits. I'm going to call them tidbits. Shohei Ohtani won MVP, unanimous.
Yep.
His third time as unanimous MVP.
First player to ever do that.
In anything.
Yeah.
Not it's only happened twice in football. Tom Brady in 2010, Lamar Jackson in 2019. It's only happened once in basketball, Steph Curry for 15 and 16, and twice for Wayne Gretzky and Connor McDavid in the NHL. Ohtani has won 3 MVPs in 4 years, all of them unanimous. Aaron Judge also won his first unanimous MVP. 23 baseball players have won unanimous MVPs. Jeff Bagwell in 1994 in the strike-shortened year. Reggie Jackson formerly of the Astros, Letterman Jacket Skull and Bone Society in 1973 with the I think the A's.
Are we in
Ohtani has 3
greatest of all time territory already with Ohtani? Like, is it done?
He's on the table.
I mean, it feels like it's done. He's got the World Series.
I mean,
3 unanimous MVPs. He's the biggest unicorn in the history of sports.
I think he has to pitch again.
Yeah.
Because the pitching gives him a leg up on any hitters who might be slightly better than him. But, I mean, yeah, Barry Bonds probably better hitter than him.
But the thing is, like, no roids, right? Like, Barry Bonds will never be in the Hall of Fame. It's stupid he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Illicit winnings from shady translators.
Still cannot believe that story went the way it did.
Yeah.
Feels like we're going to wake up one day and expose of what really happened.
Doubtful.
I think there's at least more to the story that maybe it won't like bury Ohtani, but there's just no way. Like you have all that money stolen from you. The guy like you're closest to, a player who used to play with you got suspended for gambling as well. Like it's still too much for me. But even then, I don't care because I don't care about Pete Rose. I don't care about Shohei Ohtani.
No, I don't either. It's more just to get Dodgers fans mad.
Yes.
So that's entirely the reason everyone was trolling them this past offseason. He's Joe and Paul. We're Gallant George here at Twin Peaks on Kirby. Come out and hang out for the scenic views. Also, coming up next, if you want to talk about the Texans and the Titans, you can. Is C.J. Stroud doing too much? I have compiled all of the one-liners he's been dropping straight out of Commando into one clip. So you'll get to hear them. Plus, if you want to weigh in on the Texans and Titans and the big test that's on the table for Houston, you can. Texas A&M versus Auburn, Texas versus Kentucky, all on the table too. It is Gallant George, third and final hour next. Stick around. Joe, I'm just going to blind ask you because we were talking about Juan Soto.
Yeah.
If the Astros are even a possibility for Juan Soto in the break. Do you know what Juan Soto's looking for?
$690 million.
You know what? You actually shot over. He's looking for 14 years, 630.
14 years, 630.
That's 45 a year.
Oh, they need our IDs.
Of course.
The bartenders are fair.
I do look very young, Joe. I am a handsome man.
I feel like the staff.
Arguably the most scenic thing at Twin Peaks is me. Everyone's saying it. Everyone loves me. I'm the greatest, and you're welcome for gracing Twin Peaks with my presence.
So $630 million for 14 years. That's what he wanted, you said? So $45 million a year?
Yeah.
That's doable. Come on, Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
No more Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
No more Justin Verlander.
Whatever.
Jose Abreu, you want to pay for one more year?
Yeah. Just put it on a credit card.
Yes.
God, that's what everyone does.
Come on.
You're never going to have to pay it anyway. World War III is going to kill us all, or artificial intelligence, or a meteor, or global warming. I don't know. Something's going to. Just put it on your credit card.
Like baseball. Will baseball even exist in 13 years?
Nope. Put it on your credit card.
And I don't really know how that would work. The sport
Just put it on
the
the credit card.
Look,
Jim
we've
Crane.
all got credit cards.
Jim Crane, I'm sure, has a.
I got my car bill just now in one of those last breaks.
Yeah?
Yeah, not as bad as I thought.
Okay, that's good.
It is good.
What was wrong with the car?
Well, it's actually just a sensor issue.
See?
Because Chevy is not great.
Whoa. Except
unless-
for any Chevy sponsors that would like to work with ESPN
Yes.
97.5, 92.5, and Gal Media.
No, see,
also Culture Map.
The dealerships are
Yeah, like Gold Coast Chevy.
yes,
right?
The dealerships are awesome. The dealerships are incredible, but sensor issues are tough. So
LaneCCars.com.
and they're on back order, so they can't be fixed. But my car is still safe to drive.
Yay!
So that's all that matters.
So now, see, everything's better.
Everything's better.
It's almost the weekend for Joe.
The Twitchers are buying us
and
drinks.
now he can go and pick up his wife and make up to
I was about to say, yeah,
her
there's still the
for
one
being
thing
an
I'll
ass.
Yeah. There's usually something after that.
Again, do not take the Twitch's advice in mind. Do not
No,
ask
no,
her
no,
if
no.
it's that time.
No.
Don't do that.
No, definitely don't need to do
Do
that.
not show up naked.
They didn't show.
Don't do that either.
That's so
Don't do
awkward.
that. Why is it awkward?
Great timing as a waitress. to
Why
walk
is it
by.
awkward?
As you said, don't show up naked.
Yes.
It's very funny.
Yeah.
They think they're laughing at us because we have.
I listen. They're giving me a show. I'm giving them a show. Welcome
Yeah.
to Twin Peaks.
Yeah. We're here.
We're here.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to move past this story. Another just embarrassing Patriots story. Per Mark Daniels, Ben McAdoo, who is a Patriots second in command on offense.
Yes.
He starts his weekly presentation by playing Danger Zone throughout the Patriots meeting room. I mean, it would be fun. It would be fun. I'm not going to lie.
But like, I don't
love
think,
it.
I don't think you can do it every week,
And
and you can't be losing. You have to be. You have to win.
Well, yeah, they lost to the Rams. Yeah.
And
And again, whatever.
And so it's like you win, you beat the Bears, you bring it back the next week.
It's whatever.
You lose, change your song.
It's whatever. It's whatever. Anyway, hey.
Danger zone.
Bow, 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 bow. Kenny Loggins, thank you for everything you've done for our country.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you got Texans, you got Titans on Sunday. The thing that the Texans can learn the most in this game is how much better their offensive line has gotten now that they've made the change. Jarrett Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at left guard. It's a very good Titans front seven that they're going up against. But I really think more than anybody, if this is a shut up Sunday, shutting all of us who are naysaying about the Houston Texans, we got to see C.J. Stroud be a little bit more confident. That's what we're looking for. Sorry, Joe, I just knocked your phone
okay.
off. I was like, if I cracked your phone, that would be the worst Friday ever.
Okay.
We have the tiniest table ever. But cheers. We just got
Cheers.
loaded up with some beers here at Twin Peaks.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to spell this on my computer. Lock of the century. It's Hampton.
No, see, I'm going to do this. I'm going to
thank
sit
you.
as far away as possible.
Can I have a straw? Can I have a little sippy straw for my beer? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit as far away as humanly possible.
Oh, wow. You know what? Drinking a beer with a
Dude,
straw.
I hope you do this.
Would it? I mean, it's going to make me look a little gay, but like, hey, everyone.
I mean, no wonder they carded us if you're going to use a sippy straw.
No, it's because I look and I hear them talking about me behind right now. Everyone thinks I look like I'm 21, and I agree. I'm smoking hot with my little mustache. Ignore the gray hair. Sunglasses back on. Let's shift back into the Texans. CJ,
shut us up.
Is CJ Stroud needs to go out there and yes, have fun and cut loose, but I feel like he's got to dial back the trying too hard. And yes, something that someone says is not something that someone does on a football field. But this is a supercut of CJ Stroud all of the many times over the last week that he has delivered us a one-liner like he is Arnold Schwarzenegger in the movie Commando, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'm not just a game manager. I can be a game changer. Steph Curry can go 0 for whatever, but he's going to keep shooting. We're either here or the zero. If I throw 100 picks in the game, like, I'm going to keep swinging and keep shooting. Like, just like that LeBron commercial. Like, if you didn't have it, then that's a problem. Just like it says in Proverbs 27:17, as iron sharpens iron, so does another man sharpen another. So it's not as bad as it ever seems, and it's never as good as it ever seems. At the end of the day, it's the world we live in. You know that saying, the person who talks about the other person with the plank in their eye, but they have like a wood chip, whatever. I forgot exactly how it goes. It's easy to be the guy critiquing, but we're the men in the arena. It's all about building up, not breaking down, and bending, not breaking, and building our house on solid rock. And we've been able to do that. Just like I told you, bro. Like, shooters got to shoot, and if you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
So there you go. That's
How long did that take you?
It didn't take me that long.
Were you miserable doing it?
No, I was laughing the whole time. I thought, he said a lot of one-liners over the last week.
Yeah.
That's not all one answer. That's several different answers.
Yes.
I compiled that into one minute long clip. It's a lot.
Did he say shooter's going to shoot like LeBron in that commercial?
Yes.
Okay.
As one does. Like
He
LeBron in that
referenced
commercial.
A commercial.
I don't remember what commercial it is, but you know what?
But hey, iron sharpens iron. Blink in the eye.
Yeah, it's
wood chip.
That one. that was my favorite because he's trying to remember too much, and then he threw an interception.
Yeah.
He threw an interception while trying to deliver us that one-liner.
But shooter's going to shoot.
Shooter's going to shoot.
So shoot this weekend, CJ. 3 tutties.
I would say don't do too much.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a balance, right? Like you don't want to go overboard.
I want
and be
accuracy.
reckless.
I want no interceptions. I want a clean game. He's got 7 picks this year. It's already more than he's ever had.
I think if he were to throw 3 touchdowns, and throw 1 interception, I would find that acceptable. I would be okay if that were to happen because it means they're pushing the ball down the field, they're being aggressive with it. I'm okay with it. Also, I think there's every interception has its own story.
Oh, F you.
Ryan Russillo taught me that.
F you. How dare you say that?
But it's true. If it's a tight window and he throws a pick, that's fine. No interceptions like we got the last 2 weeks. The one to Tank Dell, the one missed to Nico Collins this weekend. Don't do that. Like give me something where it's trying to put the ball in a tight spot. You throw a pick, I'll accept that. No garbage interceptions this week.
No garbage interceptions?
No garbage picks.
Okay.
Stay out of the garbage, CJ.
Stay out of the garbage.
You could use that one next week.
I'll allow it. If it's a clean sheet, I'll allow it. But I feel like he's trying to do a little too much. I think just take what's there.
Or if you throw an interception, you got to do what you do with your first interception. You got to get a fumble and get the ball back.
That.
Yeah.
Don't get sacked. Don't throw an interception. Is that possible?
No.
Whoa.
No interception and no sacks?
No interception, no sack.
No interception's possible.
No sack.
Gosh.
It's partly on CJ, partly on the offensive line. He has said, to his credit, because CJ has pointed at himself, and this is why I like CJ. Those quotes are a lot, but I still like CJ. He has to get the ball out more quickly. He has even acknowledged that. There's been times where I feel like he's trying to do too much, rolling out of the pocket, trying to, be Patrick Mahomes out there. And guess what? Even Patrick Mahomes can't do that all the time. Mahomes is having his worst season ever. So,
yeah, I'd like to see what we saw on that 20-yard run that he had last week. Some more of that, where as he's rolling out, instead of I think causing some of these sacks to what you're saying, like you got athleticism, CJ. Just take off. It's okay.
He's got a little speed, right? Anyway,
I bet you he does not have more than 2 games in his career in which he has not been sacked?
Like a 2-game stretch?
Like, a game where he's been sacked 0 times.
He said a couple.
He said 3 games.
Yeah.
Weeks 3, 4, and 5.
You're being a big Debbie Downer right now. Yeah.
Of last year.
And number 6 is going to be on Sunday. I think he had at least one clean game this year.
No,
every single game.
every game.
Oh boy. Well, hey, there's still time left
Yeah.
to change everything for the better. Anyway, he's
Yeah.
Joe. I'm Paul. We're at Twin Peaks on Kirby, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Come out and hang with us. We're going to pick the 6 best games of the football weekend next, then pick them against the spread. Stick around on ESPN Houston. And we are live at Twin Peaks on Kirby. We had a spirited debate during the commercial break about who has the best and who has the worst fast food burger. I know my answer is for both. I'll take them to the grave because I can be bought. The hamburgers here at Twin Peaks are spiffy.
That's true.
Yes.
I don't know. I really don't like. I don't think Burger King's ever going to do business with us. So,
damn, dude.
I've never
heard that attitude.
I've never heard a beer. Have you ever heard a Burger King radio ad before? We've been in radio for a long time, Paul.
Yes.
I've heard McDonald's ads.
Well, the song is essentially as good as the radio commercial.
That's
Anyway,
true.
we picked the 6 best games of the weekend in football, and then we pick them against the spread.
Yes.
College football, big noon kickoff, 11 a.m. on Fox. The undefeated Indiana Hoosiers, off to their best start ever, head to the Horseshoe to take on Ohio State's number 2. The Buckeyes are 10.5-point favorites.
I'm going to go Ohio State on this one. I think Indiana's capital F fraud. They've played nobody this year.
Oh, I feel like, Joe, that sounds personal.
No.
Mr. Midwest himself over here.
I got nothing against Indiana.
I feel
but
like you got a lot against Indiana.
They ain't played nobody. They don't deserve to be in the college football playoff. If they win, if they win this game, they absolutely do.
What happens if Indiana makes the college football playoff and Notre Dame doesn't?
I'll be sad.
Is it possible even if Indiana loses? What do you think?
Ooh, if Indiana, yeah.
Like Indiana gets in over Notre Dame?
If Notre Dame loses to Army, they're out for sure because that'd be their second loss.
Do you think that's a possibility?
No, I think they'll beat Army.
Army is ranked. I know that is this weekend too.
No, I think they'll beat Army. I mean, it's a Yankee Stadium. You never know what happens. You know,
the ghosts.
The ghost of
Monument
the great
Pack.
Bambino. I'll go with Ohio State. I just think Indiana hasn't played anyone yet, and they're dominating everyone. But we saw them struggle against some a little bit more talented rosters like Michigan. So I think Ohio State rolls them.
Okay. I am going to take Indiana to cover. I feel like Ohio State has a habit of playing down to the competition. I feel like they haven't done anything to this point this year that's super impressive. I just don't really like Ryan Day as head coach. So I think Indiana covers, but I do think Ohio State still wins. 10.5 is a lot. But you're all right, Joe. Indiana has not played anybody. Sean Mapes back at Michigan. Troll, who are you picking in this game between the two Big Ten schools?
I think I'm going to go. I am going to go with Ohio State. I thought the line would be bigger, honestly, and I was thinking I would take Indiana in that scenario. But I mean, Ohio State is missing 2 tackles and their center just tore his Achilles last week. So that isn't good. I still think they do enough to win by 2 touchdowns. Give me the Buckeyes.
Okay. 2:30 ABC. The number 3 Texas Longhorns host the Kentucky Wildcats. Rough year for Kentucky, who has had a honestly pretty good decade, but I think people are asking questions if this is the end of the road for Mark Stoops. I wonder what the players have to play for in this one. Texas, a 20.5-point favorite for this game. I want to take them. I took Texas to cover a much smaller spread last week against Arkansas and got hosed by them. I feel like I'd be crazy to pick Texas to cover 2 weeks in a row. Doesn't matter, Brian. I'm doing it. I feel like Quinn Ewers can do more than what he did Saturday. And maybe I'm kind of getting delusional about Quinn Ewers and Texas having the capabilities that they did. But, I mean, Florida looked pretty good last Saturday. That win for the Horns over the Gators, I think, looking better, given that the Gators beat LSU.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Texas to cover this one.
Yeah, I mean, Texas covers the 21.5 versus Florida. Then they don't cover last week versus Arkansas. I'm going to say they get back into it. I'm going to roll with you on this one. I'm going to go Texas minus 20.5.
Okay.
They'll do enough.
Sean, hit
I know
us.
Sean's answer.
It's tough because there's 2 things that are hard to predict with this game. A, how much is Texas going to want to put on, throw down the gas on this one week before going to College Station? Second biggest question is, has Kentucky quit? Has Kentucky just packed it in for the season?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'm not entirely sure that they have. They do have a good defense, so they can possibly just junk this up long enough to where Texas can't win by 3 touchdowns. I don't know if it's going to be too anxiety-inducing, but I do think Kentucky covers against the Horns.
Okay.
Big spread.
It is a big spread. But Texas, class of the SEC, at least based off of the top 25. All right. Saturday, 6:30, ESPN, number 15, Texas A&M on the road against Auburn.
3.5?
Texas A&M, 2.5-point favorites.
2.5. crap.
I'm surprised by how small this line is. I really am. I feel like A&M has to cover. Like, you're winning the game, you're probably covering.
I'm gonna go. So you're taking A&M?
I'm taking A&M. Yeah.
You know what? This is, since we're not betting real money on this right now, I'm gonna go with my heart here.
You're going with your heart
and say that next week, when all of our coverage of the game is brought to you by Rebecca Creek.
That's true.
It'll be.
I love Rebecca Creek. It's fantastic.
Top 13 teams in the country.
Woo!
I'll go A&M minus 2.5.
Okay. Sean.
Auburn's so bad, guys. Auburn is like I don't know how Auburn scores against A&M. Like, South Carolina at least has an explosive offense and a good quarterback who can evade tacklers, which he did that night. What, 2 weeks ago now? 3 weeks ago now? Auburn just doesn't have that. Like, Auburn stinks, guys.
What's up with this number then? I don't get it.
I don't know.
What am I missing?
This could be a Vegas knows something game. I still have a hard time thinking
it's
Auburn
crazy.
Actually wins this thing.
Yeah. Is Marcel Reed like?
Yeah, is he sick?
An
Does he have a
amputee
limp
now?
Yeah.
I can't figure it out.
They could put their third quarterback in, and I still might take Texas A&M. Auburn so bad. I don't even know who he is.
King of all Twitches points out Auburn is hard to beat at home. I will give him that. That is
Vanderbilt did it.
That's
Vanderbilt did it their last SEC.
Yeah, but Vanderbilt's good.
All right, let's go to the NFL. You got to pick one of these two games. Which one's more intriguing to you? Lions at the Colts. Anthony Richardson's coming off a good game, but it was against the Jets. The Lions are the best team in the NFL right now. They just killed the Jaguars 52-6. The Lions are 7.5-point favorites. Some funny quotes coming out of that game. Ben Johnson saying, "We don't want to disrespect opponents late in blowouts." Sir, you just hung 50 points on a team for the second time this year. Dan Campbell also said that the handcuffs have been taken off of Anthony Richardson. So we can pick that game where the Lions are 7.5-point favorites, or 325. Absolute, who knows what the hell's going on there. I think all five.
And everyone else.
So which of those two games is more intriguing? It's not a great NFC slate, and you are right.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
We had some technical difficulties a moment ago.
Gremlins.
It's my fault. It's not elbow gremlins, Joe George.
It's audio gremlins.
Like Alex. No, it's not that. I have a confession to make. I was so just take my breath away by some of the scenic views here at Twin Peaks that my jaw dropped to the floor as if I were one of the wolves in Looney Tunes. And as I yelled, "Awooga!" The station disconnected. I will credit the station for disconnecting to defend me from seeming like the pervert that everyone knows I am. I needed that. I needed that moment. But we were in the midst of a pick six. Sean, sorry we could not hear you out here. It's my fault for being a creepy man with a mustache who at least was asked for his ID when he did get a drink.
That's
made
true.
Me feel very good.
It did ID
That was
us.
big for you.
So, Lions and Colts or Cardinals and Seahawks, Sean, you are the deciding vote as we continue to pick the 6 best games of the weekend in football. Which game is more intriguing to you?
I think it's Cardinals Seahawks. I think that's more interesting.
The Geno versus Kyler Murray game. It is a straight pick 'em. The most fun kind of game.
Give me the Cardinals. Give me Kyler Murray. I believe in Kyler Murray. We haven't seen the Call of Duty drop off yet.
Didn't it just come out?
It's been out for like a month now.
Oh, has
Yeah.
Kyler Murray overcome his crippling video game
I
addiction?
think now that they've partnered with him, and it's not just Kyler Murray, the video game player, it's Kyler Murray, the partner. He knows the value of it, so I'm taking Kyler Murray.
Video game addiction is real. I feel like the Seahawks are figuring some things out. However, they're just a strange team, and I believe in the Cardinals more than I believe in the Seahawks. I have been told by many of my old compadres up in the Pacific Northwest that Lumen Field is no longer the home field advantage it used to be. So I also will pick the Arizona Cardinals. Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. Pick them between the Cardinals and Seahawks, 325 on Fox in select places with televisions. Who you got?
Paul, I also agree with you that the Seahawks are a very weird team. I like the Cardinals more, so I'll pick the Seahawks because they're just such a weird team. They're a weird team. This is a weird division. Give me the Seahawks.
That's the best logic whenever it comes to a Seahawks game. It is funny. Yes, new head coach, but the Pete Carroll Seahawks are the same as the Mike McDonald Seahawks, at least from that perspective. They're just weird. 325, Fox. 49ers on the road against the Packers. Going into the year, this is a future NFC championship matchup. Now it is a 49ers better figure it out or else they might be at home. They are currently in last place in the NFC West with a 1-3 division record. The Packers, third place in the NFC North at 7-3, barely beat the Bears. Sorry, Joe, on a blocked field goal at the end of regulation in a game where I think, Joe, you would agree that the Bears outplayed the Packers for that game.
Definitely. I would definitely agree with that.
So I think this is a pretty good time for the 49ers to show up, but are the 49ers ever going to show up? It's just been a bad year for them. So I'm taking the Packers here. Part of it has to do with the fact that the Packers are still my NFC pick in the Super Bowl going into the year. I like their defense. I don't really know what's going on with the Niners, but Brock Purdy has taken a massive step back this season.
What's the number here?
The number is Packers by 3.
Packers by 3. So Vegas must be pretty confident that Brock Purdy's going to play because they've at least pushed back one of his press conferences this week. However, they are from California. And it is going to look, sounds like it might look very similar to what we saw last night on the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field this weekend. So I'll take the Pack at home, especially if it's going to snow and be cold. I'm taking the Packers.
I like that. The West Coast team folds in the cold.
Yeah, soft boys.
Sean, who you got?
Yeah, I agree with Joe with the reasoning too of it's going to be cold in the Midwest, and I mean I'm looking at the injury report. You got Brock Purdy questionable, Trent Williams questionable, Nick Bosa questionable, George Kittle questionable. Some of these guys are going to play, but if you're questionable on a Friday, I can't imagine playing in like 30-degree weather is going to feel super good for whatever's ailing you.
I think you're right.
And I also think the Packers are just as good as the Niners. So, yeah, give me the Packers.
This should have been where the Packers wore their whiteout uniforms.
Oh yeah,
they
wait
wore
for a
against
snow
the
game.
Texans. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean it snowed in Cleveland. Stands to reason it could theoretically snow. I am not a meteorologist. I did really appreciate Kaylee Hartung talking with Jameis Winston, saying it's a wintry mix. And I really wish that she had asked Jameis, "What are your thoughts on a wintry mix?" Because Jameis would have given us a good answer. All right, last game, pick 6. The Titans against the Texans at NRG Stadium. The Texans are 7.5-point favorites. They've had a hard time covering this year, but they did blow out the Dallas Cowboys Monday night, 34-10. Big test in the interior for the Texans offensive line against the Titans defensive line. Big test, I think, for C.J. Stroud to get back on the right track because he has been slumping for quite some time. Again, Texans, 7.5-point favorites, Joe. What you say?
As we go into this pick, also updating the standings real quick. You and Sean tied at 32 and 34 on the year. I'm in last place now at 31 and 35. So
we're all right next to each other.
Yeah, we're all right next to each other. And, well, hopefully the Texans can make it better for me. I'm taking the Texans minus 7.5. Will Levis, Mayo boy stinks. All right.
Jeremy Sky. From Tony the Handsome on Twitch, Texans should win by 74 points. I agree with that. Texans 80, Titans 2.
They're going to get a safety?
It's going to
Damian Pierce's fault, though.
It's going to just a safety.
Yeah. Or it's going to be an interception. They fall back into the end zone.
Oh, it's going to be the Texans feel bad for them after hanging the first 80 burger in NFL history.
Yeah.
Intentional safety at the end.
Yeah,
intentional safety.
They want to put him on the board. That would be the most disrespectful move to fake it, to stop a shutout to give a team 2 points.
Oh, remember when we've seen it before though on punt plays?
Yeah.
At the end of the game where the punter runs backwards.
Oh yeah.
To burn more clock time.
Or snap it out the back of the end zone. Yeah. So in high school we called the play WWF, and this is actually illegal in the NFL. The coach will get
tackling them.
Every single player tackles the person in front, and it's what's supposed to happen is the punter's one-on-one against the punt returner, and the punter just stands in the end zone as long as he possibly can, runs off a lot of clock. You just get a 15-yard penalty and replay the down.
Yep.
And generally the game is over at that point, or it's the safety. You pick your poison. You have to take the safety. So
I'll take the Texans minus 7.5.
I will too. Sean, what are you taking?
Yeah, the Titans haven't lost a game by less than 10 points since October 13th.
Whoa. So they're getting killed.
Most of their losses, 5 of their 8 losses this year, are by more than double digits. So give me the Texans as well.
Okay.
Oh, boy. When's the last time we all were on the Texans?
Probably week 1.
Week 2. Week 2.
Oh, week 2.
Okay.
Week 1 and week 2, we all were on the Texans.
That makes sense.
And then you guys stopped picking them for a while.
We did, and just when we thought we were out, they pulled us back in with a win over the bum-ass Cowboys.
Yeah, it's trash football teams.
I can't believe that they did music videos after the game, Joe.
I know.
I can't believe I didn't see that. That blows my mind that they did that the night of a football game. It would be one thing if it was an afternoon game. To do it at night on a short week, you just don't give a bleep at all.
No, you do not care. You are checked out. Your season is over.
It's disrespectful to Mike McCarthy. The man's fighting for his job. I mean, I get it. I kind of get what Micah Parsons was saying. I'm not playing for Mike McCarthy. I get that.
Yeah.
But, hell, that's...
No, they don't care. They don't care about their team. They don't care about their... they're
They
done.
don't care about getting found out about it.
Yep. Work was over.
Yeah.
That was it for the day.
I mean, listen, we've all done that after work, but there's a matter of, does this look good that you think that they would do that?
Well, that's what you can tell they don't care, because they know it doesn't look good.
We got a text, by the way. Dan Orlovsky got a self-safety now. Everyone thinks he knows football. It is pretty crazy, the rise of Dan Orlovsky. I think J.J. Watt got into it with him about something that Orlovsky said, and I don't think it was one of his terrible, I can't be in the same room as another woman, Mike Pensy take, or his I use the same towel for 2
30
months
showers in a row.
Yeah, but anyway, Dan Orlovsky. Can't put my finger on that one either. Supposedly a very nice guy.
He's got good energy.
That's true. Energy's half of it.
Yeah, he's got good energy.
He
As we talked about yesterday, energy is important.
Energy's important. Energy is important.
Especially if you want to start fights.
Yeah. Do you want me to talk about Texas commentary again?
No. I was just mentioning it.
Honestly, I'll probably do a live stream today and talk about it in a little bit more detail. Yeah, whatever. I have no hard feelings. I feel bad. Something hit the top of his car, and at Houston Die Hard said, "Oh, did Paul break his sunroof?"
Oh,
no, and I was like, "Yes," which I did not.
That would be very inconvenient. A sunroof break.
Yeah, I saw a picture. It's like on his Twitter, and there's like a triangle shape, and I was like, "What was this? A laser? Like a triangle shaped hole?"
Yeah, that could be a bird.
I bet it's like a nut that dropped from a tree.
Mm.
That sucks though. Your sunroof is getting hit like that, and all of a sudden it's out. Anyway, whatever the case, I'll talk about that in more detail, probably a little bit later tonight. So, yep, we got Texans and Titans. We got Texas versus Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Texas A&M against Auburn. It's not the biggest weekend in football. These are the weekends where bleep happens.
Exactly.
I know that's a weird way of saying something fishy could happen in one of these three games, but I do think it's a fun play to play all three. And obviously you're not picking the Cowboys if they're going to do music videos, but to pick all three teams in a parlay would be fun with all those spreads. Still though, I don't know what's getting into me. I don't know if it's being next to you, Joe, and your Bears energy.
What's wrong
with your Cubs hoodie on? No. There's this. Like I have a bad feeling. I feel like I'm C3PO.
But for who? For who?
I don't know for who.
Oh, just in general?
I feel like
I know who it's for me.
What?
Kansas. Taking down Colorado. That's my bad feeling of the weekend. We're I would be so bummed.
But they just can't. There's no way Kansas does that after beating BYU. No way.
I know, but Kansas beats Colorado, so Arizona State. Now Colorado might still qualify for the Big 12 title game.
What?
If they did that? But
so you want to see Colorado in the college football playoff?
Hell yeah!
Okay.
I want Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter on the brightest of stages.
What if it's Army over Notre Dame? Something crazy is going to happen this weekend.
Kill me, bro.
No, thank you. It seems like your wife is already doing that.
There's enough problems in my sports life. I don't need Notre Dame to just wait to lose until the playoff. Okay, wait. 2 more weeks. Even though I will say, this is a sad take. I'd rather lose to Army than to USC. So if they're going to lose a game and miss the playoffs, I'd rather it be Army.
What if the weird game? I'm just going to run through some possibilities. What's the weird game of the weekend in football? SMU on the road against Virginia.
No, Virginia's terrible.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though.
They're so bad. They're so bad.
SMU is a 10-point favorite in that one. Florida just had their crazy win, so I'm not picking Florida over Ole Miss. They're playing better last week, but remember what happened against Texas. They got absolutely killed. Indiana over Ohio State would be crazy. I can't quite pull the trigger on that one. We've seen Miami have their weird loss to Georgia Tech. No chance in hell that Georgia doesn't kill Zoomass. Tennessee against Texas El Paso, they're 40.5-point favorites, so that's not going to be in that one.
All I know is I can't wait for this week to be done with and over. I need them in the college football playoff committee to tell people that this week sucks. Get rid of it.
I feel like that energy is going to give you an Army over Notre Dame.
I don't need to watch the Citadel versus Clemson on the CW.
Why not? Don't you want Tom Brenneman back in your life?
Oh, that's right. He is doing CW games.
How about Oklahoma's so bad on offense? Ooh. It's not going to be Oklahoma over Alabama. But I feel it in my bones. Something weird's happening this weekend.
You think it's Auburn, even though you picked Texas A&M in the pick 6. If you want to change it right now, you can.
Nah,
the segment's not over.
You're trying to catch up with the standings.
No, I'm just we picked every single game the same.
Yeah,
except for Indiana Ohio State.
Yeah, you're trying to pick up the standings.
Maybe it's gonna hurt me. I think the weird game I'm watching would be is Colorado Kansas, just because I want them to be in.
Okay.
The other one, the Fighting PJ Flex, and the Minnesota Gophers
against
Penn State.
Come to Penn State.
If you were James, if this was James Franklin, typically only loses to the good teams, but Minnesota's 6-4.
Ooh. Ooh, I
Like
this.
they're on the cusp of
That's a good
making
one.
they're on the cusp of making the playoffs for the first time.
That's a good one.
Penn State, watch out.
We might have to do just random. I have a bad feeling about this upset of the week going forward. I kind of like this.
Maybe that's part of the pick six. What if we did like a wild card?
All right,
you have to pick start next year. We'll do a wild card pick.
Let's start next week. Let's just do
next week.
Let's
okay.
do a wild card.
Oh,
and
season
if your
is
wild
over.
card hits, you get 3, and if you lose,
Deal.
you get 0. But we have to rule that it's okay.
They have to be at least 7-point spreads. No, 6-point spread in
Yeah.
the NFL.
I like it.
10 in college.
Okay, we just came up with something on the fly.
Boom.
We're at Twin Peaks on Kirby. Killer Bees are starting next. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mave's back at Mission Control. We got some garbage time next. Stick around.
Let's talk about, you want to go bet on these games? You want to go watch these games? Drive to Lake Charles. ESPN Bet there. 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks. You can use the ESPN Bet app on your phone, on your laptop. Super easy to navigate. Really just started using it for the first time in these last couple of trips that I've gone out there. But it is a breeze to use to find whether you're looking for parlays. They even have some parlay suggestions that they've kind of put together for some big odds numbers that they use with some of their content creators out there and stuff like that. So tons of options to use. I highly recommend using ESPN Bet and betting at LaBerge in Lake Charles. When you leave to bet your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Twin Peaks at 59 and Kirby with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Presented by Dos Equis.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Good news for the Texans. Looks like that both Will Anderson, Kamari Lassiter are going to be back on the field for them on Sunday. Joe just made me aware of Brock Purdy having missed practice again today for the San Francisco 49ers who play the Green Bay Packers. So he's banged up. And somebody on the text line asks, why didn't Chargers, Ravens make the pick six? Because it's not on Sunday or Saturday. It's a Monday night football game. We'll talk about it on Monday. So
Agreed.
There you go.
We didn't even pick the Texans game last week.
Anything else? Anything else?
No.
Bueller.
No, I think that kind of covers the big NFL stuff this weekend.
Bueller.
I mean, is this I guess it's the bye week for Jacksonville, so I still can't believe Doug Peterson.
I can't believe he's employed.
I can't believe we're here today.
It's like they're punishing him.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Let my man Doug Peterson leave, and he wants out. Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe Shah Khan's like, I want you to stay. Yeah.
Oh, he's got a prisoner of the moment, or just a prisoner.
Yes, very much a prisoner of the moment. Let's do a little garbage time and get out of here. The NBA is trying to find a way to make people care about the All-Star game. They're going to do a 4-team tournament with 2 semifinal games up to 40 points and a finals game up to 25 points. It's supposed to be pickup ball-esque. Only way this is good is if there is a draft and the draft takes place live and the players are making these other players potentially look like a-holes sitting around with their schmenzer in their hands. They'll never do it because the Players Association has too much power.
They don't play in regular season games. Why are we trying to pretend like they're going to play in an all-star game?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Like, they can't play back-to-backs. They can't show up on time.
Well,
give me a break about we hope they're going to play in this all-star game for $1 million.
I like that voice. Speaking of Joel Embiid, people close to Joel Embiid thinks he wants to find the snitch in the Sixers locker room. Oh, you think?
Yep.
When ESPN reported details Tuesday morning from inside the 76ers team meeting following the blown lead in Miami, a figure close to the Joel Embiid said, Joel is going to be furious, and then Embiid was going to try and find the Sixers' supposed snitch. Is this the snitch? Is this the snitch who leaked this out too?
Yeah, just leaking all of it. Just let it flow.
I saw odds on who might be the leak about all of this.
Yes.
It was minus 110 Joel Embiid. That would be so funny if Embiid was the one leaking all of this.
Who
trying to get out of town.
Who do you think it is?
I don't know. I really don't know.
No, I thought I heard you say the name.
No, I didn't. No,
well,
I just know the odds had Embiid at the top of the list.
Well, I will take Daryl Morey for $300 because he talks and talks and talks and talks. And in Philadelphia, well, they're going to talk about what you tell them. And that doesn't happen in Houston, but he's a chatty Cathy to our friends locally. So wouldn't be surprised.
James Harden, speaking of Daryl Morey, tweeted out a picture of himself playing Call of Duty while wearing dress shoes that he looked like he got from Macy's for $85. Not to shoe shame. Y'all keep on talking about my stats like I didn't end my night with 19 kills and a victory on Call of Duty. It's elite trollsmanship, I will say. 19, not that many.
No.
I'm assuming if he got 19, there's no way he got that in Warzone.
Team deathmatch for sure.
Well, if you're not getting like 50 in team deathmatch, then what are you doing here?
Yeah, usually maybe it's a bad. Oh, he's bragging about it, so that must be a good game.
I actually miss the deathmatch style of Call of Duty.
Oh, that's all I play.
Oh yeah, didn't do the Warzone.
No, you know what? For some reason, didn't catch on for me. I like deathmatch.
I liked it at first, and then everyone got way better than me, and I wanted to die. Continuing to go through garbage time, Jason Kelce got confronted again.
I saw.
Someone called him a bleep bag and a P word because he wouldn't give them an autograph outside of Jimmy Kimmel's show. It was all because he didn't give him an autograph.
I hate people sometimes.
Kelsey was found the shouting so relentless he got out to try to explain himself, saying, quote, "I have a habit of not signing for people that follow where I'm going." The guy kept on going.
I mean, that's good reasoning. Like, don't sign autographs for people who are stalking you.
He signed autographs for other people that were nearby. I kind of like that. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I guess he's doing like a new late night show that they announced. So like a Kimmel version of something on ESPN. All right. I won't watch it, but
No.
there's highlights on Twitter, maybe.
No. All right. Just asking.
Yeah, late night TV. I used to love late night TV.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live. Only thing I ever really got into.
Yeah, I used to like Kimmel and Fallon and all that stuff for a while.
Damn.
Yeah.
Liberal Joe here.
Well, maybe that's why I don't watch it anymore.
I'm kidding. Joe's not, by the way. I think a lot of people think that.
That's okay. So I'm from Chicago.
Chirac, you mean?
It's pretty blue.
Well, Joe, I hope that the rest of your day isn't like Chirac.
Well, I think
things are trending upwards, right?
Yeah.
Good.
The wife is less mad at me.
That's
so.
good. And you have a beer in your system.
Yep.
And
Get another one.
And
Thanks
you can
to BBW on the Twitch.
That's true. And you can go after the show and have yourself a good night. I'm going to as well. And we can all sit back and listen to the Killer Bees here live at Twin Peaks. For Sean Mapes back at Mission Control, B-Mac out here, and Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, very well. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace. I'm not drunk.
Bye.
what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Age is behind the glass at Gal. Brian, on-site engineering. Twin Peaks at Kirby. You're looking for something to do on a Friday? Go see the boys. I'm broadcasting over at U of H. Got a basketball game tonight, but go hang out with the boys. They'd love to see you. They'd love to have you alongside. They'll be broadcasting, of course, until 6 o'clock. Yesterday, we saw a snow game in the NFL, Blankers. A really good one. It didn't start off that way. We had Adam Ronis on with us yesterday. He's like, I think there might be a break in the weather. That didn't happen. It was snowing down there pretty good in the second half. Do you like snow games, especially being from up north a little bit?
You know what, Jeremy? I enjoyed playing in them. I enjoy watching them from time to time. What I really have learned over the years because of the Packers' shortcomings in the playoffs when the games matter the most is I think it evens the playing field, and it can be a detriment more than it's a positive, even if you're the team that plays in the cold weather more frequently. And I say that because of the fact that if you're, say, a big-time, passing type offense, even though you play in cold weather, if you get the appropriate storm at the right time as a team coming in there, if you just manage the game the way turnovers can happen in a moment's notice and unexpectedly because of the slipperiness of the ball and the conditions, you can win a game that you might be a heavy underdog in simply because the elements are too much for either team to do anything but deal with the unexpected.
You played You played in the snow?
Yeah.
You played football?
Well, I mean, like in college situations and in high school, the worst we got early snow sometimes, but it was more flurries and stuff. But it would be more or less the after effects would be the really cold with the really mushy, wet fields, not the overall. I mean, look, as kids, we wanted to play games in the snow. We would organize games in the snow. But yeah, just from the standpoint of playing in it, we would get flurries and then we would get like playing in a mud bowl.
I never knew you played football. How come I didn't know this?
I played football in high school for sure, yeah.
What position did you play?
Played tight end, safety.
Yeah, you did.
Backup quarterback.
Okay. I didn't know this about you. We should spend more time together.
I played 4 sports in high school and 2 in college.
4 sports?
Mm-hmm.
All right, basketball, baseball, football.
No, we
we
had summer baseball and golf in spring, so I was able to play both.
Look at you, 4 letters. Now, it wasn't
Indeed.
Wisconsin. I mean, you can roll out of bed and do that.
Here
in
we
Texas.
go. I knew that this was coming at some point.
I like snow games, too. I think that they're fun. Now, I think it's kind of fluky if it happens in the playoffs. Like George Pickens. Listen to what George Pickens had to say after yesterday's game. George Pickens, Steeler, wide receiver. He's trying to pick fights with everybody he can pick fights with. It dates back to Georgia. Here is what he said after the game. George Pickens.
What do you guys try to take away from this loss? What's the message, in the locker room?
Just keep grinding. Like I said, conditions played a huge, huge part in today's game. I don't really think the Cleveland Browns are a good team at all. I think the conditions kind of saved them today.
Okay. I kind of agree with George Pickens whenever he says that. I really do. I think it's a fluke to have it in the postseason. And I know you can't control Mother Nature. There's open roof stadiums, so you can't really control this. But I agree with the theory. If you get eliminated in the playoffs in a weather game, like whenever the Raiders got beat by the Patriots in the snowplow game, whenever they wiped off the snow for Adam Vinatieri, I do think it's fluky. I would be really ticked off if my team got eliminated in the postseason in a snow game, because I do think it's a great neutralizer.
Well, so you look at the Packers games that they've lost. In the Rodgers era, it was 3 of the last 4 years when they got including the last one against the Niners, when you got a West Coast team that comes to Green Bay, but you make the mistake that turns into the fumble or the interception or the block punt on top of everything else, and suddenly it doesn't do you any good. Favre did the same thing. They were 15-1. Everybody said, they were going to the Super Bowl, and they played in an absolute below-zero icebox-like situation with the wind chill, and they lost in overtime. And it used to be that everybody said, it's a huge advantage for the home team. And the more you look at it, and I would be interested in the analytics on all this, when you look at it, I really do. I think it actually takes a lot of the spread out of the equation and evens the playing field.
Yeah, I agree with what George Pickens said. Look, the Steelers have to look themselves in the mirror too, and they lost to the Cleveland Browns and Jameis Winston. It was a short week, and it was in the snow, so I don't put a ton of stock in the game. Whenever I'm thinking about what the Steelers are and where they stack up against the rest of the AFC, and I'm in favor of a good snow game when it doesn't involve my team. But if my team is ever in the postseason and they get eliminated whenever they're favorites in the snow, that would probably never happen because it's not going to snow in Houston. It would tick me off. Watching this game and watching the Steelers lose, do you think about the Texans seeding at all? Like, have you allowed yourself to go there?
Not yet. Because of the fact that I've just been so. I guess of all of us, I've been the glass half empty on just this team needs to still play better and get to a certain point. So I haven't let my mind get to that situation yet. But I understand where you're going.
Yeah. See, I thought about it in the fourth quarter yesterday, and then when the Browns won the game, and I was like, let me look at the standings here real quick. You're still 2 back of Buffalo, and I think your schedule is a little bit more difficult than Buffalo, so I'm not going to allow myself to go there completely, but you do have the tiebreaker on Buffalo. So, I think it is something that you could start to monitor a little bit. You're 7-4. You've played 11 games. You only have 6 games left in the season. If you could get back into that conversation, especially if you're a game back of Buffalo, since you beat them in the head-to-head, you would have the tiebreaker over them. And I also think it's critical. If the Houston Texans want to reach new heights, if the Houston Texans want to go somewhere that they've never gone before, AFC Conference Championship game, I think that the path has to run through Houston. The Texans to me are a different team whenever they're playing at home versus when they're on the road.
True.
4-1 at home, 3-3 on the road. But also just look at it eye test wise. The Houston Texans go on the road and they lose to the Jets. They're at home and they beat Buffalo and they're very competitive with Detroit. In fact, led that game by 16 points at the half. So I think they're a little bit of Jekyll and Hyde. I think they're a little bipolar. I think they're a really good team at home. I think they're an average to above average team on the road. So if the ceiling for the Texans this year is AFC Championship game and you're banging on the table, they got to get to the AFC Championship game. If that's what makes this season a success, I really think that has to go through Houston. I feel like their chances of getting to an AFC Championship game are pretty good if they're a 2 seed. I feel like they're almost unrealistic if they're less than a 2 seed.
I think that's accurate. I think that I was thinking 2 seed as well when you were setting that scenario up. Kansas City, you're not going to catch anyway, but Kansas City, they can play on whatever field that they're playing on, and they're conditioned to play in it. They're fine. I think from a Baltimore perspective, the scary thing is just the fact that with adding some more weapons and a Derrick Henry, they can play traditional Ravens football, but they can also open it up a little bit more this year with all the receivers they have. And they can play either way. But for you, it's more important because, yes, you have a running game, but your offense is predicated on the fact that if you're in good conditions and you're not dealing with the cold, the passing game is easier for CJ and for the receivers. And even Joe Mixon, who played in Cincinnati, I would think you probably have a better chance with traction and everything else playing at home.
Yeah, I think that the Texans, it's critical. 1970 would play the Chargers. 3 seed would play the Ravens. I'm looking at it more from a 2 seed perspective. And I understand that it's a bit daunting because Buffalo's schedule, you're 2 back of Buffalo right now, but you hold the tiebreaker. So if you can match Buffalo, now you're looking at the 2 seed. The Bills the rest of the way. Now, they do have a tough one against the 49ers this week, but will the 49ers have Brock Purdy or a healthy Brock Purdy? So I think it diminishes, the chances of Buffalo losing that game. Then you go at L.A., cross country. That's not easy. Then you go
this
at
week,
Detroit.
The Packers play the Niners this week.
Okay, the Bills are on a bye then. The Bills' next game is San Francisco. It's on December 1st. Yeah, so they're on a bye this week, Buffalo, and then when they come off the bye, they take on San Fran the first day of December. They're at L.A., they're at Detroit. So, if you're going to catch them and you're watching Buffalo a little bit in the standings, it needs to be over the next 3 because their final 3, home for New England, home for the Jets, at New England. So if you're sitting back hey, we got to get a 2 seed so you can have home field advantage up until the AFC Championship game, you really need Buffalo to struggle the next 3 weeks after their bye.
Yeah, you do, because that's a different environment too, because when you talk about going to Buffalo, even as opposed to Baltimore, it was like 31 last year when they played the playoff game in Baltimore. When you go to Buffalo, the wind is a major factor too. And all of the elements are in play there. And that's a totally different ball game to where it's a massive advantage if you take a team from Houston and put them in that environment, as opposed to saying Kansas City or Baltimore, who's still playing cold temperatures and snow. They can handle that. I think in the AFC, at the top of the AFC this season, Houston is at the biggest disadvantage other than Miami. We saw it last year with Miami. Miami, who had a very high-powered offense, came into their playoff game in cold weather and snow, and I think it was in Kansas City, but they had no chance of doing anything offensively because they're not used to playing in it.
Yeah. Texture saying, I think that you want the Chargers. See, this is like now you're looking, I think, too much at the seeding currently right now because the Texans are the 4 seed right now. Chargers are the 5 seed. Of course, the 4 plays the 5 in the first round, 3 plays the 6. So right now you match up against the Chargers. There's still a lot of football left to be played, though. Like, I'm not like, okay, I don't want to jump to the 3rd seed because I'm trying to avoid a matchup against the Ravens. And a lot can change between now and then. It wouldn't shock me if the Ravens take over the Steelers and win the AFC North. So I'm not really worried about opponent right now. You still have a lot of games left. You have 6 games left. I'm not worried about opponent in the postseason. What I'm worried about is trying to get as many home games as possible. And if you really think that the Houston Texans need to go further in the postseason than they did a year ago, I think it's critical that they play a divisional round game at home. I don't think they can win on the road in a divisional round.
Jeremy, I've said this before as it relates to the home field advantage, and obviously the Texans don't have a disadvantage at home, but I've said forever and a day when it's always still so hot here where it's not everywhere else, they could have a massive advantage against those other teams if, per se, it was still very hot here, and they could make teams come to Houston and then play in like the normal conditions we're used to, heat and humidity. But they've always kind of shied away from it. O'Brien was big against it. But I think that would be more of a home field advantage for a team like Houston than the snow and the elements for teams in the East or the Midwest.
Yeah, see, I personally think that stuff can be a bit overrated. Like because quite frankly, because you're not playing with local people, like the Houston Texans are filled with players who played from all over the country that are from all over the country. Like if the Houston Texans had a bunch of New Yorkers and the Green Bay Packers had a bunch of Texans, which team is better in the heat? Which team's better in the cold? Is it the team? Like, you know what I mean? Like, these teams are filled with like people from everywhere.
I do, but what I'm saying is, if all year you've played in a certain environment where it wasn't humid and 88 to 90 type weather, and then suddenly you got to go play in that environment, your level of cardio and your level of hydration and everything changes drastically as opposed to a team that week in, week out practices and plays in it all the time. I think from an advantage standpoint, that's a truly bigger advantage than leveling the playing field because everybody's got to play in snow and cold or the elements.
Yeah. I mean, I think those are good conversations that can never be fully measured because, it's kind of just eye test on that one. Jameis Winston yesterday. How awesome is Jameis Winston? I love Jameis Winston. Couple of clips yesterday from Jameis Winston. Best of Jameis Winston. Some Winston wisdom, if you will. Here was Jameis Winston pregame before he didn't single-handedly beat the Steelers, but before he beat the Steelers pregame with Kaylee Hartung before the game.
You have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
I love that guy, Blinkers. I love Jameis Winston.
I'm trying to think of like the equivalent of Jameis Winston now. It's like back in the day, the Mark the Bird Fitterich guy that was just so out there with his antics on the mound that people signed up to see that. People just want to hear Jameis talk. They don't even how he plays is irrelevant.
I think he might be entering like Bill Walton territory a little bit, where like anytime he opens his mouth, like you don't know what's going to come out of it. But yeah, I really enjoy some Jameis Winston. I agree with him that you're never fully a Brown until you beat the Steelers. He did that yesterday, and then after he did that yesterday, here's some more wisdom from Jameis in the postgame.
NFL films game against
it really was amazing. Like I was just praying on the sideline because
that fourth quarter, it really was like it was a whole paradigm shift. Like we were playing so well offensively, and then bang, bang, back-to-back drives with turnovers. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like this is really an NFL's film moment. The snow starts pouring down. It starts getting like I felt like my feet started getting heavy because I'm squishing through the snow. And man, it was so good. And it was so great to end up in that win.
Yeah, he's the best. Love me some Jameis Winston.
If you could have seen, for the people just hearing that for the first time, the video of it too, he does like this shimmy shake when he said the paradigm shift, and then he went on post game with NFL Network, and he got all of the guys from Amazon on the set to do snow angels with him right at the end of the segment.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was crazy. They're in street clothes in the middle of all the snow doing the snow angels. He's in the uniform, and they're all doing snow angels.
Jameis Winston is awesome. I hope he's a Houston Texan next year, backing up C.J. Stroud. All right, Houston Texans play the Tennessee Titans, formerly the Houston Oilers, coming up on Sunday, NRG Stadium. If Amy Adams Skunk wants to see a little bit of Houston blue, she can come over to TDECU Stadium tomorrow, where the Cougars are wearing their Houston blue. But is this coach speak? Is this owner speak? What everybody has to say about this matchup, how much of it is real, how much of it is coach speak or owner speak, that's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You can get in touch with the show at 713-780-ESPN. Twitch, we're on there, ESPN at twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. ESPN Houston on YouTube, on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man, Joel on Twitter, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Killer Bees, broadcasting live, Twin Peaks, Kirby on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute for Vanderford Air and all the different things that Vanderford Air can do for you. VanderfordAir.com is where you can go to find out all the services they offer. They can do a complete repipe of your house. They can actually do a humidifying system within your air conditioning units. They can take care of your air conditioning and your heating, from the repairs and the problems to a whole new system. And they do it all by backing everything up with a 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That's why I speak for them, because we know how hot it gets in Houston. We were just talking about it. When it gets very hot or your air conditioner has problems, you know you need it fixed yesterday. And that's why I mentioned Vanderford Air, because unlike the other companies that put your name at the back of the list, tell you it might be days before they can get to you, then come in, do the job as quick as they can to get to the next job, don't put anything in writing, and don't give you any guarantees, it's the exact opposite with Vanderford Air. I always tell you to lock their number in your phone, because they do everything with a backup, everything with a guarantee, and everything in writing. That means from the time that you call them, they guarantee within 24 hours they'll be out to see you, no matter how many people they have on the call sheet. Then after they are out to see you, they'll diagnose your problem right away, and they'll write it up. And they'll write up what the solution would be if you just want to replace the part, and what the solution would be if you want to put in a whole new system. And from there, everything is guaranteed or your money back. The work their employees do, the parts and the systems that they use, the fact that the unit will then get to the temperature that you expect it to get to, and that you are 100% satisfied with everything, the way it was done and the way it came out, or your money back. That is huge. That is so rare in business these days, and that's why I tell you to lock the number in your phone. 281-557-COOL. That gets you locked into Vanderford Air. Keep it in your phone. Maybe you're not calling them now because you don't have any problems, but maybe when you do, you're going to go, what was that company Joel was talking about? The one that's going to give me the guarantees. 281-557-COOL. It's VanderfordAir.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 in Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Easton Freeze will be joining us at 3:30. Covers the Tennessee Titans for A to Z Sports. Beezy Money at 4. We're going to hop on the winning bandwagon again. Taylor McGarg, former Rice Owl quarterback, college football analyst, join us later too to break down everything that's happening in the college football world. Plus, who said it? Everybody's favorite game. Love that game. Just absolutely love that game. All right, is this coach speak, owner speak? How much of it is real? How much of it is just coach, owner speak? Cal and Hannah, they were at Fire Station 33 yesterday, and we heard Cal McNair break down what firefighters do, really insightful stuff. Here was Cal and Hannah whenever they were asked why the Titans rivalry means so much.
Well, it's all of our AFC teams. We have a good rivalry. We play them twice a year, so our players, they know each other. The coaches know each other really well, and it's a challenge to play someone twice a year because of that. So you'll see that on Sunday. These guys know each other, and it'll be a battle. It's always a battle.
It's a fun rivalry. I mean, well, we've taken over Houston. We've taken our fans back, so they're just the Titans now.
All right, there you go. How much of that is owner speak? How much of that is real?
Half and half. I think that the hot air is coming from the king of hot air. That would be Cal, just giving you a bunch of just blah, blah, blah. And then Hannah comes in from nowhere with the haymaker that I loved. That's real.
Yeah, she was a little catty about that. Hannah doesn't like Amy Adams. Like,
no,
it's very,
she does
very
not.
clear. Like, it's not. I don't think it's fabricated. I don't think that it's this make-believe. I think it is very, very real. Like, Cal was trying to take the high road and give you owner speak. Like, everything Cal said was owner speak. Oh, divisional game. They matter twice a year. All of that. And then Hannah from the top rope. Yeah, we took our fans back, which is kind of embarrassing if we're being honest. Like, Tennessee moved from Houston a long time ago. So, like, taking your fans back in 2024 isn't like this major feat, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's more so that, so much has been made about, even with the ex-Oiler players that are all talking about they get treated better at Tennessee and their numbers are in the Raptors there and they get honored and remembered more there, that I think that has really kind of irked and agitated everyone in the Texans organization to say whether some of the fans that wanted to stay with the Oilers as they became the Titans, and at that time we didn't have a team, maybe she's talking about that too, to the fact that it's gotten to the point where a line has been drawn in the sand that they try to force the fans to make a choice on. And it seems like now, probably more so to do with winning than anything else, they are getting their share back.
Yeah, I mean, there's way more Cowboy fans in Houston than there are Titan fans, though. Way.
Yeah, that's probably true.
All right, here was Cal McNair asked about being in 7-4 and where they currently stand in the NFL.
We're excited for the end of the year coming up, and hopefully playing our best ball. So we want to play better and better as the year goes on and be really good at the end of the year. That's what we want. 7 wins is great, but it doesn't really do anything for us. We got to get some more wins and see where we are at the end of the year.
I was really hoping he would say that it doesn't give us a hill of beans, but it's not what he said. I could listen to Cal McNair talk all day. I love listening to the wisdom and insightfulness that one Cal McNair has. But as far as owner speak and how much of it is real, I mean, this is 100% owner speak, one day at a time, getting where we need to go. That was owner speak to me.
Oh, without question. I mean, I thought he'd throw in the good Lord willing, everything will work out in the end, and hopefully he can help the team to get to where they need to go because, yeah, that's straight out of a movie stuff right there. He's not going to give you the hard-edge, hard-nosed stuff that we've grown accustomed to Cal not giving us.
All right, let's get to Cap. DR, they call him. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Tennessee's defense, which is stout. Number 2 defense in the NFL. How much of it is real? How much of it's coach speak?
With Tennessee, their defense, it stands out starting up front with Simmons and Sweat, like 2 big players that are hard to move. They make it difficult, very difficult to run the ball against them because they do such a great job of controlling the line of scrimmage, and they're 2 guys who are really hard to displace just because of their size and their power. So that is the focal point for us is how do we handle their defensive line because that is their strength right now. And they do a really good job on, 3rd down, playing tight coverage, forcing you to make plays. I think they're in sync. They're coached really well. Their guys play hard. It's going to be a really tough defense to go against. They do a really good job, just not only schematically, but also just the way that they're in the style that they play. They play an aggressive style of defense, and it's challenged a lot of people, and it's going to be a challenge for us.
There you go. How much of that's coach speak? How much of it's real?
That's pretty real. Their defensive line is no joke. I think Justin Simmons is one. If you could say he's underrated, because there's a lot of defensive tackles. They don't get a lot of credit anyway, but there's other guys that kind of people like to try and draw a lot of attention to him because Tennessee's not as good record-wise. He is a unbelievable force in the middle of any defensive line. And Sweat's the guy that we were intrigued by, talked about in terms of would he fit, would he not, would the Texans be looking at as we went into the draft. And those two guys together, it is going to be interesting to see how the Texans are able to run the football and can they be effective when between the tackles, there's a whole lot of beef to be moved in that middle of that line.
No, I think this is absolutely real. Like, I think D'Amico does. I mean, obviously, D'Amico has an appreciation of good defense, being a defensive mind. And Tennessee's defense is legit. Like, we can make fun of the Titans' record. We can make fun of Will Levis. We can make fun of the offense. We can make fun of Amy Adams' skunk. Their defense is legit, and the interior of that defense is legit. So this is absolutely legit. There's no lipstick on a pig, zero coach speak. That is legitimate. But how about the offense? Here was D'Amico on the Titans' offense.
Offensively, you put on the tape, it goes to the running game. I think Pollard is a really good player. Always respected him from his time in Dallas. He's an explosive player. Really, you may think he's a scat back, but he does a good job of playing with power and making guys miss tackles. So the emphasis is going to be back again on the tackling. Like, that's going to be very key. And schematically, they do a really good job in the run game of giving us different schemes, more scheme runs than we've seen before. So they'll do a good job of trying to run more gap runs where they try to trap our D tackles or wham. So our guys just have to play really good awareness up front from the D line. And then the quarterback, Levis, he does a good job of he probably has one of the strongest arms in the league, similar to Anthony Richardson. This guy, he can sling it, right? He can throw the ball very far, and I'm still our guy. It doesn't matter. Guy's covered, uncovered, he's going to throw the ball up and give his guys opportunity to make a play. And the guy who he's trying to throw it to the most is Calvin Ridley, right? Guy who played with the Jacksonville Jaguars in previous years. We've seen him before, but he's a challenge when it comes to the deep threat. And, we have to play aggressive on him, get hands on him, challenge him. And our defensive line, for us to win this game, the key is going to be our defensive line getting after their offensive line. And I think that's been our strong suit this entire year. It's been a weakness for them, so we have to exploit that.
Coach speak, real.
I think it's so funny because that is coach speak, because he's trying to, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. Yeah. So essentially he's just telling us what we already know. Will Levis got a strong arm. I'm not going to talk about his accuracy or the passing game. I'm going to talk about the fact that basically they can run the football. They got a decent running back, but other than that, there's not a lot to talk about there.
See, I think he was being pretty real, just like in a nice way. Like, I really don't think it's coach speak. Like, he didn't sit there and tell you like, "Oh, Levis is this great, fantastic quarterback." No, he just told you had a howitzer and could throw the ball really far. Like, so I think it was actually like legitimate from DR. I don't think that he was giving you much of the coach speak. He was just letting you down softly.
Yeah, it's like basically as honest as I can be without being offensive. He's like Anthony Richardson, who we also know can't throw accurately but has a hell of an arm. And we do know that they can run the football a little bit. So I'll say what I have to say without trying to offend anybody.
Callahan for the Titans. He said good things about the Texans offense. He said good things about Stroud. Really not worth playing it. Instead, we'll talk to Easton Freeze, NFL reporter, Titans host, and beat writer for A to Z Sports. Easton Freeze with the Titans perspective when we return. Killer Bees broadcasting from Twin Peaks on Kirby on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, we're sitting here enjoying the Twin Peaks atmosphere right now, and I'm reminding you that, hey, it's going to be happy hour somewhere. If it isn't now, it will be real soon. And you might want to raise a glass. Maybe you want to have some people over to the house this weekend and you want to entertain with some food and some beverages. I encourage you, aside from the beer or the hard alcohol, to try a little Stella Rosa wine. Stella Rosa wine is always served chilled, and it is the perfect complement to whatever food you're serving. It could be anything from pizza and wings, chips and dips, to all the other thoroughfare from the burgers and whatever else you decide to serve. they have a wine that'll go with it. And it's fantastic. It's refreshing. It has just the right amount of alcohol, not too much, not too little. It'll basically pace you without you having to really worry about pacing yourself. And it tastes delicious. It's all natural fruit flavors with just the right amount of spice. And everything is really, really nice with all the food and all the games. No matter how the game turns out, you're going to be happy knowing that you got a great beverage to go with whatever food you consume. And you can get them, like I said, at your local retailer. It just doesn't have to be at a liquor store. They're served everywhere. Grab a couple bottles the next time you have people over, or you're going to somebody's house as a way to kind of say thanks for inviting us over. Go and check out some Stella Rosa wines, and you will find out in no time at all how delicious they are and how they go with everything you serve. I believe in Stella Rosa wines, and that's why I tell you, enjoy them while you're watching sports, and please celebrate responsibly.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 in Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, Blank and B-Mac over at Twin Peaks on Kirby. So we go straight out to the HRNP guest line, welcoming in our guest, Easton Freeze, NFL reporter, Titans host, and beat writer for A to Z Sports. Easton, thanks for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees on this Friday afternoon ahead of Sunday's matchup between the Houston Texans and the former Houston Oilers. Brian Callahan, first-year head coach for Tennessee. How's the city kind of filling out the first-year head coach, and what has been a difficult season today?
Yeah, you're right. It's been a difficult season. And first of all, I appreciate you guys having me on. I think that it's hard to wrap your arms around how it can possibly be okay despite being 2-8 and being a really disappointing season. But I don't see a lot of the red flags with this team that you sometimes see with teams that are in a similar position when things aren't going well in terms of wins and losses. And you have locker room dysfunction. You have, rumors breaking out amongst the coaching staff and fingers being pointed and players not maybe playing as hard as they otherwise would on the field. I'm not seeing those signs of dysfunction. I'm just seeing a team that hasn't put it together yet, and a team that in a certain, in a couple of certain areas are lacking in talent, and it's hurting them in a big way, like at right tackle and like at the edge position, and up until just recently, like at the quarterback position, really harming them on Sundays. So, for Brian Callahan, I'm sure 2-8 is not what he imagined, But I think that, for a 2-8 start, his team and the organization have wrapped their arms around him and the vision that he and Rand Carthon have as best they can. 10 weeks into the season, 10 games into the season, I still see a team that is trusting the process and trusting that this will continue to trend in the right direction. They're just being patient.
Easton, we called it here Embrace the Suck, and it was because, when you're pressing that full reset, sometimes you have to admit to yourself and to your fan base that this might take a few years, and that's why it's encouraging to hear you talk about the fact that Rand Carson and now Callahan have a little leeway, hopefully, to kind of do the right things here, because when you lose a Derrick Henry, it's one thing, and Vrabel was a steady guy for you guys as well. I'm curious about Will Levis, because you said that, it seems like everybody is embracing all of that. But with a guy like Will Levis, that, it's you either love him or you hate him in a lot of ways. You see the athleticism, you see the big arm, but we saw a lot of the carelessness and the probably trying to be a little bit too tough and put his head into things. Do you see him being a part of this thing long term?
Long term is tough. Right this second, no. I think it's an uphill battle for him. And you're right that, coming into this year after a rookie season that was really up and down, I wrote about it this week at A2Zsports.com about how you can really bucket his career into 3 acts at this point, right? And Act 1 was that rookie season, his first 8 games in the league. The highs were really high, and the lows were easy to attribute to a really, really terrible situation for a rookie quarterback to find themselves in. And so he certainly did enough last season as a rookie to earn himself a shot in his second year. And then in the offseason, they put a lot of help around him. You have a new offensive coach. Everything is rosy. Things are good. He's the guy. And the expectations are high coming in. And then you get to September. He has a really brutal second act to his career. The first 5 games of this year before he got hurt, it was really bad. And on tape, down to down, it wasn't a disaster nearly as much as it felt like, but it felt terrible to fans because the dozen or so truly awful plays he made in that 5-game stretch were game-breaking, back-breaking mistakes, and they cost the team dearly. And so he gets hurt, and he is gone for the better part of 6 weeks. And we've seen him back the last 2 weeks against the Chargers and the Vikings. And in this third act, which God willing, health willing, he gets to play these final 9 games of the season, 2 of which he's already played, so 7 remaining. It looks like a third version of this guy who is a little bit more reserved, seems like he's grown up, seems like, frankly, reality kind of smacked him in the face the past month and a half as he's been on the bench, and his NFL starter mortality becoming very real in his mind, and him realizing it's now or never for him, and he's got this 9-game stretch to prove to his team and to the city he's worth further investment. In the 2 games he's been back against the Chargers and the Vikings, they have genuinely been, despite losses, they have been 2 of his better games of his career. They've also been 2 of his most mature games of his career. He hasn't done the reckless things. He has had decent mobility in the pocket and done the things you've really been asking him to do in terms of living to see the next down and making the big hero play in the right moment and not trying to force it. And it's a step in the right direction. Now, does he have a long way to go? Absolutely. And he's probably going to need to help this team win some games down the stretch to keep them out of range for their guy in the draft, because if their favorite quarterback is available to them, that opportunity cost of, 1 more year of Levis versus our guy becomes the question. If you win a couple games down the stretch, win your way out of a top draft pick, suddenly the idea of Levis again in 2025 becomes more appealing. So I think his destiny next year at least is really still in his hands.
Yeah, I liked him coming out of Kentucky. I think that you see a lot of good things. The problem is that he just can't eliminate the bad so far. I agree with you. He has looked better in the last 2 weeks since he returned from injury. Easton Freeze, NFL reporter, Titans host, and beat writer for A to Z Sports. How would you best describe Amy Adams-Strunk's relationship with Houston?
Can you repeat that last part? Her relationship with who?
Houston, the city.
With Houston. Oh, brother. You're trying to get me in trouble, man. The Adams family, obviously we know the tumultuous history of how the team left, and her father, a character of a man, somebody that ran the team differently than Amy has chose to run the team. Certainly, she's not her father's daughter in a lot of ways, but her relationship with the city is complicated. Obviously, she still lives there. I think Houstonians know that. But if you don't, like, Houston is still home for the Adams family. And she splits time between Nashville and Houston. And, I think her and the ownership group of the Texans aren't the biggest fans of each other, naturally. And you know what? I think fans should like that, Bring us back to the days of old where sports teams really just kind of hated each other. I don't mind it one bit. And you're going to get a little petty here and there. And, you're going to wear your Oilers uniforms, which you have every right to do against the Texans to piss them off. And, the Texans are going to beat you and then rub it in your face. That's the way that it goes a little bit. So I don't mind it at all. But I think her complicated relationship with Houston is a good thing for us.
I'm curious, just expanding on that a little bit, Easton, is the fact that the uniforms have become such a big deal. And before that, we would make mention of the fact that guys that played their entire career in Houston and represented the city have their numbers hanging in a stadium in a city in which they never played. And that kind of added even more fuel to all this fire that you would think that, and maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong, but you would think that the people of Tennessee would basically say, hey, we want to create our own legacy while they're here, because obviously Eddie George and McNair split time and you guys had success with those guys. But the fact that Bruce Matthews and Earl Campbell and so many others are sitting there with their numbers up there and people are like, are they good with that? And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, people in Nashville love it. And, like guys like Bruce Matthews, they split their time between being an Oiler and being a Titan. And a lot of Houston fans, I think, misunderstand the Titans wore Oilers uniforms in the state of Tennessee. It was a brief transitional period, but that was their introduction to the state of Tennessee was in the Oilers garb. So the original fans of the Tennessee version of the Oilers and eventually Titans, that's what they were first introduced to. They're also sick uniforms, so you want to wear them. And they belong to that franchise. I think Nashville residents, when they hear the pushback from Houstonians, I'm sympathetic to the idea. If I was a resident of Houston in my entire life, I was a big Oilers fan, and then the franchise left, that would make me sad. I get it. I mean, that is upsetting. And when you no longer can claim ownership over that legacy, that can be frustrating. But I think the rebuttal from a lot of Nashville folks is you shouldn't have let the team leave. And I know that there was a financial situation there. I know that it also had to do with Bud Adams being a finicky character and that maybe not being the easiest to negotiate with when it comes to building a new stadium. But at the end of the day, the team wanted a new stadium. Houston wasn't willing to pay for it, and so they went somewhere where it would be paid to be built. And that's the way that the world works.
Yeah, I think it's a fair way to look at it. We appreciate the time. If you're traveling to Houston, enjoy the journey. Safe travels, Easton.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Anytime.
Easton Freeze, NFL reporter, Titans host, and beat writer from A to Z Sports. All right, how many teams in the NFL are you putting ahead of the Texans? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 in Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
Killer Bees broadcasting live, Twin Peaks at Kirby. Stop by, hang out with BMAC, hang out with Blankers. They'd love to see you. How many teams would you put ahead of the Texans on a neutral field? We can go through this just right off the cuff. Just look at division by division. How many teams in the AFC East would you put ahead of the Texans? Look, they beat the Bills. Are you putting them ahead of the Bills?
I mean, to me, it's does Amari Cooper make them better than the team that you faced? Because defensively, you just put a stranglehold on their best player. So does Amari Cooper make a big enough difference, and you getting, you being healthy at the time that you play him? I still think the Texans would beat the Bills, so I would put them above Buffalo.
Amari hasn't done much in Buffalo. He's missed a game. His first game there, 466 for a touchdown. That was solid. That was his best game. It was against the Titans. He had a catch for 3 yards against Seattle. He had 2 catches for 55 yards against Kansas City. So Amari hasn't been like fantastic, fabulous. I think it depends where you play him. And it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier. I think you beat Buffalo at home. You've done it. I don't think you beat them in Buffalo, though. So on a neutral field, that one's tough for me. I probably have to go Buffalo on a neutral field because the Texans barely squeaked by over the Bills at home. So I'll give the Bills on a neutral field. We go half there. Dolphins, Jets, Patriots, are they in the conversation at all?
No.
I don't really think so. I think that, Dolphins are trying to get right, but their defense is suspect too. Patriots, no. Jets, no. So, yeah, I mean, no.
All right,
Yeah,
AFC.
the Bills is the only team I would take over the Texans in that division.
Okay, so I mean we could go one there since we 2 of 2 against 1. AFC North, Browns no. How about the Bengals at 4-7? Neutral field, Cincinnati, Houston, neutral field.
It's a tough one for me because offensively they're really good and Burrow and Chase are playing great. But you got Stingley and you got a pass rush. And Burrow has shown that he's taken a lot of pressure. His offensive line has been less than. And their defense hasn't been very good. I would still take the Texans on a neutral field to beat the Bengals.
Yeah, I would too. And I probably shouldn't put any weight in last year's game. But, I mean, Stroud went into Cincinnati. Texans went into Cincinnati whenever they were playing pretty good Cincinnati before the Burrow injury. And they won there. And the Bengals' defense is really bad. Like, their offense is electric. I think Burrow's playing at a high level. Chase is the best receiver in the NFL. Their defense is really bad. I would take the Texans over Cincy on a neutral field. Baltimore, Pittsburgh.
Baltimore, no. They're better than Pittsburgh. I think they would lose to Baltimore on a neutral field right now. So I would split those and say they beat Pittsburgh, they lose to Baltimore.
I'm with you on that one. I think they beat Pittsburgh on a neutral field. I think that they lose to Baltimore on a neutral field. So that's a clean sweep. So Baltimore's the second team collectively. Anybody else in the AFC South worth bringing up?
I don't think
AFC
so.
South, no.
Okay. So Vegas, no at 2-8. Denver at 6-5, Chargers at 7-3. The two surprise potentially playoff teams in the AFC West. Neutral field, Chargers, Broncos against the Texans.
Texas beat both of them. I think that is good.
Both?
Yeah, both of them. I know you've been a Bronco guy too, but as good as they're up and coming, those teams are, I think you're more polished and you have more definitively skilled players, big-time players on both sides of the football than either one of those two teams.
Yeah, I would take them over both of them on a neutral field too. I'm curious just which one you're not taking over the Texans, Brian.
It's actually the opposite of what Joel was thinking. I would take the Chargers over the Texans on a neutral field. I think Herbert's playing better than Stroud right now. They have just as good of a defense or very close to the Texans' level of defense. The Chargers' defense has been outstanding. And we've seen some of their young weapons start to step up with Quentin Johnson and Ladin McConkey start to make a difference in the passing game. So I would take the Chargers on a neutral field over the Texans. I would not take the Broncos, even though the Broncos' defense is elite. I don't know if I would trust Bo Nix against the Texans' defense right now. Whereas Herbert has faced those bullets before. He's been under pressure and he's come through on the other side. I would take the Chargers on a neutral field.
Yeah, well, you get outvoted, so you're not getting that one. Kansas City. Kansas City. I think this is probably unanimous here.
Yeah, easy.
All right, so we have
for sure.
So we have 3 teams ahead of the Texans on a neutral field in the AFC: Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City. So Texans, 4th best team in the AFC. Carried over to the NFC. New York, no. Dallas, no. How about Washington? The Commanders in a neutral field against the Texans.
That's a tough one. I lean Texans. I think that as good as Jaden Daniels has been, I still think when you get to a playoff type atmosphere, a playoff game, there'd be a lot to prove there. And I feel like Texans. I like the Texans defense better than Washington's defense, and I think that from an offensive perspective, CJ would be okay. And with the combination of Mixon and the pass game, I would lean Texans.
Yeah, I would take the Texans over the Commanders, too. I think it would be tight. I think it'd be like a 2-point spread at most. But I'd take the Texans over the Commanders. Unanimous, Brian?
Yeah, I look, the Commanders' offense has been surprising this year, but it's pretty much a one-man passing attack with Terry McLaurin. We saw what happened where the Eagles took him out, and he only had one catch. The Commanders' offense couldn't keep up. So I would trust Stingley to keep Terry McLaurin in check, and the Texans will win that game.
Okay. Philadelphia, the Eagles, neutral field.
I don't think they beat the Eagles. I think the Eagles have a really good defense. I think the Eagles are clicking on all cylinders offensively. You've got Saquon now, too. I would take the Eagles.
Yeah, I would go Eagles over the Texans, too.
Unanimous.
Okay. How about the NFC North, Chicago, Green Bay, Minnesota? Anybody from that collection you're taking over the Texans?
I mean, do we have to take Minnesota?
They lost to Minnesota and Green Bay.
I know, but Minnesota was so lopsided. It feels like
Green
we
Bay
have
was
to
in
say
Green Bay.
Minnesota.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. I don't know that I take the Texans over Detroit, Minnesota, or Green Bay, and that's hard for me to say because of how much I don't believe in Jordan
Packers.
Love. But I mean, you won at home. Statistically, you were head and shoulders above them. Yes, it was a closer game. I don't know that I could take the Texans against any one of those three teams.
Yeah, I think on a neutral field they beat Green Bay. They very easily could have won the game at Green Bay. I don't think they played all that well. I also think they beat Minnesota now. I feel like Minnesota peaked early in the year, quite frankly.
I think Sam Darnold did. For sure.
Yeah, I don't think Minnesota's nearly as good as they were when the Texans played them. The game was in Minnesota. I think the Texans would actually beat the Vikings. I think it would be like the Cleveland Browns situation from last year in the 2023 season, whenever Cleveland beat you soundedly in the regular season, and then you beat them easily in the postseason. I actually think it'd be like that. I would take Minnesota, but you guys are different there. And then I wouldn't give them a win over Detroit. I think Detroit's got the best roster in the NFL.
Yeah, Detroit. There's no way I'm taking the Texans over Detroit. I mean, like you said, you could say that the Texans didn't play their best game against the Packers, but maybe Josh Allen didn't play the best game against the Texans. It happens from time to time. So Jared Goff didn't play his best game against the Texans. Does that happen again when you play them? I highly doubt it. And I think that they are, I agree with you, the most complete team in the NFL, so I can't take the Texans over them.
So how many teams from the NFC North did we vote in? Were y'all both
I'm
on Green
definitely
Bay
voting
and
in the
Minnesota?
Lions. You swayed me on the Vikings, especially if it's neutral field. Because
guys overruled me on Green Bay and Minnesota because I thought that the Texans would lose to all three.
I think the home crowd in Minnesota played a big factor in that Week 3 game, so neutral field obviously takes that out. So I would pick the Lions over them, but take the Texans in a neutral field over the Packers and the Vikings.
Okay, all right. I talked you into it. Look at me lawyering up. NFC South. Any NFC South team? Atlanta, Tampa, New Orleans, Carolina.
No.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm out on all of them. Any NFC West team? Arizona, LA, Seattle, San Fran.
I can't see.
San
Francisco to me is the wild card there.
I don't know. Obviously, Brock Purdy's hurt now. He's questionable going to this game, so I guess it depends on when you play it.
If we go neutral field, everybody's healthy.
Assuming full health, I think I would take San Francisco.
I'd take San Francisco as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not taking any of them. San Francisco to me is like a paper champion. Like they haven't played good. Like they haven't. Like they've had moments where it's like, yeah, here's San Fran. Like to me, it's all resume. Like it's almost it's weird because I think we look at like Detroit and we're not willing to give Detroit the best team in the NFL because the Kansas City Chiefs are back-to-back champions. They have the cachet. I think Detroit's just flat out better. But because they're wearing a Lions uniform and not a Chiefs uniform, everybody's hesitant to say that. I think it's the opposite with San Francisco. I think San Francisco is an incredibly mediocre team this year, but because they're this big, bad San Francisco team we expected, we're still holding them on that pedestal where I don't think that they belong.
See, I think they do, and I think it's because the resume of the past says that they've been there, done that. And you're right in the fact that they've been paper contenders all season long, but that's because of the holdout with Ayuk and with then getting hurt, and then with McCaffrey being out the majority of the year. But overall, if they're healthy, they're almost as talented as almost any other team in the league, not
But they're
named the
not.
Lions.
I mean, they're not healthy. Like Ayuk is out for the year.
Right.
Brock Purdy's leaving practice and shutting himself down because his arm hurts. McCaffrey's like, yes, he's back, and McCaffrey's Christian McCaffrey. Deebo Samuel's not playing well. Kittle's been banged up. Like, they aren't healthy.
So is Bosa. Yeah. But I think but I'm saying, unlike other teams where you say they look good on paper, but their guys are diminished and they're not the same kind of team, I think that if they do get healthy, and they put themselves behind the 8 ball, but if they do get healthy, I think they can play with anybody in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, I do too. They're not. They're just not that healthy. So, did y'all outvote me on any of those teams in the NFC West?
Well, yeah, it sounds like we outvote you in San Francisco because, I mean, we've talked about, I think last week, that the Texans had only played one game where both Stroud and Mixon were both healthy at the same time until this last week against the Cowboys. Well, I mean, San Francisco could say the same thing with Kittle and McCaffrey. Obviously, McCaffrey out 9 weeks, comes back, and then Kittle missed last week with the hamstring injury. So
he says he's playing this week.
He says he's playing this week. We'll see how he looks. He's looked great all year long when he's been in there. So it's a question of what San Francisco team you get. But if it's a team with a healthy Kittle and a healthy McCaffrey, I think I would take San Francisco.
Okay, I'll vote it there. So 5 teams collectively as we voted on. San Francisco and Detroit out of the NFC, and then in the AFC, Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City.
At Philly. We voted for Philly.
Oh, Philly, that's right. So 6. So 6 teams ahead of the Texans. So we had the Texans as the 7th best team in the NFL. Does that feel fair?
That's what I had them on my list when I was doing this exercise leading up to today. I came up with 7. So, yeah, that feels right to me.
We have them jumping 3 teams ahead of them in the standings: Minnesota, Pittsburgh, and the Chargers. And we have a team that is tied with them, Baltimore, beating the Texans.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Yeah, I do too. I think it sounds fine. 09793, he says 3 Chiefs, Ravens, Eagles, and he says equal to Pittsburgh, Detroit, Buffalo. Okay, interesting. Another texter weighing in, full strength with Will Anderson, Christian Harris. We beat those teams. I bet each one of you $100 on those 3, even the Eagles. Okay, well, send that $100 to Brian. He'll hold it in escrow, and I'll take you up on that bet, 8863. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Beezy Money. Let's hand out some winners when we come back. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brock Purdy just got ruled out for Week 12. They want to take back that San Francisco thing?
Say that again?
Brock Purdy just got ruled out. Literally just got the notification.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like perfect timing, right after we were talking about that. They ruled him out because of a shoulder injury. Brandon Allen will start against the Packers this week. That might be a destination for Daniel Jones, man. Daniel,
that would make a lot of sense. Get with Kyle Shanahan.
I don't think he's a great fit for the West Coast offense because, West Coast offense, accuracy, precision, that doesn't really scream Daniel Jones. But when you're starting a Brandon Allen, that's when it becomes something that makes some sense for a Daniel Jones. But, Brock Purdy has been ruled out for this Sunday's game against San Francisco. That is Sunday, right? San Francisco?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunday's game. All right, BZ Money. Who cares about the standings, right? Who cares about how we're doing individually? It's about how we do as a unit.
Oh, now we don't care. Okay.
I was seeing how far I could get on that. No, Blankers has overtaken me. Blankers now in first place. He had a good week, 12-7-1. I had a terrible week. First time he's been first place. Yeah, first time he's been first place. He's overtaken us all. He was in the cellar a few weeks ago. He's been hot. He's been red hot.
Gene Peterson's nickname for me.
What was it?
What?
The Bullet.
Oh, I didn't know if it was the cellar.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure where this was going.
Why?
He started. I interviewed with him in an airport in Minneapolis.
You pull a gun on him? What happened?
And he was like, "I got nicknames for everybody. Bullet, Bullet
weird.
blank." And I was like, "Okay." And every single time he walked, "Hey, Bullet." Okay.
And I'm guessing he was the only one that called you that?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, that
Indeed
sounds
he
like
was. Yeah.
I wonder where he came up with Bullet for you.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
I really don't.
From the mean streets of Wisconsin.
Hey, Milwaukee's tough, man.
Blankers in first place, 12-7-1. I'm in second, 11-9.
We don't have to
still in
mention
dead
mine.
last
We don't have
9-11. Blankers,
Nah,
first game
never
you're selling to
forget.
us this week.
I am selling to you. Brian's Red Hot Denver Broncos are taking on.
You're on the bandwagon?
The Las Vegas Raiders. They're starting to win me over. Bo Nix is playing some serious football. Their defense, as Brian has mentioned, is no joke. It's legit. And I think the Raiders are trying to play to be as bad as they can to try and get a draft pick. It's a 6-point game. It's not a touchdown. It's not more. I like Broncos by a touchdown here.
Well, it is a touchdown.
I thought I had 6.
Yeah, well,
That's
he's
a
being
touchdown.
snarky and
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, the extra point matters.
I didn't love this week's slate of games. I only bet 3 games against the spread this entire week, and one of them was last night, and your boy lost. So this is one that I didn't play personally, but I do think that the Broncos win by 8. So comfortable playing it, not comfortable putting a ton of money on it, but I would be on the Denver side if I was forced to play one side or the other.
This is all on you,
yeah,
hot stuff.
I agree with Jeremy's sentiment in that, like, if I was going out to place bets on my own, I probably would stay away. But Denver's defense is so good. The Raiders are trash, and Denver 8-3 this year against the spread. They've been doing it all year consistently. I would lean the Denver side.
All right,
$20.
How much?
20.
I mean, we're all on the same
25?
side on it. I think we should
Okay.
bet at least 30. Let's
I'm
go
fine
30.
with 30.
All right, let's do it.
30 on Denver. Did you think that Gene Peterson called you bullet because some bullets are blank?
No, but I
great
expected you to try and dig that deep to find something like that.
All right, next game that we're gonna sell to you guys. The game I'm gonna sell to you guys. You know what the Giants did this week, right? They turned to Danny DeVito to be their starting quarterback. And we know what Danny DeVito's got. We know what Tommy Cutlets does. He does nothing. He's a career third-string quarterback. And quite frankly, would he even be a third-string quarterback anywhere else? I think it's a novelty act because he's Danny DeVito's son. So I think Tampa Bay goes into Jersey. I think that they blow the Giants out. I think they win by double figures. They're giving 6 points on the road. Do not care. Don't care it's long travel. The Buccaneers are going to ruin Danny DeVito and the New York Giants. Plus, the Giants are ready to lose football games, too. So give me Tampa Bay -6.
Yeah, that 6 number is a little bit scary to me, but I agree with you. I don't think that they're going to do anything offensively. I think they're another team, much like Las Vegas, that's trying their hardest to lose. And I think that Tampa's got a lot to play for, and they got Mike Evans coming back. And I believe that they have enough talent that they should win this game by at least 7, if not more. So I'll take the Tampa side of this as well.
Yeah, Jeremy beat me into the Google Doc today. This was a game I was going to take, so I'm definitely with you on this. I mean, as Joel mentioned, Mike Evans is back. The Giants are trying to lose. I will take Tampa in the points here.
30?
Sure.
I'm good with that.
30 sound okay? All right, 30.
Yep.
What's the first game you're selling to us, Brian?
All right, I'm going to bet against the teams that have been terrible against the spread. I'm going to try a new approach. Not that that's a new approach, but for me, I guess it is, since I've been so bad recently. So, worst team in the league against the spread this year is the Dallas Cowboys. They're the second worst team. Dallas Cowboys 2-8 against the spread, facing Washington in Washington this week. I am on the Washington side with the Commanders, even as a 10.5-point favorite. I don't trust Cooper Rush at quarterback. Rico Dowdle hasn't done anything at running back. CeeDee Lamb is great, but he can't do it all. I'll take Washington at home with the better defense and the much better offense.
Man, that's a lot of points for me. I agree with you that I don't agree with Micah Parsons. I don't think Dallas is a very
a damn good team.
Yeah, they're not a damn good team. And Washington has really proven that they are a team on the rise that has a lot of talent. I think Washington wins this football game. That 10.5 is a lot for me. So I was leaning stay away from it. I could, if you guys are on board, then I can go the Washington side.
Yeah, I usually anytime I see a double figure spread in the NFL, I usually just crumble it up and throw it away. Don't even mess with it. I do think the Commanders win by 2 touchdowns, though. So another one of the games that I did not play, but gun to my head, you have to pick one side or I'm going to pull the trigger. I would go Commanders. I would go Commanders to cover the number. So I'm comfortable playing it for a little bit of a
20 20. I think 20's right.
A scared baby bet. And he's in last place, so he should get docked for a little
Throw me a bone.
value.
I appreciate it.
All right, next game, Blankers.
I like the Detroit Lions to stay hot and do the Texans a favor. I like the Lions. I don't expect them to put a 50-burger on Indianapolis. I understand that Anthony Richardson came back and they were able to beat the Jets by a point. Just told me how bad the Jets are, not as much so as to say how good Indianapolis is. So I would say if I have to lean one way or the other on this, I would say that I take the Lions to win by more than a touchdown at Indianapolis.
Brad Analytics has the Lions winning this game by 7. The number right on the nose. So obviously I didn't play this game. I'm really not even on one side of this. I think that the Colts have been competitive. I think their defense is starting to play better. Anthony Richardson's 800 times better than Joe Flacco. What a terrible decision that was. This one's tough for me because I literally have the Lions winning by 7, which is the exact number. If I had to go one way, again, the gun to my head, I mean, the Lions have just been killing teams. Like, if I'm going to lose this bet, I want to be on the Lions side, not the Colts side.
Lions can stop the run now. We saw it. And that's basically what Indianapolis does.
Yeah.
It's a good point. I'm torn on this one. I initially wanted to be on the Detroit side, but in looking up against the spread records, Detroit, top team in the league, no surprise, and they're against the spread standings this year. They're 8-2. You know who's tied for second as far as against the spread record?
Texans.
The Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So I think I'm leaning staying away from this game. That's my lean. I don't feel good about it because, as Jeremy mentioned, Detroit, when they win, they don't just win; they beat teams by 30. But if I had to place my own money or not place my own money, I would stay away.
Yeah, Blankers has been hot though.
I know.
I think that we need to ride the heater. Yeah, I think we need to ride the heater. Like if it was Brian or me making the suggestion, I think that we would fade it. But because you've been hot, you went from last place to first place. I think that we should tell it. Yeah, I think that's
all
cool.
right, let's do
20?
it.
Yeah,
20 on Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, we're degenerates if we're being honest here.
We're
All right, second
teammates.
game. I want to sell. You know how I love to sweat the standalone games. Sunday Night Football, Philadelphia, going across the country to L.A. The Rams are a home dog. I love to pick on teams that are traveling across the country. I feel like it has a very negative impact. And you're giving me the Rams plus the points. I think the Rams win this game outright. Wrong team favored. Give me the Rams plus 3.
Way to go, Lee. I see the other side of this. I see a Philadelphia team that has been playing better and better. Your boy, the Jabroni, seems like his job is getting more safe and secure with every win. The way Saquon's playing, the way the offense is getting healthy, their defense is fully capable. I just don't think the Rams' defense is very good. That Miami game was very uninspiring. I like the Eagles side of this.
Yeah, I'm going to side with first place here. Eagles defense has been tremendous. We saw what they did to Washington's passing attack last week, holding them completely down. I know it's across the country, but it's also a Sunday night game. It's not like the early start where I would be more worried about the cross country travel.
They're gonna have all day to sit around in Hollywood.
I think, well, okay, if you think there's some degenerates on the team, that would be a different conversation. But as far as body clock, I don't think it's as big of an issue since the game's at night. So I'm going to go with what I think is the better team, and I would pick the Eagles side.
Are y'all flipping it on me?
Yeah.
You're going to bet Philly's side on this?
I mean, you and I both we don't have to bet it if you don't want, but we both took the other side of it.
Well,
you want to put 20 on the Eagles?
Y'all can flip it.
All right, let's flip it.
Y'all can ride.
We're going to put 20 on Philly.
Flip that bet.
Yeah. You can
20
on
Philly.
Branham. I've been cold. So fade Branham. Yeah, why not? Branham was on the Rams side of this bet, though. Just keep that in mind. All right, last one, Brian.
I'm going with our Houston Texans to cover the spread against the Tennessee Titans. I mentioned earlier I was betting against the two worst teams against the spread in the NFL. Number 2 worst is the Dallas Cowboys. Worst team in the league, 1-9 this year against the spread. The Tennessee Titans, they're on the road. Will Levis, we know, is turnover prone. The Titans will be without L'Jarius Sneed, their all-pro corner. So I think Nico goes crazy. The Texans have no problem moving the ball, even though the Titans will obviously pose a problem with their 2 defensive tackles. I think that the Texans win comfortably.
What's the number that you had?
It is 7.5.
See, I hate that half point. I think that there's obviously a little bit something that means a little bit more in this matchup. You're right. With Snead out, I expect that that's a huge advantage for the Texans offense. I like the Texans to win it by a touchdown. That half point bothers me a little bit, but I think if push comes to shove, they don't mind trying to rub it in a little bit either. So I'm fine going with the Texans, but I was staying away from.
If you want to play it, you got to lay it, Joel.
Oh my God, with the Lee-isms. Well, it is November.
I'm on Blanker's side. I hate betting the Texans just from the emotional side of things. I don't want to get double whammied. I don't want the Texans to get stunned by the Titans.
Money
and
don't
on
make
top
money.
of that, I lose money. I'm on Blanker's side of fading this game entirely. And plus, I can see a backdoor cover here. Like I can see the Texans up 14.
Yep.
Bench their starters, and the Titans score late to make it a 7-point game. Like the half point, I'm with Blankers. I don't like that one at all. So
sorry, Brian.
All right, I guess I'm outvoted.
I just need Jeremy to do the Lee wrong team favored one more time.
Well, y'all turned it around on me.
I know, not for this game, just because of the fact that it was unexpected. Wrong team favored.
Taylor McHarg, former Rice Owl quarterback, college football analyst. Let's have him on, break down the college football rankings and also the week ahead in college football tomorrow. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting live from Twin Peaks on Kirby.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 and Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Taylor McHargue, former Rice Owl quarterback, college football analyst with CBS Sports. He'll be on the call this weekend. In fact, San Diego State at Utah State. I'm curious what you think of these college football rankings. My theory is that they kind of have a big name bias. Where do you stand whenever you see these committees' rankings?
First, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. I think, look, if you go by with what you're talking about, who's the most disrespected, I think you have to start with SMU. I think if you took their logo off and you swapped in Penn State, I think that becomes a top 8, top 7 team. But instead, they're sitting at 13 right now, and I think there is some bias there. I think they have a couple quality wins, beating Louisville, beating Pitt the way that they did at home. I think you could put that up there with anything that certainly in Indiana has from a win perspective, and even Texas. If you go down the line at Texas wins, how they have held up as the year's gone along, that Michigan win not nearly as strong as we thought at the time. So I think the committee, there is a little bit of picking and choosing selectively for some of these teams. I think the biggest challenge down the stretch for the committee is going to be what to do with all these, what we think will be this cluster of 2-loss SEC teams. You're talking about Alabama likely sitting there with 2 losses, Ole Miss, unless they lay an egg this weekend, Georgia, and then especially what do you do with Texas? If they go on the road and lose to Texas A&M and they don't make it to the SEC championship, is that a team, and I've seen some projections already that have started to say, okay, if that ends up being a 10-2 Texas team, are they going to miss the playoff? Are they going to be on the outside looking in? And so I think that cluster of potentially all those 10-2 SEC teams, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for the committee.
Taylor, I'm curious, just your opinion on, I know Feinbaum has been out there this week, and basically he loves being a honk for the SEC, but he's questioning if Indiana belongs, and if they get crushed by Ohio State, should they be in the same category as all the SEC teams that are beating the hell out of each other? I'm a Big Ten guy. I grew up a Big Ten guy, and I still believe that Indiana is more fake than real in terms of being a contender. But at the end of the day, they played so well, they're probably going to be in the top 12 no matter what. I'm just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it really does depend on how do they look this week, right? If they go in and it's a one-score loss, I think that's a playoff team. Now, on the flip side of that, if they go to Ohio State and they lose by 35 points and it's a blowout, then I think there's a legitimate case for an Ole Miss to be in over them, certainly a Georgia, an Alabama, and it really is going to depend on how Indiana looks. And obviously, if they go in and shock the world and they win, well, then they're going to be in the Big Ten championship, and it won't matter. But it really, I think, is going to depend for the committee on, there's so much riding on this game because this is the biggest matchup and the most quality opponent that they'll face this year. It's going to depend on what that tape looks like, how competitive are they in that game. And then I think we're not done with upsets. And you're still going to have 1 or 2 teams that it wouldn't shock me if, we talked about it a second ago, but the way Florida beat LSU, it wouldn't stun me if Ole Miss went in and if they didn't take care of business. Again, that's a team that has a home loss to Kentucky. Is it possible that they go on the road to the Swamp and lose? Sure. So I think there are some potential upsets that are still out there down the stretch. This is far from over. And most of this, I think, is going to be settled. Just same way that we had with, the teams that were 5 and 6 and all the controversy that would go into those rankings and who gets in. Well, now it's the same thing, and we're just going to be talking about teams 13, 14, 15 that are on the outside looking in. And I think that's going to be especially important for the Big 12 that is sitting there looking like this is really just going to be a one-bid league. And there's a wild scenario where it's even possible that they get no one in the playoff if Army were to beat Notre Dame. So that's a league to definitely keep an eye on down the closing stretch.
Well, Taylor, you're not going to be invited back with that kind of talk. Come on now. Come on. Taylor McHargue joining us on the HR&P guest line, former Rice Owl quarterback, college football analyst. I thought Dan Mullen had a very interesting question on Feinbaum yesterday, or it was earlier this week. I'm not exactly sure what day it was, because the entire conversation, whenever it comes to Indiana, Ohio State wins by 21, Indiana not a playoff team. What if Indiana beats Ohio Ohio State by 21. Is Ohio State now not a playoff team? Like, we don't envision this happening because the Buckeyes are 11-point favorites and they are Ohio State. But Indiana's undefeated. Ohio State's 9-1. What if Indiana just hammered the Buckeyes? Are they now out of the conversation? Because we're quick to do that with Indiana.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the committee would then go to, okay, what are your quality wins? And obviously going to Happy Valley and getting that win over Penn State, I think that would be impactful. If Indiana beats Ohio State, and even if, I don't want to say even if it's a blowout, because if there's some wild scenario where they do go in and win by 3 touchdowns, I do think that would change things. I think there would be a very loud group that would be saying that is not a playoff team. I don't think that's going to happen. I think best case for Indiana in a win is that they muddy this game up. They limit possessions for Ohio State and they win by a score, have a chance to win the game at the end. I think that's best case for Indiana. But what we're really seeing is already this separation more and more where, and we thought this would be the case, but the SEC and the Big Ten fighting for the lion's share of these spots and the bias against the ACC and the Big 12, I think that's real. Now, the Big 12, I don't think there's really any argument against it. They're down this year. There's not a ton of – go look at what the preseason media poll looked like. Yeah. All those teams that were at the top, they're now at the bottom. So it's been a tough year for the Big 12. But for the ACC, Miami, SMU, even Clemson still on the outside looking in, I think that league just being a one-bid league and where SMU is at 13, I think it's very clear that the committee had a ton of respect for that league overall. And so, again, most of this gets sorted out in the next couple weeks, but I don't think ACC fans, I'm going to be surprised if there's not a loud group of ACC fans that are displeased with whatever the final rankings end up being.
Taylor, I'm curious your thoughts on Colorado. You mentioned, we've talked about the fact that, look, the hype train is huge when you talk about Coach Prime and the 2 potential Heisman candidates that he has on his roster, at least to start the year, and some of the talent that they have. But I don't know that I ever thought that they were going to be a team that's going to be in the thick of this with 2 losses. How do you see that team in terms of, it seems like they've got a pretty clear path to get in, but could they do some damage if they get in?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I was wrong on Colorado at the midway point of the season and where their losses came from. I mean, I think back to that Nebraska game and the way that they looked from a lack of physicality. I didn't see this coming for Colorado. I think there was something that switched in their season when they went on the road to Central Florida and took that team to the woodshed and really physical performance on the defensive side. From that moment on, it was almost like something got activated on the defensive side of the ball. And there's a level of toughness that they have carried week in and week out. And that, to me, has been the difference. It's really been the defensive side because the offense, we've seen from the very beginning, they don't have any trouble putting up points. But they've done such a nice job of taking the fight to teams in the second half of the season. And I agree with you. I think if you ask between BYU, Arizona State, and Colorado, number one, I think Colorado is most likely, in my opinion, to win the conference. And then number 2, which of those teams has the best chance of making a run beyond just getting in and actually winning a game or 2? I think it's Colorado, especially if they win, they don't get the 4 seed. If Boise State stays ahead of where they're ranked right now, if Boise State stays ahead on the 4 seed, but Colorado ends up getting to host a playoff game, I think they absolutely could win a first-round playoff game. So all the credit in the world to Dion and Coach Prime and that staff. And again, the toughness that they've shown in the back half of the schedule, that has surprised me a lot. I did not see that in the first part of the season and did not expect them to be where they're at with just a couple weeks left in the regular season.
Taylor, one more real quick on the way out. Are there any names that you want to see at Rice for their head coaching position?
Some stuff coming out the last couple of days. Casey Keeler is a guy that has been mentioned, won a ton at Sam Houston State. Tim Beck has been mentioned. Obviously, he's had some success. I think the Ohio head coach, I don't have his name in front of me, but the level that they've won out of the MAC. I think any one of those 3, all with head coaching experience, I think those would be good hires. And again, to me, I think the biggest thing is that all 3 of these have head coaching experience from what I've heard around Rice. That was very important for this next hire. So I really would be happy with any one of those 3 out of what it sounds like are the finalists.
Yeah, I think all three would be good hires. Tim Albin, I think the name you're looking for from Ohio.
Tim Alvin, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, Taylor, thanks so much for the time. Great stuff. Appreciate you coming on. Have a great call tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Taylor McHargue, college football analyst, CBS Sports, on the call tomorrow of San Diego State, Utah State, Rice out quarterback. Good conversation, talking a little ball, a little college football. 713-780-ESPN. Time now for Who Said It. Killer Bees looking for revenge against Old Tremac. We'll see how we do. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Twin Peaks on Kirby on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Speaking of college football, tomorrow the place to be is TD-ECU Stadium. The weather is going to be beautiful. What a beautiful day we've had these last couple of days. That continues tomorrow. It's always like that at TD-ECU Stadium. So get out there tomorrow, Cougar fans. Final home game of the season. You don't have to be a Cougar fan. You just want to take in a football game. Beautiful day. Beautiful Houston blue. Well, come on out to TD-ECU Stadium. Houston Cougars taking on the red-hot Baylor Bears. Houston trying to keep their bowl eligibility alive. Tomorrow at 6 at TD-ECU Stadium. Last chance to see the Cougars at home this year, and tickets start at just $15. Get yours now. uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. Don't miss the action. Celebrating Senior Day. 21 seniors. Cheer on the Houston Cougars in their brand new blue uniforms. Bring your friends. Bring your family. Let's pack TD-ECU Stadium with that Cougar pride. Get your tickets now. uhcougars.com/tickets or simply call 713-GO-COUGS. You're going to want to be out there. Weather's going to be great. Come early, be loud, and wear blue. Yeah, everybody loves it. Lots of fun had here. Killer Bees
Sounds like you
broadcasting
do.
live, Twin Peaks, Kirby. Let's get right into it. Quote number 1, Brian.
All right. I like when they sign guys early. I do like that. What I don't love is when it gets to the market. I already know, dead man walking. Soon as it's to the market, you have no chance of being an Astro. Nobody comes back when they hit the market unless they're taking 2-year deals. Nobody.
Well, my initial is Lance.
That was my initial, too.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. No, I just said that for fun.
No,
Yes,
I'm saying
that's right.
it's just the way the delivery was. I could hear him saying it just like that.
Yeah, let's just do it. Let's go Lance Erline.
Okay, all right.
I like when they sign guys early. I do
Whoa.
like
That's smart.
Good job.
what I don't love is when it gets to the market. I already know, dead man walking. As soon as it's to the market, you have no chance of being an Astro.
There we
Nobody
go.
comes back when they hit the market
Yeah.
unless they're taking 2-year deals.
That's
Nobody.
All right, good job, boys. You're up 1-0. Quote number 2. I don't want a brain worm. Remember how RFK had a brain worm that ate up half his brain? Now I got a Micah Parsons worm on my brain. Thanks a lot. I get earworms and brain worms from Micah Parsons.
What? Did a brain worm really take out RF? I thought that was Sirhan Sirhan. I don't think a brain worm did it. Was that true? A
Wrong
brain worm?
RFK.
My initial.
Oh, he's talking about Junior?
Yeah, he's talking about Junior.
I didn't know he had a brain worm. Oh, okay.
My initial is mixing the politics in the quote. First thought is always Paulie.
Yeah, that was where I was at.
How strong? Do we just do it
Let's
again?
just do it again. Let's see if this works. Let's
All right.
walk a lot.
I don't want a brain worm.
Oh.
Remember how RFK had a brain worm that ate half of his brain?
Oh,
Back to back.
Now I got
Lance
a
is
Micah Parsons
dirty,
worm on my brain.
nasty,
Thanks a lot. I get
bush
No
league.
5-0.
brain worms.
Never
Brain
5-0.
worms from Micah Parsons.
All right, you're still alive though. 1-1. Quote number 3. No, I'm not that old. I've never seen that show. I don't think about it. No. I just know that Sean Pendergast looks like somebody on it. What? He said that. He acknowledges that all the time. I love Sean. I think he looks more like Michael Chiklis. The reference being the Addams Family and Uncle Fester.
Really? I thought it'd be the commish.
Well, that was what the quote said at the end. I thought he looked more like Michael Chiklis.
Oh, is that his name? I didn't know that was his name.
That's the name of the actor.
That's funny. I didn't know that guy's name. I know his face. I didn't know his name.
Yeah, his face is Sean Pendergast's face.
So I'm not old enough to say it. So it couldn't be the bench.
You want me to read again now that you know the context?
Yeah.
All right. No, I'm not that old. I've never seen that show. I don't think about it. No. I just know that Sean Pendergast looks like somebody on it. What? He said that. He acknowledged that all the time. I love Sean. I think he looks like more like Michael Chiklis.
Paul or Joe?
I see. Does Joe know who Michael Chiklis is?
I think Paul would know Michael Chiklis, and then I was thinking of someone that would say, I don't think Dell has any kind of a feeling towards Pendergast. I don't think they've ever crossed paths. I think Paulie has.
But it's Joe?
I don't know.
Like they might have been at the highway.
Was Joe at 6'10" for a while? For a little bit?
For a brief period, but he was usually doing stuff like in the afternoons or the evenings. I don't know if he probably did cross paths with him.
The G's, one of the G's is where I'm at.
I don't feel like Joe's going to know Michael Chiklis.
I would agree with that.
Like I think this is Paul.
I can see that.
If it's Joe, I'm stunned.
No, I'm not that old.
Oh.
I've never seen that show. I don't know
Really?
anything about it. No,
You got it right.
I just know that Sean Pendergast looks like somebody on it.
Well done.
Well,
boy.
he said that. He acknowledges that all the time.
Okay.
Groupthink is working today.
I think he looks more like Michael Chick.
Right.
Not group,
2-1.
but groupthink.
All right, you guys are up
Well done.
2-1. You're on the precipice of a win here. Quote number 4.
Not group.
Feels like you're literally beating up small puppies because these teams are worthless, and they like Dallas is such a shell of themselves. Beating them almost did nothing for me. It usually would do great things for me, and beating Dallas, I was like, what a sad, pathetic group of people Dallas is. What a sad, pathetic group of football players.
Okay.
I heard Dell.
Yeah.
I could hear Paul a little bit.
Really?
I was thinking Dell, Joe, and maybe Granada.
I don't think Joe. I thought Granada was going to talk about beating soft puppies. And I think that he would. I think that John's a little bit more like optimistic whenever Houston teams win.
Oh no, he's very That's probably true.
I think that
he's very pro. Texans are the greatest team that hung the moon.
I feel like we can eliminate him for the optimism.
Okay.
I feel like we can eliminate Dell here too.
Really?
Yeah, I think Dell was like a little bit more positive about this win than some others. Than like the Killer
I didn't
G's.
hear enough of him that to know one way or the other on that. He's just normally.
Yeah, I know what you're coming from, but I feel like this week he was a little different with the Cowboys. I didn't hear him once, so I don't know why I think that. Can you read it one more time?
Sure. Feels like you're literally beating up small puppies because these teams are worthless, and they like Dallas is such a shell of themselves. Beating them almost did nothing for me. It usually would do great things for me, and beating Dallas, I was like, what a sad, pathetic group of people Dallas is. What a sad, pathetic group of football players.
See, I think it's a Killer G. I feel like they were.
I can hear Joe.
Negative.
Yeah.
See, I'm torn between Paul and Joe. But Brian go back to back twice. Yes, the answer is yes. He would do that. he's. There's no low he's not willing to stoop to get victories.
He put the Bush in Bush League.
He did.
That is the truest thing Jeremy has ever said.
I feel like it's Joe.
I do too.
Let's do it, Joe George.
Feels like you're literally beating
up
up small puppies because these teams are worthless and they Dallas is such a shell of themselves. Beating them almost did nothing for me. It usually would do great things for me. And beating Dallas, I was like, what a sad, pathetic group of people.
He put the big
Dallas
Bush in Bush League.
What a sad, pathetic group of football players.
Okay, well,
All right.
we weren't on that. Whatever.
No.
It's the rubber quote here.
We understand.
2-2.
We know. Yeah, we can keep
for the
keep
win.
score.
Don't choke. All right, quote 5. I think we're going to have people going to that concert. At least that's what I was told. It won't be I don't know if it'll be a 97.5 night. There'll just be some people excited to go see Usher, and they're going to go. I will not be among those people. I will be at home, like, getting the yams prepared and getting the mac and cheese prepared.
Okay, it's not Dell. I don't think he cooks.
I don't know.
Really?
I know they were talking about Thanksgiving. Dell hates turkey, and they've been talking a lot. And I heard someone asked Dell for his favorite Usher song. So I wouldn't completely rule him out. Now, the problem is would he prepare food?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's preparing food.
Yeah. Then John and Lance are.
You think? Well, John's not like in town, so I don't think that John would even talk about this.
Good point.
I don't think it'd be Lance.
Would he go for Lance?
I don't think so. And if he did, really, it's a bad look for him, not us. So
it can't get any worse than it already looks, I think. Or maybe it can.
Paul's not preparing anything. Joe's privy to like some insider information. Being the
well, then he'd know if it was a 97.5 night.
That's what, and he would also have intel that people are going. Would Brian realize we would pick that up though? Can you read it again, please?
I think we're going to have people going to that concert. At least that's what I was told. It won't be I don't know if it'll be a 97.5 night. There'll just be some people excited to go see Usher. And they're going to go. I will not be among those people. I will be at home, like, getting the yams prepared and getting the mac and cheese prepared.
I think it's Dell, Jeremy.
Really?
Because he said, I think it was this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, because he doesn't eat turkey. He goes, it's time to get the cheese and the sides.
But does he
something
prepare,
like that?
Like, is he making stuff for people?
Yeah, that's the kicker. I don't know if he's preparing food.
I feel like it's Joe, but I don't know if Joe cooks.
Is
either.
Joe preparing food?
Yeah, maybe not. I think he just shows up and eats. He just reaps all the benefits of Thanksgiving. He doesn't actually help participate. If you're feeling Dell, let's do it. I guess you want to do it.
No, because I don't want to steer you the wrong way if you feel like you think it, but you don't think it. You're not strongly feeling it's Joe.
I'm not.
Is Lance in the picture? Because Lance would do.
No, I don't want to go Lance. If Brian's willing to go 4 Lances, that's on him. Like he's basically cheating, is what he's doing if he goes Lance 4 times. I'm willing to go Dell.
If you are, then
let's
I'm.
do it. Dell Olaleye.
I think we're going to have people going to the concert.
What a job.
At least that's what I was told.
What a job.
It won't be
representatives.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll
Brian
be
showed emotion
tonight.
too. He wanted that
some
one.
people just excited to go see Usher.
What a job.
I will not be one of those people.
I wish
I'll be
you'd
at home
listen to Jeremy.
getting the yams prepared.
That is
and
good. Well done.
Getting the mac and cheese prepared.
Well,
that was a good team effort this week.
The thing, you know what sucks about that though is Joel heard that this morning because I heard Dale talk about this morning, but I pulled it from Wednesday, so he talked about it again.
Oh wow!
So what you heard was not what I pulled
because he had to do the promo,
right?
Yeah.
But it still led you to the right answer.
Attaboy.
Wow.
Good job, Blankers.
Yes, sir.
Good job, Joel.
Attaboy. All right.
Group
Killer
think,
Bees.
not group.
No credit
think.
to Jeremy.
Killer Bees are. What do you mean? I stayed out of the way. I didn't take the shot. Like I was
That's
not
true.
selfish with that
you
answer.
Passed the ball. You passed the ball.
I more watched the shot. I don't even know if I passed it.
Okay.
Lance thinks the signs of the Astros run ending are near and obvious. Is he right? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what you need in your life? You need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. You want a basketball goal. Your kids probably want a basketball goal as well. Well, you need to get a basketball goal. And if you're going to get one, it needs to be from Pro Dunk Hoops. It can't be from the big box stores. You don't want the cheap goals that are no good. They're not going to last that long. Get a goal from Pro Dunk. They're the highest quality basketball goals that you will find. Tempered glass backboard gives you true, authentic feel off the rim, off the glass. A breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, which is great. Height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Lower it down, throw down some jams. Raise it up, work on your shot, work on your game. Also, their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. And their accessories are next level too. LED light kits for night play. It gets dark early. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Get LED light kits. That way you can play throughout the night. Annoy your neighbors. Why not? Backstop nets, so you don't have to chase after the basketball, pull pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order all of this, including professional installation, online. Look, you don't want to get a big box delivered to your driveway and you have to assemble a million pieces. I know that you don't. So allow them, the pros at Pro Dunk, to professionally install your goal. They're going to install it perfectly, the right height, perfectly straight. Not going to have to worry about a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 in Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, so Lance thinks that there's signs of the Astros' run ending. Here's what he had to say in regards to that. Lance,
I know what it looks like when it starts to drift downhill, and it's in that we're in that phase. Like there's nothing that can get out of it. I saw it with Texans. I've seen it with Rockets before. Once you start heading that direction, that's where we're headed. It's not hard to see. You just have to look at history and you can recognize what's happening. And it is scary because you have an opportunity with commodities. I'm working off of Roy Oswalt, and I'm working off of real history. Do you remember when they had Roy and Lance Berkman? An outfielder, first baseman, whatever, and a pitcher. And they had a chance to move those guys, but they wouldn't do it. Drayton wouldn't do it, thought the fan base would be upset, thought he had a great chance to win. He wouldn't do it, and by the time he did it, they couldn't get that much for either one of those guys. Had they done it a year earlier, they would have. We're sitting here with, I'm going to say Fromber as Roy Oswalt and Kyle Tucker as Berkman. Except Kyle Tucker's younger than Berkman was when they were going to trade him. And you can get something in return for those guys. You at least have to have the conversation.
Do you think he makes sense, Blankers?
So I think both things can be said. And there's true. I don't think that just because I like the comparison, honestly, between Royo and Berkman with Fromber and Tucker, and the fact that you should probably do something before you really can't get much in return and they go somewhere anyway. But at the same time, I don't think that has to be a sign that they're regressing and that the run is over and lesser days are on the horizon. I think that they can be savvy about this. They can be, from a business perspective, knowing that they're not in the market to pay the kind of money for the years that those two guys want. And they know that they can get a bigger package for them this offseason than if they waited in season as rentals. Teams would be less likely to give, and you could maybe replenish your farm system and get a couple of players, and you still have enough pitching and a decent enough lineup that you could still be a playoff team. And then depending on what you did with the free agency and otherwise, maybe you supplement losing Tucker and you find another outfielder. But I agree with him. I like the comparison. On that front, I don't think that necessarily paints the picture that it's the beginning of the end of the Astros run.
Yeah, I mean, I see where he's coming from here. To me, my angst and my I guess hopelessness has more to do with the front office. I just don't trust them. I trust Dana Brown. I don't trust his boss. I don't trust his owner, because I think that there's two ways of sustaining winning in Major League Baseball. I think you either have to spend top three money, a la the Dodgers, the Yankees. Now, I don't think the Astros are going to get into a spending war with those teams. They might spend here and there. They might go over the competitive balance tax once every 3 to 5 years and be right at the competitive balance tax, but they're not going to start winning these bidding wars to make them one of the best teams in baseball. The other way I think that you sustain winning is that you're always willing to trade players. That's why I agree with Lance here. I'm not a big believer, unless you're going to spend big money and always re-sign these guys and sign all the very best free agents. And I'm not talking Jose Abreu, I'm talking Shohei Ohtani's. Then you need to be very proactive in roster turnover. Like the Astros won the World Series in 17. They won it in 22 with a completely different roster. They weren't scared of roster turnover. Luna was not scared of it. James Click was not scared of it. You should embrace that, quite frankly. But if you're going to embrace that, then you need to have the plan and the cojones to trade players before they walk for almost nothing. Yes, you get compensation picks, but whenever you're above the competitive balance tax, those compensation picks aren't as good, so you're basically losing 30 picks of value. So I agree with Lance. I'm not a believer in letting guys leave for almost free. I think that you should look at players like commodities. Sorry, I know it's a very Daryl Morey type of thing to do. But yeah, when a guy's about to leave you in free agency, why not flip that guy for 3 minor league prospects that are good? That way they're always giving you some sort of return on investment. Because the moment a Tucker or a Fromber or a Bregman leaves you, you're getting a second-round draft pick in the Major League Baseball amateur draft as opposed to prospects that you've seen play professionally. So I think it's always a way of your investment always paying off. Because once Kyle Tucker leaves, that investment's pretty much gone. But if you trade for a couple of prospects, a couple of like a big league player, you're always getting return on that commodity.
See, I think, Jeremy, from the standpoint of where they are and the decision to be made, they fight the battle internally of, do we do the right imaging thing and say that we're in it till the bitter end? We're going to do everything in our power to sign X player that's been a part of history and a major part of our franchise, only to know what we knew all along. The inevitable is they're going to go somewhere else. Or do you do the right, smart business move in baseball and say, hey, you've been great. We've enjoyed our run. You want this. We don't want to give you that. So we're going to do something now that puts you in a situation where you'll still be able to do what you want to do, and it gives us something in return before we just watch another player walk out the door. They struggle with that, I firmly believe, internally, and it's a very tough thing for them to come to grips with. But the right thing to do is, I think we both are in agreement on both of them. I don't think they're going to re-sign Tucker. I don't think they should, and that they will re-sign Fromber. And if you're not going to, then you need to come to grips from a reality business standpoint of doing something now when you can get a bigger haul than waiting until it's too late as a rental.
Yeah, like Lance's point is like they're kind of just going to ride the clock out on this golden era because, like, and I think that's what they're doing. Like, okay, you're not showing the courage and bravado to trade some of these players. That way, it would help you in the future. Maybe you take it a little bit in the short term. Maybe you win 88 games next year as opposed to 94, and you take it a little bit in the short term, but it really helps you going forward. Like they're hanging on to this, okay, these are our guys, and then inevitably we know that they're going to leave. So you're not even helping out your long term a whole lot. And like those are the ways you win. Like either you're going to be super aggressive financially and compete with the highest market teams in baseball, or you need to be very cutting edge and try to figure out a way to help your roster pool and your talent pool and be a little bit against the grain. And I think that Tucker and Fromber, it would be against the grain to trade them. I don't think that they're going to trade them. I think it would be in the best interest long term for the Astros. And like, we see these guys that leave, like, they must re-sign Bregman or it's over. Why? Like George Springer left, it wasn't over. Garrett Cole left, it wasn't over. Carlos Correa left, you won the World Series the next year. You just have to be very smart in how you spend the resources that are freed up when these players do leave. And I feel like this front office has lost its intelligence over the last couple of years. You went from Luno, you went from Click, both highly intelligent, and then now you have Jim Crane that's being a Jerry Jones light, and I feel like the intelligence level of the front office has taken a major blow.
Yeah, I think in terms of like an anatomy and physiology check, I think that you now have let your heart get in the way of having the big stones necessary to make the tough decisions. You know what your fan base is thinking. We've heard through how many of these situations about just pay the man, just pay the man, just pay the man. Well, that's easy for the fans to say, but from an organizational standpoint, the tougher thing is we're not going to pay the man, and we're going to do the very unpopular decision from a fan perspective to do what's in the best interest of this team for the long haul going forward in doing something that can actually keep the ship afloat and maybe make the ship better than if you just ride it out. And I think that that's where specifically the owner gets involved too heavily in imaging and how they look as opposed to what you know is the right business decision to win baseball long term.
All right, DJ Big Anime covers the Houston Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. He'll be joining Blankers for the next 30 minutes. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Twin Peaks on Kirby on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Back on the Bees as we have 2 in the books, 1 to go, final hour of the show, and always a good time to catch up on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. My good friend DJ Bieneme, and the fact that the Texans playing a home game after getting one of the, I'll say 3, if not 4 wins in a row that DJ had predicted.
I predicted 3
against a lesser than team like the Dallas Cowboys. Brian and I have already had this argument. We have it. We have the proof. DJ, they did what they were supposed to do, but a lot of people, including myself, still looking at it from the perspective. And I heard you with Paul earlier in the week, but still looking at it from the perspective of, was it perfect? No. Was it more the defense than the offense? I personally felt like yes. But at the end of the day, you got what you were supposed to get. Now you're taking on another team that you're supposed to beat. You've got some injuries, but overall, from your perspective, is this a game where they take a whole lot from the Dallas game, or they just say, hey, we did what we need to do. Now we need to make sure when we focus on Tennessee that this is another team that we should stomp?
Yeah, so I mean, D'Amico doesn't necessarily look at it like, oh, this is a team that we should stomp, because he kind of respects all the teams in the league. So I don't necessarily think they're going to view it like we should blow these guys out. I think the way he's going to view it is we just need to execute, and then whatever happens, we should be able to win this game. D'Amico still strikes me as a guy that, they just want to win. They don't really care for style points. And there's not really, what happened against the Cowboys is the Cowboys. I think defensively there's a lot of that you can copy and implement, but I think in this week they're going to have to do a much better job on third downs. The Titans have one of the best third down defenses in the league. I think they're actually third best in the league, only allowing teams to convert 32% of their third downs. They can do some funky stuff on third downs. They only rush 4 on like 75% of the on third downs, but they're usually going to have a bunch of guys up on the line of scrimmage at least once every 3 third downs. They're roughly around 30%, and then they're going to drop people out and have delayed blitzes, stunts, all those things. So their communication is going to get tested immediately this week, and they're going to have to be on the same page to be able to handle some of those third downs.
We can get to some of the generalized overall themes in the next segment, but let's talk about some of those matchups.
Okay.
Because for all the shortcomings of the offense of Tennessee, you mentioned it, their defensive line is staunch.
Yeah.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
I mean, the middle of that line has a ton of beef, and they can do a ton of damage. 98 is destructive on that team. He is a beast.
Yeah.
And we know that the Texans have struggled with their offensive line, specifically their internal offensive linemen.
Right.
How does that how do the Texans survive in that matchup against a very disruptive front?
How do they survive? Man, it's gonna be tough because, one thing that I've learned is it's if you say you have a right tackle or left tackle that is not so good, or he's going against an unfavorable matchup, there's ways you can help mitigate that, whether you have a tight end chipping or you have a running back chipping. However, when a guy isn't that good on the interior, going against a legitimate all-pro type of defensive tackle, it's hard to scheme around that. All you can really do is try to just slide over to his side, slide over to Juice's side. But the thing is, when you're overemphasizing that, you're going to have a lot of scenarios where they kind of counter and send blitzes and send pressures that kind of counter your slide that can have people come in free.
We saw what the Jets did. I mean, Quinnen Williams was a guy that they just flat out said, I dare you to try and stop him however you can. He's going to wreak havoc. And I think Tennessee could do something like that.
Yeah, I could absolutely see something like that. So they're going to have to come up with a really good plan. And then again, honestly, Juice just going to play really well. Jared Patterson is going to play really well when they both double team him. Obviously, you have Sweat at one of the other spots. He's going to do his thing. Shaq is going to have to step up. We don't have to really worry too much about the edges. I think Laramie and Titus should be able to handle Landry. I think they should be able to handle him, but it's really going to come down to how can they mitigate interior pressure. And if they struggle with that, it's going to be another game that comes down to the fourth quarter.
DJ, we talked about this earlier in the week, the workload being put on Joe Mixon. I mean, obviously he missed 3 games, so he wouldn't get to this pace.
That's a good point.
But you look at his just the carries, not even factoring his passing game work, but 17-game season, we did the math. What he's doing right now would multiply out to 363 carries, just an absurd amount for like the modern day, what usually is a running back by committee.
Right.
Do you sense any concern about Dameon Pierce and Dare not being able to take some of that workload off a little bit of an older back, or what is your thought on that whole situation with how they handle Mixon's workload?
I mean, that's a good question. I would say I think they're going to ride Mixon until through the end of the season. I think that's going to be that because he's just so valuable. The offense kind of craters a little bit when he's not out there, just because Dameon doesn't have the vision that Joe has, the elusiveness, the shiftiness. Because it's funny, like Joe is just as much a power back as Dameon, but he's way lighter on his feet. He's way quicker. Joe's really a complete running back. So I think they just want to ride that out. I think it could be a problem next year, right? Because a lot of guys, when they get 300-plus carries, unless your name is Derrick Henry, a lot of them fall off of a cliff. Then the very next year, we've seen that with Le'Veon Bell. We saw that. The list goes on and on with guys that get 300 carries. Plus, the next year, it looks kind of – I think Najee Harris had like 400 touches his rookie year, and he hasn't been the same since his rookie year. So I think that that's a problem you got to worry about next year. I think this year he'll be fine, honestly. But, they don't really have anybody else they can go to mitigate some of that. You're going to go to Dameon, you're going to go to Dare?
We're talking about it from the standpoint of you let Cam go, and if it was for a roster spot or whatever, but at least Cam showed you signs that in short doses he could spell Joe. Because it's one thing to say, I totally agree, you want to minimize how many carries he's getting simply because he is older. But at the same time, what you saw was maybe, one series from Pierce last week, and Dare is only basically used on pass downs, to where how valuable Joe's been. Like you mentioned, that he's a little bit older too, and he's got a lot of wear on him because he's getting a lot of usage. But you can't afford to take your foot off the pedal because you really don't have anybody behind him that can do what he does.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of view Cam's stint a little overrated. He left a lot of yards out there, and I think they noticed it too, because there was a lot of times where he couldn't. Because again, like it's no fault of his, right? Like torn Achilles on on the same leg, so he just didn't have the same explosiveness vertically. Obviously, he still has some stuff laterally, but in terms of vertically, he just didn't have it anymore. Which is why it made sense for them when Pierce came back to just ride it out with him. But again, back to your point, I think it's a problem they have to worry about next year. I think this year they've kind of made up their mind. They're going to just ride with Joe, let him be the bell cow, and then they'll deal with whatever repercussion next year.
DJ, it feels like the CJ Stroud sophomore slump narrative has been picking up steam. We even heard the Titans coaches being asked about it in their own press conferences in Nashville. I mean, here locally, we all see like the reasons why some of the numbers have dropped. Obviously, the offensive line's been a problem. Nico's been hurt.
Yeah.
But what have you seen in CJ last year versus this year? Because obviously the numbers are down, but what would you attribute that to?
I think a lot of it starts with the fact that he's seen much. He's seen the second most dropbacks against too high. He's right behind Joe Burrow. That's the only person he's behind in terms of dropbacks. So when he's seen too high, he's thrown like 5 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and his completion percentage isn't that high. And I think a lot of that stems from what teams having a better beat on what Bobby wants to do, right? And like what I've noticed from this system, Miami system, and San Francisco system, all those guys, with that against that Kyle Shanahan system, they're all seeing too high because they know these guys love to tackle over the middle of the field. Their interior offensive lines aren't as strong. So if you go a lot of too high, cover 2, quarter half, cover 6, whatever, cloud, whatever you want to do, the windows where you can attack, it takes a little bit more time to get to those spots. And if your interior of your offensive line is weak, you can run some of your stunts, run some of your games, be able to get to the quarterback and move them off their spot. Now they got to throw checkdowns. Obviously, CJ is still, trying to fire some of those passes, and it hasn't worked. But I remember the one interception against the Bills, like that wasn't on CJ. That was more on the Bills knowing exactly what Bobby was calling when they called that play action, and Terrell was able to jump right into the window and intercept it. You know what I'm saying? So I would say a lot of his, I think CJ is actually a better quarterback this year than he is last year. If you had the CJ from last year in this situation, the Texans probably got 4 wins. Honestly, 4 or 5 wins.
I mean, let's just be real. I mean, any quarterback that has experienced the amount of pressure that he's experienced this
Yeah,
season is
yeah.
going to be a different quarterback.
Absolutely.
It's easy to say a sophomore slump as kind of like the quick out for the synopsis of what happened, but that's only because sure his numbers aren't going to look like one of the best rookie seasons and and simply if it wasn't a rookie season, one of the better seasons a quarterback could have.
Yeah.
And now suddenly his numbers are lower, but it's because he's getting the crap kicked out of him and he's running for his life on almost every play.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's pretty clear like why the numbers aren't where they are. But it's if you're watching the film, like it's super obvious he's a better quarterback than anyone because he wasn't creating like he is this year, like last year. He wasn't creating like this, like at all. Like he wasn't able to like. There are times he was able to mitigate a little bit, but you saw it towards the end of the season when he got better at that. This year, from the jump, he's been able to create off schedule consistently. It's just like at a certain point, you really want your quarterback to have to create 3 to 5 plays max. There are just some games you have to create like 15. Like the Jets game, he had to try to create something like 15, 20 times. That's not sustainable, right? If you could like get that back to like the 3 to 5, 6 range, then you'll be okay. But I think, again, and he missed he had 4 games without 5 games without Nico and 2.5 games without Nico and Steph. No quarterback surviving that.
Right.
DJ, I think last week I saw that Nico Collins was about a 50% snap percentage. They seemed to ease him back in a little bit.
Yeah,
You get the sense in the building that he's back full go, that he would get back to pre-injury levels, or where is he at this week?
I think that's still it's gonna be a little bit of a progression. They're not gonna go full throttle, mainly because he's too valuable. Like if he re-aggravates it, you're probably looking at another 3 weeks, and now you're possibly you might get him back for not the Miami game, but possibly the Chiefs game, and that's towards the later in the season. Like we've seen enough now that no Nico, the passing offense is going to crater. Because you got to think about like all of CJ's 3 worst games of his career statistically from a yards throwing standpoint, Nico didn't play. The Packers game, 86 yards, Nico didn't play. The Jets game this year, Nico didn't play when he has lowest completion percentage ever. The game where he got concussed, even in that game, he was on pace to have, that's going to be the worst game of his rookie year. Nico didn't play in that. Well, he played the first play, hurt his calf, and it was done for the rest of the game. So you can't be silly at this point. Yes, you can still use them, but you have other guys that you could trust on and rely on for spot duty, but you still got to be able to have Nico when it matters most, which is towards the end of the season.
All right, we're going to continue with DJ Bieneme as we continue on getting you ready for the Texans and the Titans this weekend. We'll step away for a quick break. Come back with a whole lot more. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 in Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
The man is right. That is our plan today on a Friday. We are at Twin Peaks right here off of Kirby and 59. DJ Bieneme, very gracious enough to join us in person, do 2 segments with us with Jeremy out. Jeremy's out getting ready to call some Cougs basketball before the weekend. So we're going to talk some Texans football as we continue to talk about everything leading up to this game against the Tennessee Titans here on Sunday. DJ, curious your thoughts, but Snead is out. You mentioned Nico. But to get that entire passing game kind of, I think we felt like we've seen progress, but maybe we feel like we want to see more Tank. We want to see more of the overall. Mechie had moments, but maybe the combination of a lesser team with their best corner out sets you up to kind of take that next step back for your passing game.
Yeah, but I mean, the Titans, they've been without Snead for some time. I mean, they have the best pass defense in terms of yards per game. They allow 164 passing yards per game. And again,
are they 2 overall in defense, team defense?
That I'm not too sure, but I know passing defense, they're up there. But I wouldn't be surprised. Like, they've been playing really, really good football. I would say that this will be a tough one. They can find ways to get, Tank going and things of that nature. Probably got to get a little more creative in the passing game to get them creative. Probably got to get them more, probably get them out of press situations, get more free releases, free access, so he can eat off of that because this year the book is kind of out on him. If you press him, you can kind of
get him off his spot.
Yeah, because so far this year I think he's been pressed on 79 routes, and he has like 8 catches, or it's like 8 catches for like 84 yards and a touchdown. So like, that's a lot of reps against press, and obviously he hasn't had as much success against it. Where last year he had a lot more clean, free access, and I think if you can get him clean, free access, he can be pretty, back to what we saw last year. But against the Titans, again, like, guys are going to have to win on the outside because the Titans press, especially outside the numbers, on like 41% of like third downs, third most in the NFL. And then, they'll go to some single high looks where they're either doing like, man, or they go cover 3 or matching that cover 3. So, the guys are going to have to, to get open.
Is that something where instead of letting him start from a standstill position on one of the outside positions, that's something where you let him kind of go in motion and then let him get into his route off the motion to avoid some of that, of that press?
I think that's actually a good idea. One of those cheat motions that you see Miami do with Tyreek Hill. Because like Miami can do it with Tyreek Hill, and the Vikings can do it with Justin Jefferson, and Cooper Kupp can get some of that, and Puka can get some of that. Why can't Tank? I get it. Like obviously Tank isn't as good as those guys, but still, like Tank is showing that he can be a playmaker in this offense. It's just to find ways to get him open, and get him more touches and things of that nature. So I would say those are some options because like it feels like the passes that they get Tank is more like here. All right, here you go. You know what I'm saying? Because like even on like that third down, right? It's like 3rd and 1 against the Cowboys. They've been running it well, and instead of running the ball, they throw the out route to Tank. It gets broken up, and it's like y'all could have just ran the ball right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you can still run that play on the very next down when you got a couple downs behind it if you need them.
Yeah. So at times it feels like they're overexerting themselves to try to get Tank involved, which I understand. They got to do a better way of just making it flow better, and making it easier. Like the Jets game, it felt more within the flow, and they got to just find ways to do that because I do think that the way it's looking right now, teams are not scared to play man coverage against the Texans, right? I think that's very clear. They're not scared to play man coverage against the Texans, so they're gonna have to find ways to consistently, to eat against that, to make them have to go back to just playing a bunch of zone. Because now that Diggs is gone, at that point, you could really play man against the Texans and be okay. I don't know how good it'll look, but you could be okay. Like, you have confidence and not be afraid of doing that. And I think that they got it. Because the Detroit game, obviously no Nico, but that whole second half, for the most part, they just went man coverage.
DJ, I know the Titans' defense, as you guys were talking, is on paper, on the stats, a pretty good defense. But you look at their last 3 road games. I mean, obviously the Lions put up 52 on them. The Bills put up 34. Chargers put up 27. It feels like even though they're a pretty good defense on paper, they look like they're beatable. How do you see the Texans doing against this Titans defense?
I think they should still have some success. I think they can get like 24 points. I think CJ could throw for close to 300 yards. I think he'll still have an effective game. I do think, it's kind of oranges to apples, that comparison, because we talking about the Lions and the Bills. Granted, the Texans almost beat the Lions, but
they did beat the Bills.
But they beat them. They're up mainly because of their defense. Because the defense are making a lot of plays. But I do think the Texans should win by at least 10. Because they should be able to overwhelm Will Levis. Like, I don't see many scenarios of Will Levis being able to do enough. Because no DeAndre Hopkins. I think Peachy should be fine against Tyler Boyd. And if they let Stingley follow Calvin Ridley, Calvin won't get open unless he runs an in-breaking route. If he's running anything, if he's running anything outside the numbers where out-breaking route down the field, he's not going to get open because he doesn't do well against press. And he's just not as fast as he was obviously early in his career. It happens to all of us. So, I think
do you think the Texans, because that was something that last year they seemed like the Texans were hesitant at times to do, to let Stingley follow. They obviously let him do it in the rematch against Amari Cooper in the playoff game against the Browns. It obviously did it with CeeDee Lamb this last week. Do you think
it's been a topic this week too at the press conferences?
So he told me that like he follows a lot. It just gets magnified if it's a bigger matchup. So apparently he's been like against the Lions. He kind of followed J-Mo in situations where it looked like they might try to go deep. So he followed J-Mo to an extent. Obviously, followed CD, followed DJ Moore. He said he even followed in the Patriots game. That I didn't even notice, but he followed even in the Patriots game. So he for sure is gonna. I would suspect he's gonna follow against the
Ridley.
Yeah, I would suspect because I think if you take him away like that,
that's crazy to me though, because you would think, I know J-Mo can beat you deep, but Amon St. Brown he's your best receiver.
Yeah, I think the difference is if you go in the slot, you give away what you're doing on defense. Because if he's in the slot, because it's different if Stingley's in the slot, because he was in the slot against Devontae and you had Breece Hall on the outside, and I think Petrie or a linebacker was over there. That's a little different because you can still run what you want to run and not completely give it away. If there's a receiver on the outside, you have Stingley in the slot, it's very clear that you're going man coverage. So it's easier to call plays against if you know exactly what they're in.
All right, let's talk about some of the injuries because we know that Will has practiced all week. That's a good sign. The bad sign to me is Autry played his tail off last game. He's been playing really, really well. He doesn't practice the majority of the week. I don't think he's practiced yet.
Nope.
I was hoping that was just let him time to heal, but we'll set him loose again on Sunday. But to me, it seems like they're leaning like Will's back and we're going to sit Autry.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess, they'll probably sit Autry. And play, obviously Will's going to play, but, let him come back next week. It doesn't seem like anything serious where Foley, I've seen him in a boot. So I don't know, but it could be for precautionary reasons. And that actually just to take pressure off of it, but I don't anticipate to see Foley probably next week either.
Wow, so 2 more weeks on Foley.
Yeah.
And, of course, the international man of mystery is Christian Harris. No one wants to put a timetable on it, but Nick and D'Amico are talking like he still will be back at some point. We heard week 15, but at this point, he is the Kyle Tucker of the NFL in the Houston sports scene.
Yeah, and it's like how effective will Christian Harris be if he came back in week 15, week 16? We're gonna be honest about that. Like, if you miss that much time, you haven't played in a football game since January of 2024, and now we're about to be in December of 2024. That means what? You haven't played in like 11 months. Like, how effective do you think he would actually be? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially when this game is so predicated off of athleticism and things of that nature. You come off an injury that sidelines you for basically, 4 months? Because he got hurt in July. And then he ended up coming back in August and then had to be helped off the field during in the install period. So, yeah, obviously I would love for him to come back. And he seems to be in good spirits, but it's like at a certain point you just kind of got to let him, you keep it open, but if he misses, him missing 12, 13 weeks, 14 weeks, him coming back in week 15, like, you going to have him. I mean, let's be.
Especially when your first 3 opponents back would be the Dolphins, Ravens, and Chiefs.
That's what I'm saying. That's going to be some physical games. Like, that's how you get somebody hurt again, you know?
It seems like Devin White's being worked into the defense more and more. Henry To'oTo'o's snaps have gone down a little bit. How have you seen him? I mean, you talked about athleticism. I mean, few linebackers are more athletic than Devin White. How have you seen him fit in with the defense?
Yeah, I mean, again, like this, it feels like an easy fit because he doesn't have to think as much, and he can just kind of whatever gap is open, just shoot through it. So he's been solid early on, especially considering the fact that he just got here like last month, and he still learning guys' names, you know, and he's still been able to be pretty effective in his small role. Curious to see if this is going to be a continuing trend of him, you know, of him playing over Henry To'oTo'o, or was this just more of a one-off?
You know what's funny to me, DJ? It's like the positive and the negative. You hear all week that it seems like Patterson is now their center, and they're saying they're getting into their stuff quicker, and they're reading things a lot quicker, and he's getting a lot of praise. At the same time, you drafted him in the 6th round. The guy you drafted in the same draft in the 2nd round was then a guy that, if you just want to read into it, wasn't doing great at center, and he hasn't been outstanding at left guard. So what does that say about both? It seems like it's Patterson maybe the rest of this year at center, but he's definitely going to have probably, if he's not in competition, he'll have that job again next year. And Juice looks like he might just be relegated to being a backup.
So I remember during the Cowboys game, a NFL exec texted me about, you know, the Texas interior offensive line. He was like, interior line stinks. And then, you know, we talked about Juice, and he said, like, it's funny. I liked him as a late round pick. Saw him as a high level backup, not a starter. Scouts had him buried as a free agent. 2nd round was nuts.
Wow.
Yeah.
They had him graded as a free agent.
That is big right there.
Yeah, one team. Yeah, one exec guy told me that. Yeah, like, and I remember my homeboy Leger Duzeval, he called me. He was like, he played in the league. He you know, covered stuff for like CBU. Like, I can't believe the Texans took him in the 2nd round. Like, Jared Patterson might be better than him. So
they're
like,
right.
Yeah. So like, it's been a decent amount of people that have told me, like, at least I was like, hey, Juice might not be it. You know what I'm saying? And like, it's looking like they might be right. You know, so
that's crazy because you think about it. As much as you should be getting a lot of praise and credit for taking Patterson in the 6th round, he saved your bacon if Juice is that bad as a 2nd round pick.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like it's kind of insane that Jared might be better than Juice, and Juice was the 2nd rounder, you know? So, I mean, that's an interesting evaluation for them. But, you know, I've had multiple people tell me, like, that wasn't a day 2 pick. And they think they traded up for him, too. So
yeah.
It wasn't like he felt him. They traded up for him. So there's a chance they probably could have got him in the 4th, you know, 4th round, 5th round, or something like that. Because, I mean, it's not like he's playing. He's never had a game where he's played like a 2nd rounder.
No doubt. Well, you play like a 1st rounder every week for us.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you.
I try.
We will look forward to catching up with you again next week. Have a great weekend and enjoy staying at home and being able to see the Texans and the Titans and all the love you blue. DJ Bieneme from he covers the Houston Texans for ESPN. We're going to take a break. Before we do that, I'm going to tell you about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is a place I always tell you need to be if you want to put money down on sports. There is a variety of different sports that they have. Pretty much everything you're watching on TV, if you want to bet on it, you can go to MyBookie.ag, and you can do just that. And they have a ton of ways that they take care of you as a customer. They have a sign-up bonus right now. You've never been on MyBookie. You want to set up an account. They'll double what you put in up to $1,000. You put $100 in, they'll put $100 on top. More money in your account instantly means more games you can bet on and more chances you can win. And then you're also going to be immediately entered into their rewards program because you use the same code that you're going to use to get that bonus to get into it. It is Bet975. You use our code Bet975 every time and anytime when you sign up and get on the website, you're going to cash in. They're going to chart how many times you're betting. The more you bet, the more you move up in the loyalty rewards program of MyBookie Plus, the better the deals and the rewards you're going to get. and the fact that when you initially sign up, you use that same code, you are going to get double your first deposit. Sign up friends, get another bonus as long as you use our code. You want to make sure that you are getting everything. Reload bonuses. There's going to be that too because you used our code. Use the code BET975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Twin Peaks at 59 and Kirby.
Presented by Dos Equis.
Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, Jeremy's out calling a little Cougar basketball tonight, so B-Mac and I will take you home up until 6 o'clock. Talking a lot as we just got done with DJ Bieneme, getting you ready for the Texans and the Titans this weekend at NRG. And it's funny because we've looked all season long, Brian, at the fact that it's the Texans' division to lose, and if they're going to be in any competition, as it was a few weeks back, the Colts had the outside shot of getting in. It's amazing to me that as talented a player as Jeffrey Simmons is and how much we've been talking about him in the middle of that defensive line, he is a dominant football player. He doesn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes down to the division, unless he's just hyper loyal to his team, because he had this to say about if the Titans can win the division.
We know what's in front of us. We know how the season been going, and we've been just so close to winning games. And right now, it's wouldn't be no better other time to figure it out, because right now we got 5 division games in front of us, and quite frankly, if we win them, we can win the division. So we just gotta take game by game, and say no other way to do it than other than this weekend, going and trying to send a message to the division this weekend.
He and Micah Parsons might want to do a podcast with that kind of thinking.
That feels like a race to the bottom for most delusional player in the NFL. Like, I get that Jeffrey Simmons, a veteran in the league, someone who has high expectations for himself, probably not having a lot of fun in a 2-8 season. So maybe this is just, let's have my guys back. Let's give ourselves a reason to fight down the stretch in what feels like a lost season for the team. But I mean, bro, you're 4.5 back with like 7-8 games to play. I can't remember if they've had their bye yet, but 4.5 back with, and you're on the road in this game where obviously if you're already pretty much out anyway. Obviously, you're 2-8, you're 4.5 behind. But if you lose the game, you're for sure done, and it's on the road. Where as we talked about with DJ, in their last 3 road games, the Colts have given up 34, 52, and 27 points. They've been getting the doors blown off. So I think this is probably, I mean, we did coach speak early in the show. This is, I guess, player speak as a way to keep the team motivated, keep the team playing hard and down the stretch of a meaningless season. But no, you do not have a chance to win the division.
It's just crazy. I mean, and it's almost because of, like, when we were talking about it, even with Easton, the guy that covers the Titans.
Easton Freeze, yeah.
Yeah. The reality is everybody is very honest with themselves and that this is a rebuild. This is year one, basically. And there's so much more to figure out than what they have solidified to where it's fine. The fans are fine with it. Everybody should be fine with it. I understand the players believe that they should win. But you're right. There's no recipe or detail or things coming down the pike when he says what's in front of them that paints a picture of this team that's a playoff team that could win the division, let alone get a wild card.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, this team, I mean, obviously, if the team, if the front office, if the ownership group, the people charting the path for this season thought they were still in it, you don't trade DeAndre Hopkins away. And I know DeAndre Hopkins, I know he had the 2-touchdown game, I think, in his first game for the Chiefs, but overall this season, he hasn't been super productive. It's basically been like 2 games, one for the Chiefs and one for the Titans. So if the Titans were truly in the thought process, well, we can still win this division. It's not over yet. You don't trade away DeAndre Hopkins.
I was thinking about it from the standpoint, even last season, no matter what you do with Levis and the rest of the offense, and you went and brought in a running back after you let Henry walk, but you had El-Shaair at linebacker.
Yeah.
You had Autry
yeah.
playing with Jeffrey Smith. You're like, right there alone, and you went and you got Snead.
Walk, right.
I mean, those are dominant NFL players.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you keep those guys. The defense could look a lot better. And to your point, they still have names. Obviously, Jeffrey Simmons is a good player. Tony Pollard is a name a lot of people know, although he hasn't been super effective this year. Calvin Ridley has had big seasons in the past. He's had 10 touchdown seasons. He's had 1,000-yard seasons. So there's some names there. Problem is, I mean, like you mentioned, L'Jarius Sneed, he's hurt. He's not going to play in this game.
Yep.
And Will Levis is a turnover machine. So they're starting from a point right now. If you're looking from this point forward and what the Titans can still do in the remainder of the season, they're starting from a 2-8 position, and you're 4.5 back. I get the mindset that of a professional athlete always having to be, we can still achieve what we need to achieve, because otherwise, I think the standard. If you let the standards slip in your mind, then everything is going to fall apart in the field. But I mean, at some point, got to be realistic. You're 2-8.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we'll see what we can, what comes of his feeling. But I think that if you look at the way this team looks at this game, not that they're looking past them, but I think it's similar to the Cowboy game. Now you just have to go do what you did to the Cowboys. But in my mind, you have to do that with a better showing on offense. Your defense was dominant against Dallas. I thought your offense had a lot to be desired, except for Joe Mixon. If you can establish the passing game and you can win by 2 scores or more, I feel like you've done everything you need to do moving forward for your Texans team, regardless of how he feels about the Titans.
Yeah, and I think, and we talked about this with DJ, but I think the offense is going to look better in this game. I mean, look, the Titans defense, when you look at it on paper on the stat sheet, yeah, it shows that they're way up there in some of the defensive rankings. But we talked about on the road, last 3 games, they're giving up big numbers, 34, 52, 27 in the last 3 road games. L'Jarius Sneed is not in this game, and you got Nico back, who's going to be getting more and more snaps each week as he works his way back from the hamstring injury. And you also have to factor in what we've seen from C.J. Stroud this year. He's been a much better player at home, and that was even true as a rookie, but he's been a better player at home than he is on the road. So you have C.J. at home where he's more comfortable. You got Nico back. They're out their best defensive back. Nico's working his way. Nico is working his way back, as I mentioned. I don't see a reason why the Texans don't win this game and comfortably and have the offense look much more efficient and much more explosive.
I would agree, and I think that's why it would be a massive kick in the groin if you lose this game or you don't do those type of things.
I really don't want to do the show on Monday if they lose.
That would be tough stuff. Speaking of tough stuff, we still have Car Wreck of the Day on the horizon. We're going to get to that as we get ready to wrap up the show. We'll take one quick break and we'll come back and put a bow on it right here live from Twin Peaks on Kirby at 59. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Stocks are flat to slightly lower this morning after yesterday's big rally for the Dow, but small gains for the S&P and the Nasdaq. The market's marking time here to waiting to see what else happens in Washington, who the Treasury Secretary nominee is likely to be. We may hear about that today. We'll have to wait and see on that. It's been slow in coming relative to President-elect Trump's other picks thus far. Bond yields are falling a little bit, down to 4.39%. Maybe it's because Chinese shares dropped more than 3%, and that may have some repercussions in world markets, given concerns about the state of the Chinese economy. The dollar also rallying to another 13-month high today as oil slipped 61 cents to $69.49 a barrel. Gold's up $26 back to $2,700 per ounce. Very little economic data due out today, just University of Michigan's consumer sentiment reading. That's coming this morning. Aside from that, a quiet start to the day as we wait for more inputs that could move the markets in one direction or another.
You heard the man. The plan is that we get you the car wreck of the day every day at about this time, talking about who screwed up, who said something or did something. You're like, wait, huh? What? I had one that I had earlier in the week. Adam Schefter was asked on a podcast, Brian, where was the weirdest or craziest place he's ever broken a story? I don't know that you're going to believe this one, especially because it's Adam Schefter, but here's what he had to say.
Weirdest place you've broken a story is what?
You can hear him thinking about it.
He does not want to say
I can remember
this
being in Denver one time, and I was
He's a Disney man.
How do I say this? I had just spent time with this woman for the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
And
sure.
And got a text that Dale Carter was being suspended. I think it was for 8 games for substance abuse. And so as I continue to lay there, confirm it, and got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
Unbelievable.
That's it.
Got the job done.
This is the greatest episode we've ever had.
Every which way.
Wow.
We had him on one time,
Shefty.
and I asked him how many contacts he thinks he has in his phone. He had no idea.
Oh, there's no way he could count.
It's amazing.
Yeah, there's no way he could count. My car wreck of the day, and I mean, well, I've got several, but let's start with George Pickens.
Okay.
Apparently wants to fight everyone on the Browns roster. Like, the play was still going on. He's trying to fight the Browns defensive back. It feels like it's so weird that Mike Tomlin seems as like the kind of the tough guy, no nonsense football coach, and yet feels like every single receiver that ends up with the Steelers is just insane. It is transferred over to George Pickens. So that is one car wreck of the day, Dominique. The other one, we brought this up last week when the idea of this was happening, but it's now been official. The number one overall quarterback prospect for college football that was committed to LSU, that was drawing comparisons to Vince Young, and Michigan was trying to lure him with a promise of like a $10 million NIL deal. Well, it worked. He is now going to Michigan. So Brian Kelly, not only is he struggling in the SEC 6-4 and have all Tiger fans super unhappy with him, he now lost his top prospect. So good luck, Brian Kelly.
I meant to ask Taylor about that when we had him on, but we were running out of time. That's what I wanted. One of the things I wanted to ask about, especially being an ex-NCAA quarterback. Like, when Matt Rule said it cost $2.1 to get a good quarterback in college football, well, that ante just went way up.
Well, that's the price for good. I mean, if this kid is, I mean, he's drawing Vince Young comparisons. That the 2.1 might be the price for good.
He's going to suck in the NFL,
the price,
right?
Yeah, well,
okay.
All right. Yeah, that's fair.
Just saying.
Rookie of the year, Pro Bowler.
Sophomore slump, what?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
2-time Pro Bowler, Joel. Doesn't matter.
All right, Brian, what's winning?
I'm going to give it to George Pickens. You're trying to fight the defensive back while the play's still going. Come on, man.
Much as I want to give it to Schefter, I agree with you. Pickens has had issues, and the fact that you lost the game like that, and then after that you even blamed the officials and the weather for a game you should have won, I'll give it to Pickens as well. All right, there you go. He's our winner. You guys, we appreciate you. We're winners when you listen to us. You listen to us all week long. Have a great weekend, everybody. Hope the Texans get a win. We'll talk to you again on Monday. For Brian and AJ back at the studio, I'm Joel. Have a great weekend. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.